Chapter 181 Zombie Cleanup. Although the current survivors, because of some common goal, such as distributing rice from Walmart supermarkets, or power restoration at power plants, and came together for the time being. But Zhang Wei knows that wherever there are people, there will be rivers and lakes. Where there are interests, there will be conflicts. This brief harmony may not last long. Sooner or later the balance will be broken when the time comes. There will inevitably be intrigues again. Attack and kill each other. The root cause of this result is precisely because of the arrival of the end of the world and the death of law. So Zhang Wei felt that the people headed by Stick Wang Yukan wanted to rebuild a society ruled by law, which was a bit too idealistic. Unless they unified the entire zombie world and established themselves as kings, just like establishing a country in ancient times. Or they established a high-pressure rule similar to that of warlords. No matter which path they chose, it was doomed to be bloody. Zhang Wei felt that people like Demingzi were the heroes of the end of the world. Great chaos and great order. Great order and great chaos. Contradictions are the unity of opposites. Those first-generation emperors, maybe not long-lived, the fruits of victory were later picked by others. There are not many zombies on the first floor. But because of the shopping mall building, there are many other daily necessities. There is also huge space value. Demingzi still ordered his subordinates. The bodies inside were moved out one by one. I plan to use an excavator to dig a hole and bury it when the time comes. Or burn it on the spot. Zhang Wei and others did not participate in the delicate work of moving corpses. Instead, it encourages others to participate in zombie hunting. This gives people a good workout. I was part of my team at that time. If it weren't for that time at school, Operation Corpse Clearance, Middle, accumulated a lot of zombie hunting experience. After entering the new city later, it won't be easy either. Zhang Wei also participated in hunting zombies. Although he has a lot of memories and experiences. But this body does not possess the conditioned muscle memory of previous lives. From the 2 duels with Mad Dog and Big Mingzi, he became deeply aware of his shortcomings. Fighting experience cannot be accumulated by fighting many times. It also requires special training and learning. Zhang Wei just suffered from the lack of famous teachers. And you also need to accumulate experience in hunting zombies. This kind of experience cannot be understood by working behind closed doors. It must be learned and accumulated through actual combat. Practice makes perfect. There are many more zombies on the second floor than on the first floor. Maybe it was when I was escaping. There was also a stampede. Most people couldn't escape in time. The Iron Tower's fitters, dozens of steel workers led by. Out again. This reminded Zhang Wei of the ancient spear arms. Also uses this kind of spear that looks like a long steel bar. However, the steel bars are thicker and heavier. When pricking out, the inertial force generated is also greater. Zombie skulls can be easily penetrated. Coupled with the use of the group of flesh and bone workers under the Iron Tower, simply infinitely powerful. The people from the tower are responsible for opening the way ahead. When the survivors open a passage among the zombies, the people behind will make up for it. So the security scope is somewhat expanded. Demingzi had a cigarette in his mouth. It was probably because the cigar had been smoked long ago. Occasionally, I would run up there on a whim, break the necks of a zombie or 2. Demingzi seems to like this approach. Neat and tidy, it won't be stained with blood either. Zhang Wei sometimes wants to imitate Demingzi and try this. But I worry that I am not strong enough. Maybe the zombies haven't been killed yet. Instead, they were scratched or bitten. The second floor didn't waste too much time. It was cleaned up in less than half an hour. Then, there is the third floor. There are not as many zombies on the third floor as there are on the second floor. It's probably because all the survivors fled to the second floor. Not long after, hundreds of people rushed to the 4th floor. Here Zhang Wei and others went to the Mishua Bingcheng milk tea shop. The body of the landlady lay on the ground. There was a stab wound on the chest. I killed him. She was bitten, Aqiang said. After turning the body over, it was then discovered that there was another stab wound on the back of the head. It was probably Aqiang's sword that was used to prevent her from transforming into a corpse. For this person, Zhang Wei's impression is not bad. When I came up to the 4th floor yesterday, he also enthusiastically handed everyone a small cup of milk powder. He also said that he would treat everyone to drink milk tea. Zhang Wei casually comforted him with a few words. If the power is restored, his milk tea shop can really reopen. Aqiang can change from a waiter to a shopkeeper. There are not many raw materials. It's probably impossible to sell milk tea. But there is an ice machine. Sell some cold drinks in summer and autumn. It's okay to sell some hot tea in winter. Zhang Wei returned to the lobby again. The zombie cleanup on this floor is also coming to an end. It is easier to get things done with more people. Cleaning up the zombies is like clearing a level. Of course, the main reason is that many people are eager to open the warehouse and distribute food. They are almost impatient. Few people can resist the temptation of white rice, especially after a few months of hunger in the end of the world. The lobby on the 5th floor is a mess. The blown-up elevator is twisted and drooping, like a twisted dough stick, and the middle part has long been gone. It was probably blown to pieces. This elevator is a central escalator. Originally, it could be used even if there was a power outage. It's like walking on stairs. But at this time, it was completely interrupted. There were a large number of corpses lying scattered underneath the elevator. They were probably killed zombies, who fell from the 6th floor. Demengzi ordered people to come from the lower floors, bring in things like shelves and lockers, build temporary steps. There is no elevator access like this. Then you can slowly climb up the steps. The people behind brought more things, make the road smoother. Occasionally there are 3 or 5 zombies, roaring and jumping down from above. The people below also rush to deal with it. It didn't take long for a group of people to rush forward. A fight started with the zombies on the 6th floor. Zhang Wei knows, at this time, it doesn't make much sense to take the lead. Since Demengzi agreed to share 30% of the grain in public, naturally, you won't break your promise. Just wait here on the 5th floor. The noise on the 6th floor didn't last long before it calmed down. Zhang Wei estimated the survivors who rushed forward. We are already cleaning the passage from the 6th floor to the 7th floor. A serious stampede occurred in that passage before. One night passed, the person who transformed into a corpse had already fled. He probably went downstairs or somewhere else. This place has the fewest zombie cleanup incidents. It was done in 10 minutes. Of course, the more reason is that there are sufficient manpower. Soon there was a whistle from upstairs. Zhang Wei knows that was a sign that the zombies had been cleared away. Really, not long after, bags of food were passed around. A person from the front pass it into the hands of the person behind, then slowly teleport to the back. These grain brands are not the same. The sizes also vary. There are 10 kilograms. There are also 20 kilograms. It seems to be a supermarket at that time. Various types of grain were brought in. But the people who took the food, undoubtedly not smiling. Zhang Wei looked at the big man holding a cigarette. I couldn't help but feel shocked. This person, he did it on purpose. He deliberately came in with great fanfare, let the food pass through everyone's hands with deliberate fanfare. Maybe from this moment on, word of mouth spreads among the gangsters. Big Mingzi leads the brothers, defeated thousands of aboriginal troops, cooked countless zombies finally. The warehouse was open to distribute the grain. Oh, by the way, that was a long time ago. Chapter 182 Thermal Power Plant. After all the food has been transported, the space above the 6th floor is meaningless. And the elevator was blown up. Several stairwells also collapsed. The route up was interrupted. A road temporarily made of debris. It seems very complicated. Demengzi ordered, just tear down this road. Only Zhang Wei knows. Demengzi was worried that something might happen again upstairs. In case there is another ambitious person, brought the zombies upstairs, this supermarket may fall again. And this is not what Demengzi wants to see. He took it. Territory, it must be as stable as Mount Tai. Zhang Wei only carried a bag of rice. A full 20 kg, he knew that as a 1 or 2 month supply of food, that's probably enough. I found some pots and pans in this supermarket before. They are all relatively compact kitchen utensils. Zhang Wei couldn't wait to light a fire to cook. I also miss it a bit. Chef Lu Dali's craftsmanship comes. After all the food was moved to the 1st floor, Demengzi glanced at it casually. After estimating the approximate weight, just go about your own business. And Zhang Wei, Yi Xiaobai and others, they also went to their base area with food. Halfway, I met the people from Untitled Oasis, who were belatedly arriving. They drove a pickup truck right over. Zhang Wei estimates that there will be no problem in hauling 2 to 3 tons of grain. Just past the supermarket. There are still many roadblocks. It is also more troublesome to clean up. But this is Untitled Oasis' own business. Zhang Wei had no intention of taking any more care. After the zombies in the supermarket were cleared, snakes around supermarkets. Car corridor. There is no use for it. The people from the Construction Site Association and the mining gang got forklifts and trailers from nowhere. Plan to transport these useless cars away, so we can continue to strengthen those 3 roads. City wall. The concentric circles formed by 3 city walls, almost exactly where the supermarket is. Zhang Wei had enough to eat and drink. When I found Dr. Lin again, He is in the lobby on the first floor of Walmart supermarket. Tell everyone about the power generation principle of thermal power plants, and the following time, what they intend to do. People from the mine gang, already taking hundreds of people to the mine. This open-pit mine has been suspended for many years due to administrative bans. The footprints of workers gradually appeared again. People from the construction site association previously occupied a gas station. Used the gasoline and diesel fuel inside. Many large machines were started, and these machines, it will be used to open up the last kilometer of the waterway between the terminal and the power plant. Rejoice has already gone to discuss relevant matters with the tower. Restart a power plant. Closely related to their vital interests, they couldn't help but not pay attention to it. In Walmart supermarket, Dr. Lin gave a lecture to the workers there. Thermal power plants are simply called thermal power plants. It is a factory that uses combustible materials as fuel to produce electrical energy. In fact, natural gas or gasoline can also be used to generate electricity. But where we are, there are no oil and gas resources, therefore. Only the most primitive burning materials can be used. Coal. Of course, I want to compare it to natural gas. Coal is also safer. Several large trucks have already gone to the mine. Before the waterway was opened, we might try starting the generator first. Okay, it's all up to you. You tell me how to do it, and I'll do it. Someone responded. Well, let me explain it again. The principle of thermal power generation. Its basic production process is, fuel is heated when it burns. Water generates steam. The chemical energy of the fuel is converted into thermal energy. The steam pressure drives the turbine to rotate. The thermal energy is converted into mechanical energy. And then the turbine drives the generator to rotate, converting the mechanical energy into electrical energy. Isn't this the principle of the steam engine? You are right, Dr. Lin said with a smile. The prime mover of thermal power generation is usually a steam engine or a gas turbine. In some smaller power stations, internal combustion engines may also be used. This thermal power station has various motors. But we lack oil and gas resources. So we don't start internal combustion engines. These machines all generate electricity by utilizing high temperature, high pressure steam or gas, and the pressure drop in the process of converting it into low pressure air or condensed water through turbines. It's too professional. We don't understand it. Then let me put it simply. Coal burns in the boiler, releases its heat, and transfers it to the water in the boiler, thereby generating high temperature and high pressure steam. The steam converts the heat energy into rotational power through the steam turbine to drive the generator to output electrical energy. The previous usage data of this thermal power plant records that it can convert the fuel into a rotating power. More than 35% of the heat in the material is converted into electrical energy, which is close to the highest level. Therefore, there is no big problem in supplying electricity to the city. At least, there is no big problem in supplying the survival of people like the city wall. Then Dr. Lin. What do you need us to do? Safety. The safe operation of the power plant requires human maintenance. And you need people to rotate. Let me put it simply. If the thermal power plant cannot operate safely, it will cause personal injury, equipment damage and accidents, and it will not be able to continuously supply power to users. It is even very likely to burn out the motor, which means that we will never be able to use thermal power generation again, unless usable motors are transported from other cities. I need you to help with the following tasks. First, the installation and maintenance of the equipment. Second, according to the operating procedures, the start and shutdown of the equipment and the adjustment of the load should be operated. Third, it is necessary to monitor and record various operating parameters, so as to detect operating deviations and abnormal phenomena as early as possible, and eliminate faults in time. Fourth, we need to patrol and monitor whether the equipment and systems in operation are in good condition, so as to find the cause of the fault in time and take preventive measures. Fifth, we need to test various protection devices regularly to ensure that they operate accurately and reliably. Write all of these down. We may need to draw up a list at that time. To ensure the operation of this power plant, we will need about 40 people. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble and meaningless internal friction, your leader Domingzi suggests that your construction site association, the mining gang, and the dock gang each send 30 people to participate in the learning of professional knowledge. As soon as Dr. Lin finished speaking, Zhang Wei guessed the deep meaning of Domingzi's doing this. He wanted to keep this power plant firmly under his control. The power supply from this power plant, that is, after the end of the world, the economic lifeline of this city, There are no professional talents. There is no use in destroying this power plant. Those who have dissatisfaction with Demingzi, he will definitely use a rat-proof weapon. Once you choose to take action against Demingzi, it also talks about standing on the opposite side of people in the entire city. This is a conspiracy, virtually unbreakable. Chapter 183 Diverting Trouble. Zhang Wei listened with great interest to Dr. Lin Yuanxiu's introduction of relevant professional knowledge. His academic performance was average, but he could still understand some theoretical things. Then Zhang Wei began to recall. Zhang Wei didn't remember the power plant very clearly, but the survivors seemed to have paid a heavy price to start the power plant. In theory, with the situation that Demingzi was in control of now, there shouldn't be too many casualties. What happened in that power plant? This was something Zhang Wei could not guess. To persuade everyone not to go near thermal power plants, this is not what Zhang Wei wants to do. Even if Demingzi does not intervene in thermal power plants, he will also try his best to intervene, restore power to the city. This is a question about the survival of human survivors. After winter, there won't be any food. While power is restored, but you can make a greenhouse, grow something to eat. This is humanity's hope for survival. Grow vegetables, fungus, results can be achieved in the short term. And in the last days, the least scarce thing is vacant rooms on high floors with air conditioning. Demingzi gave him 2 or 3 days to rest. This is because of the transportation of these grains and the disposal of corpses near supermarkets, and how long it takes to clear the roadblocks. It rained heavily the next day. Many people are working in the rain. It's also this heavy rain, wash away the bloody energy. Give the city a new look. If it weren't for the wandering zombies that could be seen in the distance. This looks nothing like the apocalypse. In a small cafe, Demingzi and others opened the map on a table. Looked over and over again. This thermal power plant is located outside the 3 city walls. This is not easy to handle. Is there any problem? Dr. Lin walked over. He pays the most attention to these little things. A large number of zombies gathered near the city wall. It's almost airtight, and the thermal power plant is nearby. The zombies inside are probably the same. This matter is not easy to handle. We start machines and machinery. It will attract a large number of zombies. Can't they be killed cleanly? To clear them all takes several months. It's not a big problem. It will just delay the construction period, and zombies will surround the power plant again at any time. By then, we will be too busy cleaning up the bodies. What you said makes sense, Dr. Lin said thoughtfully. Demingzi called Dr. Lin. You? Not at all concerned. Old ghost. What do you think? Have no idea, or just get rid of all the zombies, or build another wall, include that power plant. Guizhou thought for a moment, and then said. At this time Rejoice came out. It's useless. The reason why we can build a city wall in the city center is. It's because the high-rise buildings here stretch endlessly. We just need to block intersections and other places. But the location of the thermal power plant is different. It's near the dock in a remote suburb. There are no buildings at all. The general scope of the power plant. There are more than 10 square kilometers. We can't get that many cars to build the city wall. And where there are no buildings, even if the city wall could be built, its structural strength is also questionable. Rejoice took over Guizhou's words, expressed his opinion. Tower, what do you think? I have no idea. You just make up your mind. Then let's go to the power plant and have a look first. We don't necessarily have to fence the entire power plant. Just improve the safety of the key factory buildings. Demingzi said casually. Demingzi's words have some internal and external meanings. Once you only choose to surround the power plant, then the staff inside, it's like being trapped on an island. This is not much different from going to jail. No one wants to work in a power plant. Even Demingzi's younger brother wouldn't be willing. In such a power plant, you may be attacked by zombies at any time. The safety of survivors is not guaranteed at all. Zombies can be guided manually. Once a zombie wave of more than 1,000 people occurs, this place could fall at any moment. It doesn't matter if we fall, but the equipment inside is susceptible to damage. Especially those who are hostile to Demingzi, this place could be captured at any time. Take a step and take a look. It really doesn't work. We'll lure the zombies away. Demingzi gritted his teeth and said, the city's old town and new town face each other across the river. The old city has a permanent population of more than 1 million, and a floating population of 4 to 5 million. There is also an uncounted foreign population. If 90% of people become zombies, there are probably millions of zombies near Guangxing district. This is simply beyond what humans can handle. And what Demingzi said about luring the zombies away, naturally. It has 2 meanings. One is to introduce zombie groups into the suburbs. There are few people there, but this way, after the fall of the suburbs, survivors will lack food sources. The other is to lure zombies onto the bridge across the river, take it to the new city. The population of the new city is several times that of the old city. Once it fails, the zombies in the new city will inevitably be provoked. And once there are survivors in the new city, survivors from both areas, a fierce conflict is bound to break out. This plan to divert disaster to the east may not be feasible, Guisho said after thinking for a while. Then don't worry about it for now, let's send people to the power plant first. Be quieter, let's take a look at the situation over there first. I don't believe it, a small power plant, and it leaves so many of us with nowhere to talk. What Demengzi did was right. If there is no construction, it won't attract a large number of zombies. After all, it's the so-called suburb over there. The population density is much smaller. So on the morning of the third day, when the sky just started to increase, Demengzi mobilized his troops in high spirits and gathered more than 100 men and horses, plus dozens of people on Dr. Lin's side. They headed towards the power plant in a mighty manner. The power plant is a highly polluting state-owned enterprise, so it can only be built in the suburbs. There is cooling water and other things that need to be discharged, so it's not very far from the river, just over a kilometer away. Rejoice arranged to use an excavator to dig out the sewers. Reduce the amount of earthwork construction, the way to get through the last mile. It has been recognized by several contractors. Only at this time, there are too many zombies nearby, noisy noise caused by construction. It will probably attract zombies. Therefore, there has been no construction for a long time. The construction workers are waiting for Demengzi's instructions. Zhang Wei, Yi Xiaobai and everyone also participated in the action to protect Dr. Lin. Protect Dr. Lin firmly in the center. If there is any problem in this power plant, we will take Dr. Lin and run away immediately, Zhang Wei solemnly said to Yi Xiaobai. Chapter 184 First Arrival at the Power Plant. Although Yi Xiaobai didn't know what Zhang Wei said, what does it mean, but he still nodded in agreement. It doesn't matter if all Demengzi's people die. But this doctorate is of great use. Even if the thermal power plant cannot be rebuilt, I'll have a chance to get some small generators, or something in the future. It's still possible. The reason why Yi Xiaobai pays so much attention to Dr. Lin is, it was because he found that Mr. Qin also paid special attention to this person. It is rumored that Mr. Qin can contact higher-level survivors. There are even transport helicopters. I don't know if it's true or false. If it is really possible to rebuild a civilized society in the future, it is always right to tie Dr. Lin to your own ship. Distance from thermal power plants. It's not very far. After exiting the third city wall, it's only a distance of 2 or 3 kilometers. There are many more zombies here than expected. It may be that the explosion in the supermarket not long ago attracted the zombies. More than 200 people were dispatched in full gear. No scattered zombies can block the edge. Occasionally encounter small groups of zombies. It can also be cleaned after being surrounded. Of course, this cleanup is only temporary. Just clear out the zombies within the field of vision, to prevent zombies from swarming in this direction. In a way, this kind of cleanup. Again in vain, because I came here one night, other wandering zombies, it will also contaminate the cleaned area here. This is a constant battle. If power from the power plant is restored, if human survivors aim to hunt zombies, it will take a year or two. It can also slowly clear out all the zombies. But this is just a small, four-tier city cleaning up its waterfront. It is not a provincial capital city with a population of 30 to 40 million people. The density of zombies in that kind of place is truly terrifying. Even if you only run out 1% to this old city, it can also have disastrous consequences. Zhang Wei and others have already seen the gate of the power plant in front of them. A 10-meter-long electric fence gate, it had been crushed and fell aside. It is estimated that when the zombie crisis broke out, someone drove away from inside, because the fence extends outward in an arrow shape from the inside out. Look at the distance between the folds. Apparently more than just a car escaped from it, and maybe the presence of big trucks. The power plant is not completely without walls. Its wall is about 1.2 meters high. There is barbed wire on it. Most likely it's still the power grid. The total height is estimated to be more than 1.5 meters. Such facilities are not anti-theft. It's about accidents happening to people waiting in there. At this time, such a wall is in vain. Zombies can easily cross over. Dried blood can be faintly seen on the iron net. There are probably zombies attacking here. Is it feasible to heighten this fence? Demengzi pointed to the wall, which was not high. It doesn't make much sense. There are not so many reinforced concrete and bricks. The wall below is a vacuum structure. It can't bear weight either. Tai Ta is a professional. The conclusion was drawn at once. Walk. Let's clear out the zombies inside first. Demingzi waved his hand coolly. Dozens of people rushed in a mighty manner. The power plant has several large workshops and buildings. It is not the small workshop that John Wei thought before. The area of the largest factory building, it's not even smaller than the previous supermarket. This is also the reason why power plants are built far away from urban areas. Taking into account the pollution factors, the cost of land was also taken into consideration. After all, to build such a huge factory, local governments need to consider land acquisition expenses. Not long after Demingzi's people entered, the roar of zombies came from inside. Not long after, Zhang Wei simply carried out the zombies in an orderly manner in pairs. A total of 43 corpses wearing Lin Yang electric power. Blue work clothes with lettering. Zhang Wei knows this place is called Lin Yang Electric Power Development Group Company. Ltd. It seems that these victims, they are all workers of this thermal power plant. Not long after, a fierce man, a large number of zombie corpses were moved out from other factories. Some have rotted, some have almost only skeletons left, some are still living corpses. It seems that the time of their death is not uniform. Zhang Wei guessed, just like the students at school, the survivors must have fought with zombies here. There must have been quite a few casualties. Otherwise, there wouldn't be corpses here that haven't completely decomposed yet. More than 2 months have passed. Most of the zombies are not dead. They will all be eaten by maggots or crows. Will this eliminate the zombies here? Zhang Wei always felt something was wrong. The feeling was the same as when he first approached a Walmart. If so, there is no possibility of huge casualties here. Demingzi's men are fully armed. If this can cause huge casualties, the attacking zombies numbered at least in the thousands. And judging from the zombies we cleared along the way, there is no such zombie horde. Gather all those zombies in one place. When the boat comes one day, just throw it into the river to feed the fish. Demingzi gave orders to Rejoice people, digging pits for burial and burning on site. Such conditions are not currently available. It would be a waste of time to move the bodies one by one. But the smell of corpses was still unbearable. Good. Rejoice naturally agreed. The corpses here will be washed into the sea by the river. There is no pollution of river water, because it is near the lower reaches of the river. The port next to it is also close to the sea. Dr. Lin, what do you think? After confirming the safety of the scene, Demingzi enthusiastically invited Dr. Lin to the power generation equipment room. No problem, the machine was not damaged during the power outage. However, some machines may not have been used for nearly half a year. A heat engine is required to use it. When do you think we can start generating electricity? Demingzi seemed a little impatient. Wait until the preparations are complete. At least we have to wait until coal comes. Once the generator here is activated, it's hard to stop anymore. Therefore, a huge amount of coal needs to be stored. The conditions for road transportation do not exist now. Therefore, water transport channels must be opened as soon as possible. Dr. Lin took out a pen and paper. Start recording the model and power of the machine in your notebook. We'll spend the night here tonight. Rejoice, Iron Tower, Stone Buddha, each of you sends out many troops. Go to the area around the power plant to stand sentinel. Be sure to ensure the safety inside, and it's best to let people take turns. Demingzi said to the 3 bosses. Demingzi is indeed a man of great skill. Zhang Wei sighed as he watched Demingzi, who was giving orders in an orderly manner. Well, this man is not simple. Yi Xiaobai also said. The vigilance of the end of the world can sometimes effectively avoid death. But Demingzi never thought of one problem. On a night without lights, the people he sent out could only rely on moonlight. However, it rained heavily yesterday, and it was still cloudy today. There was no vision at night. Once torches or flashlights were used, it would attract zombies instead. Shan Mao said to himself in the crowd. Chapter 185 Murder in the Night. Shan Mao's words were ignored by most people, but Zhang Cheng listened. This man who used to be a prison guard, Zhang Wei mostly felt a sense of justice. Not only did he prevent Demingzi from cutting off his own ears, it's more about his previous career. Zhang Wei knows, inside the old city prison, they are all extremely vicious criminals. Bobcat is a prison guard who must often interact with the people inside. This guy is definitely an old man. Even Demingzi was wary of him. It seemed that he was a stick man. Zhang Wei felt that Shan Mao was like the pastor and the mad dog. They were all lonely people. After Shan Mao finished speaking, he shrank into the crowd and stopped talking nonsense. Have you found the whereabouts of Mutu? Zhang Wei asked him. He knew that Shan Mao had been looking for the whereabouts of a man named Mutu from the beginning. No. Zhang Mao looked a little depressed. Then he stared at something hanging around his neck in a trance. What is this? Diving goggles. Zhang Wei looked at the thing hanging on the bobcat's neck and asked, it seems to be somewhat similar to my own telescope. This is a night vision device. The lynx looked at it, put it in the bag again. Night vision? Can you sell it to me? No matter how much food you have. Zhang Wei knows the use of this thing. You can see things at night, although it's that kind of green glow. Money has no meaning in this world. Food, it is a general equivalent. Sell it to you? You think too much. This was given to me by a friend. Would? Zhang Wei asked tentatively. Bobcat guy, people mentioned from beginning to end, there is only one person named Moo Moo. Lynx nodded. How can a prisoner give something like this to a prison guard? Zhang Wei didn't want to ask too many questions. Because before the prisoner is imprisoned, they all have to plunder all their belongings. And this night vision device of Bobcat, it seems to be more for military use. Maybe before Moo Moo is imprisoned, I already know the lynx. Zhang Wei can only understand it this way. I'll go out for a walk. Zhang Mao said to Zhang Wei. He doesn't get along with Demengzi's people. It is difficult for police and criminals to join forces. I've been hanging out with Zhang Wei's people recently. Zhang Wei also wanted to ask where the bobcat was going. The lynx left without looking back. Bobcat guy, I have a night vision device in my hand. It can be just like a real cat, seeing things at night. Zhang Wei was no longer worried. The strong men and horses on sentry duty, it spread out not long ago, escaped into the night. The rest of the people gathered together in groups of 3, and 5. Then use the unused coal collected from the power plant to make a fire for cooking. Those who light the fire should go outside. Be careful of gas poisoning. Demengzi said to the younger brothers around him. Many people receive rice. Now I can finally have a full meal. So everyone got busy. Demengzi doesn't care about anything else. Grabbed some small bosses such as UFO and Iron Tower. Then he started playing cards. A badly worn deck of playing cards. For the fun of survivors, a large number of people gathered around Demengzi and others to watch. Of course, these people are small leaders. And many ordinary hooligans are not qualified to watch. Zhang Wei fiddled with his backpack again. He found 2 bottles of vitamin tablets and took 2 pills from each bottle. In the end times, there are no suitable fruits and vegetables. The vitamin tablets found in the school clinic have become Zhang Wei's only way to supplement vitamins temporarily. Zhang Wei also had some protein powder and other things before, which have been consumed. However, these things have also produced certain benefits. His physical fitness is much better than when he first came out of school. The lynx went away for a long time and never came back. This made Zhang Wei feel a little worried. You stay here, I'll go out and wander around. After the end of the world, many people suffer from night blindness. I can't see clearly at night. Zhang Wei's eyesight is relatively normal. So I decided to go out and wander around. He brought his knife and solar flashlight. No one dared to snatch Zhang Wei's valuables. During this time, Zhang Wei's fame gradually spread. All survivors know that there is a man named Viagra. Students, he's a ruthless character. This person toughened up both Fengchi Huiding and City Light. Still with Demengzi, Mad Dog, and the others escaped unscathed from the fight. For a moment, Zhang Wei and Yi Xiaobai, like 2 blazing new stars rising, the story of the 2 men began to spread among the gangs. Zhang Wei knew this was a good thing. From now on, as long as I set up a flag, someone will come to vote, just like the Liangshan heroes occupying the land and becoming king. Zhang Wei quietly walked out from the door. A boy on guard at the door glanced at Zhang Wei with surprise. After seeing that it was one of my own, there's not too much nonsense either. Zhang Wei didn't know where the lynx went. But come to the power plant here, there is a broad road. His flashlight can shine quite far when turned on. Those locations are too dangerous. Zhang Wei had no intention of exploring. Zhang Wei just groped his way slowly. Turn on the flashlight occasionally. It's just shining on the land under your feet, so as not to radiate light, attract zombies. Not long after, he came to a fork in the road. There is a flat-roofed house here. This is a canteen, 20 or 30 square meters. The contents have been emptied. Things like tables and chairs, scattered all over the place. There are 3 to 5 zombies in this one. When daytime comes, it has been cleaned up by Demengzi's people. There is a wooden ladder behind the flat-roofed house to climb up. There are big men on guard duty above. Zhang Wei whistled softly, but there has been no response from anyone. This man left his post without permission? Zhang Wei remembered Demengzi's previous arrangements. These people he sent out, all of them are mature and steady bastards. Zhang Wei thought for a while, decided to go up and take a look. He walked to the ladder, holding his butcher's knife in his mouth, then slowly climbed up. After standing firm, Zhang Wei realized something was wrong. There was a person lying flat in front of him. Zhang Wei looked around and said, "Confirm the roof of these dozens of square meters, there is no other danger." Then he squatted down quietly. Body on the ground close by. Zhang Wei touched the carotid artery of the corpse. The body was still a little warm. The time of death should be within these 2 hours. Opened the corpse's pupils again, I shined a flashlight on it. It was confirmed that this person was dead, rather than being drunk or lethargic. Turned the body over. Zhang Wei found a sharp wound. His heart was probably stabbed from behind with a sharp object. This person, it was when I was on duty on the roof of the building, was attacked by someone else. Who did it? Zhang Wei took out his monocular telescope, looking into the distance from the edge of the roof. But the weather is bad, a gray patch. He could only see 10 meters away. He knew at this time, I can no longer turn on the flashlight. Once a light source is exposed, he will undoubtedly become the target of public criticism. Under the cover of night, centered on the entire power plant, there seems to be a murderous intent surrounding. Chapter 186 Ambush from all sides. Is there anyone in this city who dares to take action against Demengzi? Is it a lynx? He had no reason to do this. The person who killed this man, no way it's a bobcat. Zhang Wei knows, this century, it is impossible to pose a threat to the lone wolf survivors in this city. And someone stabbed me in the back, kill this sentry. That is to obviously erase the Demengzi sentry post. Not many people from Demengzi came, counting the people from the 3 major gangs, including Yi Xiaobai, Zhang Wei and others. It's less than 300. Along the way, people kept coming back to deliver letters or provide warnings. The real people inside the power plant, there were only 250 people. During the day, these people are twisted into a rope. Even when facing several times of siege, you could also have a fight. And now, it happened to be night. Facing the unknown, Demengzi will definitely choose to hide in the power plant. Because after leaving, the enemy is in the open and I am in the dark. It's like hitting an egg against a stone. Zhang Wei touched the temperature of the body again. Now that the weather is not very cold, this body still has some residual warmth. This means that the person was killed not too long ago. And since the murderer is not here, it means that he went to another place. Lynx Cat is in danger. This was Zhang Wei's first thought. Not necessarily, Lynx Cat is also a cautious person, and he has night vision goggles. This was Zhang Wei's second thought. This rooftop is also dangerous. This was Zhang Wei's third thought. He quickly rolled the body over, still facing down, and then disguised it as before. Then he quickly climbed down the ladder. I don't know the sound of the whistle just blowing. Have you been heard by the enemy? Zhang Wei felt that he was a little impulsive just now. But he only blew it to avoid misunderstanding the person who was watching the whistle. After getting off the rooftop, Zhang Wei hid in the room with his back against the wall. This is the most ideal defensive stance. Now he has 2 choices. One is to continue to explore in the direction outside, the other one rushed back immediately to report the news. Without hesitation, Zhang Wei directly chose the second one. Because his friends were still in the power plant. His past life memory told him that it would not be so easy to kill this person. When Zhang Wei was walking back, he felt a lot of noise coming from farther away on the road. There are zombies! This was his first thought. The faint roars indicated that zombies were approaching in this direction. Someone is guiding the zombies in this direction. Zhang Wei ran away. Now it was a race against time. At this time, many people were not prepared, and some had already fallen asleep. Once surrounded by zombies in the power plant, if you can't have any vision, there was almost no chance of survival. And Zhang Wei didn't know the number of zombies coming, and how many people are there in the dark. When Zhang Wei rushed to the power plant in a hurry, Demengzi was holding a cigarette and playing cards with several foremen there. It seemed that Zhang Wei was very unhappy with Zhang Wei, who ran in rashly. Is something wrong? There is an ambush. Zhang Wei said to Demengzi. There is no point in talking to others about this matter. A big decision must be made. Demengzi remained unmoved, keep playing cards. After a while, turning around, it was discovered that Zhang Wei had not left yet. What's the meaning? Demengzi looked at Zhang Wei as if he was joking. The person at the corner of the intersection was unplugged. People were uprooted. It means that a person has died. This is a gang term. Zhang Wei also learned from these people. My people? Zhang Wei nodded. Demengzi threw the cards to the ground, then he said, his grandma's, do my people dare to move? Copy guy. It just so happens that I feel bad about losing cards today. Then dozens of people behind immediately stood up. They all held iron rods, long knives and other things in their hands. It's not that simple, not just made by people. Someone set up a trap, lured the zombies over. Zhang Wei told everything about the roars of a large number of zombies that he heard. Only then did Demengzi realize the seriousness of the matter. On fighting, he could pick 10 out of a crowd with his bare hands. On fighting zombies, he still felt a little guilty. 1 or 2 zombies can still be eaten. Zombies swarm out. That is something that cannot be resisted by human power. Contact the people who are out and have a look, Demengzi said to Rejoice Tower and others. For subordinates who go out on sentry duty, their different gangs all have different contact details. Some are whistles, some are direct whistles, some are high fives, some also use light sources, or something like a laser light like Yi Xiaobai's person. When this person is on sentry duty, the distance is only about half a mile. Not long after, several boys ran back panting. His face turned pale and he said, "I can't even get in touch. How is that possible?" Demengzi also looked in disbelief. He sent people to all directions, and all of them were smart and capable. If no one survived, it meant that his people had been targeted when they were first sent out. Perhaps the enemy had been secretly observing them since they entered the power plant. Old Ghost, what do you think? Demengzi knew that the matter was not simple, and turned his eyes to Ghost Hand. The man with 8 fingers was slowly wiping his black sunglasses with lens paper. Wearing sunglasses in the middle of the night. Pretending to be blind? Yi Xiaobai, who was called over temporarily, stood beside Zhang Wei and said. Zhang Wei quickly covered Yi Xiaobai's mouth. If you offend Guizhou, you will die without knowing how. This guy is best at killing people with borrowed knives. There is something fishy, Guizhou said without raising his head. I think there is something fishy too. I have been losing in the card game today. There must be something fishy. Demengzi dug his nose. Then he said, "Damn it! You dare to touch my people. Even the King of Heaven will pluck your hair." Student, what was the scene like when you went there? Zhang Wei saw Demengzi asking him. And he no longer hesitated at this time. Because everyone was in the same boat. The body is still warm. Being attacked from behind, it should be a fatal blow. People died on the rooftop, the canteen at the intersection before. 1 knife kills? How much hatred is this? Are you really here for me? Demengzi grabbed his head in an exaggerated manner. I also pulled up all the sentry posts in all directions. This is obviously about making a dumpling. Since I want to eat this dumpling, then it depends on whether you can eat it or not. The stuffing inside is very hot, Demengzi said to himself. Then Demengzi began to give orders. Iron Tower, you lead 20 to 30 brothers out. Walk 100 to 200 meters outside the door. Get some flammable materials. In an open area, make a fire. The bigger the better. Take away 1/3 of the gasoline here. Rejoice, there is a drainage ditch nearby. You can go down to the northeast corner of the power plant. You lead 20 to 30 people to sneak in. See what the situation is outside. How many zombies are there? The drainage ditch, it is the underground passage that was planned to be dug and converted into a river. Wu-Fo, you separate some people, find escape routes in other directions from the power plant, and lead the brothers to quickly make torches. Just wrap the clothes with wooden strips, then dip it in gasoline. I took off all the clothes of the zombies I dealt with this time. The torches didn't have my orders. No one is allowed to light it. Rabid dog, forget it. You should stay with me. Boss, you can't trust me? The mad dog immediately ran over angrily. No, you are too impulsive. This matter is related to everyone's wealth and life. The enemy is dark, and we are clear. Don't mess around. Give me some work. Just do whatever you say. Okay then, on the way here, and around this power plant, there were a lot of broken down cars. You don't give a damn whether there's oil in the car or not. You take a dozen people with you. Go blow them all up for me. Boss, what's the use of this? Of course the explosion is used to disrupt the other party's hearing. There are also zombies that will follow wherever there is light. If the car is out of gas, you also help me lighten the car's tires. It can probably burn for a few hours. Bring some gasoline with you. It's easier to burn tires when you light them. Okay, boss. Be safe. Don't fight when you meet someone, Demengzi warned. The rest of the people, let's reinforce the defense of the power plant, Demengzi said with Zhang Wei and Yi Xiaobai. Chapter 187, The First Confrontation. Demengzi said to strengthen the defense of the power plant. That is of course really reinforced. Although this power plant looks unreliable, but there are also walls and barbed wire more than 1 meter high. It has a certain preventive effect on zombies. Demengzi just finished speaking immediately. More than a dozen boys rushed over. The fence gate that had been flattened at the entrance was erected. I also found a lot of things to support inside. Such a simple fortification was formed. Put the fitter and his men in front. Demengzi said to the iron tower. The fitter is the younger brother of the tower. Command the tower. The fitter will comply. Zhang Wei knows, this approach is the most sensible. Fitter steel soldiers, it is a branch with long weapons. To deal with the previous waves of zombies, there is no problem. Gently poke the zombie in the brain with a stick. Basically no zombies can resist it. But this can only withstand the previous waves of zombie attacks. Because when the corpse of a zombie accumulated to a certain extent, the fence gate has lost its function. Zombies will step on corpses and climb over. But at this time, resist the zombies. This can buy time for UFO, who is looking for a way out, and Rejoice, who is walking through the sewers to the outside. If I could hold until dawn, the risk is a bit smaller. As long as you are not surrounded by zombies in the wilderness. This place a power plant, 200 to 300 troops, with sufficient weapons, it can also be defended. Except for those sent out, all people, scatter them all around the power plant, don't get together, don't show your head either, there may be looters. Demengzi gave orders to the people below. Looters? When hearing this word, many leaders frowned, and more people looked confused. But Zhang Wei knew the real horror of looters. Not only because they kill people, set fires and plunder resources, but because of their methods, conspiracies and tricks, and their unconventional ways. The style of this accident, but it is very similar to the style of looters. Zhang Wei knew that there were looters everywhere, even in the wilderness, there were lone wolf looters. But in the old city, although there are some useless scoundrels like Bo Gu, Pai Zai and Viper, they are far from being real looters. And those who dare to attack Demengzi's hundreds of people are definitely not ordinary people. Zhang Wei even has a bold guess that these people may not be from the old city, but from other cities. While Zhang Wei was still thinking, Yi Xiaobai and the people Zhang Wei brought with him also gathered together one after another. They also gradually learned that there were intruder news. And these invaders, who are not afraid of death, he also touched Demengzi's people. Take it easy, keep your weapons away from you, and don't go outside the fence. Zhang Wei gave orders to the brothers next to him. Since there are people from Demengzi going to lay on the periphery, they are these out-of-date students, naturally. Just defend well inside. Old Ghost, do you have anything else to add? Demengzi suddenly asked Guisho. To be honest, after Demengzi gave the order, this has been considered thoroughly. Even Zhang Wei had to admire him. Have no idea. Plans cannot keep up with changes. Take a step and see. The people inside, please turn off the gasoline lights. Ghost Hand said. People who were Big Mingzi before, chatting at the power plant, playing cards, eating, etc. For lighting, made some homemade gasoline lamps. Just use metal cans to hold gasoline. Then stuff a piece of cloth or something and light it. At this time, people inside, against the backdrop of the gasoline lamp light, it has undoubtedly become a living target. One more question, we cannot place all our hopes on defense, think of other ways. Ghost Hand added. Attack? This is not a rational time. Demengzi was surprised by Guisho's answer. No, not an attack, it's the rescue troops. If we really fight against the marauders and zombies later, there must be chaos at the scene. We want to take advantage of the chaos, send a few more people. To go. City wall. Internally deploy troops and generals. Another 1,800 people came to the city. The inside should be coordinated with the outside. No plunderer will be our match. Aren't the people from Rejoice and Wufwa gone? The passage that the rejoicing people walk, that's a waterway. It can only lead to the pier. Waiting for their people to call the master back, that was a long time later. As for UFO, I can't see through this person. The last half sentence, Ghost Hand's voice has become very soft. Because UFO has been slowly walking towards this side. Demengzi understood the meaning of Ghost Hand's Feng Shan, who was under UFO before. Inside the undercover construction site meeting, the construction site committee lost hundreds of people, turned into a zombie in the supermarket. Later, another subordinate of UFO, Lang Shan, they also blew up all Demengzi's retreat routes. Although UFO killed Lang Shan as his declaration of innocence, but can this person be trusted? No one can guarantee it. So Demengzi also kept an eye on it. He said to Zhang Wei and Yi Xiaobai, you two students, if there is a chance, just kill him from behind, go to the city wall and gather people over. Just say it was released by Demengzi, the secret code we set, yes. The King of Heaven covers the Tiger of the Earth, Pagoda Town Pig Demon. Pagoda Stewed Pork Loin? Yi Xiaobai still wanted to laugh, but seeing Demingzi's serious face, I had to suppress my smile again. It's Pagoda Town Pig Demon, Zhang Wei added. Although I don't know why it is not a Pagoda Town River Demon, but Demingzi does not play cards according to common sense, the strange secret number of changing points, I don't care. There is a zombie here. The hustle and bustle came from the crowd. Zhang Wei knows, the real challenge is here. Upper, go up. Go up, at least 3 hours for me, Demingzi shouted. More than a dozen zombies rushed over the fence door. More zombies followed. The roar became denser and clearer. The survivors inside rushed out without hesitation. Fight the first wave of zombies near the door. This is what Demingzi means. Don't let the corpses of zombies. The backlog is built around a wall or fence from the beginning. Otherwise, zombies will follow. It will be like walking on flat ground. Zhang Wei knows. This situation is not very good. As long as there are zombies running in this direction, zombies from other places will be attracted, because zombies have a swarm effect. A huge fire started in the distance. Just like a bonfire party. Zhang Wei knew that it was the fire that Tieta had started when he was waiting for someone to go out. At the same time, many zombies were attracted by the light, and the pressure on the power plant was relieved. Zhang Wei had seen that the 20 or 30 people sent by Tieta had already rushed back in the direction they came out. A dozen people also went out to support them. Seeing the two waves of people being divided by the zombies, or surrounded by more zombies, a huge explosion sounded not far away, causing most of the zombies to stagnate. More zombies were attracted by the explosion. Zhang Wei knew that it was the mad dog that detonated the car. Chapter 188 The Source of Zombies. The explosions of cars sounded one after another. Zhang Wei knows. It was Mad Dog who led the crowd to blow up more cars. This is a suburb of the city. It's not like the city center. All the cars' gasoline was stolen. Continuous surges of sound. At the same time, a shocking fire light was reflected, very conspicuous in the dark night. When the fires in many places illuminated the field of vision, those on the scene realized the seriousness of the situation. There were more zombies around than expected. At this time, Zhang Wei. I also admire Demingzi's reason even more. After there is fire, the vision becomes clearer. Where are there more zombies? Where the defense is weaker, it's clear at a glance. And if there are other enemies, it can also be seen at a glance. Zhang Wei guessed, at this time, those enemies must have been hiding in the dark for a long time. They lured these zombies. There must also be a more powerful backhand. Not long after, several of Shifo's younger brothers, who went to explore the back, came back in a hurry. Report to Demingzi. Zombies. There are zombies everywhere. The zombies are moving towards the power plant. Someone really wants to make dumplings. Old Ghost, do you think he is from Fenghua, or was it someone from City Lights? Demingzi wants to take down the power plant. Not many people know. Have no idea. It's hard to say. If it were them, that would be too risky. How do you say this? First, the aborigines of these groups were all severely injured in the supermarket accident. When the Fire Phoenix left, you still let her live. And once they decide to take action against you, it means completely breaking the skin. I don't think they would do such a risky thing. If they hadn't been hit hard at Walmart, it would still be possible. Are they really looters? Top it. A zombie has entered the fence in the northeast corner. Go and top it for me. Demingzi shouted angrily at the dozens of people standing scattered behind, who had not yet moved. I still don't know what the situation is. Demingzi asked for not trying his best to defend. Keep. Mobile soldier, be prepared if something goes wrong, use it when running. So 3 or 5 more people came. The gap in the northeast corner was filled in an instant. These people are the elite among the gangsters. The big knife pointed directly at the zombie's neck. One knife down, there are almost no zombies that can stand up. Is there a feasible way out later? Demingzi asked Wu Fo's men who were looking for a way out. There are not as many zombies as before, but there was no light. Can't see clearly in the dark. I don't know if there are any zombies. Then wait a little longer. There are still 3 to 5 hours before dawn. Until dawn, it can attract so many zombies. He also managed to deal with the sentinels without anyone noticing. This is not something that 3 or 5 looters can do. The ghost walked back and forth in the room with his hands behind his back. I know, I just don't know what kind of backup they have. I just feel so passive. Demingzi called over a younger brother, fumbled over and over from his body. Just when this little brother was feeling furious, Demingzi called another younger brother. Finally, I found half a pack of cigarettes in his trouser pocket. We must build a cigarette factory in the future, Demingzi said loudly. The boy next to him nodded in agreement. This reminded Zhang Wei of the missing Xiao Xinxiong. If the toilet paper guy is here, he will also nod in agreement. All the brothers inside. Get out. The brothers on the periphery retreated to recuperate. Keep up your physical strength. Everyone rotates with each other. Demingzi started giving orders again. Now Zhang Wei and others can no longer work as foreigners. He had no choice but to pick up the knife and kill him. Zhang Wei's approach is relatively conservative. Try not to go outside the power plant wall. Defend against the wall. Because he was not sure whether the enemy had weapons similar to crossbows. No visibility at night, this kind of weapon is impossible to defend against. Other Lurenjia, who Dai, Pei Wu and others also followed suit. For safety reasons, Zhang Wei. And from the head of a hunted zombie, I took off a safety helmet and put it on. It seems like this zombie, he was also a worker during his lifetime. The thugs who came back to rest, I didn't stand aside and watch the show instead. He was sorting out his weapons. Some machetes are blunt. I found a whetstone to sharpen the blade. So did the pikemen and steelworkers. Demingzi makes people carry these things with them all the time. Just to keep the weapon in the best condition. The bodies gradually piled up. The roll of walls has also become less important. Many times, the survivors just let the zombies go to the ground inside the power plant for disposal. Because the peripheral areas, there is almost no place to stand. Why are there so many zombies? Isn't this a suburb? Demingzi felt suspicious, asked the person next to you. Even if this zombie was deliberately led here by the looters, there shouldn't be so many. Are there any crowded places nearby? Guisho called over a porter helper. People from the wharf gang are relatively familiar with this area. In the past, there were more people at the pier. Later, smuggling became rampant. I was repeatedly inspected and suppressed by police officers. This place is basically in ruins. A real business person, I have gone to the docks and other places for a long time. People doing shady business have stopped coming here. So this place is considered abandoned. This guy explained. Wang Yukun did it. Demingzi turned around and asked. Wang Yukun. That is, Gunzi. He is also the current police chief of the old city. I heard that he is also the head of the serious crime team. The younger brother nodded. Why are there so many zombies after all? Demingzi walked around the periphery and checked the clothes of the zombies one by one. He looked at 20 to 30 in a row. They are not from the dock. Their clothes are wrong. Demingzi came to a conclusion. The people at the dock are mostly workers. Many of these zombies are dressed beautifully. Some are dressed in suits. And many are dressed like office workers. These are not locals. Demingzi, who observed meticulously, came to such a conclusion. Please show me the map here. Demingzi called another subordinate. Soon, a younger brother brought a wooden table, lit a gasoline lamp, and Demingzi bent down to look. What is this place? Demingzi asked a younger brother next to him. This is a cross-river bridge, 243 meters long. Still under construction. Not open. But the beams have been laid, and people can pass through. Is the other end of this bridge the new city? Demingzi asked the younger brother. Yes, at the end is a port in the new city. If there was no zombie crisis, this bridge can be open to traffic before the end of the year. That's right, the zombies are coming from the other side of the bridge. Demingzi suddenly realized. Guisho's eyes also lit up instantly. No wonder the stick has been suppressing the wharf gangs up here. They say they want to crack down on organized crime and improve the business environment. In fact, we have already prepared for the transfer of industries in the new urban area. Right? I heard that Sticky turned out to be the deputy director of Xinqing district. I came here to be the director of the bureau. It seems things are not that simple. Demingzi muttered to himself. But all this is meaningless due to the outbreak of the zombie crisis. Right? Ghost Hands interjected. It's all meaningless. Lin Lao who died in vain. Demingzi lit the cigarette, stuffed it in his mouth. Chapter 189 New and Old Towns. If the zombie swarm was attracted from the new city, then it all makes sense. Demingzi suddenly realized. The ghost hand turned back and forth twice, said, after the end of the world, we will have no contact with the new city. On the largest cross-river bridge, already blocked by a large number of cars, I heard the refugees say, when the zombie crisis just broke out in our old city, people over there in Xinqing district, a wall more than 10 meters high has been built with reinforced concrete. The purpose is to prevent the spread of the zombie crisis. Well, that was more than 2 months ago. Someone from the old town who came back from an adventurous swim in the river said, the new city has long since fallen, our prefecture-level city. It is divided into 2 urban areas. The old and the new. Although the land area of the 2 urban areas is almost the same, but the population of the new city is 4 to 5 times that of our old city. Demingzi also took up the conversation. If all of the new city falls, if there are no survivors to check and balance the zombie swarms in the new city number in the tens of millions. After all, this is a quasi-second-tier coastal city. Everyone understood what Demingzi meant. Although the original Cross River Bridge connecting the two urban areas has been blocked, but the Cross River Bridge at this pier has been opened. Although I don't know why zombies suddenly appeared in large numbers here, but it must have come from the bridge. Follow the zombies surrounding the power plant, there are estimated to be several thousand. But if compared to the new urban area, even if there are 8,000 zombies, it's just a drop in the bucket. What I'm worried about is, after all, this bridge is the port connecting the new city. And our area is also a suburb, we might be able to deal with the zombies, it can also block bridges. But the biggest bridge, but it is connected to the most prosperous places in the city center, if the wall that was built is broken through, the old city will be destroyed. After Guizhou said this, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. If this is the case, the city has no choice but to give up on the old town. Everyone can only go up to the mountains to fight guerrillas. That's the only way to survive. Don't worry about these things now, wait until daybreak to see the situation. Demingzi made a concluding speech. Then Demingzi went directly into the power plant, falling asleep on a couch in an office. Soon, he was snoring like thunder. Can you fall asleep here? Zhang Wei looked at Yi Xiaobai. Yi Xiaobai also showed a helpless expression. Because Demingzi seems to have really fallen asleep, rather than pretending. Later, Yi Xiaobai suddenly shouted at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei didn't even look at it, the backhand is to swing the knife away. A zombie took 2 steps back, and fell to the ground. Are you out of strength? No zombie heads were seen rising into the sky. Yi Xiaobai said with a smile. Save your energy, I guess there will be more to play after daybreak. Zhang Wei responded. The zombies approach, he had already realized it. The knife just came out, he just needs to exert a little more strength. This zombie will be separated from its body, but Zhang Wei did not do this. Cutting the zombie's neck nerves. It will also fall down. Zhang Wei did not bring a whetstone. And at this time, he was thinking about how to better protect the edge of the blade. Yi Xiaobai didn't care. The long knife Qin he gave him had been broken by Demingzi in the previous fight with Demingzi. Now she was using 2 small short daggers, stabbing the zombies' eye sockets accurately. There was not much blood flowing out. This would not stain his clothes. Other teammates, such as Pei Wu, Hu Dai and others, were also bloodthirsty. For them, kill zombies, this has become a common occurrence. They are no longer the unseen students who just graduated from Old City High School. In these few months, whether it is skills or knowledge, all have grown a lot. This is the end of the world, extreme environment, people grow up very quickly. While Zhang Wei was dealing with zombies, while looking to the side, the rabid dog that went to blow up the car has returned, guarding around Lin Yuanxiu's temporary office. It seems that before leaving, Demingzi gave Mad Dog an order to protect Dr. Lin. The people that Tieta sent out to light the bonfire have also returned. Although 2 or 3 people were killed, the rest were hardly injured. What should we do next? Yi Xiaobai came over and asked. I don't know. Let's talk about it in the morning. Demingzi asked us to find a chance to break out. So let's break out. I always feel that Demingzi seems to want us to die directly. It's hard to say. Maybe those who stay behind are really dead. After listening to Demingzi's words that the zombies might come from the new city area, Zhang Wei also understood the reason why the survivors of the power plant in his previous life suffered heavy losses. But because he went out to look for bobcats before, the accident in which the person on guard duty was killed was discovered in advance. Let the survivors of the power plant have a defense. The car was also detonated in advance, a bonfire was built, maybe the loss won't be as big as it was. Until now, a team of survivors from the power plant, there were not many casualties. Do you know about Xinqing district? Zhang Wei asked Yi Xiaobai. All Zhang Wei's relevant past life memories, it ends here in the old town. He had not been to the city beyond the old town. But he knows, after 3 years. To be precise, it's 2.5 years from now, the city will be in a huge crisis. An unprecedented zombie siege swept the city. I've been there before, there is a force in the old city now. Century New City, their words matter to others, I heard that it has a certain relationship with the people in Xinqing district. And the people in Central Square, I heard that it is also related to people in Xinqing district. Yi Xiaobai said. Century New City? It was this time that I listened to Lawyer Qin's advice. Have you not come to Century New City at Walmart supermarket? Yes, The speaker in the central square is Mr. Qin Tianshou. They also have connections with people in the new town. I heard through the grapevine that Mr. Qin's ex-wife is a powerful person in Xinjiang district. So when the zombie crisis first broke out, Mr. Qin can contact the transport plane to drop food. Mr. Qin's ex-wife? Isn't that Qin Yi's mother? Zhang Wei looked to the side. This time Qin Yi also came over. Not far away. They were diligently killing zombies. This college student's sister carrying a big skateboard. I didn't expect it to have such a big background. Due to some changes in the past, Qin Yi's father and mother divorced. That was before the zombie crisis broke out. Well, family matters are difficult to resolve. Never mind. Let's not talk about this anymore. Zhang Wei knows, although Qin Tianshou divorced that so-and-so, but since Qin Tianshou can use some special means, contact the other party. If you let them use helicopters or transport planes to deliver food, this shows that there is still a certain amount of affection between the couple. What happened in Xinjiang district? Why are there so many zombies coming? Zhang Wei muttered to himself. Chapter 190 Thick Fog. It is certain that the new city area is occupied by zombies, otherwise there would not be any survivors who risked swimming from the new city area back to the old city area. This is a river channel that flows into the sea with a width of more than 200 meters. People who swim over here have to take certain risks. Of course, Zhang Wei guessed that. Those who risked swimming over here must have used tools, such as wooden boards, basketballs and the like. It can also be seen from this that the density of zombies in the old city area is not as high as that in the new city area. Otherwise, these people would not have survivorship bias. Rather swim from the river. After Zhang Wei cleaned up a dozen zombies, just retreated behind the scenes. The current situation is not too bad. It's not yet time for him to take action with all his strength. He started walking around the power plant. How big is this power plant? But it also has an area of about 10 square kilometers. Except for the factory building, equipment room, workers' apartment, administrative building, boiler room, places like parking sheds, the remaining movable area, that's an area of 2 to 3 square kilometers. After removing the green belt and some firefighting facilities, the rest of the activities are. It's only 1 or 2 square kilometers. Demengzi's people wandered within this 2 square kilometers fight zombies. Maybe when you are exhausted or running out of ammunition and food, he had to retreat to the factory to rest. But that would be very passive. So Demengzi asked everyone, they all attack with all their strength, blocked the zombies around the wall. When Zhang Wei was walking around, I met Ghost Hands, who was peeing behind the factory building. Ghost Hands pulled up his pants nonchalantly. Zhang Wei just nodded slightly. This guy Guisho, in the supermarket before, revealed that he was the murderer of the plumber. He almost died in the hands of the Iron Tower. This kept him from getting close to this person. And Zhang Wei has a feeling, this man can see into everyone's mind. Go slowly, student boy. When Zhang Wei still wanted to leave, he was stopped by Ghost Hands. What's up? Zhang Wei didn't want to talk to this guy. No. Let's talk. What do you want to talk about? I don't know. Just talk casually. I can see that you are a smart person. I noticed you since you entered this city. Since I entered this city? Yes. That was when you passed by the rooftop. You helped the fitter out. And Tieta was there at the time. So, that's why Tieta hesitated at the beginning of the mall. And didn't deal with you. Otherwise you wouldn't be alive now. That old man named Lu Guliang. Wasn't it you who ordered it? I guess so. Ghost Hand admitted it frankly. Why? I have no grudges against you. I don't know why, just go with the flow. Do you know Go? Some people are chess players. Some people are chess pieces. This area of the old city is just a corner of the chessboard. Many people who think they are chess players, they have all been used as pawns. In Zhang Wei's eyes, people like Demengzi and Stick, maybe he can be considered a chess player. I'm different. I am a cripple, my remaining 3 fingers, in addition to being able to hold the chess pieces, nothing else can be held. Some people lose chess just because they lose chess. And I lost the chess game, then you lose your life. Ghost Hand showed his right hand. The fingers of this hand, only the thumb remains, index finger, middle finger. The remaining 2 fingers were broken off at the base. On the contrary, what he said was that he could only hold the chess piece. Exactly the same. Such a hand, he cannot hold a knife or a stick. Unless he's left-handed. Your finger, was it really broken by Demengzi? Zhang Wei thought of the rumor, Guisho, and Demengzi lost in gambling. Put your finger on your life, then he had to submit to Demengzi. That was before the zombie crisis broke out. What a bloody and crazy game. Is it? Ghost Hand's answer was ambiguous. Zhang Wei guessed that. This might be a kind of acquiescence. I'm leaving. Ghost Hand didn't seem to want to talk about the topic related to his finger, and stopped talking nonsense with Zhang Wei, and left in a hurry. After Ghost Hand left, Zhang Wei continued to walk around for a few rounds, which was called walking around, but in fact, he was familiar with the environment. In case the situation was not right, he could lead his brothers to retreat. 2 hours passed. The survivors didn't know how many zombies they had dealt with. Most of the power plant was piled with zombie corpses, leaving almost no place to step. Demingzi finally woke up from his deep sleep. He walked around and counted the number of people. Then he looked at his Rolex gold watch. Such a quartz watch is a rare and valuable item in the end times. There are still 3 hours until dawn. Damn it. It's so noisy that I can't sleep well. Demingzi picked his ears. There were still zombie roars in the distance. Why is it so foggy? Demingzi said suddenly. All people followed his gaze. Only then did I realize that there was a layer of water vapor-like stuff surrounding the power plant. The bonfire lit by the people sent out by the iron tower has long been extinguished. But the car set on fire by rabid dogs and others, the car was burned down to the frame. The tires are still burning, seeing the fire getting smaller and smaller. All the people before, they all thought it was because the burning material was about to burn out. It seems now, it was this heavy fog that filled the air. This made Demingzi very unhappy. This way is fire warning system. It loses its original function. Tell the people below not to go out. Defend inside the wall. Demingzi ordered again. In the past, when there were more zombies, occasionally 1 or 2 people go out, attract the attention of zombies by the way. Add some flammable materials such as tires to the burning car. At this moment, Demingzi seemed determined to defend to the death. The enemy who never shows up in the dark, let Demingzi have to do this. Be careful when sailing the ship that lasts forever. Zhang Wei naturally wanted to do this. He immediately called his brothers into the factory. Things like the guard at the wall. Of course there are big men who do it. Everyone have a good rest. Just wait until daybreak. Zhang Wei is more optimistic. Although the fog is very heavy now, but the fog is not man-made, such as Seaside City, a little sea fog or something is normal. Maybe it will disperse after dawn. Even if the fog does not dissipate, 10 meters of visibility is always available. The fog is fair to both our own side and the enemy. Having more people doesn't even have much of an advantage. Get your equipment in order, eat something. Zhang Wei poured some rice out of his bag. This time I went out. Zhang Wei brought 3 mineral water bottles. One of them is special fried rice. One is pure water, the other one is raw rice. This way you can ensure your physical fitness at any time, even under conditions where fire cannot be made. You can also have fried rice to satisfy your hunger. And the device of the mineral water bottle, it can effectively prevent moisture and flooding, prevent food from spoiling. And next to these 3 bottles, there is also a bamboo tube. There was something carefully wrapped in a towel inside. It was the detonator that Demingzi threw to Zhang Wei before. This thing is too dangerous. Zhang Wei originally planned to hide in Yi Xiaobai's base. But think of the huge casualties that occurred in power plants. Zhang Wei brought it out again. Yi Xiaobai also followed suit, cut a badminton barrel in half, installed his detonator. We have 2 trump cards, Yi Xiaobai said with a smile. Chapter 191 Unknown Death. I originally planned to save this trump card for dealing with Demingzi, Zhang Wei said embarrassedly. Me too, Yi Xiaobai also said with a smile. Both of them smiled awkwardly and tacitly. This is a villain's attitude towards a gentleman. These 2 detonators, it was the big Mingzi who stuffed it into the arms of both of them. 1 per person. In order to keep them safe on the 6th floor of Walmart. This detonator was borrowed by the guy in Huapao from someone from the mine gang. Zhang Wei saw the tremendous power of this detonator. An elevator more than 10 meters long was blown to pieces. Parts of the building walls collapsed. Zhang Wei weighed it in his hand. The amount of gunpowder in this detonator should not be reduced. When Laishan was used to clear the block passage on the 3rd floor, the amount of ammunition is only 1/3. Something like this, lost in a dense crowd or a group of zombies, things within 10 square meters, they will all be blown to pieces. 3 hours passed quickly. Although the density of the fog continued to increase, the number of zombies did not decrease. Zhang Wei guessed that someone must have secretly led the zombies here. Or the zombies smelled the blood. Finally, the sky was slightly brighter, and the vision gradually became clearer. It was no longer a pitch-black night. If there was no fog, a faint white should appear in the distant sky at this time. Zhang Wei guessed. It's hard to say. Maybe it's the rising sun. And the morning glow is all over the sky. Yi Xiaobai likes to pick on Zhang Wei's words. The most dangerous time has come. Zhang Wei felt that his eyelids were about to fight. This is because I didn't sleep all night. So does everyone else. I was in a state of tension and excitement all night. But once dawn comes, we'll become involuntarily relaxed, you could almost fall asleep. How far is the visibility? Demengzi asked the people around him. Less than 15 meters. His grandma's, after the end of the world. The climate will be abnormal. When have you ever seen such heavy fog? Tell you bastards to stop smoking. Now that's it, the greenhouse effect is coming. Demengzi pointed at several younger brothers and yelled. Is there a relationship between the greenhouse effect and heavy fog? Lu Renjiao was stunned. Big Mingzi has no culture, or maybe you're pretending to be stupid. Don't talk nonsense. Zhang Wei whispered to Lu Renjiao. The burning flames gradually extinguished before dawn. After the heavy fog, Demengzi's people cleared away the zombies around them. He deliberately kept quiet again. Soon there were fewer zombies around. Lao Wu, you send a few people out to take a look. What's going on outside? Demengzi said to Wu Fo. The words of Ghost Hand before made him be cautious of Wu Fo. Wu Fo was a cautious person. And he knew that if he went out alone, or 3 or 5 people, the result would be the same. So he said to one of his younger brothers, Sure San, go out and check the situation. Don't go too far. Come back in 30 or 50 meters. A scoundrel nodded, picked up a piece of wood, and held a long knife, and then bent over and carefully walked out. The wood was used for defense, and the long knife was used for attack. Such equipment can be used to move forward and backward freely. 3 minutes later, there was no reply. Not even footsteps, there was no scream. Sure San? Wu Fo shouted in the direction Sure San was going. No response instead. The zombies in the distance roared crazily. It is estimated that dozens more zombies heard the sound, ran in this direction. Your people ran away? Demengzi asked Wu Fo. Not so much, this man is trustworthy. Wu Fo said firmly. You can hear it, this is one of his confidants. 2 more people. Before Demengzi could speak, Wu Fo waved his hand. The 2 men had very solemn expressions. But they had no intention of disobeying Wu Fo. The 2 men borrowed 2 construction helmets from the people next to them, put on wrist guards and leg guards, and took a temporary shield made of stainless steel. When they were about to cross the fence gate, Demengzi suddenly remembered something and said, Wait, tie a rope around their waists, and find them alive or dead. There was no rope at this time. And Demengzi's brother suddenly had an idea, and went to an abandoned factory to find a few bundles of unopened wires. This cable is not much worse than a rope. The 2 tied the rope around their waists, and were about to leave when the Ghost Hand came forward again, and tied the wires around their waists into a knot. Bend the wire in half. If you 2 die, we have to pull your bodies back. This wire can't bear your weight of 100 to 180 kilograms. Although the Ghost Hand's words were not very auspicious, they were also true. Demengzi didn't say anything, which meant he agreed. So the 2 men wrapped the wires around their waists a few more times, and then slowly walked out. Half a minute later, 2 screams came. Pull. Demengzi gave the order decisively. The dozen or so gangsters here, immediately divided into 2 teams, it was pulled hard like a tug of war. Judging from the straight wires, at least the 2 bodies were still there. Maybe the 2 of them were just injured, there is no death. A large number of zombie corpses covered the ground, gives great resistance to pulling. But the most important thing inside the wall is people. After adding 2 more people, the resistance becomes much smaller. Not long after, 2 corpses appeared in everyone's sight one after another. Zhang Wei made an estimate, it's about 20 meters long. Although the field of view visibility is not exactly 15 meters, but it's not much different. They're all dead? Looking at the corpse with its head tilted, Zhang Wei came to such a conclusion. Pull back, look how he died. Demengzi's face was ashen. Wu Fo's face wasn't very good looking either. He sent out all good men. If all his people died in such an unclear manner, then it is estimated that no one here today can get out of this heavy fog. Neither can Big Mingzi. Certainly, the same goes for himself. Just when the body was close to only about 10 meters away, the zombie corpses were almost piled up into a wall. The body tied up with the rope was inevitably stuck again. Stay steady, don't break the rope, Ghost Hand reminded. If the rope breaks, it means sending someone to check the body 10 meters away. That is undoubtedly a huge danger. At this time, only the 1-meter-high wall of the power plant. It can give people a temporary sense of security. Just when the person pulling the rope was slightly relieved, the wire rope was suddenly stretched straight. as if a huge force was pulling the body on the other side. What's going on? Demingzi also widened his eyes in disbelief. There were no people around the body, nor zombies. What was pulling the body? He absolutely did not believe that there was a supernatural power in this doomsday. The other rope was also suddenly stretched straight, and one of the bodies was almost hanging in the air. No. There is also a rope pulling the body in the deep fog. John Wei was shocked. Chapter 192 Life-Keeping Spear Gun. Deep in the fog, there are other thing. The corpse of Wu Fo's men was being pulled. So much so that the two people who were originally stuck by the zombie corpses on the ground, one of them was actually hanging in the air. Pull back, even if the body is broken. I can pull it back. Demingzi personally gave the order. He desperately wanted to know, what is it that can kill people invisibly and instantly? There was no chance to struggle or escape. Demingzi does not believe in supernatural powers. But if it is other types of physical killers, then it must be in the hands of his big man. The most indispensable thing here at Demingzi is people. He just finished speaking. 3 or 5 younger brothers rushed forward. Followed. Suddenly the hanging corpse was the center. It's like a tug-of-war. Blood oozed from the hanging corpse. Wisps fell to the ground one by one. The chest and abdomen are injured, Demingzi said. The people on Demingzi's side gradually gained the upper hand, watching the corpse slowly coming over. I wonder if there are zombies coming, because it disrupted the opponent's pulling rhythm. The strength on the other side seems to be somewhat insufficient. Just when everyone thought they had a chance to win, the sound of a car's engine was heard in the fog. The wire suddenly stretched straight again. Hold on. The person who lives behind the wires at the end quickly removed the excess wires, wrapped around his waist. Piu. A sound came. A wire not far away suddenly broke. The corpse hanging in the air. Suddenly I was hit by someone on the other side. I don't know if it was a rope or something, pulled into the depths of the fog. Keep the other one. Ghost Hand shouted quickly. Suddenly everyone grabbed the other person's body. I just don't dare to use brute force like before. Worry about breaking the rope again. But this body is not hanging in the air, but there is also a huge force pulling on the other side. Zhang Wei knows, if you delay any longer, it will be man versus car again. Touch it out. Get the body back. Demingzi waved his hand. 4 or 5 people touched the ground. Walk. Let's go take a look too. Zhang Wei said to Yi Xiaobai. He heard the sound of the car's engine, at least 40 or 50 meters away, and this corpse, just less than 10 meters in front of me. Use a large number of zombie corpses as cover. Zhang Wei is confident. Just hit them with machine guns from the opposite side. He can also hide safely. And most importantly, in his and Yi Xiaobai's backpacks, each has a detonator. If a car or an enemy approaches, light one and throw it out. Not to mention a car, even the iron bastard tank can defeat it. The body was pierced by a javelin. The person who touched it first said, Javelin! Demingzi looked at the iron tower. His steel workers, they are the famous javelin soldiers. Not steel. Tai Ta's eyes were also fixed on the position of the corpse. Cut the opposite line. Zhang Wei threw his knife away. The knife stuck to the ground and didn't move at all. The nearest gangster picked up Zhang Wei's butcher knife. The knife struck the opposite rope. A sound like plucked string sounded. The rope on the opposite side disappeared instantly. The 4 or 5 boys who went out immediately carried the body of the dead gangster back. A group of about 10 people stayed on guard beside the wall. The remaining people came to an abandoned factory together. A boy lit a gasoline lamp. Ghost Hand reached out and took it with his severed hand. It shined over the corpse. Big Mingzi, Iron Tower, Wufwa, Mad Dog and others immediately surrounded him. What is it? Demingzi asked. The Ghost Hand turned the body over. It's back facing up. Then reverse that. Javelin. The weapon was drawn. This is. Looking at this thing glowing coldly under the firelight, everyone was stunned for a moment. This is a spear gun. One of Rejoice's younger brothers said. Have you seen it? Demingzi asked doubtfully. Yes, this is a spear gun. It is used by sea fishermen to hunt large fish. A spear gun like this model, it can easily penetrate large fish 7 or 8 meters underwater. The penetration power is very terrifying. No wonder. Demingzi was thoughtful. Everyone turned their attention to the remnants of the spear gun again. Rope. Is this a fishing line? Demingzi pulled it to his eyes and took a look. Yes. This line is not simple. It can make the car pull continuously, naturally not simple. This is not a simple fishing line. Fishing line like this don't look small. You can drag a shark in the sea. No wonder that's the case. That being said, Those who take action against us, a fisherman? Demengzi said calmly. Zhang Wei knows, the calm big man, it's the most terrifying. After knowing the other party's details, Demengzi will definitely find an opportunity to counterattack. Maybe it will start once the fog clears. Old Ghost, what do you think? Demengzi was very cautious. It's hard to say, I don't know anyone who has such a weapon. How many are there on the other side? If there were 20 or 30 such spear guns, we went out sporadically just to die. The other side pulled the body back. It's not about corpses, but to recycle weapons. Such a weapon, there must be a launcher similar to a fish bow. Like us, it's not of much use to get the spear gun. What you said makes sense. Demengzi nodded in agreement. Then we'll rush forward, fight out. Rabies are very angry. He just likes to open and close, fight directly with people. Being plotted against everywhere like this, it's really unpleasant. Can't go out. There must be other backup players on the other side, waiting for us to go out. Even if there is no ambush, in the wilderness, endless zombies, it's not something we can solve. Ghost Hand refuted Mad Dog's statement. Tower, what do you think? Demengzi asked another leader. Have no idea, my spearman, in such heavy fog, it doesn't play a big role at all. Breaking through is of little significance. The two people who went out later, it can be regarded as fully armed. These can all be easily killed. There will definitely be heavy casualties if you fight out. Wu Fo, what's your opinion? I prefer to take advantage of the heavy fog to break out. Although we can't see each other, but the other party can't see us either, but we can't break out from the front. We go from the side or from the back, or take the underground drainage channel that people in Rejoice used before. Demengzi nodded again in agreement. Is it feasible to call for reinforcements? Demengzi looked at Zhang Wei and Yi Xiaobai. He also asked Ghost Hand for his opinion. He recalled his previous idea of sending generals to move reinforcements. Disaster, I'm worried that the other party is setting this up, just to surround the site and call for support. Ghost Hand said. Chapter 193. Decision at the critical moment. Ghost Hand said that the unknown enemy, the encirclement set up, may be for the purpose of besieging the point and attacking the reinforcements. This made Demengzi ponder again. He knew that this possibility existed. In fact, the three people who just died can also be said to have gone out to call for reinforcements, and it is correct to say that the three of them were also besieged and attacked the reinforcements. This piecemeal method, which eliminated Demengzi's forces bit by bit, made Demengzi hate it. Demengzi is a conceited person, but he is also an extremely rational person. He knows, starting from the time when the sentry posts at the power plant were cut off, here we are surrounded by zombies. His people fell into the trap step by step. Maybe his men can break out. 1,800 men and horses were summoned from within the city walls. But what if the ultimate destination of these people is simply inside the old city? Or maybe there are other forces inside, cooperate with these plunderers inside and outside. Once you lose, Demengzi will have no place in the old city. Demengzi couldn't make up his mind for a while. Demengzi had read in ancient books that an incompetent general would exhaust the whole army. You two kids, do you have any ideas? Demengzi asked Zhang Wei and Yi Xiaobai. If I were given a car or a motorcycle, I could fight back and ask for help. I'm a good driver. Yi Xiaobai thought for a while and said, it's useless. The cars nearby that can be used have been driven away long ago, and the cars that can't be used have been burned by mad dogs. Demengzi thought for a while and said. Demengzi looked at Zhang Wei again. This little guy can also impress him occasionally. I am more in favor of the centralized approach to breakout. It is true that there is heavy fog now. Wait another hour or two. When the sun comes out, the fog will disperse, although the spear gun is very lethal, but the penetration is limited after all. These people who died, it is precisely because of the existence of heavy fog that talent cannot effectively defend, rather than saying they died from spear guns, but it was more likely that someone would sneak attack in the heavy fog. We were looking for the equipment of this power plant. Make some more equipment, fight out after dawn. Your idea is similar to that of a rabid dog. No, the idea of a rabid dog is to hit and charge fiercely, but the enemy on the opposite side is cars, and I don't know the number of cars. The suburbs stretch as far as the eye can see, all are smooth roads. We go out blindly. Even if we encounter 3 or 5 cars, it's all eggs and stones. Are you going to use power plant equipment against cars? No, I'm going to use this firecracker. Zhang Wei took out a bamboo tube from his backpack. Pull out the towels fixed around them. There was a detonator prominently placed inside. Demengzi's eyes suddenly lit up. Zhang Wei secretly winked at Yi Xiaobai again, meaning that the other bomb matter should not be mentioned for the time being. Yu Xiaobai nodded slightly. Old Ghost, with this, can we do something? Well, let me think about it. Ghost rubbed his temple. First defend the power plant, and wait for the fog to dissipate. Demengzi said finally. Demengzi's decision is right. Unless the other party has a gun, if it is a cold weapon war, we are not afraid of him. Yu Xiaobai said. Many of the people in Demengzi are gangsters, who cut down the streets. If you are fighting on the street in a power plant, few people can be rivals. Don't be idle, sharpen the knife. If you have food, eat some food. If you want to poop, go poop quickly. When you're ready to kill someone, see who doesn't contribute. I'll be the first to chop him down. Mad Dog said to the people around him. How arrogant, Lu Renjia said softly. That is, otherwise, why would you call it a rabid dog? He was really bitten by a mad dog when he was a child. I don't know that, you can ask him alone. Boss, do you think I'm stupid? Zhang Wei no longer cares about Lu Renjia, he just likes to make jokes about classmates. The reason why he showed the bomb in front of everyone. It's because he believes in the intelligence of that guy Guisho. This is a man who has no plans left. With him here, this explosive must be of maximum value. Half an hour later, someone drilled out of the sewer in the northeast corner of the power plant. It was Rejoice and her men. How about it? Demengzi asked. More than 1 kilometer of waterway, went there all night, there should be something gained. No problem, the road is open, the sewage outlet leads to Lehai. In order to avoid being discovered. No lighting equipment is used in underground passages, so I wasted time, some obstacles and barbed wire fences in the passage, we have all been cut off. Has anyone contacted you? Contacted, there are some boatmen in the shallow sea, are our people, they will go and gather their brothers to meet, but the round trip may take a day or two. Good, with this retreat, then we can have a good meeting with these guys. Demengzi was very happy, at first. He always felt like Xiangyu was being surrounded. Since there is also a Huarong road here, then he can be a hero like Cao Cao. And what we have to do now, just waiting for the thick fog to clear. Everyone is slowly busy with their own things. This is the calm before the war. Zombies are still gathering around. Zhang Wei felt that there should still be looters. While guiding the zombies towards the power plant, the purpose is naturally to consume the survivors here. After daybreak, security has improved a lot, even if there were 10 zombies rushing out of the thick fog. Bastards can also consciously step up. In a certain building of the power plant, Dr. Lin Yuanxiu is pacing back and forth. The mad dog was eating rice with big mouthfuls at the side. PhD, are you really not going to eat any more? No, I just ate. Dr. Lin looked worried. Don't worry, we will deal with any looters. Mad Dog assured, patting his chest. It's not the looters' problem, it's a zombie problem. Zombies? What's wrong with zombies? Just find an opportunity to clean them all up or lead them to other places. There are too many zombies in this case, the fuel just won't come in. Even if we started the plant, eventually, sooner or later, the power will be cut off due to zombie attacks. Then I can't help it. I heard the boss and Guisho say, the zombies came from the bridge in the new city. To deal with these zombies wandering around, the first thing is to block the bridge, otherwise it's of no use. That's what I'm worried about. Lin Yuanxiu frowned. What's there to worry about? Just use something to block it. Well, it seems like there is no such big thing that can block it. Let the people from the construction site committee drive an excavator there? Destroy the bridge? It's no use either, then we need to deal with these looters first. While the two were discussing how to deal with zombies, a man rushed in from outside and said, the fog will lift soon. Chapter 194 Motorcycle Gangsters. The younger brother rushed in and told Mad Dog, the fog is almost gone. This made Mad Dog stand up instantly. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Mad Dog took out a pair of gloves from his trouser pocket and put them on. This is an ordinary pair of workers' gloves. But the parts of the 10 fingers has been cut off. The rabid dog puts on gloves, 10 fingers were exposed. Then he picked up the Nepali army knife from his waist. This is not an authentic Nepalese army knife, but it is modeled after the appearance of the Nepali army knife. The rabid dog walked out, standing next to Demengzi, waiting for his instructions. Demengzi looked into the distance at this time. The visibility was already 40 or 50 meters. The wind blows, and the fog disperses. Many places have slowly become clearer. He smoked half the cigarette in his mouth in one breath. Demengzi waved to a younger brother next to him. Send 3 or 5 people to look around behind. Report any problems directly. I don't even know when I'll be stabbed in the asshole. Asshole, what Demengzi said is rather vulgar. If it is Zhang Wei, it may be replaced by the word chrysanthemum. But surprisingly, after the fog cleared, except for a lot of wandering zombies, there aren't any other enemies at all. Demingzi knew that things were not that simple. Because of the zombies wandering around, there were no riots. This means that no living person is nearby. Then, where did the enemy go? Zhang Wei guessed, like these people, just like waiting for the fog to clear, the enemy must also be waiting for this moment. Really, when the fog continues to be dispersed by the rising sun, the distant vision gradually became clearer. A horde of zombies, like a long snake array, coming from the distant road, there is almost no end in sight. This reminded Zhang Wei of the regiment-level troops marching and fighting on TV. This is how it spreads. The leader was indeed a dozen vehicles. This matched the engine noise heard earlier in the fog. Demingzi's expression became very solemn. People at the scene made random estimates. These zombies from far to near, there is always at least 3,000 to 5,000. And what follows is endless, maybe there are more. Zhang Wei took out his monocular telescope. Looking for a high step, look around. The vehicle is not traveling very fast, only 30 or 40 yards. It seems to be done deliberately, prevent the zombies behind from falling behind. There are various types of fleets. There are cars. There are also SUV cars. There are even 2 pickup trucks. Looking further afield, Zhang Wei couldn't help but express surprise. Gas tanker? 2 large bowling ball-like objects appeared in the field of vision. What the hell? Show me! Demingzi waved to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei had no choice but to hand it over. Demingzi watched for more than 10 seconds. He handed it to Guizhou again. It's a tanker truck, Guizhou said after taking a look. There seem to be 2 gas stations in that direction. Are they oil thieves? Demingzi said speculatively. Oil thief. They are people who specialize in stealing gasoline. Some people specifically look for broken down cars, poke holes in the fuel tank. The gasoline is then stored in containers. Gasoline in the last days is of great value. Because after the power outage, nothing can illuminate. Gasoline happens to be something that burns quickly. And as winter is coming, such strategic materials have become particularly important. Demingzi secretly ordered his men to collect gasoline secretly. Certainly, the original purpose of Demingzi was to make gasoline bombs. Put 1 or 2 ounces of gasoline in a glass bottle, insert a cloth bottle stopper on top, lit it, and throw it out, just a petrol bomb. Fighting fiercely, when fighting, a gasoline bomb can scare the people on the street. But the group of robbers, who appeared before everyone now, are obviously not petty oil thieves. They drove 2 oil tankers, and obviously robbed gas stations. After robbing the gas stations, they rushed to the power plant again. Could it be that their target is this power plant? Zhang Wei thought for a long time, but he really couldn't think of a reason. It is common for robbers to kill and burn, but they also pick on the weak. 300 to 500 people like Demingzi were dispatched in groups. Fully armed, they also come to provoke me. This is obviously a tough bone. The telescope went round and returned to Zhang Wei's hand. The group of cars gradually got closer. Zhang Wei has already seen the expression of the person in the driver's seat of the car. Are almost clearly visible. All cars, both the driver and passenger seats, were full of people. As for the position at the back, are there more people? Zhang Wei couldn't see clearly either. Calculated based on 4 or 5 people in a small car, the pickup truck carries about 10 people. The tanker truck is counted as 2 or 3 people, Zhang Wei guessed. There were probably 70 or 80 people on the opposite side. Such people are nothing to worry about. The people here are all good people. Even if there are only half the people opposite, there is also competition. But Zhang Wei knows, that's not the problem. But zombies. These people came in cars. That means he has no intention of fighting with the people on his side. After they brought the zombies over, we'll definitely run away. What awaits Demingzi and others will be the same countless zombies as last night. This group of motorcycle gangs is not easy to deal with. Demingzi sighed. Yes, I can't catch up. But I can't catch up. I can't chase you away, endless, what a hassle. Ghost Hand put on his sunglasses, also put on his linen gloves. If you don't have close contact with him, no one knew he was disabled. Really, Demingzi hasn't finished speaking yet. The convoy began to accelerate, then he shook off the zombies behind him. It stopped about 70 or 80 meters away from the power plant. This distance, the tower's spearmen threw steel bars. Something seems out of reach. And the enemy is hiding here. Throwing weapons doesn't make much sense either. A man got out of the leading car, wearing sunglasses like Guizhou, wearing a floral shirt and shorts. But the one holding the ghost hand is a small round mirror. That guy is wearing toed glasses. The man glanced in the direction of the power plant and said he seemed to be surprised that so many people were still alive. A young man walked down next to him. He whispered something into the ear of the leader, then he pointed in the direction of the power plant. Demingzi's attention was completely focused on that person. He seemed to be guessing the origin of that person. It's a new face, Ghost Hand said. The people on the other side of the bridge? Demingzi asked. The people on the other side of the bridge, it means people from the new city. Demingzi inferred, these people should have driven over the newly completed Cross River Bridge. At this time, it is impossible that there are still so many working cars in the old city. Especially that kind of tanker truck. They must be left behind. Let the people in the new city have some memories, otherwise they would all come to the old city to look for trouble. Demingzi said to the mad dog. Good, I'll go right away. The mad dog was about to come forward. Return, you idiot! Demingzi shouted. Chapter 195 Death of the Sentinel. Hi, boss, I'm teasing you. Mad Dog said with a playful smile. Zhang Wei watched calmly. He knew that Mad Dog was not a simple person. The arrogance of a rabid dog, it's not all pretending, this is his nature. But if you think he is simple-minded, a thug who only knows how to fight for strength, that could not be more wrong. People who can get along with the leaders of the society, there is no simple role. Demingzi's men are all capable people. Zhang Wei learned this after Demingzi established the 9 admirals. Zhang Wei thought that those people on the opposite side will leave before the zombies come, let Demingzi's people continue to fight the zombies. But he found, those people had no intention of leaving immediately. The leading man wearing sunglasses, raising his hands behind him, a wrapped object was thrown out of the bed of the pickup truck. Falling from a car more than 2 meters high, the thing was still moving on the ground. Zombies? Demingzi was stunned. A few sticks tore apart a piece of rag wrapping the guy. It was found that he was a man whose whole body was bound. There was something stuffed in the mouth. He was whimpering so hard that he couldn't make any sound. This is? Zhang Wei felt that the man looked familiar. He's my man. Wu Fo stepped forward and said. Yesterday's sentinel. Wu Fo added. The people who went out on sentry duty yesterday, there was no reply. I thought they were all dead. I didn't expect that they would catch me alive. Save me, boss, save me. The enemy on the opposite side pulled out the cloth ball from the man's mouth. Suddenly the man spoke in a slurred manner. Apparently he saw Demingzi, Wu Fo and others here. Zhang Wei saw clearly with a telescope. The man's mouth and chest were full of blood. It is estimated that he suffered severe torture. It looks like all his teeth have been pulled out. Zhang Wei said. It seems that the tongue was also cut. The priest, who had been silent in the corner, suddenly interrupted. Everyone had almost forgotten his existence. The priest always wore a veil, covering the horrifying face that was burned. Demingzi looked at the pastor with a strange look. He looked towards the center of the field again. Ghost Hand's moment of contemplation said, Our information, I'm just afraid that the other party will know about it. Zhang Wei instantly understood what Gui Shou meant. Ghost Hand refers to the enemy on the opposite side. Pry open the sentry's mouth. Know all the information about the power plant. Including the distribution of personnel here, the purpose of coming to the power plant, and the terrain here, the gangsters' weapon defense and so on. Your subordinate is really a tough guy, Demingzi said to Wu Fo with appreciation. Wu Fo said nothing. He understood what Demingzi meant. Since his subordinate was injured like this, that means he definitely didn't say a word in the beginning. As a result, he was tortured. So much so that his teeth were pulled out and his tongue was cut out. It is impossible to have your teeth pulled out and your tongue cut out at the same time. So the tooth should be extracted first, then these people got the news they wanted, then cut off this little brother's tongue. No matter what, these sentries are all men. Even if he betrayed all the information. Zhang Wei continued to look across the way with his telescope. He saw the man waving to the people at the power plant. What's the meaning? Before the people at the power plant could react, I saw the man's hand leaning on the sentinel's neck, then give it a hard squeeze. Immediately the sentry began to struggle fiercely. Others may not see clearly. But Zhang Wei, who has a high-power telescope, can see clearly. It was clearly a fishing line. Not long after, a line of blood oozed from the sentry's neck. People gradually stopped struggling. This is a provocation. Wu Fo had already clenched his fists. But Demingzi was still very calm. It's interesting, Demingzi said indifferently. How, Lao Wu, has your anger been aroused? They say you are a Buddha. It seems now you're not. That man is a distant nephew of mine, Wu Fo said through gritted teeth. Forehead. Demingzi was speechless for a moment. Your nephew. You didn't stop that guy? Demengzi can only talk about it. He knew that stopping him would be of no use. The other side is obviously inciting everyone's anger. But the people at the power plant have no choice. If you rush over, you'll probably be attacked by the opponent's spear gun. Maybe there are other weapons. And the enemy can immediately drive away in a car. To welcome the people on your side, it was the zombie horde that followed closely behind. Zhang Wei heard the sound of the engine. Although the cars had stopped, but it didn't turn off. It seems that this group of people came well prepared. That location. The ghost finger pointed to a position next to the motorcycle group. What's the meaning? Demengzi looked at it for a long time. Only one main road was found. It's the same road that everyone used to enter the power plant. Drain. Ghost hands cherish words like gold. Zhang Wei understood instantly. On both sides of that road, there is a drainage manhole cover every few dozen meters. There are heavy rains in coastal cities. The roadbed is all drained. The drainage hole leads to the large sewage pipe where Rejoice and the others went out before. You know how? Demengzi looked at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei understood instantly at this time. I quietly touched it. Perhaps it can be taken by surprise. Use that detonator, blast the other person off his back. Only, I'm afraid it's too late. Zhang Wei said. If you ambush there in advance, naturally it is possible. But now the zombies are approaching, those convoys will definitely leave before the zombies get close. The zombie swarm has approached the convoy, less than 50 meters away. It was too late. Boss, let's go try it. Zhang Wei hasn't spoken yet. The fitter who couldn't bear it anymore stood up, brandishing a giant hydraulic shear. Good, just try it. Zhang Wei knows it is more difficult to blow up this fleet of motorcycles, but the two tank trucks were still driving slowly behind. Maybe can blow up oil tankers. So I immediately followed the fitter to the east-north corner of the factory. An underground spiral staircase here leads to the sewage pipe. It is a passage used for maintenance. When Yi Xiaobai saw this, he immediately followed. Others still want to follow. He was stopped by Yi Xiaobai. Yi Xiaobai understood the risks of this matter. If you want to blow up the oil tanker, maybe the entire tunnel will collapse. Fence gates for large passages and door locks for security gates. It had already been destroyed by Rejoice and others who were looking for a way out last night. Zhang Wei and others quickly went in. After daybreak, the light in the tunnel was not very dark. Zhang Wei turned on the flashlight and shone it for a few times. Then he found a certain direction and went in directly. Go faster. Zhang Wei heard the sound of the cars starting up. He knew that the cars had started, and their people were still dozens of meters away from that location. It's too late. The fitter pointed to the road blocked by the iron fence. The roadbed drainage was not directly connected to the main sewage pipe. There was still a distance of more than 10 meters in between. Cutting open the iron net, and then climbing over to push open the sewer manhole cover, was obviously not something that could be done in 2 or 3 minutes. Damn it! Zhang Wei slapped the wall next to him in vain. Chapter 196 The Bobcat Returns. Zhang Wei and others in the underground passage clearly heard a huge roar. Came from not far above ahead. It was a tanker truck full of gasoline. From far to near, from near to far. It's too late. The fitter tried to cut several welding joints of the wire mesh. But there are many such welding joints. It's not something that can be solved in a minute or two. This kind of barbed wire is usually used to block large garbage. At this time, everyone was blocked. Let's open up this path, Zhang Wei said after hesitating for a moment. Although he knew that the convoy had gone far away and the zombies had come, he still held on to a 1 in 10,000 chance of hope. What if the enemy comes back? Such a result is almost impossible. The enemy will never come back, because once that happens, their convoy will be besieged by the zombies. Cars cannot move in the zombie swarm. Of course, large trucks and tankers are excluded, which can be directly crushed. Although the fitter didn't know what Zhang Wei meant by opening up this small passage, but he still did it subconsciously. 7 or 8 minutes later, finally, several fence nets were opened. There are several fence networks like this small passage. On the one hand, it prevents the inflow of garbage. On the other hand, it is also for others to climb in through the manhole cover next to the road, destroy equipment pipes and sewage channels, and enter power plants. The passage is not very high. It's just over 1 meter high. People have to bend their waists to enter slowly. Zhang Wei quietly went in. Then he walked a distance of 10 or 20 meters, walking up a mossy slope. Finally, I saw a glimmer of light above my head. He knows. This is the location of the drainage manhole cover. The roars of zombies came from all around. Zhang Wei didn't dare to make a loud sound. With a rag that I brought with me, wrap a crowbar. Gently pry underneath. The manhole cover was moved away. When the manhole cover opens a gap of 20 or 30 centimeters, Zhang Wei glanced outside gently. He could clearly see part of the power plant's buildings, and part of the wall. The convoy has bypassed the power plant. Go to the right. But there are only a small number of zombies following the convoy. Most of the zombies are attracted to the survivors at the power plant. He roared and rushed towards the power plant. Zhang Wei heard the noise from the people in the car. It was a deliberately mocking sound. He could imagine that Demingzi was already livid at this time. But Zhang Wei had no choice. Even if you climb out of the well at this time, it's of no use. The detonator cannot be thrown into the group of cars. Zhang Wei shook his head regretfully, closed the manhole cover. He walked back slowly and squatted. How about it? Yi Xiaobai asked quickly. This guy said he had mysophobia. There is no drilling of small pipes at all. It's no use too far. Let's go back and meet them first. It would have been better if I had ambushed here in advance. You might be able to knock the other party out in one fell swoop. Yi Xiaobai was also very sorry. Plans cannot keep up with changes. Zhang Wei thought that the other party's looters were ordinary looters, because yesterday's sentinel death made no sound. But today, when the fog cleared, I found out that they had transportation. After the end of the world, cars either couldn't be started without keys, or ran out of gasoline, or the main roads were blocked. It was rare to see cars that could run. Demingzi and his group of hundreds of people, for safety, also walked to the power plant in groups. Sorry, boss. I didn't make it in time, the fitter reported to Tieta. It's okay. I don't blame you. Tieta patted the fitter on the shoulder. Demingzi knew the result from the beginning. All eyes were focused on Demingzi, waiting for Demingzi's instructions. But the meaning is very clear at this time. There is only one last way left to break out. Because there are endless zombies coming here. Even if everyone hunts and kills without eating or drinking, it doesn't make any sense either. Corpses will fill this place. The knife will also be dull. The food will be eaten. People also get burned out. Taking advantage of this time, there is still some food. The view is also pretty good. Fight out when you have enough energy. Undoubtedly the best choice. Demingzi was a little unwilling. Not long after his painstaking plan to restart the power plant's generators, only the last step remains. Unexpectedly, something like this happened. Demingzi was about to give an order. The enemy's convoy in the distance stopped. A few people in front got out of the car. He seemed to be squatting down and doing something. It seems the engine is out. Give me the telescope. Zhang Weigang watched for less than 2 seconds. Demingzi asked for the telescope again. Zhang Wei was worried that Demingzi would take away his telescope. It's a flat tire, Demingzi said after looking for a while. There's more than one car, Demingzi continued, just as everyone was staring at the direction of the convoy. A figure gradually became clearer in the other direction of the lane. Huh? Who is that? It's a prison guard. The same prison guard as before. There are also people with good eyesight among Demingzi's men, who recognized him immediately. Strange. This guy Sha now. What? Zhang Wei was also shocked, because he always thought that the bobcat went out from the front. Unexpectedly, we went to the side road. And the lynx at this time was also very strange. Riding a bicycle, he drove over slowly. The people in the motorcycle convoy are only 1 or 2 kilometers away from the bobcat. This suburb is surrounded by smooth roads. If they drive, I can probably catch up with the bobcat. But at this time, he also looked at the bobcat in a daze. I don't seem to understand it very well. Why is this guy? Are you going to die on a bicycle at this time? Because of the large number of zombies in front of the power plant. Anyone who is not blind can see. The convoy did not go too far outside the area around the power plant. Zhang Wei, who did not have a telescope, also saw they came from the cars in front, move things into the car behind. It's probably the materials collected recently, or weapons or something like that. Not long after, the dozen or so people in front, they crowded around and sat on other cars. What's the meaning? Do you want their car anymore? Zhang Wei couldn't understand why he wanted to abandon the car at this time. Really, the looters abandoned 5 vehicles with flat tires. The people of the team seemed to give up the previous direction, and slightly deviated from the main road of the highway. Changed to another direction. They are very conservative this time. Use only 1 car to lead the way in front. The car behind followed the behind, including those 2 large tankers. But not long, they stopped again. It turned out that the tire was dry again. 3 or 5 people got out of the car. then lie next to the car for a while. Zhang Wei seemed to hear the sound of those people scolding. And at this time, Bobcat riding a bicycle. Finally we got close to the wall. There are too many zombies on the ground. Bobcat had to get out of the car, move the bike in. What did you do yesterday? Demingzi asked coldly. The link suddenly disappeared from the power plant. He had already seen it. It just remained silent. But, when Bobcat came over on a bicycle just now, the biker gang didn't make any move. This made him have to doubt. Lynx and the gang. What's the difference? Let's throw nails. After working most of the night, so sleepy. Ah. The Lynx yawned, while answering Demingzi's inquiry. Chapter 197, A Desperate Charge. Throwing nails? Demingzi was stunned. Those guys had flat tires. Did you do it? What if? Shan Mao said indifferently. No, you did a great job. Demingzi patted Shan Mao on the shoulder appreciatively. Unexpectedly, Shan Mao moved Demingzi's hand away in disgust. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. Anyone who dares to disobey or slap a tough guy in the face, there are really not many in this world. Demingzi smiled indifferently, then continued to look in the direction of the group of people. Boss, shall we grab some stuff and kill them? Crazy Dog asked excitedly. Wait a little longer. Wait until all their cars explode. Demingzi said happily. He wanted to eat all these people. Zhang Wei knew that since Shan Mao just said that he had been busy all night, it must be more than just a few nails. Demingzi should also understand the meaning of this sentence. It is estimated that all the roads over there have been cut off by Shan Mao. It is no problem for people to run away. But for cars, the tires will probably explode. Especially this kind of car loaded with people or supplies, after the tire burst, couldn't walk at all. But to everyone's surprise, the group of motorcycle gangs did not continue in that direction. Demingzi smiled even more happily, because he discovered the group of looters had begun to walk back slowly. Shan Mao also smiled and said, Yesterday I had nothing to do and went out for a walk. Found something wrong. The sentry is gone, and there are still people who are luring zombies here. I went around them in the other direction. I walked 4 or 5 miles in the dark using night vision goggles. I found these guys in a blind spot on a hillside. There are 30 or 40 cars in total. There are only about half the cars coming here. Demingzi nodded appreciatively. Information about everyone currently, the combined value is not as great as this guy's Bobcat. The convoy is still 1 or 2 kilometers away from here. Several zombies approached the wall. Demingzi waved his hand. Suddenly dozens of gangsters consciously stepped forward. Shan Mao continued. I know that the zombies must be the first smoke bomb. These people will eventually come to pick peaches, otherwise our sentries will not be cleared away. I know that with the people on our side, we can guard this night. No problem. And the next day, they can only attract more zombies. You go on. Ghost Hand said. He kept listening carefully with his hands folded. And after they saw that our personnel did not suffer much loss, he will definitely not choose to confront us head-on. So I just used the motorcycle to attract the zombies. Then avoid the vicinity of the power plant, or go back around, or go somewhere else. But no matter what, they didn't come on the road because they would run into zombies. So I found a hardware store. Then I found a few bags of screws. The sharp points were sprinkled upward on their only path. You are very smart, Ghost Hand said with a smile. Originally I planned to come back, but it happened to be foggy at that time. I thought, wouldn't this be convenient for me to do things? So I was in the back warehouse of that hardware store, found this bike, then ride this bike, went to other hardware stores, and some small mold shops, found a lot of steel nails, triangular nail, things like iron nails, not just roads. A lot of them were also thrown away in other places. It looks like 7 or 8 fiber bags. Good. These guys are all stuck, Demingzi said happily. Then he turned his attention to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei understood what Demingzi meant. This firework, it seems that I have to let it go even if I don't let it go, but it doesn't matter. If it is thrown out temporarily, maybe it's not done well. But if there is an ambush, Zhang Wei is very confident. Blow the tanker up to the sky. So Zhang Wei went to the passage again. Let's go with a few more people. At any cost, leave these people behind, Demingzi said to several of his confidants. These people immediately nodded firmly. They understood what Demingzi meant. This means that when necessary, you can rush up holding the detonator. But equally, the man who rushed forward never came back. Ghost Hand smiled. It can be seen that Demingzi still admires Zhang Wei, otherwise other gangsters would not be allowed to go. The fitter wanted to follow him again, stopped by Demingzi. Don't go, come and command your spearmen. The fitter knows the fence is open. It doesn't make much sense to go again, so he nodded. Yi Xiaobai is worried, still followed. Next to Bao Hua, I saw that the fitter didn't go, hesitated for a moment, followed Yi Xiaobai. Lu Renjia and other people still want to go again, stopped by ghost hands. Go away a few less, when there are many people setting off fireworks. It is difficult to escape through the passage. Get ready to kill people. Demingzi grabbed a machete from a younger brother. Then he wrapped a towel around his hand. It seems that he is hungry. Get ready to kill someone yourself. The mad dog glanced at the big fierce man. Licking his lips with his tongue, he shook his coquettish yellow hair vigorously. Maybe the other party has some messy weapons. We're a fucking shield, you don't have to bring a pot lid, chopping board, pans, and stuff like that. Demingzi finally added. Superior. As soon as Demingzi finished speaking, immediately, 100 or 200 people headed in the direction of the convoy. The ones in the lead were the steel soldiers under Iron Tower. The people on the opposite side saw the approach of the people from the power plant. He quickly turned the car around. Go in the direction you came from before. The U-turn of the two tank trucks was not very smooth. It caused some congestion on the road. This made Demingzi's men and horses, people approaching the motorcycle convoy, only the last few hundred meters remain. Finally, a tanker truck made a successful U-turn. Started going in the direction of travel. He is responsible for clearing the road for the cars behind him to crush the zombies. Ready to launch. Countdown to 10. When approaching the convoy 40 or 50 meters, the tower started to shout loudly. Suddenly, these 40 or 50 workers wearing these helmets started running. They all started counting in unison. 1987. 3, 2, 1, cast. 40 or 50 people waved their right hands in unison. 40 or 50 long spears polished with steel bars. It flew past like a javelin. A perfect parabola streaks across the sky. Then, there was the sound of metal clanging. Suddenly, several cars were pierced by steel bars. Someone screamed from the car. 40 or 50 steel bars. Half of it was stuck in the car. Half of it stuck to the ground. Others plunged into the road. This shows how powerful it is. There are 3 steel bars in it. He also plunged into the oil tanker behind him. It may be because there is too much oil storage. Gasoline began to flow out of all 3 contact points. The steel workers, it's all normal. Nothing happens. They all practice throwing with steel bars, naturally. The accuracy is very high. Who told you to overload? Now it's all mutton skewers. You can stab a fat sheep even with your eyes closed. Demingzi, who was following closely behind, also touched it. Suddenly a dozen people got out of the car, pick up the rapid-fire crossbow and spear gun and shoot at the people here. The gunman quickly fell to the ground. Rush. The first to hack someone to death. Reward 500 kilograms of rice. Give me a cigarette. Demingzi shouted. Under heavy reward, there must be a brave man. 40 or 50 people came up from behind. Most of them carry homemade stainless steel shields. Even worse, there are wooden shields and bamboo shields. So he rushed forward brandishing a machete. A gangster was shot in the forehead after falling to the ground. Demingzi picked up his bamboo shield. After waving a few times, then he followed the people behind and killed them. Bamboo shields are made of bamboo that is more than 3 years old. It means nailing a row of 1 meter long bamboo tubes vertically. Since it is hollow, it takes less effort to hold. And the crossbow wants to hit people, it means passing through 2 layers of bamboo tube, therefore. The protective effect of bamboo shield is very good. Especially bamboo shields made from older bamboo trees. The dozen or so people who got off the car, before I could shoot a few rounds of arrows, he was chopped down to the ground by Demingzi and his men. Almost minced to a pulp. But it also bought time for the rest of them to escape. The remaining cars were tens of meters away from Demingzi's people. Looking at the approaching oil tanker truck, Zhang Wei squatted under the sewer manhole cover. His expression was very solemn. Chapter 198 Earth Explosion Star. Why are you all here? Zhang Wei turned his head. I found 3 or 4 men of the big men coming behind me. Yi Xiaobai and Bao Hua also followed closely behind. Let me do it. One of the gangsters wanted to take the detonator from Zhang Wei's hand. Fine, I can handle it, you go out first. They're all stuck here. It will be inconvenient when I run away later. I saw a few people still hesitating. Zhang Wei shouted again. Move quickly, the car is coming, Yi Xiaobai can stay. So the gangsters finally stopped forcing themselves, turn and retreat to the back of the passage. After Yi Xiaobai changed positions, he also followed me again. This time he knew that Zhang Wei was going to risk his life. I don't care about mysophobia or uncleanliness. I asked you to come over, I want you to give me your detonator. Do you need to? Be prepared. Seeing that Zhang Wei's tone was very firm, Yi Xiaobai no longer hesitated, taking out the badminton tube from the backpack. Pass it to Zhang Wei. Yi Xiaobai knows, in this passage of about 1.2 meters, it is difficult for two people to run away together. Don't ask Zhang Wei to remind you. Just retreat directly to the big sewage pipe. Then waited for Zhang Wei to come out. Zhang Wei continued to turn his attention to the road. He saw the two leading tankers. It has been slowly coming in this direction. Hey, what's going on? Why are the two cars still swapping places? Zhang Wei saw. The tanker truck ahead suddenly stopped for a few seconds. The tanker truck behind actually overtook the one in front. Zhang Wei had to take out his telescope. Only then did he discover the oil tanker in front now. There are several steel bars inserted on it. Gasoline is slowly pouring out. So that's how it is? The oil storage tank at the back is useless. So they let the abandoned car in the back go to the mines. I guess I was scared because of the puncture. This is exactly what Zhang Wei meant. Because the car's gasoline spilled, probably for safety, so the driving speed, not very quickly. This gave Zhang Wei enough time to ignite the fire. If it flies by, the timing of ignition and running is really difficult to control. Zhang Wei stuffed Yi Xiaobai's detonator into his backpack. All he needs is a detonator. Looking at the oil tanker getting closer and closer, Zhang Wei took out his lighter. There is no problem with starting a fire. I have seen Langshan detonate this kind of detonator before. Zhang Wei carefully estimated the time. With the current length of time, it was about 15 to 20 seconds. The tanker truck gradually arrived, 40 meters, 30 meters. Zhang Wei lit the fuse. Then he threw it in the middle of the road. Then he turned and ran. He had already estimated the time and distance. Whether it would explode or not was not something he could decide. He didn't think of risking his life. The passage was more than 1 meter high and was 20 to 30 meters long. Zhang Wei climbed quickly, almost using all 4 legs. As soon as he approached the small passage, he was pulled out by Yi Xiaobai, Bao Hua and others. Run! Zhang Wei estimated that this location was about 20 to 30 meters away from the explosion point. But the power of the explosion of the detonator-stacked tanker truck was no joke. A group of 5 or 6 people hurried in the direction of the explosion. Just after taking a few steps, a huge explosion was heard above their heads, and everyone was shocked to the ground. The cement dust and other things above their heads fell down with a rustling sound. Bang! Before he could stand up, the second explosion sounded again. Bingo! Yi Xiaobai clenched his fists fiercely. It worked! Zhang Wei was also very excited. Fortunately, the passage didn't collapse. There are intervals between explosions. That means it didn't explode when the tanker truck happened to pass by. It was probably the explosion of the detonator. The spilled gasoline ignited. Then, there was a second explosion. Zhang Wei and others waited for another 10 seconds. The third explosion was not heard for a long time. Probably the tanker behind is farther away. It was not detonated. A group of people ran out happily. I want to see what the explosion scene looks like. When coming out of the passage, the factory building is already empty. It is estimated that everyone has gone out to watch the fun. When we walked to the gate of the power plant, only then did I realize that there were 100 or 200 people leaning against the wall to watch. Even Dr. Lin Yuanxiu and others, who usually don't like to watch the excitement, he stood on tiptoe and looked around. After Zhang Wei and others got closer, he caught a gangster and asked, "What happened?" "Boss." They all went up to kill people. The car of the looters was blown up. Now the retreat is blocked by fire. The scene was a mess. The gangster said excitedly. Zhang Wei looked around and found that his men were not there. He probably went up to kill people. So he said to Yi Xiaobai, "Our men have gone. We have to go up and take a look." Yi Xiaobai nodded. He was also worried that his men would have an accident. After all, he was not very clear about the details of the robbers. Zhang Wei picked up a knife and prepared to kill them. He turned around and saw that Yi Xiaobai was still there. He was staring at the mountain cat, who was dozing on the ground at the side of the factory. "Lend me your car." He didn't care whether the mountain cat heard it or not. Yi Xiaobai pushed up the bicycle next to him and left. Has Yi Xiaobai, the car god, been reduced to playing with bicycles? Zhang Wei was also stunned. This is an old-fashioned 28-inch bicycle. Almost all of them can be regarded as cultural relics. But the bike is well maintained. Zhang Wei felt that he could run faster than riding this broken bike. So I didn't care about Yi Xiaobai anymore. He rushed directly towards the direction of the big explosion. Bao Hua saw this and quickly followed. After running for 180 meters, I found that Yi Xiaobai was chasing after me easily on his bicycle. There is a downhill section here. He pedaled easily. Zhang Wei looked at the place where the explosion occurred. oil tanker explosion, causing the gasoline to scatter in all directions. Centered on the entire highway, the surrounding area of 40 to 50 square meters was a sea of fire. There is a pothole in the middle of the road. It may be because the roadbed quality is very good. Under the power of this high explosive detonator, this hole is not very big either. It looks like 3 to 5 square meters. That white tank truck, I don't know where I went a long time ago. It was probably blown to pieces. There are car parts scattered everywhere. Several huge tires are still relatively intact, burning in the fire. More zombies are pouring in from these exploding places. 40 or 50 meters away from the explosion location, a tanker truck is backing up. A man came out of the side door of the oil tanker. A dry powder fire extinguisher is being used to extinguish the sparks on the car. It was probably accidentally stained by the big explosion. Behind the tanker truck, 2 pickup trucks and 4 or 5 cars followed. This convoy cannot drive through the sea of fire. Once the tires are stained with gasoline, it will start burning from the bottom. They had to find other breakthrough directions. Don't let these little turtles get away. Domingzi's voice came from the front. Especially the one wearing flowery pants. I have to chop off his penis and drink it with him. Domingzi's voice came again. 100 or 200 people immediately rushed over with shouts and screams. The convoy's retreat was blocked. Zhang Wei was preparing to go over and take a look, unexpectedly. A person stopped him. He turned around and looked. It's this guy Guisho. I give you a difficult task. Ghost Hand said solemnly. What? You and the boy in white, seize this oil tanker, go blow up the bridge again. The ghost finger pointed far away. That's where the zombies come from. Chapter 199. 2 armies confront each other. Zhang Wei didn't expect that Guy Guisho would also rush up. Really not afraid of death. This kind of fight is not something that a disabled person like him can participate in. He should be the same as Dr. Lin Yuanxiu. It's better to watch the show from a distance in the factory. When Guisho asked him and Yi Xiaobai to blow up the bridge, he is still thinking, which bridge is it? Because there aren't any bridges nearby. Following the direction pointed by the ghost hand, Zhang Wei finally remembered. 2 kilometers away, there is almost a bridge across the river. It seems to be what Domingzi and the others discussed before, that one has not been fully constructed yet, but the bridge is passable. The leaders of the power plant reasoned, zombies all come from that bridge. Although Ghost Hand sounds ordinary, but Zhang Wei knows, this is another life-threatening act. When Ghost Hand said this, Yi Xiaobai's bicycle also happened to pass by. Okay, no problem. Zhang Wei still wanted to refuse. Yi Xiaobai agreed first. He smiled at Zhang Wei, then he lifted his backpack. There's also a detonator in there. If there is a detonator, the risk factor is much smaller. Then now, the only question is, that's how to capture this oil tanker. Zhang Wei looked forward. Domingzi's men and horses were in a stalemate with the opponent. 40 or 50 people got off the cars on the opposite side one after another, blocked by a row of cars, confronting Domingzi's people. Most of those people held crossbows in their hands. Zhang Wei took out his telescope and took a look again. I found that these people's crossbows seem to be homemade. The bowstrings are all ordinary fishing lines. But judging from the previous encounter between Domingzi and their first match, Domingzi's men also suffered 6 or 7 casualties. This crossbow is still very lethal. Guisho quickly followed. He knew that the other party probably wanted to negotiate. But Ghost Hand knows, no negotiation is allowed under any circumstances. The other party must be stalling for time. Since Shanao said before, these guys are on a hillside, there is a larger fleet, and these people may not be the real main force. Wildfire burns endlessly, the spring breeze blows, and gives birth again. To avoid trouble, it's best not to let these people go. Domingzi smoked his cigarette calmly. He knew that these guys were already in trouble. At this time, if only there were a few petrol bombs. Zhang Wei sighed. Petrol bombs, just beer bottles or other glass bottles, a bomb made of gasoline. Light the cloth stopper at the mouth of the bottle and throw it out. When the bottle breaks, it will cause a large area to start burning. Explode this group of cars. One blast is accurate. The flowery pants that Domingzi said finally got off the car, then walked to the front, start looking at Domingzi. Zhang Wei glanced at it and said, this person said they were flower pants. But actually they weren't. At most, it can only be regarded as wearing a pair of fancy beach shorts. I was careless and underestimated the enemy. Wap Pants took off his sunglasses and wiped them. The price is death, have you thought it through? Domingzi took his time. He did not let his men swarm him, just want to try it. Does the opponent have other trump cards? The crossbows in these people's hands, broadsword, spear guns and stuff like that, it's not very scary. But I don't know if they have any other trump cards. Like Demingzi himself, there are javelin soldiers like Fitters, bomb soldiers like Zhang Wei. Anyone's deathbed counterattack is terrible. Demingzi knows this truth. The other gangsters also understand. A strong man who has read the Book of War knows, the best way at this time is to surround the 3 buildings. Leave an escape route for the other party to escape. His own people followed and chased him. Just like you did. It was just a bomb detonated by Zhang Wei, although letting these people escape failed, but it also blocked their only escape route. Other roads, there are ground nails scattered by bobcats. They won't go back. This has led to the current situation. Take a look at the back of the flower pants. The fire is still burning. It probably won't go out for an hour or 2. By this time, the car had stopped, although the engine is not turned off, but just changed the direction. Big men will definitely stick to it. What really made Hua Kucha feel bad was that the zombies that they had attracted to persecute the people in the power plant were already surrounding them. This was really shooting themselves in the foot. Hua Kucha looked around and saw that there were only 50 or 60 of his men in total. Just now, a dozen of them were hacked to death. 3 or 5 were stabbed to death by steel bars. And several were killed by explosions. There were only more than 40 people left in total. If he allocated more troops to stop the zombies, the remaining people here would definitely not be able to withstand the siege of 100 or 200 fully armed people led by Demingzi. Either way, it's a death. Hua Pants thought for a while, call for a younger brother, whisper something into his ear. The boy started walking back, went to the position of the oil tanker, then climbed up into the driver's seat. I said a few words to the driver inside. The driver immediately started the car, then he turned the car around, avoid the burning fire, went in the direction where the zombies came from. It seems that they want this oil tanker to lure away the zombies. The diameter of the tires of this kind of cart is almost 1 meter. Or the last 8 rounds, it can almost crush the zombies on the road into pulp. As long as the car still has gas, able to go back and forth on the road, the zombies are blocked, rather than getting here too quickly. Demingzi also wanted to ask his younger brother to go around and stop the car. Unexpectedly, Ghost hands came up. He also whispered a few words into Demingzi's ear. Demingzi glanced at Zhang Wei, and Yi Xiaobai finally stopped talking. He turned to look at the flower pants. Can you let us live? That tanker truck can be kept, a gift as an apology. Hua Pants was the first to break the calm. A fully loaded oil tanker truck. The temptation is indeed great. Not just the oil inside, it's the storage tank truck. It's also very valuable. This is a mobile oil depot. Can't let go. I can let you go, my dead brothers won't. Demingzi told the truth. When you strangled my brother, have you never considered letting him live? Wu Fo looked at the flower pants. He also held a steel drill in his hand. It was still dripping with blood. I don't know how many people he just killed with this thing. But the mad dog was staring at the crotch of the flower pants. Hua Pants felt very angry. Boss, I was not the first person to hack someone to death. But if I follow your request, cut off what this guy said, is it okay to split cigarettes into cartons? No problem, Demingzi said cheerfully. Looking at these men in fancy pants, his expression suddenly became serious. Because these people doesn't seem to be a joke. Move me, you will be in endless trouble, Hua Pants said seriously. Chapter 200 Speed of Life and Death. His grandmas, who wouldn't say harsh words, if you don't move. You won't be in trouble, superior, chop them up. Demingzi threw the unfinished cigarette on the ground. With a wave of his hand, dozens of people rushed over. The crossbows on the opponent's side in melee combat won't be of much use. It didn't take long for the enemy to be surrounded by hundreds of people. You can only rely on weapons such as swords to defend. But such weapons are under the control of Iron Tower. Spearman. In hand, it has no effect at all. Stab people with steel bars, one poke is accurate. If the number of people is equal, or in a narrow passage, there is still the possibility of confrontation between the two parties. But after the difference in the number of people, the other party was almost being massacred by Demingzi's men. During this period, Demingzi's men also suffered casualties. People in Demingzi treat each other as brothers. Another night of being tormented by zombies. Emotions are suppressed to the extreme. It can only explode. Only a few minutes, the 30 or 40 people on the opposite side fell in a pool of blood. Only the leading flower pants and a few tough people are left, fighting in the cabin of a big truck. In the end, the flower pants saw that the situation was over. Then he had to throw down his weapons and surrender. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Nothing to say, just give it a good time. The flower pants were pressed down by Demingzi's people, and she knelt down in front of Demingzi. Zhang Wei knew that the situation was under control. No big problem anymore. Yi Xiaobai's detonator, there is no need to waste it here. So he said to the person next to him, catch up with that oil tanker. Otherwise, it would be bad to go back and report the news. A group of people were preparing to catch up. Yi Xiaobai suddenly shouted, drive their car, idiot. Yi Xiaobai got into a car first. He sat in the driver's seat. Zhang Wei knows that his driving skills are not very good, so I sat in the passenger seat. The remaining Baohua, Lu Renjia, the fitter squeezed in behind. The remaining people of Demingzi, a few good guys who can drive, were separated. Together with a dozen or so red-eyed gangsters, sit in 3 other cars. His grandma's, don't let that car get away. Yi Xiaobai imitated Demingzi's tone and said. Then he started the accelerator first, rushed over in a flash. Cars from behind followed one after another. The tanker truck didn't drive very far at all. It's only half a mile. The driver inside didn't know what was going on behind. I saw several cars following me. I thought it was my own people who succeeded in breaking through. He quickly slowed down his pace. Later I found out it was someone from the power plant. But pushed the accelerator to the bottom, increased the speed of escape. The cars of Yi Xiaobai and Zhang Wei were following behind. I just felt a puff of black smoke coming out. I almost lost my vision. Outflank. Yi Xiaobai opened the car window, waved to the 2 cars behind. Suddenly there was 1 car on each side. A pincer attack on the oil tanker began. Everyone on both sides knows, use cars to intercept oil tankers. It's like hitting an egg against a stone. You can only drive closely. Fortunately, this road is a 2-way 4-lane road. There is enough width. Yi Xiaobai knew not to delay too much time, because the further back you go, the greater the resistance of zombies. Now you can also hit the accelerator to knock zombies away. But at the back, if there is an emergency such as flameout, then it would probably be swallowed up by zombies. Sit down, Yi Xiaobai shouted. A sharp turn began to accelerate, overtaking the tanker truck. Then it got stuck in front of the tanker truck. Don't be so crazy. Right? Zhang Wei was shocked. He quickly put on his seatbelt. Then he tightened the armrest above the window. The sound of impact kept coming at first. There was a tanker truck leading the way. This time, it was Yi Xiaobai who was leading the way. Although zombies have no single enemy, but the window glass has cracks. The tanker truck behind was about to run over him almost immediately. This made Zhang Wei's heart pick up in his throat. Once they were driving a little slower, they will be crushed into pancakes by the huge oil tanker behind them. Think of something. Lu Renjia in the back was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. He was sitting in the middle of the back seat. On the left is the iron tower, on the right is Baohua. There is no chance of jumping out of the car. Open the sunroof of the car. The fitter shouted towards Yi Xiaobai. It's no use. I tried the sunroof and it got stuck. Pry it open, Baohua shouted. He saw this guy, the fitter. I got into the car with a piece of steel bar. It was inserted casually into the trunk. The fitter turned around, pull out the steel bars from the back, then put it on the 4 corners of the skylight. Hold it harder. The junction of skylights. There was a sound of breaking glass. Let me, Lu Renjia said anxiously. Lu Renjia immediately leaned his back against the cushion, putting his arms around Baohua and Fitter's shoulders. Another kick in the sky. 2 kicks, 3 legs. When it comes to the 4th leg, the skylight was finally kicked out, fell out. The fitter stood up immediately. Turn around and use your throwing weapon, aim towards the back. How many people are there? Yi Xiaobai's 2 reflectors had long been knocked out. The position of the tanker driver behind him was unclear. He now drives entirely by feeling. The engine sound of the car behind is approaching. He stepped on the gas pedal. Slowed down when you are far away, after all. The front windshield. Can't stand the impact of zombies. There are 2 people, one for the driver and one for the co-pilot. How? Whatever you want. The one with the co-pilot? Otherwise the driver dies. This tanker truck may tip over. Wouldn't it be better if you turned it over? The fitter didn't quite understand. Your boss is so fierce. Let's use this car to blow up the bridge. Zhang Wei responded quickly. Then kill the co-pilot. The fitter took aim casually. He threw it hard. There was a sound of metal penetrating glass. How about it? Yi Xiaobai asked excitedly. Hit, hit. The fitter shouted excitedly. Wrong, was shunned. No one was hit. Fitter added. Zhang Wei feels normal. You fucking stand up. Luoli. And chatter for a long time. Opposite is a pig. He will also dodge. Not good, run. The fitter suddenly put his head in, and sat down, and said anxiously. What's going on? The guy pulled out the steel bar, kicked the windshield, aiming at our car. What? Yi Xiaobai was shocked. This fucking opponent is a condescending throw. So I immediately stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. It will take some time to increase the speed. Yi Xiaobai slowed down half a step. Just listen to the sound of braking through the air. Everyone subconsciously bent down. A steel bar flew past Zhang Wei's neck, inserted into the front desk of the car in front of his seat. What a risk. Zhang Wei broke into a cold sweat. This needs to be a little more accurate. His own head was skewered into candied haws. Zhang Wei wanted to pull out this steel bar. Throw it back again. I exhausted all my energy to feed myself. The steel bars didn't move at all. And at this time, the people in the car heard a crash. Zhang Wei stuck his head out of the car window and took a look. It turns out to be the car on the right, the direction of the road that was knocked off course by the tanker truck, went into the surrounding wilderness. The people in the car are still alive and dead. His grandma's. Yi Xiaobai gritted his teeth. Then he said to Zhang Wei, "You come and drive." I climbed onto the opposite car. Are you kidding me? Do you think this is an action movie? Then what should we do? I have no choice but to use this. Zhang Wei took out the badminton tube from Yi Xiaobai's backpack. Isn't it too early to explode? Haven't reached the bridge yet? Who said I'm going to explode now? I just want to scare them. Zhang Wei said with a smile. Chapter 201. A soldier never tires of deceit. Zhang Wei thought of a way to stop the tanker truck. To be precise, let the two people in the tanker run out automatically. He took out the detonator stuffed inside the badminton tube. Then he smiled knowingly at Yi Xiaobai. In Yi Xiaobai's surprised eyes, Zhang Wei slowly pulled out the detonator's lead. The lead of this detonator is 2 to 3 meters long. What do you want to do? Yi Xiaobai had an ominous premonition. Zhang Wei used his own knife, cut the lead of this detonator in half. Inja. Let's change places. Before Lu Renjia agreed, Zhang Wei immediately loosened his seat belt and stepped over. Alas, alas, slow down, your crotch is touching my head. Lu Renjia complained endlessly. The 4 people in the back are too crowded. And the car is still speeding up and slowing down. After Zhang Wei squeezed in, Lu Renjia finally found an opening, climbed over. The next words, "Listen, I'll light this fuse later, you guys catch this detonator down there." Zhang Wei said seriously. Be more secretive in your actions. Don't let the other party see the flaw. Boss. Are you kidding? Who die will be widowed. Who asked you to follow me? Only Baohua seemed to see the clues, smiled noncommittally. Zhang Wei hollowed out the bottom of half of the badminton tube with his hands and took out the detonator. Try inserting the ball upside down from the top. Make sure the detonator can fall out. Then hold the lead you cut with your hands, stuffed into the badminton tube. Let's get started. Zhang Wei stuck his head out of the car window. He smiled evilly at the oil tanker behind him. Then he took out the detonator. He lit the fuse on fire in front of the oil tanker behind him. Then, the detonator was stuffed into the badminton barrel. Zhang Wei pretended to throw him out immediately. The sparks of the lead burned slowly. It approached the badminton barrel at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhang Wei saw the panic of the 2 people in the driver's seat behind. As long as the 2 of them still have memories, it reminds me of what this firecracker is. And what scares them the most is the ball barrel that Zhang Wei holds in his hand. I don't know when he will throw it out. If Zhang Wei throws it out in advance, they can also pick it up and throw it back. Seeing the lead getting shorter and shorter, Zhang Wei pretended to throw the ball tube. The ball tube was in the air. Draw a parabola. The most frightening thing is that little spark has entered the barrel, disappeared. The ball barrel hit the oil tanker. Then I don't know where it fell on the roof of the car. 2 people on the tanker truck. Finally, I couldn't bear it anymore. Slowed down and jump away immediately. See the moment they opened the car door, Zhang Wei smiled happily. Then take the detonator that Baohua caught. Put it back in the backpack again. Turn around. Zhang Wei said happily to Yi Xiaobai. Yi Xiaobai slowed down slowly, started a U-turn. The car that was driving on the left side of the tanker had stopped long ago. He picked up the machete and put it on a man's neck. And another car following behind. I saw a person jumping down on the left, direct acceleration, crushed over. A scream came. Everything is calm. After there is no acceleration, the oil tanker also slowly stopped. Boss, this person asked what to do. The man who got out of the car asked the fitter. Just chop it down. The fitter said without thinking. Etc. Better take it back. Let's see if Brother Mingzi can pry something out of his mouth. Baohua suggested. That's fine. Then several of the younger brothers started to arrive finally. I found a piece of car tow rope in the trunk of the car. Tie this guy up tightly. If there are too many zombies on the road to come back, you can throw this guy under the bus. attract zombies' attention. Zhang Wei suggested. Everyone else nodded in agreement. Aren't you guys going to go back? Tieta looked at Lu Renjia, Yi Xiaobai and Bao Hua. We have a more difficult task. Blow up the bridge? Yes. Then be careful. Lu Renjia thought the fitter would go with him, but he left without looking back. Zombies are coming. Get in the car quickly. Bao Hua pointed to a place not far away and said. At first, the zombies were attracted by the man who was crushed into flesh and blood by the car, but now they are probably finished eating or attracted by the living people here, and they are coming here in groups again. Zhang Wei took the lead and rushed into the co-pilot of the oil tanker. Yi Xiaobai also climbed into the driver's seat. Zhang Wei saw Yi Xiaobai tinkering there for a long time. The car didn't start for a long time. What's going on? The car broke down. Zhang Wei only said that it was not good. Did the car break down at this time? If the car breaks down, you can only rely on the detonator to blow up the bridge. But I don't know if it can be blown up. After all, there are no public tools such as impact drills to drill holes in the bridge. Then bury the detonator inside. I have never driven this car before, Yi Xiaobai said embarrassedly. Depend on, I thought you, the car god, knew all kinds of cars. Knows only cars and motorcycles, Yi Xiaobai said embarrassedly. You are too modest. He obviously knows how to ride a bicycle. Yi Xiaobai was speechless for a while. Zhang Wei stood up and said, after looking back for a long time, I want to see if the fitter guy is still there. After all, he doesn't know how to drive this car. But I found the fitter guy by this time. He had already disappeared. Still hesitating, do you want to leave this car and run away? When the time comes for Demingzi to find someone to drive it, the car that belonged to Yi Xiaobai before Bao Hua drove it, carrying Lu Renjia. He came over. What's going on? Bao Hua looked at Yi Xiaobai, whose face was flushed. He never doubted that this guy who just drove like a god would not be able to drive such a large car. No! Let me do it! Bao Hua opened the handbrake, climbed up, and signaled Yi Xiaobai to get off. I'll sit in the passenger seat. Yi Xiaobai wanted to squeeze Zhang Wei out. What? Rushing to die? Zhang Wei knew that Yi Xiaobai was also kind-hearted. Hurry up. There are zombies coming. Lu Renjia got off the passenger seat and chopped down 2 zombies that were approaching. You go and drive the car. If we evacuate from the bridge later, you may need help from your car. This guy Lu Renjia, but I don't have a driver's license. Okay. Yi Xiaobai thought for a while and agreed. He knew that Zhang Wei was telling the truth. So Bao Hua started the tanker truck, leading Yi Xiaobai's car behind, ramp it all the way, heading towards the river. The power plant is far from the riverside. The straight line distance is just over 1 kilometer. In order to avoid the fire, the previous oil tanker truck, I took another fork in the road. It's considered a long detour. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few zombies on this road. Thousands of zombies are already scattered around the power plant. Zhang Wei tried his best to walk along the road along the river, because you can see the bridge from a distance, so as not to deviate from the direction. Because I heard Demingzi say before when he was checking the map, this bridge is only 3 kilometers away from the power plant. Not long after, Zhang Wei once again saw the direction in which the zombies were pouring out. There, that should be the bridgehead. Zhang Wei pointed not far away and said, Chapter 202 Collapse. Zhang Wei pointed in the direction where the zombies were coming, said, that should be the bridgehead. If Demingzi and Gui Shou's inferences are correct, it is impossible for so many zombies to suddenly appear in the coastal waters of this city. Not even downtown. Moreover, Demingzi and others had deduced from their clothes that the zombies did not belong here. Many people are dressed like white-collar elites. Bao Hua is obviously an experienced driver. After listening to Zhang Wei point out the direction, immediately control the steering wheel, go in that direction. Soon, the shadow of a bridge appeared. It was called a shadow because the fog on the seaside had not completely dissipated. Compared with the visibility of 100 or 200 meters on land, the other side of the bridge was still in the fog. The city on the other side could not be seen clearly. But Zhang Wei knew that. On the other side of the bridge, there were more high-rise buildings. And there were more people. When Bao Hua's tanker truck approached, it was found that a large number of zombies gathered on the bridge. They were subconsciously rushing in this direction. After seeing the oil tanker, these zombies obviously accelerated their pace. Be careful when you hit it, Zhang Wei promptly reminded. The width of the bridge is not very wide, to a single line, if the direction is slightly skewed, will fall into the river. Under the collision and squeezing of huge gravity in water, it is inevitable that the oil tank will not deform, cause a huge explosion. If the bridge is empty, no problem. But on the bridge at this time, there are a lot of zombies. Zhang Wei glanced behind. Yi Xiaobai had already followed Lu Renjie. Zhang Wei signaled Bao Hua to slow down. What's the matter? Yi Xiaobai stepped on the brakes and stretched out his head to ask. You can't go through. We're going to detonate it in the center of the bridge. Only in this way can the bridge be completely blown up. What's the meaning? Yi Xiaobai was stunned. We're not going? Did you run here after detonating it? Demengzi said before that this bridge is more than 200 meters long. Yes, this is a suspension bridge. There are no traditional piers. Blow up the middle, due to flexural stress at other locations. It will also break. I have cut most of the lead of the detonator. The remaining length is less than 1 meter. This detonator will explode in about 5 seconds. And no matter how fast you speed up in 5 seconds, it is also impossible to reach the shore. Then what do you do? Yi Xiaobai was stunned. Are you planning to sacrifice yourself? I jump off the bridge. Jump into the river? There is no problem with the depth of the river, but the height is more than 30 meters. Why don't we explode in the middle of the bridge? It's almost enough to explode at a distance of 40 or 50 meters. Right? What I'm worried about is that this detonator won't be able to blow up the bridge. Even if the oil tanker explodes one after another, it will be the same. The strength of such a bridge, it can withstand typhoons and earthquakes. So a certain shock wave, there is really no guarantee that it will break. I saw the news on TV. Some cars were hit by missiles on the bridge. Cars and missiles exploded, but nothing happened to the bridge. Then what's the point of blowing up the bridge? Yi Xiaobai suddenly understood. Zhang Wei means, for people rested on this bridge, it's very possible that risking one's life is all in vain. Blow up the bridge, block zombies, save the whole old city people. This is a very missionary thing. Yi Xiaobai didn't come here just because of Demengzi's orders. He felt that this matter was really meaningful. And the zombies on the other side, if you come in large numbers, they will only compete with the survivors here for living space. There are a lot of zombies scattered everywhere. The survivors were unable to farm and work at all, and without food source, these survivors living in the concrete forest will never last more than a month. Do you know about the 911 incident in the United States? Zhang Wei suddenly asked. Watch the news. When the planes just hit the Twin World Trade Towers on 9/11, the building did not collapse immediately. What do you mean? It's the high temperature of an airplane explosion. High temperatures destroy the internal structure of the building. For example, if the steel bars are heated and deformed, lost its original strength, that's why the building collapsed from top to bottom. You mean? Yes, no matter how optimized the bridge structure is, it is also made of reinforced concrete. After the oil tanker exploded, the fire burned for 3 to 5 hours. This bridge is bound to break. So you're going to jump off the guardrail within 5 seconds of ignition? Bao Hua asked. Yes, I said jumping in the downstream direction. The current will carry me far away. And the bridge will collapse. It can't hit me either. No need. Bao Hua said. You're only worried about the short term. Cars cannot run from the center of the bridge to the shore. In this way, we can just make a simple delay device. Delay device? Yes, the lead wire is not long enough. We just need to find a replacement for the lead. Other flammable substances, like clothes, towel, anything like a cushion will do. Bao Hua said as he jumped out of the driver's seat. By the way, I pulled off a red silk piece on the rear view mirror of the tanker truck. Then unscrewed the small fuel tank of the tanker truck. 2 pieces of red silk were stuffed in, pulled out again. This is flammable, Bao Hua said with a smile. How to light a fire? There is a way. Drive the truck to the middle of the bridge first. Bao Hua climbed into the truck again. The engine was started again. Half a minute later, the tanker truck is roughly in the middle of the bridge, stopped firmly. A very simple way, we stuck the detonator on the tire of this tanker truck. Use this cloth stained with gasoline. Just ignite it and stuff it under the tire. When the tire is completely burned, we'll ignite the detonator fuse. Another explosion, the wreckage will continue to burn on the bridge. The time in between, there is always 2 or 3 minutes, enough to give us time to evacuate. Perfect. Zhang Wei didn't expect that Bao Hua could think of so much. He himself had not thought of this. As soon as they said it, several people followed Bao Hua's instructions. Asked Yi Xiaobai to start the car first. Placed the detonator. And lit the fire. Let's go! The 4 of them got into the car at the same time. Finally, after carefully avoiding a large number of zombie corpses, they drove to the end of the bridge in 2 minutes. Watch the show. Don't turn off the car. If we are surrounded by zombies, we will be finished. Zhang Wei took out his telescope and looked into the distance. He saw a lot of black smoke coming out of the burning tires. The black smoke is getting thicker and thicker. Finally, there was a loud bang. The detonator exploded along with the entire tanker. The huge explosion failed to extinguish the fire. A raging fire burned throughout the middle of the bridge. After all, it's several tons of gasoline. What a pity! John Wei sighed. The oil from this tanker truck, if you fill up your car, it can add at least 100 cars. Not long after, near the center of the bridge, a fine line appeared. Zheng Wei guessed, the goal has probably been achieved. Really, only a few minutes passed, the entire bridge starts from the middle, collapsed suddenly. Chapter 203 Power Plant Torture. Several huge rumbling sounds came. It was the crisp sound of the bridge breaking one after another. Then, there was the sound of the bridge falling into the water. Zhang Wei knew it was done. Maybe the zombies on the other side will come in this direction, but they all fall into the river to feed the fish. When there are no more zombies, the stock of zombies around the power plant, it can be solved slowly. After all, the most important thing for Demingzi is people. As long as the news is released to the outside world, hunting zombies with white rice, it is estimated that countless survivors will join in. Go back. What a pity that tanker. Yi Xiaobai said regretfully. Zhang Wei knew that Yi Xiaobai had a fleet of cars. Both motorcycles and modified cars are available. As for gasoline, he has a special collection habit. It was much easier on the way back. Yi Xiaobai drove the three of them all the way, avoided large swarms of zombies. Within a few minutes, we approached the outskirts of the power plant. The previous looters are no longer in their original places. Even several cars and trucks were driven away by Demingzi's people. There were corpses all over the ground. Most of them were looters, and a small number were zombie corpses. Yi Xiaobai drove the car into the side door of the power plant. Although the car was broken, without a mirror, without a windshield, and deformed everywhere, full of dents, there was no problem with the three major parts. In Yi Xiaobai's words, it was very smooth to drive. It was good to use it as a means of transportation. For example, to travel between the power plant and the Great Wall. The time could be reduced from 1 hour to 7 or 8 minutes. When Zhang Wei and others entered the power plant, Demingzi and others were interrogating several survivors of the looters. Zhang Wei saw that the man who was tied back by the fitter and others also knelt on the ground. There were 5 other people. Huakacha and his 4 subordinates. 2 of them. One was slightly injured, and the other was seriously injured. Seeing Zhang Wei and others coming in, Demingzi showed an inquiring look. The bridge has been blown up and collapsed. The length of the collapse is estimated to be about 180 meters. Good, Demingzi said happily. When I heard the news, Hua Pants was very surprised. I still want to thank you for the tanker truck otherwise. We may not be able to blow up the bridge. Yi Xiaobai deliberately stimulated Hua Pants. Hua Pants snorted coldly. How to say, tell the truth, I can give you a pleasure, I keep my word. Demingzi took out a lighter from his pocket. After fighting for a long time, no fire came out. Look at the light, I found that there was no oil. So he casually threw it out the window. Then I borrowed a fire from the boy next to me. After using it, I put my brother's lighter into my pocket. Don't speak, if you don't speak. Do you think I can't do anything to you, old ghost, expert method? As soon as Demingzi finished speaking, Ghost hands approached one of the tied people. The fingers of the ghost hand traced the man's cheek. Her palms gently caressed his neck. Just for a moment, a line of blood burst out from this guy's throat. It sprayed out 4 to 5 meters away. Hua Pants looked at all this in surprise. What? Do you think I will pick someone who is slightly or seriously injured? I don't play by the rules. Demingzi pressed the burning cigarette on Huakacha's forehead. Huakacha clenched his teeth and didn't say a word. I still say the same thing. If you can say something valuable, I can give you a quick death. Don't think I will let you go. Is there anyone who can walk out of this door today? Keep going, Demingzi said to the iron tower again. Tieda tightened his hands, and then approached another person who was not injured. He grabbed his hands tied behind his back, twisted them hard, and one finger turned 720 degrees. Ah! A scream came, but the finger was still not broken, and it was wrapped in skin and drooped down. Seeing that this guy still didn't speak, Tieta started with the second finger, and then the third, until this person completely fainted. Wakucha watched all this, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. There are still 3 left, Demingzi said lightly. Zhang Wei looked around from a distance. Now the looters, only the man brought back by the fitter was left, and one with minor injuries, a seriously injured one, and the uninjured Flower Pants himself. I want to ask, when you took care of my people yesterday, is that the same thing? Demengzi picked up a crossbow from the ground. The bowstring wavered. Suddenly there was a muffled sound. Interesting. Can fishing lines be used to make weapons? Are you people chasing the sea? Just now my sentry, was he also strangled to death by you using such a fishing line? Lao Wu, come and try what it feels like. Demengzi handed the bow to Wu Fo. Wu Fo laughed grimly, holding his bow, and walked towards the two people lying on the ground. This seriously injured guy. I guess he won't struggle anymore. It's pointless. You're the one. Wu Fo said to the slightly injured guy. I'll say something. The cowardly guy shouted immediately. You don't have the final say. I want to hear what your boss says. After Demengzi said this, Wu Fo clamped the guy's neck with his bow, and then kicked him in the back. Wu Buddha spins his bow. The part of the bowstring holding the man's neck in the middle almost turned into a twist. Not even 10 seconds, this guy's face turned livid. Half a minute later, this guy's round eyes, the blood vessels in the temples are clearly visible. Blood oozes from the mouth and nose. He also slowly stopped struggling. Can you speak now? Demengzi continued to say to Hua Pants. What do you want to know? Hua Pants finally stopped keeping silent. Everything related to you. Where do you raiders come from? What to do in the old town? And why did you attack us? We are a team, come from the other side. It was a last resort to come to the old town. You have to kill someone as a last resort? This place is so big, if your hands are itchy, just kill a few random zombies. Why take human lives? Wu Fo picked up the knife. As long as Demengzi gives the order, he'll stab this guy through the chest. Wu Fo responded to the tragic death of his distant nephew, still very concerned. After all, he died in front of himself. Let's take action against you. It's the leader's order. Aren't you the leader? It doesn't count. We have two bosses. One is called Diasu. One is called the Fisherman. Then what's your nickname? Flowery Pants. My name is Fisherman. I used to be the owner of a large fishing tackle shop in the city. After the end of the world comes, join them, because of their weapons. Most of them are made with tools from my fishing tackle shop. I also have some say in the team. Then there's one last question left. Why did you attack us? Demengzi asked again. Chapter 20 for the deportees. Then there's one last question left. Why did you attack us? This question from Demengzi, it seems like that's really the last question. And Zhang Wei knows, this is not just a scoring question, more like a gift proposition. Demengzi is determined to kill. Otherwise, I would not have acquiesced that my subordinates would start from normal people and force them to interrogate them, leaving one with minor injuries and one with serious injuries behind. These two people, those who are seriously injured, will definitely not be saved. Minor injuries were not treated, 9 times out of 10. You will also be infected certain death. Hua Pants smiled at first. But when I think of the cruel methods of Demengzi's people, still he gritted his teeth and said it. Choose to take action against you people, it's not an accident. When you first passed by the power plant, we have already noticed your whereabouts. Then what? Then we have been observing secretly. We don't understand. There are so many of you. What is the purpose of all the fanfare here, after all? The resources nearby, in addition to 2 gas stations, and several small department stores, and nothing else. Later, our people quietly approached the surrounding area of the power plant in the dark. Effortlessly, because it's been half a month since we came here, more familiar with the surrounding terrain than you are. Where are your sentries hiding? It can basically be predicted. We caught your sentry, 2 of them resisted fiercely. We killed him on the spot. We'll knock out the other few and take them there later. The people who were brought back, including the person you strangled before. Right? Demengzi glanced at Wu Fo, asked this guy. Yes, this guy is the most speechless. His mouth was as hard as a stone in a latrine. My mouth also smells very bad. They started scolding our 2 leaders when they were caught. We know, this guy just wants a quick death. But the more he does this, the more we know, you should be able to dig something out of his mouth. So you forced him to interrogate? Right, just like what you are doing to us now. We first used wire cutters to pull out his teeth. Not all of them. There are still 3 or 5 left, and a few of his toes that were smashed. Then he burned his back with a cigarette. The pain of cigarette burns, it's really unbearable. Demengzi nodded, because he is usually fine. He likes to burn people with cigarettes. This guy finally couldn't bear it anymore. Revealed all the information he knew. Even so, we also have to admire him as a man therefore. The 2 leaders did not want to deal with him immediately at first. I didn't expect this guy to break the rope on his hand with broken glass and escape. We caught him as soon as he went out. So the leader gave the order, cut out his tongue. He also used a burning cigarette to stop the bleeding. When talking about this, Wu Fo's fists almost bled. And then to the end, you want me to be in front of you, execute this guy. It also means the two leaders. The purpose is naturally to arouse your anger. I just didn't expect it. You didn't expect that the escape route was blocked by me. Right? The lynx wakes up from a deep sleep, take out a long nail, lost in front of flower pants. Wu Fo picked it up, playing with it in hand. Yes, we didn't expect there would be heavy fog. This weather is very unusual. So we sentrymen, I didn't notice you dropping nails over there. I miss your two leaders. I should have discovered your accident. Demingzi speculated. What pants didn't speak? Oh, your nickname is Fisherman. Fisherman, you hit a rock. My big Mingzi is no ordinary fish. Have you seen the old man and the sea? I am that fish. Demingzi said. That's the big marlin. Later he was eaten by a stalking shark. Lu Renjia interrupted. That's right. I am that shark. Small fish eat shrimps. Big fish eat small fish. I can eat it even as a fisherman. By the way, my little brother revealed to you the news that we are going to build a power plant. So you intend to use zombies to solve and consume us? Is the purpose to prevent the power from being restored? The fisherman smiled to himself, said, Wrong, quite the opposite. We also want the power restored. Then what do you mean? Solved hundreds of us. There's no way to restore power here. We're not trying to restore power to the old town, but on the other side. On the other side? That's right. There must be a power outage. Demingzi said to himself. Yes, in fact. Our group of people are not the looters you just discussed, but the deportees. Deportees? Binhai City is divided into two parts by the river that flows into the sea. We are used to calling the city on the other side Binhai. From our point of view, the so-called high-tech development zone, it's just like the countryside. There are many zombies on the coast. Similarly, there will be more survivors. For the sake of harmony in Binhai City, when those in power deal with certain conflicts of interests, for those forces that failed, didn't kill them all, to avoid going too far, were resisted by more people. So those people, and banished them all, and in our own view, we are all deportees. But what does this have to do with your need to restore power? Can high-voltage power transmission be achieved across bridges? Such a close distance, cross-regional power transmission is not impossible. The water and electricity here used to be. They are all from Binhai City. The cables and everything are there. Binhai also has no shortage of specialized power equipment talents. We can use reverse power transmission. So you are rushing to build this power plant. Come and make a petition to return to Binhai City? Almost, in fact. What we value more is a piece of equipment in your power plant. Turbines for thermal power generation include steam turbines or gas turbines. And your power plant? There is a spare internal combustion turbine. Binhai lacks coal resources, but there is no shortage of oil and gas resources, because there are oil and gas pipelines passing through. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, they have long stored a large amount of oil through chemical refineries. We are still stepping up our efforts to collect gasoline. Just so that once the oil and gas pipeline loses oil supply, there are still resources available. It is also feasible to use gas motors to generate electricity. I know there are no less than 3 small power plants in Binhai. Dr. Lin Yuanxiu interjected. From the moment this guy started talking about the power plant, he was listening attentively. Yes. We drove 2 large trucks here to bring back the gas turbine and related accessories, and 2 tankers full of gasoline. With these supplies, we can get rid of our status as exiles and return to Binhai. It seems that you have come to nothing, Demingzi said with a smile. The other party's explanation was very reasonable, and Demingzi had already got the answer he wanted. You know, there's no way I'm going to let you leave alive, Demingzi said to the fisherman. I know, just do it. Demingzi waved his hand. The boys used blunt instruments to deal with the 2 injuries. The fisherman was left alone. Demingzi nodded towards Wu Fo. Wu Fo smiled happily. He took a hammer from the fitter's hand. Then he used the fingers of the bobcat he just picked up to make long nails, nailed into the forehead of the flower pants. Everyone watched all this calmly. Chapter 205, Cutting the Grass at its Roots. The fisherman didn't say a word from beginning to end. But Demingzi was a man who looked rough on the outside, but was actually careful on the inside. After the fisherman died, Demingzi summoned all the leaders. Do you still remember what Huakacha said? What did he say? Many people were stunned. Before Huakacha died, he talked nonsense for a long time. Who knows which sentence you are referring to? If he is moved, we will have countless troubles. Boss, what do you mean? There is no trouble that cannot be solved. We must solve this trouble as soon as possible. I don't want to delay the power plant for too long. There are many people watching inside the high wall. But now, we still have to deal with the zombies around us. Ghost Hand came over and said, "No. There are probably tens of thousands of zombies around here. We can slowly deal with them later. Didn't we just seize their cars and trucks? Find a few brothers who can drive, and drive to lead the zombies around. These dead guys. A few guys. Cut them up. When the car is moving, throw a piece of meat every few dozen or hundreds of meters to lead the zombies to the hillside where the expelled people are. Okay, boss. Well, call the guy named Mountain Cat. Don't make too much noise, so as not to alert the enemy. And try to take a long way when returning, so as not to bring zombies back again. Old Ghost, do you have anything else to add? No more. One more thing, we need to collect those nails on the road. One can be used by yourself. The other is to avoid hurting one of your own. Ghost Hand said to the lynx, this means that Shaman needs to come forward in this matter. After all, he threw the nail. But Bobcat is not the younger brother of Demungzi, but the stick man, so the command lynx does not exist. This is a good idea. We are on the main road, or on traffic arteries. Throw in more nails. What if those guys come around? Let them never come back. Let brothers take advantage of the day when the view is good. Spread around and be alert. When necessary, you can wear something ragged, disguised as walking like a zombie. You know how to make zombies, right? Limping diagonally. If anything goes wrong, run away immediately. The remaining people will take a good rest. Wait until the zombies take the lead today. Let's have another showdown tomorrow. Demungzi made a final addition. Then he called a few more leaders. I plan to play cards and relax. Zhang Wei naturally called his brothers. Let's discuss the next steps together. What Demungzi wants to do, naturally. Kill them all. Zhang Wei knows Demungzi did nothing wrong, but this will also face the opponent's death counterattack. A desperate counterattack by a team of survivors with a convoy. It's not something that the 3 or 5 cars on Demungzi's side can handle. After the other party realizes something is wrong at this time, you should also be waiting for work, or prepare more quickly. A group of zombies who just want to be lured away can give some different surprises. At least, first consume the weapons on the opposite side. We are not the main force. Tomorrow's actions, just play it by ear. Zhang Wei said to everyone. In the eyes of Demungzi and others, people on my side, after all, they are still a group of ineffective young people, not a very important main force. However, Zhang Wei vaguely felt that Demungzi, Gui Shou, and others have already noticed the emerging talents of him. Yi Xiaobai and others. This is a good thing. It's also a bad thing. The good thing is that after you know your own abilities from now on, I only need to set up a flag. Countless people will come to seek refuge with you. The disadvantage is that once you establish your own power, after establishing the base area and base camp, you can no longer move forward and retreat as freely as you can now. Demungzi said it was playing cards. In fact, I fell asleep before playing 3 games and went to bed. Zhang Wei and others also worked hard all night. At this rare moment, the alarm is lifted. Naturally, sleepiness came. I found a slightly clean ground. Just get up and sleep. Soon he was snoring. Not long after, Zhang Wei was woken up by Pei Wu, a man of great strength, ready for action. Pei Wu reminded. Zhang Wei opened his eyes and looked. Lu Rinjia, Hu Dai, Yi Xiaobai, Bao Hua, and others are ready. He was the last one to be woken up. In order to let you sleep a little longer, so I wake you up at the end. Okay, are you leaving now? Dr. Lin Yuanxiu and the dozens of injured people did not participate in the operation. Demungzi left 30 or 50 people to protect them. If something is wrong, just escape along the tunnel. Didn't Demungzi say we would take action the next day, but it's not dawn yet? Zhang Wei pointed outside the house. It was pitch black at this time. A soldier never tires of deceit. He said he would take action the next day. That was said to the outside world. Demungzi is not sure whether his people have been infiltrated. After all, people between 2 urban areas, there used to be frequent visits, so I think to be on the safe side, get started today. Bao Hua said to Zhang Wei. Can a big man think so far-reaching? Yi Xiaobai felt that sometimes he looked down on Demungzi. Big Mingzi may not be able to imagine it, but there is a ghost hand on the side to give some advice. He wouldn't have thought of it. Ghost hand. It's Demungzi's second brain. If someone wants to deal with Demungzi, we must first remove the nail that is the ghost hand. Let's go. Let's go out too. What time is it now? It's 4 o'clock in the morning. It will be dawn in about an hour at this time. The enemy is most relaxed. It is also the sleepiest time. We touched it quietly. Everyone brings a triangular nail, lost on the key road. It will be dawn in less than an hour. It will be difficult to fly on the opposite side. Lu Renjia explained. Zhang Wei understands. Lu Renjia doesn't have such a brain. What he said, probably to convey spirit of the Great Mingzi Summit. Something like that. Not long after, Zhang Wei heard de Mingzi's mobilization order. Everyone, today may be a tough battle, but there is no problem. It is estimated that there are only 70 or 80 people left on the other side. We searched the surrounding shopping malls. 20 or 30 petrol bombs were also made. Just say hello vigorously when the time comes. This thing like petrol bombs in the movie? It can be used to blow up Japanese tanks. Just throw it when you see it right. This time our goal is to eradicate the weeds. Since the person opposite is someone who was exiled from Haiban City, that's useless. There is no use value anymore. So we don't expect to be able to squeeze any oil out of them. Wait until you meet someone, no matter male or female. Old or young, just chop it to death. Okay, boss. Okay, brother. The younger brothers responded one after another. De Mingzi nodded calmly. Chapter 206 Attack at Dawn. Before departure, Zhang Wei and others were assigned 3 more wine bottles. The fitter pointed at the half-filled liquid in the wine bottle, said, "This is a petrol bomb. Just light the plug and throw it out. Use a little force. The bottle does not crack. It won't explode." I know. Zhang Wei knows Molotov cocktails better than anyone else. When zombies besiege the city in my previous life, there are also specialized bombers. It's a demolition squad. The purpose is not to blow up zombies. Instead, use the light source of the explosion to attract zombies elsewhere at night, thereby reducing the pressure on the frontal battlefield. Beer bottles contain 1/3 to 2/3 of gasoline. When you fall out like this, more likely to burst. Half of the mouth of the wine bottle is made of cloth and cotton, all contaminated with gasoline. Since it burns, it also won't let the gasoline inside burn before the bottle breaks. De Mingzi made a total of 20 or 30 gasoline bombs. It's not bad if Zhang Wei's team can be divided into 3. De Mingzi's ultimate goal is not to let people escape. This petrol bomb, they are all used against each other's cars. Not long after, de Mingzi went to divert the zombie convoy and came back. The younger brothers nodded towards de Mingzi. This means that the zombies have been successfully lured to the opponent's stronghold. De Mingzi waved his hand. Except for the 50 or 60 people left behind, the others were all killed in the dark in a mighty manner. Zhang Wei's team and Yu Xiaobai's team are in the middle. A distance of 2 to 3 kilometers, in the rapid night march of hundreds of people, arrived in less than half an hour. When there was still half a kilometer away from the so-called hillside, the bobcat in front uses night vision goggles to explore the road, signaling everyone to stop, hide in place. Because the roar of zombies was heard not far away, and the sound of car engines. There were also shouts and curses from the survivors. This is exactly what de Mingzi wants to do. Use zombies to consume the opponent's weapons and crossbows. When a huge amount of zombies are coming, these people will no longer hide their clumsiness. They also have a tanker truck, said the Lynx when he came back. Boss, I touched it quietly and it exploded. Mad Dog came up and said, "Keep it. There is no need to explode unless absolutely necessary. This is our trophy, and things like petrol bombs, for steel tanks of oil tankers, not necessarily useful. De Mingzi wants to keep this oil tanker." Zhang Wei knows, although gasoline bombs can cause fires to burn in oil tankers, but it's not necessarily possible that the tanker truck will be blown up. The thickness of the tank truck, maybe there are only fitter steel soldiers, run as before, using inertia and gravitational potential energy, projecting steel bars over long distances, only then can it be worn. Zhang Wei once saw an oil tanker that overturned due to a car accident on the roadside. The oil tank was almost deformed, but not broken. The number of zombies was about 2,000 or 3,000, and it was estimated that there were more zombies before. These people seemed to know that the zombies were coming unusually, and they did not aggressively fight with the zombies on the periphery. Instead, they used the terrain and obstacles to resist in an orderly manner. Old Ghost, if it were you, how would you think this battle would be fought? I wish I had the Italian cannon of the 3rd Battalion commander, de Mingzi said with great pride. Terrain warfare, focus on the heart, attacking the city is the next step. What's the meaning? Besieged but not attacked, just wait until they get into trouble. Good, let's talk after daybreak. De Mingzi ordered, let the tower, Wufwa, Rejoice and others led the construction site meeting. Mine gang, number 40 or 50 from the Pier gang, scattered away. The rest of the people also slowly dispersed, hide nearby. On the one hand, it is to avoid zombies. On the other hand, it is to block the enemy's retreat. Approaching zombies, let Demingzi's people deal with it quietly. The enemy seemed to realize something was wrong, because the surroundings are too quiet. There are even fewer zombies approaching. Zhang Wei vaguely heard, someone is shouting, the words probably mean gathering nearby. This played right into Demingzi's plan. Demingzi just felt that he didn't have enough manpower, and the opponent will disperse and break out. In this way, a fish slips through the net, it will be very detrimental to yourself. Who knows these people? Are there any more accomplices? Another 10 minutes passed. Da Fong finally turned up the fish belly white. And this enemy. Temporary camp. Around, there were already hundreds of zombie corpses. It can be seen that the person opposite also has rich experience in cooking zombies. Eliminating zombies is like chopping melons and vegetables. And there is someone who knows something on the other side. This hillside was chosen as a temporary camp. The height of the hillside is not very high. It only stretches for 100 or 200 meters. The slope is less than 30 degrees. But it is on a ridge. Except for a road in the middle, there are strange rocks all around. Survivors collect zombies, mostly condescending. Demingzi came out of the darkness, watching the battle from a distance. The power plant the day before, the survivors were besieged in much the same way. Unexpectedly. Overnight, identity swap. This is because the Bobcats dropped nails at critical moments to turn the tide of the battle. There is also Zhang Wei, Yi Xiaobai and others blew up the bridge. This is because the source of zombies has been cut off. Certainly, what makes Demingzi even more emboldened is that, rejoicing person, reinforcements within the high wall have been contacted. If I guess correctly, it's almost time. This time the battle, if there are no accidents, it can be said that we are catching a turtle in a jar. Demingzi did not give the order, be in a hurry to finish. The sky is getting brighter, the number of zombies decreased by several hundred. The place gradually became calm. Obviously the person opposite, the existence of Demingzi was also discovered. And people who know Demingzi, this place has been surrounded. The enemy feeds the zombies that surround their camp. Demingzi's men dealt with the zombies in the encirclement ambushed by their men. Both sides were dealing with the zombies, waiting for the final decisive battle. Zhang Wei looked at his friends. At this time, Lu Renjia and Hu Dai were still together, seemingly not taking this battle seriously. And Yi Xiaobai was also studying the rapid-fire crossbow with his subordinate Ryu Xing. Qin Yi and Qin Tianshou did not come at all, stayed at the power plant. Xuepeng and Zhuan Ku were not far away. Shan Mao disappeared again. A dozen people from Crazy Dog, ambushed in a factory not far away. The steel bar soldiers of the fitters had all been dispatched, and were using grinding wheels and grindstones to do the final grinding on the tip of the steel bar. Other people, they were all wiping their weapons in an orderly manner, and make leggings, things like tightening shoelaces. Zhang Wei also tightened his shoelaces and belt. He held a butcher's knife in his right hand, tied it securely with torn towel strips. In his left hand, he held a bamboo shield made by a powerful man. The person on the other side has weapons, like a fishing line bow. Zhang Wei didn't dare to be too big. And Zhang Wei turned around to look again. Baohua, not far away, and Guisho next to Demingzi. They all seemed to have solemn expressions on their faces. Chapter 207 Bloody Battle in the Highlands. Zhang Wei saw the dignity of Guisho and Baohua. He was also secretly frightened. Because when these two people were in Walmart, almost all of them were talking and laughing. And at this moment, facing a small number of enemies surrounded, they all showed solemn expressions. Could it be? What else do these marauders have up their sleeves? Demingzi waited for another half hour. The zombies in the encirclement were finally eliminated. There are hundreds of zombies. The person who pounced on the big man in reverse, it was also solved like chopping melons and vegetables. Kill! Demingzi waved his hand. Bastards lurking in all directions, he picked up his weapons and rushed forward in an orderly manner. Zhang Wei and others followed closely behind. It was also an orderly charge. Although this location is on a hillside, but the field of view is also one glance at the bottom, it is almost impossible for the other party to have any ambush. And in a hurry, there shouldn't be much preparation either. Most of their time, they should all be dealing with zombies. But what shocked Zhang Wei was that the enemy directly retreats to defend, slowly retreat toward the middle, finally hiding behind a few cars. Throw! Don't give orders from a fierce man, the fitter began to direct. For this one of my own? Javelin troops, he used it more easily. Suddenly there were 60 or 70 people. Just lift the steel bar in your hand, throwed. The throwing of such weapons, it takes hundreds or thousands of practices to. Otherwise, there is no accuracy. So the fitter is not worried. The weapon was picked up on the other side, then throw it back. The weight of the steel bar, not muscular construction workers like them. Ordinary people also have trouble dancing. Don't worry about the opponent picking up steel bars as weapons. What's more, the steel bars have just landed. The fitter man picked up a big knife and killed him. The hand-to-hand combat began. There are more than a dozen people in the lead. It's a demolition trooper. I lit the petrol bomb in my hand, just threw it away. Immediately, several cars nearby were set on fire. The fire burned fiercely. UFO and Rejoice men and horses also approached this ridge. A hard attack from the side began. But the person opposite was condescending, prepared stones in advance, weapons such as fish crossbows. For a moment, I was so depressed that I couldn't even lift my head. Zhang Wei only felt that this was in ancient times. Attack the bandits' camp. It's all cold weapons fighting. Several people from Wuthua finally climbed up the hillside, just like the first soldier who climbed the city gate in ancient times. Open a gap here. Unexpectedly, he was shot into a hornet's nest in an instant. Careful, it's a Lian Nu. Rejoice quickly reminded her brother. The person who didn't expect the other person. Repeating crossbows were also made. Repeating crossbows are not ordinary crossbows. Requires high technical content. But if there is a ready-made repeating crossbow, if you want to imitate, it's not very difficult either. Their weapons were not consumed too much by zombies. The ghost finger pointed at the zombie corpse on the ground and said. He just bent over and inspected these corpses. Most were stab wounds and blunt force injuries. That is to say, the opponent did not use their crossbows on the zombies. After all, use a crossbow to kill zombies, you must shoot the zombie in the head, and it has to penetrate the skull. Although most bows and arrows can do this, but in this way, the arrows will basically be scrapped. When I pulled it out, it was already deformed. Get our shields. Zhang Wei thought of the heavy fog yesterday. The two people who went to explore the road, the body was almost penetrated by a spear gun. When going out, he asked his teammates to wear bamboo shields. As long as you can protect your upper body, so that they will not be pierced by sharp arrows, a fatal blow. Rejoice lies on the ground, towards the person behind, whistled. Suddenly there were about 10 people, come up with a rapid-fire crossbow. Toward the crossbowman on the opposite side, the passionate ejaculation began. Only 2 screams were heard. The 2 or 3 people on the opposite side fell to the ground. Never got up again. Well done, said the big Mengzi in the distance. This close combat, Demingzi did not participate, still controlling remotely from a distance. Regardless of the person opposite, how to resist, after all? There is no advantage in numbers. Within a few minutes, more than a dozen people were killed or injured. Zhang Wei saw from a distance, in the middle of the road opposite, 2 people were giving instructions in an orderly manner. Judging from his age, he is probably over 60. Could these 2 be the so-called fishermen and fishermen? Since the end of the world, most of the leaders Zhang Wei has seen are young people, and the older ones are middle-aged people in their 40s or 50s. This is the first time he has seen such an old man. But Zhang Wei knows that such people exist in Binhai City, because there are many clan forces that respect the elderly. This is not a matter of age, but a matter of seniority, which has a bit of the flavor of the underworld. But older people, being able to sit firmly in this position, often more ruthless than young people. Demingzi stared at the 2 people. He knows, it's those 2 people, want to attack his power plant, make a dumpling, eat him down hard. Zhang Wei estimated the person opposite him. There seemed to be 60 or 70 people left. More than 10 people were killed or injured, although it makes them more defensive. But he also resisted even more desperately. Because they can see, Demingzi had no intention of letting them go. Dozens of fitters have already stuck on it, but the road on the ridge is narrow. There is only a road of 3 to 5 meters. It was also blocked by several burning cars. The fitter man is worried about the car exploding. I was in a dilemma for a while. Zhang Wei took a look through the telescope. Then he suddenly realized, the car doesn't have to worry about exploding. It would have been blown up long ago, otherwise it wouldn't have burned in the fire for so long. There was no movement either. You know, a dozen people from Demingzi, but 2 or 3 petrol bombs per person. Greetings to this car. Guizhou also realized something was wrong, because he saw the tires of the cars blocking the front. It has always been dry. This car is just a temporary protective wall they pulled up the hillside. Just like the city wall in our city. Ghost Hand said to Demingzi. Kill him, cars won't blow up, Demengzi shouted. Suddenly, Tower and Fitter Man from the front, rejoicing people from the left hillside, Woofwa's people came from the right side of the hillside, in the 3 rounds. 200 to 300 people went up to kill them. Now the other side was suddenly overwhelmed. Zhang Wei and others also followed closely behind. Be prepared to engage in close combat at any time. Wrong, this place. It feels like the other party chose it deliberately. Zhang Wei, the leader, deliberately slowed down. Really, only 2 breaths of time. Suddenly a large number of bottles flew overhead. Get out of the way. This is also a petrol bomb. The leaders such as Rejoice and Woofwa shouted at the intersection. But due to the excessive charge, these people are almost sitting next to each other. It is not possible to withdraw immediately. The beer bottle fell to the ground. Suddenly a raging fire broke out. Many people's lower bodies were immediately ignited. He quickly rolled down the hillside. An attempt was made to use sand and soil to extinguish the fire. But once gasoline gets under body, when there are no dry powder fire extinguishers and ready-made sand piles, how can it be extinguished so easily? This is a ridge. There is no water source nearby. There is a small pond not far away, 40 or 50 meters away. Those whose legs are on fire. He immediately gritted his teeth and rushed towards the pond. The running speed of a person is about 8 meters per second. But most people react, jump into the pond. Almost 10 seconds have passed. Almost all of these people were burned. However, because many people were overalls from the construction site, most of their burns were minor injuries. Looking at the petrol bombs flying in the sky, Demengzi gritted his teeth and said, his grandma's. No wonder we searched for miles around. Only 20 or 30 bottles were found. It turns out that they were all raided by these guys. Zhang Wei thinks about it too. Things like beer bottles. Find 20 or 30 boxes at a canteen. It should be very easy. Even if the beer is drunk by the survivors, not even a single wine bottle was left behind. These guys, there is also a tanker truck, naturally. We can make gasoline bombs without restraint. Chapter 208 Deathly Counterattack. Zhang Wei only felt, I fell into the trap set by this group of people from the beginning. The petrol bombs flying all over the sky and the constant sound of bottles falling and breaking, the entire battlefield turned into a sea of fire. Zhang Wei looked at the beer bottles they threw out. The gas inside is almost full. It seems that he is also retaliating on the verge of death. Don't take gasoline seriously. After all, if a person dies, storing too much gasoline is useless. The entire hillside covers an area of tens of square meters. Almost everything turned into a sea of fire. Demengzi's people are going to kill them. You have to swim through this sea of fire, and gasoline is flammable. When there is an open flame, it ignites as soon as it touches it. The ghost hand looked at the burning fire. He knew about Demengzi's plan to surround Sanke. Almost failed. It turns out that Demengzi's plan is to surround 3 buildings in one. Attack from 3 directions. The other party's people have more than a dozen cars worth of luggage. His own people followed behind. You can pursue slowly. This will minimize casualties. These people can also be eliminated. But now, Demengzi looked at the gap without fire. That seemed to be the direction those people were running. Because at this moment, there was the sound of an engine starting. Have no idea. How's that guy named Bobcat's plan going? Ghost Hand looked into the distance and said, Lynx? Where did the lynx go? Zhang Wei looked around. No sign of the Bobcat was found. Mad Dog Zhang Wei does know. He was hiding in a factory building behind an ambush. Watching the motorcade drive away, Demengzi was not in a hurry. The convoy of more than a dozen cars slowly climbed up the slope. It was about to disappear from sight. It was at this time. Several dull explosions were heard in the distance, like the sound of a balloon exploding. Demengzi smiled involuntarily. Bypassing the sea of fire, chase after me. Demengzi gave orders to his subordinates. 200 to 300 people roared and rushed forward. Even if they are just fools, I also know what happened. That prison guard, I will definitely try my old tricks again. The roads are strewn with nails, and a car without tires, it can't go far at all. A car with a flat tire, it can block the convoy behind. It's useless even if these cars pass over this car. Because obviously, the Bobcats can't just drop a few pegs. Flat tire, he is a professional. Yi Xiaobai said with a smile. Boss, why don't we go over and help? Lu Renjia asked innocently. Get some wool. Let the men of Demengzi die. The person on the other side fought back before death. Not so easy to deal with. 200 to 300 people besiege 60 or 70 people. There will definitely be losses. Zhang Wei's people, most of them don't have much experience in actual combat with people. In the past, they were just cannon fodder. If Demingzi wants to attack the power plant, it is his business. He risked his own life to help him blow up the bridge. It can be considered a great achievement. Not long after Zhang Wei finished speaking, the sound of the engine became clearer again from far to near. What's the meaning? Zhang Wei looked at the direction of the car convoy. Why did they deliberately rush into the encirclement? Not long after, Zhang Wei knew what this group of people wanted to do. The leading SUV car hit several broken cars that were burning earlier. He rushed straight towards Zhang Wei and others. What's this? Put yourself to death and survive. Zhang Wei immediately nervously took out a petrol bomb from his backpack. Yi Xiaobai also took out 2 bottles. This is the petrol bomb I received from Demingzi before. It's a good idea to shoot a man first, and shoot a horse first. To capture the thief. Capture the king first. The ghost hand looked at the cars from far to near. He quickly dodged aside. The leading car, he crashed directly towards Demingzi. Even if Demingzi is a fool, I won't just stand around stupidly at this time. He quickly spread his legs and ran away. He missed the oncoming car in just a few steps. But the car only made a false shot. Turn around slightly, he came directly in the direction of Zhang Wei, Yi Xiaobai and others. Following closely behind were a dozen other cars. Coming towards this direction in a furious manner, he drove directly through the previous fire wall. The tires of many cars were set on fire. But it didn't slow down at all. Slow down, the fire will only burn faster. Zhang Wei secretly yelled. It's bad. In the eyes of these people, Zhang Wei, and this group of student soldiers, it seems to be the weakest link in the entire encirclement. You are treating us like a soft persimmon. Zhang Wei lit the petrol bomb in his hand. Then he used the cork of his own gasoline bomb to ignite Yi Xiaobai's gasoline bomb. Yi Xiaobai gritted his teeth. If there was a car, I must fight them. It's a pity that Yi Xiaobai and Zhang Wei. Today there are number 11 buses. I'll blow up the first one, you blow up the back. Zhang Wei said loudly. At this time, the roar is approaching. I can no longer hear what I'm saying clearly. After talking about Zhang Wei's petrol bombs, just hit the front window of the car. This time I am impartial. It just hit the front of the SUV. The bottle just broke. Suddenly the entire front glass and hood of the car burst into flames. Gasoline also seeped in through the cracks. The people inside were probably burned. He opened the driver's door and jumped out of the car immediately. Before Zhang Wei had time to rush over and hit the target, Demingzi jumped out of nowhere. A vicious dog pounces on its food, throw the man to the ground, then he broke his neck. When I stood up, still patting the dust on his hands, he said, I told you to fucking hit your grandpa. And in this gap, the car behind also braked suddenly and stopped. I almost rear-ended the car in front of me. Yi Xiaobai didn't even think about it, so he threw both petrol bombs over. One was thrown on the roof of the car, one fell to the ground. It fell just below the fuel tank. Suddenly, the top and bottom of this car, all were burning with fire. For people jumped out from inside, they all ran to the car behind. But he was stopped by Yi Xiaobai's men. Then he was hacked to death. The convoy passed through the obstruction of Zhang Wei and Yi Xiaobai. The best opportunity to break out has been lost. People inside know, if you don't get off the car at this time, the burning flames burned along the tires. Death is certain if a car explodes. Suddenly dozens of people got out of the car in unison. They all carry swords as long as their arms. Then he killed them in the direction of Zhang Wei and others. This is their only way to survive. I'm going to risk my life. Zhang Wei held the knife in his hand. Then he pulled out a towel from under his arm and wrapped it around him. He gritted his teeth and rushed forward. When two armies clash, the brave one wins. There is the killing machine Demingzi standing in front. Nature is fearless. Zhang Wei only has a dozen men. But Yi Xiaobai's people, there are 20 or 30. Demingzi and his men also had 7 or 8 people. The leaders of some powerful men, other people also rushed forward. Zhang Wei looked into the distance. 3 people of the Rejoice Wu Buddha Tower. He drove down the hillside again. People on my side, just hold these guys for 3 minutes. Chapter 209 Fighting to the Death. Seeing that the big men are playing in person, the gangsters all felt like the emperor was personally conducting the expedition. The 7 or 8 men next to Demingzi, he immediately rushed forward without saying a word, faced with dozens of people on the opposite side. Zhang Wei and Yi Xiaobai knew, if you don't push forward at this time, people like Demingzi have 3 heads and 6 arms. They will also be eaten until no bones are left. But relying on Yi Xiaobai and other young people, facing the people on the other side, who are desperately trying to break through, I can't stand it no matter what. Zhang Wei gritted his teeth, also kill him. Those who can survive in the apocalypse are all good players. The same is true for the enemy. Zhang Wei rushed forward, just face anyone, only one round of fighting, he was so shocked that his mouth went numb. And the weapons on the opposite side are similar to mine, there is only a small gap, there are almost no major defects. Just like my own butcher knife, the weapon on the opposite side should also be a good knife that has been tempered for thousands of times. Irregular patterns on the blade, it made Zhang Wei feel that this knife should be made by himself. This kind of knife has better toughness, it's not as crisp as the watermelon knife I used before. Close combat, the long knife is not of much use, on the contrary. There are constraints everywhere. First time fighting, although the two parties are evenly matched, but after getting close to you, that man was overwhelmed by Zhang Wei's tricky sword skills. Because Zhang Weiquan went to the joints, lower genitals, armpits and other places to say hello. Those with weapons in these places have no time to resist, even if it can barely be blocked, there will also be certain flaws left. When Zhang Wei looked at Demengzi, found that he had already entered the enemy formation, he was running towards the two old men. A machete flew up and down, the knife edge is tricky, from time to time. Someone screamed from the opposite side. And the person responsible for guarding Demengzi, one person died, and two people were injured. It's so tragic. Are these people the guards of the great Mengzi? So brave, and not afraid of death? Zhang Wei found a loophole, when he slashed the enemy's neck with him on the opposite side. Yi Xiaobai also led others to block the opponent's charge. The enemy's charge is like the cavalry's breakout in ancient times. The most powerful soldier's front was blocked by Demengzi. The actions of the people behind him also stagnated. Moreover, there are 7 or 8 female relatives within the enemy's ranks. Not a swordsman. Although these female relatives hold fish crossbows, but he didn't dare to ejaculate, because they have more people of their own, the probability of hurting one's own people is greater. Zhang Wei only felt that the entire northwestern Shaanxi was in chaos. The 3 armies behind are approaching, you can get close to here in a minute or 2 at most. Zhang Wei looked at his people, in this brief confrontation, which lasted less than 2 minutes. 2 also died, 2 were seriously injured. But they are not important people, these were the same people who joined him after the Walmart war. Seeing 2 male and 2 female enemies running in the direction of Lu Renjia, Baohua and others, Zhang Wei immediately gave up on the enemy not far away. Then he turned to kill the 4 people with a knife. Unexpectedly, one of them didn't even look at it, he shot a fish arrow towards his back. Zhang Wei subconsciously opened his hand, the fish arrow passed through his armpit, shot on his backpack. The backpack was penetrated instantly, the spear gun also revealed a bit of the boss. There is also a rope on the fish arrow, the person on the other side pulled me casually. Zhang Wei almost lost his balance, and fell to the ground. Just as he was stabilizing his body, he found that the man and woman were already heading towards him to kill him. The woman pulls the fishing line, it made Zhang Wei unable to move. Just when Zhang Wei was about to take out a knife and cut off the rope, the man had approached him. This kind of hand-to-hand combat, a mistake at the millimeter level can cost a life. At this time, Zhang Wei had no time to break free from his backpack. Subconsciously slashing with a knife, unexpectedly, the opponent's hook-like weapon caught the knife. It can't be taken back. Because the towel was tied to the knife, almost even the man and the knife were thrown into the guy's arms. Zhang Wei knows, the safest way to keep yourself at this time is. It also makes the other party unstable. Otherwise, if I fall into this guy's arms, his neck must have been wiped long ago. So Zhang Wei immediately took out a chopstick from his waist with his left hand. Attack this guy's lower body. As long as this guy doesn't hide, Zhang Wei was sure to pierce this guy's thigh. The enemy obviously did not expect that Zhang Wei had such a weapon. He thought Zhang Wei took out something like a screwdriver. After taking a closer look, I discovered that it was a sharpened chopstick. But he did not underestimate Zhang Wei. The weapon in his right hand rotated slightly. The knife that Zhang Wei was holding was separated. What is this? Zhang Wei looked at the hook and said, it just feels weird. The enemy said nothing. That's a fishing hook, it's when you catch a big fish on the boat. Use this thing to lift the fish up. People who have been killed by our T-Mart have killed fish, really well informed. Zhang Wei said as he said on one side. He slashed the rope with his knife, my backpack was finally free. But there is also a fish arrow stuck on it. Since a man and a woman were separated from him, although the other man and woman rushed towards Lu Renjia and the others, but it didn't put much pressure on them. This guy Baohua, although he is usually taciturn, but at this time, his bloody nature was also revealed. From the moment he saw this group of people, his expression was particularly solemn. And at this moment, his expression became relaxed instead. Different from Zhang Wei and other short sword melee combat, Bao Hua can use almost any weapon, many times, pick up the bricks and pebbles on the roadside and just throw them at them. But this also relieved many brothers. It even allowed a few people to successfully counterattack. And the big guy on the other side, there were also blood stains on his body. Although not fatal, but it definitely hurt. Just when Demingzi was about to be seriously injured by a sneak attack, the man who attacked him fell straight down. It turned out that he was hit in the forehead with a knife. And that knife seems to be a Nepalese army knife. His grandma's. My legs were numb from squatting in the abandoned factory. You guys are having so much fun here. The arrogant voice of the rabid dog came over. The people who heard this were also delighted. Although this guy only has 5 or 6 people, but it's also reinforcements. And this guy, Mad Dog, I heard he can fight quite well. Rumor has it that he used to be the most capable person under Demingzi. 5 or 6 people cannot influence the situation of the battle. But it also stimulated the other side even more. The woman opposite also put down her fish crossbow. He took up arms and joined the fight. Although Zhang Wei and Yi Xiaobai were desperately moving closer to Demingzi, but Demingzi still fell into a hard fight, because the 2 old men also joined the fight. Each of the 2 old men has a small fruit knife. But Demingzi was caught in the middle. A man of great strength just posted it. He was rolled over by one of the old men. A knife stabbed him in the lower abdomen. That old man's body is very flexible. Zhang Wei glanced at it and said, "He's a practicing master." Yi Xiaobai saw that guy's ape-like movement. The movement seemed to be very slow, but Demingzi's younger brother was stabbed to death inexplicably. Explained the little brother's big sword. There is no knife that can protect the old man. Demingzi's knife is already stained with blood, but he knew not to be arrogant at this time. He is not afraid of confrontation with cold weapons. As long as the other party doesn't steal it, then have nothing to fear. These 2 little old men, since I can secure my position as leader, it's certainly not as simple as it seems. Just when the 3 of them were going to continue fighting, Ghost Hand shouted from a distance, "Stop!" Hearing this, Demingzi stopped immediately. Chapter 210 Strategic Materials. Ghost Hand shouted to stop, but only Demingzi and the other 2 leaders stopped. Others were still killing each other. This is due to the insufficient deterrent effect of Ghost Hands. If it is Demingzi or the opponent's leader who speaks, the fighting should have stopped long ago. However, the deadlock reached at this time has been broken. Rejoice, Wufwa, 3 people from the Iron Tower have already surrounded them. Daiasu, the 2 fishermen saw that there was no hope of escape. I will no longer take action, but he did not stop his men from resisting. At this time, everything is dead. There is no point in saying anything. Hundreds of people surrounded the escapees. The circle of encirclement is getting smaller and smaller. When the fitter spearmen approached carrying steel bars as tall as a person, everyone stopped resisting. This is not the world of martial arts. A broadsword cannot defeat a spear. Several steel bars were pierced towards the same person, almost irresistible. Demingzi hasn't spoken yet. The Mad Dog came over arrogantly. "Are all of you gangsters from the city?" Mad Dog looked at the 2 old men in front of him. Both of them looked rather lean. And they were about 60 years old. One wore a white vest that had turned yellow, and the other wore a blue short-sleeved Dacron shirt. "Are you Demingzi?" The old man in the vest didn't even look at Quang Dog, but turned to Demingzi and asked. He probably knew about Demingzi from the interrogation of Wu Fo's younger brother. "Are you fishermen?" Demingzi deliberately mocked. "Yes, I'm Daiasu. And he's Yuan. When did someone like you appear in the old city?" The one in the vest was Daiasu, and the one in the short-sleeved shirt was Yuan. "I'm from the countryside," Demingzi said with a smile. This sentence corresponds to what Mad Dog said about people coming from the city. It means that they have different origins from these 2 people, that is to say, people with different paths do not seek each other. "Where's Lin Hu? Is he willing to let you become the boss?" Another old man said. "Who is Lin Hu?" Zhang Wei quietly asked Yi Xiaobai. He didn't know much about the old town. Lin Hu, he was the original leader of the Pier Gang, nicknamed Lin Tiger. This man is Rejoice's father. You may not know, but I know. Rejoice's real name is Lin Yuro. Rejoice is just her nickname. "Isn't that man dead?" Lin Laohu and Zhang Wei knew. "I just didn't know his name was Lin Hu." "Yes. He died in a fire. Rumor has it that Demingzi was responsible. His purpose was to take over the power of the Doc Gang. And, in that accident, it seems that Wang Yukun, the leader of the White Gang, was also involved." Yi Xiaobai pointed at Demingzi. And then at Shan Mao. "Shan Mao? This guy is Wang Yukun's man. And it has been confirmed now. Lin Lao Hu? Lao Hu died a long time ago. Demingzi looked at the two old men. And then looked at Rejoice. Meaning? Are these two old men friends with your father? Rejoice shook her head. The matter has come to this. What are you going to do? The old man wearing short sleeves is very calm. Old man? You can see clearly. It's a pity that so many people. They all have to be buried with you. Demingzi looked at some old, weak women and children behind him. There are not many old, weak women and children. There were 15 or 16 people in total. It takes 2 of us to die. How about finding a way out for young people? There are 4 young people in total. The oldest is only 13 or 14 years old. Smaller one, still being held by someone, estimated to be 2 or 3 years old. He is probably the grandchild of these 2 old men. Demingzi hesitated for 2 seconds, said, No, cutting the weeds without removing the roots, the spring breeze blows and gives birth again. The old man who spoke nodded, closed his eyes. The matter has come to this, nothing to say. Demingzi turned and left. A few younger brothers, who caught up behind me, he stabbed both of them in the chest with steel bars. There were many people's exclamations from behind. The bodies of the 2 old men have not fallen yet. The men of Demingzi swarmed up. They swarmed toward the 30 or 40 people behind who had given up resistance. Within a few minutes, these people were never heard from again. Including what the old man said before, those children who led Demingzi escape. He's a hero. Zhang Wei's younger brothers commented this way. Only Zhang Wei knows, Demingzi is a hero among heroes. He has never been able to see through this person. It seems to have multiple personalities. Zhang Wei had a feeling, only Demingzi, only then can you control the dock gang. Construction site meeting, the 3 gangs of the mine gang, fight against the 8 major aborigines. But where Demingzi is sitting, it is also a volcanic crater. If one day, Demingzi died, this place in the inner city, there will be great civil strife. Take their corpses, lift it into the fire and burn it. The ghost hand saw the big man walking away, he quickly followed him. The fire left by the previous petrol bomb has not been extinguished. Demingzi's subordinates worked in pairs, carrying the corpse on the ground, throw it into the fire. After a while, the corpse put out the fire. A mountain of corpses was left behind. 70 or 80 people, it seems like a lot, but piled up like a mountain of corpses, it's just a small corner. Just like the small square array formed by the queues on the school playground. Everyone had to find some gasoline from other places, pour it on the corpse, reignite. The fitters had already started collecting supplies from these guys. Although they claimed to be deportees, but everyone still regarded them as plunderers. Really, in a secret place on a hillside, I discovered a large amount of supplies covered with tarpaulins. It seems that these guys, I realized something was wrong a long time ago. The supplies were unloaded in advance, be prepared to escape lightly. Other people, while the fire in the car is still not extinguished, some found dry powder fire extinguishers. Start putting out the fire on the car. But it was obviously too late to take action at this time. Nearly 2/3 of the cars burned and exploded, burnt into scrap metal. Only a handful of unburned cars remain. This also plays into Demingzi's plan. Because these cars can be used to carry supplies. Demingzi ordered, bring the materials collected this time back to the power plant, as consumable materials before restarting the power plant. Although there are not many supplies, but there is still no problem if hundreds of people consume it for a month or 2. And most importantly this time, Demingzi seized an oil tanker. This car was walking behind at first, 2 walked behind again, when he broke through, hardly any breakage. Not even the tires were punctured, just drive away. There is still 80% gasoline in this tanker. In the words of Demingzi and Guisho, this tanker truck is strategic material. Its value is equivalent to the strategic missiles on TV before. Even a nuclear bomb. Because in the current apocalypse where there are no guns, cold weapon warfare is the mainstream. As for the petrol bomb, almost the same as a grenade, it has a surprising effect. A petrol bomb can ignite a fire, burn down a supermarket, or cause other fires, burn down an entire building. And this tank truck, thousands of Molotov cocktails can be made. Demingzi's hundreds of younger brothers, each person brought 1 or 2 empty wine bottles, if you are traveling with a tanker truck, can instantly transform into an artillery unit. Throwing petrol bombs, unlike the javelin, there is no technical content. Made and dropped on a hard contact object, after the bottle breaks, it can almost form a fire source of 3 to 5 square meters. And gasoline. A combustible substance, unless it is extinguished with sand and soil, otherwise it will be difficult to stop burning. At noon that day, After pulling all the supplies back, Demingzi's people are still busy cooking a big pot of rice. 3 or 5 younger brothers ran over panting, said, "It's not good, we found a ship." "Boat? We are on the shore. What are you afraid of what his boat will do? Could it be an aircraft carrier? Can the aircraft carrier come to offshore waters?" "Not an aircraft carrier, but it's not much different," Rejoice, who came in closely behind, said. Chapter 211 Offshore Cruise Ship. The boat was discovered by Rejoice after the fog clears. It is 2 to 3 nautical miles away from the coastline. It looks like just a tiny bit. No one noticed at first, but recently, Demingzi has been gathering people here. Zhang Wei blew up the bridge again, in order to observe the trends in the new urban area, so Rejoice ordered, "Let the people below." The fishing boat was driven several hundred meters away from the shore. "It's a cruise ship, a big cruise ship." The gangster under Rejoice described it this way. "Oil tanker? Please tell me clearly, is it an oil tanker or a cruise ship?" Demingzi got interested. "It's a cruise ship, a tourist cruise ship, not an oil tanker." "For sightseeing? Why do they come to the old town for sightseeing?" When Guisho heard this, he kept thinking and didn't say anything. After thinking for a while, he said, "If it is a transoceanic cruise ship, it is common to spend half a year on the sea. The zombie crisis broke out for 2 or 3 months. If it is far away from the mainland, this ship may be relatively safe." "Are you saying that someone survived?" asked. "It's hard to say. Even if a zombie crisis breaks out, it is possible that someone survived. What I am worried about is..." "Your worry should be the same as mine." "What are they worried about?" Zhang Wei asked Baohua next to him. People Zhang Wei knows, in other words. Xian Baohua is very smart. Baohua thought for a while, and then said, "Not sooner or later, this ship just appeared here at this time, then it is possible that he wants to land." But Zhang Wei also knows, if this ship is not found, maybe a little dangerous. But now this ship has been discovered, that means the enemy is out in the open, on dark. There's nothing to be afraid of either. But at this time, Rejoice interrupted and said, "This boat can't get in. It's almost autumn now. The flood season has passed early. The water level of the river has already receded. The same goes for offshore. Smaller boats are fine, but the cruise ships come in, it will only run aground. Yes, if the zombie crisis has not yet broken out, that's no problem. Of course, boats may come in from the estuary between the old and new cities. But at this time, this ship will not take any risks. Although there may not necessarily be a zombie crisis on the ship, but regardless of whether the people on the ship have contacted the outside world or not, you should all be able to guess what happened by this time." Ghost Hand said. "Send a few people, guard changing 24 hours a day, keep an eye on this ship." Demingzi gave the order. "The rest of the people, let's talk after dinner." This day, the sky is slightly bright. The fog has not completely dissipated yet. They all went to kill people. After returning to the power plant, it's almost 11 noon. Everyone was hungry. The group of deportees that Demingzi killed, it's probably because many shopping malls were robbed. There are actually a lot of seasoning ingredients. Among the people under Demingzi, there are many chefs who have worked in hotel kitchens. Not long after, I used kitchen utensils to make a large pot of soup. Soup with rice. This is the best food in the apocalypse. This guy is a rabid dog. In the previous slashing and subsequent interception, they all put in a lot of effort. Demingzi rewarded him with 1,000 caddies of rice as promised. But the cigarettes were not redeemed, because Demingzi couldn't take out a cigarette at this time. "I'm going to open a cigarette factory. I will return the principal to you with interest," Demingzi said with a smile. "Then I'm going to invest in it." The mad dog was also very happy. Killing people is the next best thing. To be recognized by Demingzi, that's what makes him happiest. All the people had a good meal. In addition to leaving dozens of people on guard duty and driving to attract zombies around the power plant, the rest of the people had a good sleep. The next day, contacted by Rejoice, reinforcements finally arrived. Zhang Wei also met an acquaintance, the long-lost Zhao Zhenxiong. More than 1,200 people came. Everyone is fully armed. This also includes people from Central Plaza and Hengtai Oasis. Because the people they spoke of, Mr. Qin and the pastor, were also at the power plant. So after these people heard that Demingzi and others were surrounded, I also had to contribute. More than 1,000 people came out to kill in a mighty manner, unexpectedly. Not long after I left home, I encountered a huge swarm of zombies. This is them too. Reinforcements. The reason for being late. Zombies coming in from the blown bridge. It's much more than just the ones around power plants. According to the reinforcements coming out of the city, there are at least 50,000 to 60,000 people, because they came all the way. Zombies dealt with on the road, there are 18,000. It's only been a whole day's walking. You guys have a good rest. The power plant cannot accommodate such people. You can find a house nearby to rest. Demingzi gave the order. In fact, based on the area of the power plant, it can accommodate more people, but Demingzi seems to have selfish motives. It's not like letting more people know the layout inside the power plant. Where have you been? Pandas. During this time? Zhang Wei immediately pulled Zhao Zhenxiong to the corner of the factory and asked. Other friends, Lu Renjia, Hu Dai, Pei Wu also immediately came forward. Zhao Zhenxiong, Lu Dali, 3 people from Hulai, before Walmart's action, suddenly disappeared, never heard from again. Several people suspected that several of them had been killed. Because according to the City Lights gangsters, a few of them stabbed a young man named Wang Pinyuan. Then he disappeared without a trace. So a group of people headed by Zhang Xian, always causing trouble for Zhang Wei and others, because he mistook Zhang Wei and his group for Lu Dali. Us, we don't know where it is either, we got separated, hiding in this city. Sometimes I find a hidden place to hide, we just don't show up all day later. In order not to arouse suspicion. I took off my old city high school uniform, put on other clothes, disperse and leave, plan to meet again later. You and Lu Dali got separated? We went in different directions on purpose, I didn't plan to show up at first. But later I heard that the people of City Light suffered heavy losses in Walmart. And their leader's neck was broken by Demingzi. They were too busy to take care of themselves. So we dared to come out. That guy is Zhang Xian. Not the leader. Hi. Old Zhao. I didn't expect you to be alive. Lu Renjia immediately came up to him. Then he leaned into Zhao Zhenxiong's ear and said, I heard that Lu Dali stabbed someone because of a female student. What about that person? Is she also a survivor of Laocheng High School? That one is not. That woman is from Binhai City. She seems to have come here to seek refuge with her brother. Her name seems to be Wang Rulan or something. But that woman didn't go with Brother Dali, but followed Uncle Hu Lai instead. This is also what Brother Dali meant. He said he was going to do something big, which might be a little dangerous. So he found an excuse to get Wang Rulan out of the way. Lu Dali is going to do something big? What big thing is he going to do? I don't know about that. We separated a few days ago. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. As long as you are alive, Lu Dali can survive alone in this apocalypse. Chopstick Killer. In the following time, Zhang Wei spent more than half an hour explaining to Zhao Zhenxiong what happened after they were chased by the iron-headed zombies that emerged from the Walmart supermarket that day, and everyone fled separately. The friends I met later, like Baohua Yi Xiaobai et al., Shui Peng, Qin Yi, Zhuang Ku, 3 people, and Fitter et al., long before. Rooftop Corridor. After a face-to-face meeting, Zhao Zhenxiong already knew him. Boss, what do we do next? After Zhao Zhenxiong returned to the organization, very excited, I immediately wanted to have a fight with Zhang Wei. We'll wait until Demingzi's power is restored. Power restored, what can we do? Let's encircle a piece of land, occupy a tall building, as our base camp. Chapter 212 Zombie Ears. Base camp, this is something I never dared to think about before. A building, everyone has their own set of rooms. Although there is no water source, but as soon as the power is restarted, maybe it's possible to restore running water. There is water and electricity, that would be almost the same as before the apocalypse broke out. There was just a lack of food. But that's not important, you can try growing vegetables on your balcony. Scientists can grow things on alien planets or space capsules. Besides, this is still Earth. There is no change in the atmospheric environment. No matter how bad it is, it's still okay to plant some tomatoes and potatoes. Rice and other grains can still be obtained from the suburbs. But we have to wait until the city is truly rebuilt. Then send people to open up wasteland. But as long as Demingzi restores the power to this place, you won't have to worry about other things anymore. There will always be people coming with food, then get mesmerized by the city's bustling lights. Until power is restored, Demingzi issued 2 important orders. One is to hurry up and open the artificial river. Dig out the previous tunnel. Utilize the backflow of river water, allowing small vessels to come in. Bring in coal from the mine. Transported by several trucks is unrealistic, gasoline will be consumed, tires also wear out. It can't be supported for too long. Demingzi's second order is, participated in the people who came to the power plant to rescue people, they all distributed food for 15 days. This food is not for others to take away. Instead, zombies are required in exchange. Each person hunts at least 10 zombies. Certainly, if the task is completed in advance, you can also take the food away in advance. The purpose of Demingzi, the purpose is to eliminate the zombies that came in this time as quickly as possible. There are tens of thousands of zombies wandering around. For the power plant in Demingzi, it's a factor of instability. This rare time, 1 or 2,000 people gathered around the power plant. Demingzi also defeated the plunderers from Binhai City. Packed a lot of supplies. Just distributed to these people, used to win people's hearts. Demingzi's method of counting zombies is very simple. He only wants the zombie's right ear. A right ear counts as a zombie. This is more convenient than collecting zombie thumbs or something. It came off with just one cut. So the people around the entire power plant scattered away every day. Hundreds of people went in all directions. Southeast. Northwest. When returning, bring back the bloody ears wrapped in clothes. Demingzi arranged for special people to count. Just the right ear, not the left ear. A few students were also arranged to do math there with pens and paper. Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong, the golden pair, also went. The weather when I came back almost made me vomit out the Gulf water. It's not so exaggerated, is it? Zhang Wei felt a little strange. When these two guys were in school, he is also someone who has seen big scenes. The zombies in school at that time, hundreds and thousands of rots, much more disgusting than this occasion. Boss, go and try, the ears are still bloody, it will take me a while to do the inventory. Okay. Go and count for a whole day. Yeah, then arrange for Pei Wu and Hu Dai to go tomorrow. Early the next morning, Pei Wu and Hu Dai found an excuse to hunt zombies and went out. It seems that the two of them would rather die than count their ears. Zhang Wei muttered. Brother toilet paper. How many ears did you count yesterday? More than 800, and you? More than 600. Lu Renjia answered. Holy shit, 200 fewer than me, you boy is working hard. Zhao Zhenxiong was indignant. There are 8 people who count ears, taking the median number of ears per person as 700, so the number of zombies eliminated yesterday was between 5,000 and 6,000. There is still a long way to go. The further back you go, the sparser the zombies become. It will go further. Yes, I heard them say that even beating gongs and drums is useless. Because they were rushing to kill all the zombies around them. Some people go out carrying a large luggage bag. When I come back and open it, there are all zombies. If these damn pig ears, after being smoked and dried, it becomes a top-notch New Year product. Zhao Zhenxiong said regretfully. What have you been eating these days? You and Lu Dolly, how many uncles are there? Zhang Wei was very curious, because he remembers when he dispersed and broke through, there is not much ration left. The remaining fried rice will last for another day or two at most. Us, we ate rice noodles. Rice flour? Where do you get rice noodles in the last days? Boss, you don't know, rice noodles are made from rice. As long as there is rice, you can make rice noodles. We also ate from roadside stalls. Roadside stall? The money is of no use now. Good, we just don't eat with money. Are you working hard at the rice noodle shop? No, we took some medicines we brought with us, things like vitamin tablets. I exchanged it for equal value. I ate rice noodles like this for 3 days. Then what? Then an accident happened. Accident? Yes, then Brother Dolly met a girl who came to eat rice noodles. I heard it was a classmate she knew before or something. The two of them talked very happily. The woman seemed to have smuggled herself over from the other side of the river. It can't be said that it was a stowaway. Anyway, it was a secret boat ride. That woman is the Wang Roland you mentioned before. Yes. The 4 of us are gathering at a table to eat rice noodles. As a result, a young man teased the girl. Brother Dolly stepped forward to stop him. I was even beaten up by that guy. In the end, I couldn't bear it anymore. One chopstick pierced the guy's eye. That person should be the son of the chairman of City Lights. Yes, later. Dozens of people came to look for us. Fortunately, Uncle Hu Lai Ji Ling, it is said that the most dangerous place is the safest. We simply hid in that rice noodle stall for a few days. Fortunately, the owner of the rice noodle shop was generous. Didn't tell us, he also pointed the wrong way to the group of searchers. Led them to the most dangerous Walmart supermarket. Is the boss so enthusiastic? The young man who was stabbed. I often come to the rice noodle shop to eat bawang meals. The boss went to great lengths to. We severely wounded the guy, although the boss looked normal, but I was so happy in my heart. In the next few days, every day we see him having fun. Why don't you cut the grass and root it out? Kill that guy completely. We also thought the guy was dead. After all, it is the end of the world. There are no good antibiotics. There's no surgery or anything like that. Who would have thought that that boy had some background in his family? I even had the doctor rescue me. But I heard people say eyeballs were removed. I'm still lying in bed half dead now. That's his retribution. Boss, do you have any naughty ideas? Not yet. I meant later. Find another chance to kill him. This kind of person is like what Demingzi said. Wildfire burns endlessly. The spring breeze blows and gives birth again. It's better to cut the grass and root it out. I quite agree. Lu Renjia interrupted. Right. What's the name of the woman with big breasts wearing a sexy suspender belt? Zhao Zhenxiong asked while holding his ears with a clip. Keep your voice down. That one is called Rejoice. He is the boss of the hall. He kills without blinking an eye. Lu Renjia quickly covered Zhao Zhenxiong's mouth. Because of Rejoice, just wandering around not far away. Chapter 213 The Boss. That woman is the gang leader? Zhao Zhenxiong swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Her name is Rejoice. I heard Yi Xiaobai say that his original name was Lin Euro. I heard he must have been a doctor before. Later, after Lin Huhu, the boss of the Pier gang, was killed, she was supported by the elders in the gang and rose to power. So that's it? I thought he was a college student from some school. The reason why she is called Rejoice is, I heard that after she came to power, there are unruly younger brothers in the gang who are always looking for trouble. So Rejoice gave that little brother a big bottle of Rejoice shampoo. I heard that the little brother was later sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. It is said that he even had his anus exploded. Zheng Wei explained to Zhao Zhenxiong what he had heard before. Anal sex? There is such an exciting thing? Zhao Zhenxiong was particularly interested in this kind of gossip. You are wrong. It was not that I was raped by someone, but that I was raped by the gastric lavage tube. You will not understand the pain. So that's how it is. Yes, if you don't want to be raped in the anus in the future, you'd better be more restrained and stop calling big-breasted women all the time. Okay. Zhao Zhenxiong was scared. He almost got raped in the anus by Rejoice. No, I was filled with shampoo by Rejoice. With the experience of hunting zombies on the first day, those who went out on the second day were more efficient. A lot of wine completed the task ahead of time, even giving extra ears to friends. Demingzi doesn't ask about the process, as long as the result is. The promised rewards were fulfilled one by one. When most people are cleaning up zombies, there are also a small number of people driving an excavator, engineering vehicles such as large trucks, start digging artificial river channels. The old city is a coastal city. The altitude is not much higher than sea level. But a large part of the rivers that enter the sea are above ground rivers. Demingzi's people only open one gate. Water poured in continuously. It didn't take long for a river to form not far from the power plant. Someone who knows engineering starts making calculations with pen and paper. Direct the river to pass beside the power plant. In this way, during the flood season, the power plant will not be flooded. Dr. Lin Yuanxiu is also conducting the work nearby. He cared more about it than anyone else. After all, restoring power is the first step in rebuilding urban civilization. On the third day, 4 or 5 large ships came down from the dock next to the upstream mine. Then it stopped offshore. Then switched to the small boats from the dock gang, bringing coal to water. Coal is stored in open piles. Demingzi plans to build a stadium-sized factory here in the future, dedicated to storing coal. Number of zombies. After these days of cleaning up, most of it has disappeared. Trucks pulling zombie corpses directly into the river, then he was thrown into the sea. This is the best, but in recent months, fish caught by offshore fishermen, you can't eat it. Zhang Wei said this when communicating with friends. Digging holes to bury zombies, that would be such a waste of time. It can also contaminate groundwater sources. Might as well just throw it into the sea. In this way, it will drift further with the ocean currents, then they are eaten by fish and shrimps. Ashes to ashes. Earth returns to earth. The death of a fisherman didn't make any waves. They are just some of the countless visual forces that Demingzi has solved. In addition to the 3 major gangs in the old city, there are also dozens of gangs, large and small. These gangs were annexed by Demingzi before the end of the world. After the end of the world, there will be no one left out of 10. The remaining guerrillas are all useless bastards. Just like the few groups of people Zhang Wei and others met in the billiard hall and the rooftop corridor before. Demingzi wants to set up a gang and unify the old city. The first step is to restore the power supply in the old city. Now, this step has been basically completed. Under Tiata, There is a small leader called electrician, and his 20 to 30 people are all power maintenance and installation personnel. Although he is not as proficient in large-scale power generation equipment as Dr. Lin Yuanxiu, he can still repair tools such as transformers and cables. After the zombies around the power plant were cleared, they began to clean up the wires and equipment to prevent short circuits and burn equipment after the power was turned on. Although the old city is an old city, there are also UHV lines involved, and these wires are basically not damaged too much. The news that Demingzi took down the power plant spread to the inner city, and countless people rushed to tell each other. After all, the city has been without power for 2 or 3 months. On the 4th day, the people of Rejoice drove a propeller boat with a gasoline engine and approached the large cruise ship. After watching for a while, sure enough, I chose to climb with a rope. Based on the information found on the ship after boarding, they learned the name of the ship, the Canberra. Ship from Australia? Demingzi was also surprised when he heard this name. This kind of ship was used before the end of the world. They are not allowed to go near the sea. At least 15 nautical miles offshore is impossible. And now, this ship is anchored here. It shows that this country's coastal defense has failed. The people under Rejoice, traces of a large number of people's lives were found inside the ship. Although the ship is in chaos, but it's pretty orderly inside. That is to say, there may not have been a zombie crisis on this ship. At last, the gangsters were in a room at the end of the cabin. A dying man was found. Demingzi had someone give him a few mouthfuls of boiled water. The man finally woke up. I am Junichi Watanabe. This was the first thing this guy said. The accent is a bit off. Islander. This is the first thought of the people watching now. Many uneducated bastards for a moment. I felt that national hatred and family feud were welling up in my heart. Shouting not to let this guy waste food. It's better to kill it with a knife and throw it into the river to feed the fish. Look what nonsense he has to say. Demingzi felt that this guy was not simple. Because he can speak Chinese, although it's a bit off-putting, but I can still hear it clearly. So Demingzi treated this guy to soup rice. My name is Junichi Watanabe, is a tourist. Tourists? You fucking look like a bum. Rabid dogs are very arrogant, because he saw half a katana this guy was carrying. Yes, only half a handful. 1/3 of the tip of the knife was broken, but the remaining 2/3 can still be inserted into the scabbard. It can be seen that the material of this knife is very good. No rust on the boat for so long. In fact, at this time, because I didn't have a haircut, most people are slovenly. Even a student like Zhang Wei, who has just turned 18, he looks like a social person. Zhang Wei still bought scissors at Hulia's canteen in school. When nothing happens, just look at the small mirror by yourself, give yourself a cut. Where are you from? Where to go? Demingzi doesn't believe this guy. Zhang Wei didn't believe it either. Why do tourists carry knives with them, although it is a broken knife? From Nagoya to Sanya. Sanya? Going on vacation? To kill someone. Forehead. Everyone was silent. I didn't expect this guy to actually kill someone. And he said it so openly. Where are the other people on the cruise ship? They have disembarked long ago. After Watanabe Junichi had eaten and drank enough, start telling his story. Chapter 214 Junichi Watanabe. Everyone listened to him for a long time, and after summarizing it, it was this story. Their Watanabe family, in Nagoya, was also quite famous. Because their family inherited a set of samurai sword techniques, although the actual combat value was 0. When using the samurai sword, it was still quite impressive. In the city of Nagoya, their family made a living by performing samurai sword shows for others. Of course, they performed some shows, like Fruit Ninja, or breaking candles with a knife. Broken candle, and the fire does not go out. This sword technique has no technical content. Zhang Wei felt that he could show off even with a watermelon knife. Watanabe Junichi's small family, after several generations of operation, it can be considered an achievement, bought several local gardens, then he started a residential rental business. Junichi Watanabe's uncle is an Australian Japanese. He quietly sold off all the family property of Jun Watanabe's family, then immigrated to Australia. All that was left to Junichi Watanabe was a broken sword. So Watanabe Junichi took this knife with him, go to Australia, to seek revenge against his uncle. Revenge is fake, the ultimate goal is to get back his own share of the family property. Junichi Watanabe has a very lethal weapon in his hand. His grandfather's handwritten suicide note. This suicide note said, the family property is half of Watanabe Junichi's father and his uncle. Watanabe Junichi's father was an alcoholic. Cirrhosis is dead. So this portion, he should inherit it. Junichi Watanabe made a wireless phone call at sea. His uncle told him, "I have been bitten by a zombie. Tell him not to go to Australia, go back to Japan quickly." Because of the rabies outbreak in Australia. The information that Watanabe Junichi later obtained from other people on the ship showed that this thing seems to be true. So Junichi Watanabe, following this cruise ship, he immediately turned around, go to Sanya instead. As a result, a zombie crisis broke out there too. After the cruise ship docked, more than 200 people went down, only 17 came back. There are more than 200 people left on the cruise ship, no matter what I say. I don't want to go to the shore again. So the boat kept walking along the offshore sea. No more supplies, just find a fishing village to supplement it. Or catch a fish in the sea or something. During this period, there were mutations on the ship. However, the captain made a decisive decision. Control those people. In this way, we successfully survived several zombie crises. The last captain of the Canberra decided to dock near the old town. He said he was going to pick up an old friend. Let everyone get off the boat. Only a dozen sailors remained. Only Junichi Watanabe, who is Japanese, in order to avoid being hostile to people on the shore, causing unnecessary misunderstandings, stayed on the boat to look after the house. Watanabe Junichi thought it would be the same as before. Those who come ashore will soon be back. Unexpectedly, he waited for more than 10 days without any response. He has been hungry for several days. I survived by eating a little bit of dried salted fish every day. That's why he looked so malnourished. Junichi Watanabe said, at first. Except for him on the ship, there were also a dozen sailors. Later, these people left on an inflatable boat. According to Junichi Watanabe, these people should have gone to Binhai City. Did they go to Binhai? Domingzi was thoughtful. It seemed that those people did not care about the poor and resource-poor old city. Oh, by the way, our captain's name is Alligator. His English name is Alligator. Junichi Watanabe explained. This alligator means crocodile, a kind of crocodile, alligator. Pei Wu, who is good at English, translated for Zhang Wei. Who is your old captain going to pick up? Domingzi suddenly asked this question. This is also what Zhang Wei is concerned about. Are the people on this ship disaster victims or robbers? Although in the real world, there are no pirates in this place. But after the end of the world, there is still a possibility that pirates exist. Ape. He is going to find someone named Ape. It must be said that Junichi Watanabe is not good at Chinese. But his English is okay. From this Pei Wu can understand what he said, you can see it. If Zhang Wei speaks a few words in English with non-standard pronunciation, Pei Wu probably doesn't know what it means yet. When Junichi Watanabe talked about this person, Zhang Wei noticed the change in Pei Wu's facial expression. There seems to be some shock, there was some panic. 2. Do you know this person? The first thing Zhang Wei thought of was, Pei Wu's identity is a foreign student. If the person nicknamed Alligator, if you are also going to meet a foreigner, then get to know Pei Wu, it's also possible. Ape means ape. Pei Wu said slowly. Ape. Zhang Wei was also shocked. When talking about this guy, Zhang Wei, Lu Renjia, Xiao Zhenxiong and others immediately gritted their teeth. Because there with this guy, in the faculty apartment, there was an extremely brutal encounter. Dean of Students Wang Jing, he also died in the hands of this guy. Domingzi heard the discussion of Zhang Wei and others. So he asked, do you know anything? Zhang Wei also felt that there was little point in concealing it. So he said bluntly, the captain named Crocodile, the person I want to meet, it's a guy called Man-Ape. Orangutan means similar to orangutan. Zhang Wei was afraid that Domingzi would not understand. Explained quickly. Ape? People from the old city? Domingzi has never heard of this person. No, orangutan is a Canadian. I played against a few of us at Old City High School before. We once suspected that there was a zombie crisis in the high school. It's this guy who is secretly fueling the fire. This guy got injured later, escaped in a helicopter. Zhang Wei actually panicked. That fight, relatively speaking instead, it was Zhang Wei and a group of people who escaped. And almost in a panic, Zhouan also broke his leg. Yes, it's the ape. I heard the captain call the guy Monkey. Junichi Watanabe said excitedly. That guy is a killer. Is your captain also one? Zhang Wei knew that the ape guy was a mercenary organization, specializing in doing dirty work. Yes, they are an organization. I heard the captain talk about it. The name of their organization seems to be Black Sunday Black. Sane? Xiao Zhenxiong said in surprise. I know these two words. They mean Black Sunday. You are really uneducated. Black sun obviously means the sun is eclipsed by a dog. In my opinion, it should be translated like this. Call him a dog day. Lu Renjia interrupted. When Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong were discussing, Zhang Wei suddenly remembered something. In the last days, there is a famous mercenary organization. And this organization, in the years after the apocalypse broke out, he has been operating secretly on the land of China. The true Chinese meaning of their organization's name is Yang Eater. This organization has 12 core figures. If I guess correctly, alligators and apes, it should be 2 of them. Chapter 215 The Past of Broken Knife. Zhang Wei knew that the man-ape was a killer. I also know that he belongs to a mercenary organization, but he didn't expect that the orangutan turned out to be Black Sun members. Because this organization is too mysterious, almost no one showed up. And the rumor is, they have 12 core members. This kind of core members is somewhat similar to the 9 admirals that Demingzi will establish. It feels a bit like the leader of a gang. But Zhang Wei knew, this group of people is more terrifying than ordinary gang leaders. Because they are proficient in jungle warfare. And also use hot weapons. They used to do murder and robbery. This is different from Demingzi and others fighting with machetes on the street. Their team of 4 or 5 people can fight against a tank armored brigade. In professional terms, it is called modern special warfare. Zhang Wei had more exchanges with Junichi Watanabe. But Junichi Watanabe replied that the alligator had never used a gun on this ship. He was the captain of this ship from the beginning. I have communicated with the sailor. And he has been the captain for 3 to 5 years. Junichi Watanabe replied. Is this ship a secret base of Sun Eater? Zhang Wei couldn't help but be suspicious. Organizations like this, they are all cunning rabbits with 3 holes. There is no base camp. Maybe spend this evening on vacation in Sanya or Hawaii. I received a mission tomorrow. Went to perform the mission. Maybe the captaincy profession is just a disguise. Like a guy like an ape, if Zhang Wei didn't have a deep memory of him. I would never have thought of it. He is a notorious killer. Because the orangutan looks like a basketball player and fitness trainer. Watanabe Junichi was still talking verbosely. Demingzi turned his head to look at Guisho, showing a questioning look. The meaning is very simple. He was asking Ghost Hand for his opinion. It means, should this person be killed or retained? Ghost Hand shook his head. Demingzi walked away indifferently. Watanabe Junichi didn't know that he had walked away from the gate of hell. The mad dog is still playing with Junichi Watanabe's broken knife, pulled back and forth a few times, then he shook his head sadly. It's a pity it's broken. Then he returned the broken knife to Junichi Watanabe, went to other places. If you have no objection, we're going to take you back to the ship. Teto squatted next to Watanabe Junichi and said, I don't want to get on the boat again. Watanabe Junichi's head shook like a rattle. Okay then, let me tell you the rules here. We don't provide meals here, but seeing as you are an international friend, you could open a special case, then just follow the same standards as us. 10 years, change 1 day's rations. It's okay to finish it in advance. I'll give you 10 days, and a half of food in exchange for it. Ear? Not your ears, it's a zombie's ears, zombies. Do you understand? It's the dead man who bit people. I understand. Don't play tricks, otherwise he will die. Our boss, he is a pervert who kills without blinking an eye. Do you understand? Clear. Watanabe Junichi was very happy. Just kill zombies, can be exchanged for food. This couldn't be a better deal. He had been eating raw sea fish for several months. And he was almost dried up. Good Junichi Watanabe walked around the power plant for several times. And found that no one around him paid much attention to him. Then he had to turn to another group of people. But everyone avoided him like a plague. Finally, he had to go to Yi Xiaobai and Zhang Wei. He seemed to think that young people were easier to talk to. Zhang Wei was not interested in Junichi Watanabe. But he was interested in his broken sword. Because Zhang Wei in his previous life, he asked someone to make 2 swords. One was 1.2 meters long. And the other was 0.8 meters long. Before Zhang Wei broke his arm, he can use 2 knives skillfully. But after his left arm was broken, he only uses the 0.8 meter short knife. So Zhang Wei borrowed his knife to take a look. Watanabe Junichi is not worried about others taking away his sword. Zhang Wei at all, including the 2 girls Pei Wu and Hu Dai. I also read them one by one. I couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Because according to Watanabe Junichi, this knife has been passed down for several generations. I even killed zombies, but there is no gap in it. How did your knife break? Zhang Wei asked curiously. Watanabe Junichi remained silent. And after a long time he answered, It was cut off by another better knife. This Zhang Wei and others were also speechless. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. I couldn't help but think of the story of the Sword of Heavenly Sword and the dragon-slaying saber on TV. Lu Renjia even took out his butcher knife and gestured, "Slay the dragon. Slay the dragon. The Sword of Heavenly Sword is broken. What's the point of me keeping it for you?" He pretended to throw it away. Zhao Zhenxiang immediately rushed over with a sliding shovel. He hugged Lu Renjia's thigh and said, "Brother, no, inside this knife, there is a military strategy to unify the world." Lu Renjia also said in cooperation, "Martial arts supreme, the sword slays the dragon, command the world, don't dare to disobey, relying on the sky and not coming out, who can compete with him?" Zhao Zhenxiang glanced around at the people next to him, said, "Don't look at it, the sunflower treasure book inside this butcher knife, only my eldest brother can practice, just give up on this idea." Lu Renjia was stunned. "Isn't it Wu Mu's suicide note?" Zhao Zhenxiang eloquently argued, "Who said Wu Mu's suicide note? It is obviously a sunflower treasure book. The dragon-slaying knife is the sunflower treasure book. Iqian sword is a sword manual to ward off evil spirits. Only Master Miejia knows this secret. Sunflower. Are your sister's treasure book? I'll chop you to death. You little bastard." Lu Renjia chased Zhao Zhenxiang and ran outside. In a blink of an eye, no one was there. Two funny guys. Zhang Wei smiled speechlessly. "I'll give you the knife back." Zhang Wei returned the broken knife to Junichi Watanabe. "A gentleman does not take away what others love. And this Japanese knife, I am not used to using it. Let me ask you a question. How many people are still alive in your Sakura country?" "Sakura country? Nagoya. How many people are still alive in Nagoya?" Zhang Wei corrected him. "I am so stupid. How does he know the number of survivors in their entire island country? I don't even know the number of survivors in the old city." Zhang Wei muttered. "I have no idea. I never went back after I came out." "Oh, don't you want to get your family property back? It makes no sense anymore, the place that holds the fond memories of my youth, at this time. It has probably become. Hell, there's no point anymore." Watanabe Junichi repeated a meaningless sentence over and over again. Zhang Wei stopped asking further questions. This guy, he's just a poor homeless man. Compared to this guy Junichi Watanabe, what Zhang Wei wanted to know more about were alligators or orangutans. And Black Sun. The two behind them, because he felt that he would meet this guy ape again in the future. At that time, it must be a life or death situation. "You mean Captain? I have no idea, but he is very nice, refined and easygoing," Watanabe Junichi said with a smile. "He even offered me a drink of the ship's ale," Watanabe Junichi added. Chapter 216 Power Restoration. The alligator is polite and easygoing? Zhang Wei feels like a big joke. But Zhang Wei felt relieved after thinking about it. The more perverted a person is, generally speaking, the more ordinary he appears. Zhang Wei didn't get too many words out of Watanabe Junichi's mouth. Because although Junichi Watanabe stayed on this cruise ship for several months, but I didn't know many people. In Zhang Wei's words, he is just a lone survivor with few friends. Zhang Wei no longer talks nonsense with Watanabe Jun. I found an excuse and dismissed him casually. While wandering around the power plant, hear the conversation between Wu Fo and Demingzi who are playing cards. Wu Fo asked, "Do you want to get some detonators? Blow up that cruise ship?" Demingzi looked at Wu Fo as if he was mentally retarded. What's the difference between this and throwing a firecracker into the trunk of a big truck? This firecracker means real firecrackers. Wu Fo smiled and explained, "Even if we just blow a hole as big as an egg in the bottom of the boat, this cabin will also be crushed due to the huge water pressure. You can pay attention to it, see which position is more explosive. Don't pay attention to those people who went to Binhai City first. It would be fine if everyone did nothing wrong. But if the other party comes to make trouble, just give them a blow to the bottom of the cauldron." Demingzi is very convinced, after the power is restored, there will definitely be someone on the other side looking for trouble. Because imagine that in the dark sky, suddenly several high-rise buildings are lit up. How enviable is that? Demingzi also decided to open a nightclub in his own Wei Ming building, and have fun every night. If those people come to make trouble, they will certainly be punished. Of course, it is still okay to come and dance. Demingzi asked about the progress of the power plant restoration project. The younger brothers came to report that more than 30 ships of coal have been shipped in, and the power plant's daily consumption should be less than 5 ships. According to Dr. Lin Yuanxiu's calculations, the power plant can be started now. So Demingzi went to ask Dr. Lin Yuanxiu for his opinion again. Wait a few more days. I want to make sure everything is safe, Dr. Lin Yuanxiu said as he checked the machine. This generator was briefly started a year or two ago, so it is feasible. Dr. Lin Yuanxiu is concerned about some details. Perhaps some backup plans. Perhaps some replacement parts. Or the proficiency of the electrician. That's all. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong, who are responsible for counting the years, have already counted the 7th day. According to the clock count they gave themselves, in total, 5,588 years have been counted. This does not include other counting teams. The years of all the squads combined, there are estimated to be more than 40,000. This means that more than 40,000 zombies were eliminated. Demingzi asked Rejoice to supervise, use a big truck to pull the bloody ears to the broken bridge. Then he dumped his ears into the river. Because these ears have begun to rot. The smell is just too bad. Lu Renjia said, I swear I have never seen so many ears in my life. Zhao Zhenxiong said, I regret coming to meet my brothers, unexpectedly. I didn't meet the cute girl as soon as he arrived. He caught up with Demingzi and ordered someone to count his ears. Maybe it's because they are strangers. Demingzi clicked on him in no time. Because Demingzi gave the order, other survivors are not allowed to enter the power plant. Zhao Zhenxiong came in through Zhang Wei's connections. Otherwise, we would still be with thousands of people outside at this time, in the wilderness, camping. Another 4 days passed. Demingzi finally couldn't bear it and chose an auspicious day. Then the power generation system was started. Under the command of Lin Yuanxiu first. It took half a day to warm up the engine. Finally the generator was started. With the activation of several gates connecting wires to large transformers, the outdoor high-voltage line made a sizzling sound almost at the same time. For a time, cheers resounded throughout the power plant, because the engine generated electricity successfully. This means, people in Old Town, we can live a life with electricity. This is for people in the last days, it is undoubtedly a great relief. In fact, Demingzi is not sure whether the power supply can be restored. I don't have much confidence in my heart. I accidentally heard Ghost Hand talking about this matter, he just decided to get involved. So at that time, he sent his Iron Tower, go to hand over, unexpectedly. Iron Tower clashed with the parkour clan such as Yi Xiaobai and others. This is where the chaos at Walmart comes into play. It is exactly this. Wu Fo set people to look for opportunities to add insult to injury. I really screwed up the construction site meeting. Let their gang suffer heavy casualties. It has not recovered yet. The 3 major gangs are fighting openly and secretly, in fact. It is not very harmonious. Zhang Wei watched the lights of the power plant being turned on, although somewhat flickering. But this is just because of voltage instability. As soon as the power is restored, immediately stop for a short time. Skilled workers will also find ways to recover. Dr. Lin Yuanxiu will definitely be able to find a way to avoid damaging the motor. Demingzi gave the final order, as long as everyone brings back 20 years, then he could return to the high walls of the old city with the food, enjoy free electricity. Certainly, during the day at this time, it's the off-season for electricity use. Wait until night or later winter, then it may be necessary to use electricity at off-peak hours. And the electricity access approval for a certain building or a certain area, basically in the hands of Demingzi. Demingzi is like a local emperor, remote control command, control the life of this city. Zheng Wei also decided to return. There's not much point in staying here. When leaving, Ghost Hand stopped Zheng Wei and Yi Xiaobai. Then, he handed Zheng Wei a playing card. It's a 3 of hearts with a dragon and phoenix signature on it. Zheng Wei faced the light. After watching it for a long time, only then did I realize that it was written with a ballpoint pen. Fierce. Character. What does this mean? Zheng Wei looked at the autograph of this big man and said, very confused. Yi Xiaobai next to him also received one, Diamond 3. Guisho smiled and said, keep it, this thing is of great use. This is a pass. It represents Demingzi's recognition of you 2 little guys. Such a set of playing cards. There are only 52 pictures in total, you can get 2, already very good. Pass? Is it equivalent to a membership card? Zhang Wei looked around. Not many people have received this card. People he knows, only Rabid Dogs, Rejoice, Iron Tower, Wufwa, Priest, Lin Yuanxiu, Qin Tianshou received it. Huh? Qini also got it. Is this guy Demingzi trying to win over Qin Tianshou? Is that guy Shan Mao not? Zhang Wei saw Shan Mao still napping in the corner. This time, Shan Mao was able to turn defeat into victory, annihilate all those enemies, and spread nails in the fog with night vision goggles, but he made great efforts. He is not qualified, He is a stick man, Ghost Hand said bluntly. What is the use of this poker card, 52 pieces? Does it not count the big and small ghosts, otherwise? There should be 54 pieces. Lu Meng put away the big and small ghosts himself. Maybe there is a special use, Ghost Hand said with a smile. Lu Meng, that's Demingzi's real name. With this playing card, you can enjoy free electricity in the future. Also, you can freely enter and exit Demingzi's Waming building. Wem building? What is that place? Yi Xiaobai felt that he had never heard of it. You'll find out later. After saying this, Guisho left. Zhang Wei looked at the wrinkled playing card in his hand. I was speechless for a while. I don't know how many nights this card has been played by the boring big man. It's already the same as pickles. The cards are not important. The words Demingzi released are important. From now on, you two, one is the 3 of hearts, one is the 3 of diamonds. No one dares to use these 2 playing cards of yours. Baohua said seriously. Chapter 217 Return to the Old City. Zhang Wei asked someone in private to inquire. The signature plaques handed out by Demingzi, there are less than 10. Maybe Demingzi secretly played other cards to others, but this card? Those who don't have it don't dare to have someone pretend to have it. One reason is that it has Demingzi's signature. The other is that there are 52 cards that are not the same. If 2 identical cards appear, one of them is fake. No need to make a big move, others will surely make its owner disappear from this world. After the power is restored, Demingzi left 200 people here to protect him. A dozen teams of 10 people were organized to guard around the power plant. On the one hand, it is to hunt the approaching zombies. On the other hand, it is to guard against people coming from the other side. After Xinchi was blown up by Zhang Wei and others, people from the other side have to come over to the old city side. Either row a boat or swim here. Either via the Central Bridge. Central Bridge, when the apocalyptic zombie crisis just broke out. Because the zombie virus broke out first in the old city, people from Binhai City built a wall more than 10 meters high on the bridge. A reinforced concrete wall 1 or 2 meters thick. The reinforced concrete has solidified, and it is almost impossible to break through this wall. Even large machinery cannot do it. Besides, no one comes to break through this wall, because there is no need. Zombies are everywhere, and everyone is trying to survive. Whether the 2 urban areas are connected or not is no longer important. Those who want to come here have already found a boat to come here. When Zhang Wei left, he carefully recalled everything related to this incident. He finally understood why the survivors suffered heavy losses in the original Morning Star operation. It was not only because of the huge number of zombies, but also because of the murderous intentions set by the expelled. If Zhang Wei had not discovered the death of the Sentinel in advance, and the people in the fog had not taken precautions in advance, or if the mountain cat had not cut off the retreat of the convoy, the survivors would have been consumed by waves of zombie attacks. Zhang Wei did not understand how the original survivors restored the power. Perhaps it was the arrival of reinforcements, or the departure of the expelled. In short, everything about the power plant in his memory was extremely tragic. When Zhang Wei left, he saw the mountain cat walking towards the priest, and then said, "You are a bit strange." Strange? Zhang Wei repeatedly pondered the meaning of this sentence. Shan Mao has been looking for a man named Mu Tu. Could it be that the disfigured pastor has some connection with Mu Tu? Or, is he the Mu Tu who escaped from prison? It's impossible. Mu Tu escaped from prison 2 or 3 months ago. But according to what the gangster said, the pastor has been in Hengtai Oasis for a long time. In just 3 months, there is no way that he could have gone from a prison-escaped fugitive to a person in charge. Zhang Wei pondered everything, but he didn't have much clue. Maybe it was Gui Shou or Qian Baohua. The clues can already be found. But the person Mu Mu is irrelevant. Zhang Wei stopped exploring. The priest shrugged off the lynx's question. He just patted Shan Mao on the shoulder when he left. Zhang Wei and others followed the large army back to the high wall. There were already crowds of people everywhere inside. People spontaneously came out to clean up the zombies within the high walls. In order to prevent excessive intervention by outsiders, the zombies inside the high walls are almost in a free-ranging state. Not many people went to clean up. The survivors huddled in small communities, forming interest groups, like the 8 indigenous peoples. There were also many small forces fighting each other. When he returned to the wall of cars, Zhang Wei felt something different from before. Many stacked cars had rusted, no longer in their previous state. It had only been a few days. Such a wall could not stop the zombies for too long, maybe at most 1 or 2 years. I hope that before that, a reinforced concrete wall can be built. Otherwise, with that level of zombies besieging the city, This city would not last for half an hour. What are you mumbling about? Boss? Zhao Zhenxiong came over. It's okay. Boss, may I ask you something? You say. I heard that Demingzi is planning to open a cigarette factory. Is this true? I heard, but it's definitely not the original cigarette flavor. Tobacco can indeed be grown at this latitude, but it's dry tobacco. It's the kind that old men in the country smoke. How? Do you have any ideas? Right, if you need to work, can the boss recommend me to go? After all you have playing cards, someone should sell you this face. You boy, you don't want to guard yourself and steal. Do you? Let's talk about it then. Zhang Wei always felt, after people like Zhao Zhenxiong pass away, Demingzi's cigarette factory will go bankrupt before it even starts. Do you have a place to stay? Yi Xiaobai came over and asked. We are not many. About 20 or 30 people. Do you have any recommendations? Yes. Our building has 33 floors in total. If you don't mind, just pick 10 floors. Now that the power is restored, the elevator should be usable. So the upper floors can also be lived in. Are there other similar buildings? There is another building next to it, with 27 or 28 floors in total. 1 floor per household. And that building is basically empty. There may be a few vagrants, and we just need to drive them away. Then let's go to that building. Zhang Wei always felt that he should quickly seize the territory at this time. Once the news of the restoration of power in the old city spreads further, more survivors will come. These unknown places will be occupied by others. In the end times, strength is everything. We should allocate some manpower to occupy more places. Is it necessary? Yi Xiaobai didn't quite understand. It's not necessary now, but it may be useful in the future. Think about it. If we can stay at home and grow potatoes or tomatoes, or some vegetables in indoor balconies, etc., wouldn't it be better than risking danger to go to the suburbs to hunt? You make sense. Yi Xiaobai immediately arranged for people to occupy the vacant buildings. The central location of this old city, the most abundant thing is vacant rooms. Because at this time, most of the rooms are empty. Let's take a good rest for a while, Zhang Wei said to his school friends. These people, Zhang Wei and him, seemed to have more in common. After taking down Walmart supermarket, Zhang Wei and Yi Xiaobai were allocated a lot of food. According to the number of people they have now, the rice can be used sparingly, and there will be no problem in using it for 2 or 3 months. And in these 2 or 3 months, Zhang Wei will not be idle either. He will find opportunities for people to go out, find more supplies. Because at this time, it's almost mid-October. In another month or 2, the weather will get cooler. Zhang Wei took it from his backpack. I took out a notebook and looked at it. Maybe, those supplies used for winter, it can come in handy. Zhang Wei remembers, in many dormitories, they all found winter quilts or clothes. The room where those supplies are located, he marked them all, just so that if there is a chance to go back, can be found easily. But you don't have to go so far to move it. The rooms in this building, search one by one. It's probably no problem to buy dozens of down jackets and cotton-padded clothes. Chapter 218 Mishua I's City. Under the guidance of Yi Xiaobai, Zhang Wei went to the building where it was located. What surprised Zhang Wei was that there are no stray survivors in this building. This saved Zhang Wei a lot of trouble. He doesn't have to be so hard-hearted to drive people away. Is this place our base camp? Pei Wu entered and started climbing the stairs. Picked up his own room. Although power is restored, but I don't know if emergency braking was adopted. The elevator is not working yet. Zhang Wei planned to find a professional to repair it. Break the lock. Not the door. Zhang Wei stopped them in time. If the lock was broken, you can just replace the lock cylinder. There are many lock cylinders in hardware stores. If the door was broken, there was no suitable door to replace it. If you want to live there permanently, it is better not to destroy it if you want to ensure privacy. It is also troublesome if the floor is too high. Zhang Wei just found a room on the 4th floor and went in. It happened that the door was not locked, which saved Zhang Wei the time of breaking the lock. Zhang Wei plans to choose a high-rise residence after the elevator can be used. Boss, I'll live with you too, anyway. It has a structure of 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. Zhao Zhenxiong didn't want to climb the stairs anymore. It doesn't feel very safe to live down there. Okay, whatever you want. Zhang Wei didn't care. Lu Renjia took out a paint spray from his backpack. Said, since this building, it will be our future base camp, then choose a majestic name? Since Demingzi's building is called Wei Mingzi Building, then why not call our building the Menggui Building? Lu Renjia hasn't finished speaking yet. Hu Dai grabbed his ears. It hurts? It hurts. Lu Renjia had no choice but to give the spray to Zhang Wei. Everyone found a room, had a good sleep. The next day, when Zhang Wei went downstairs, on the tiled wall at the entrance on the first floor, for words were spray-painted, Old Town High School. "Boss, you are so creative." "Not creative, it's just a memory," Zhang Wei said indifferently. Then I picked up my backpack, he picked up the knife and went out. "The rest of you, go about your business freely, try not to go too far away." Zhang Wei knows, this area, most people will sell their face, so it's relatively safe. But other places, it's just dark under the lights. Zhang Wei picked up his backpack, went directly to Walmart supermarket. After the power is restored, the place became a makeshift bazaar. Many survivors, they all exchange news and daily necessities here. Some also find a place to rest here. Zhang Wei knew that dragons and snakes were mixed in this place. But he is not the stupid young man who just came here for the first time. Can survive under attack from multiple forces. Zhang Wei's fame gradually spread. Now there is widespread public opinion outside that Zhang Wei is not called Viagra. Instead, he is called Brother Chang. It is said that Zhang Wei is an unbeatable Xuqiang. Zhang Wei is indeed Xuqiang. In the doomsday, in fact, everyone lives like a cockroach. At this time, Walmart supermarket. The previous stability has been restored. A large number of zombies have been eliminated. But there were still traces of dried blood in many places. Many people are outside, use a container to catch water to wipe. Although the power has been restored by this time, but the water supply has not yet returned to normal. Zhang Wei went directly to the 4th floor. He knew a friend he knew was probably there. A Chong from Mishua Bingcheng. Aqiang said before that if the power is restored, he will definitely come back to the store again, although we don't sell milk tea, but it is still possible to use purified water to make some cold drinks for sale. When Zhang Wei went, a person sat slumped in front of Mishua Bingcheng's store. It was Aqiang whom I hadn't seen for a few days. Aqiang sat on the ground lonely, glancing in the direction of the store. "What's going on?" Zhang Wei moved over, also sat next to him. "Are you, Viagra?" Aqiang was very surprised. We came back alive. Did you know that the power has been restored? Where is Uncle Baohua?" Aqiang looked behind for a while. He found that Uncle Baohua, whom he knew, was not following him. "Don't worry, he is not dead. Stay in the building not far away. If you have nowhere to go, you can go to our side. There are still many spare rooms, take your pick." "I'm not going." "You can go. I'm not asking you to give up your store. You can stay there at night. I will continue to come and open a shop during the day." "Wait, what happened in your store?" Zhang Wei saw 5 or 6 people sitting in Aqiang's shop. The small milk tea shop was almost full. "Fine, Zhang Wei. Please go. Never mind your business. You can't avoid trouble. Before your boss lady died, gave us milk powder, although not much, but we owe her a favor, so, your business, it's my business." Zhang Wei really intends to take care of this nosy matter. He probably saw it. Someone must have occupied Aqiang's shop. But at this time, Zhang Wei, people who have offended City Light and Fengqi Huiding, other gangsters, if you are a big man, it should give him some face. If you are not a big man, he doesn't mind seeing blood here. Certainly, Zhang Wei is really willing to stand up for a Chong. That also serves a purpose. That's why Zhang Wei needs an eyeliner. This supermarket is a mixed bag. I need my own eyeliner to get more information. In the last days, resources are not only important, intelligence is also important. If you can make Aqiang your eyeliner, so what happened in the old town, they probably all know it well. Don't worry, it'll be okay, you continue to stay here, pretending we don't know each other, otherwise these people may secretly retaliate against you. Zhang Wei patted Aqiang on the shoulder. I deliberately took a long detour, entered Mishuai's city from another direction. I saw 6 people inside this thing puffing away smoke. They were chatting with each other. "Where's the boss? Have a glass of ice water." "Boy, the boss here has changed. No more selling water, you go somewhere else." A few of them are new faces. "Where did it come from? You are not the owner of this shop." "Are you? None of your business." One of them said disdainfully. "Throw the cigarette," but in the direction of Zhang Wei's door. "It seems you don't know this store is mine. Little devil, you are still a student. Stop lying. Isn't this shop owned by another boy named Aqiang?" "Oh, it seems you also know. The ownership of the storefront is mine. I rented it to that guy for 3 years. It happens to be due today. I can show you the writing in black and white. You'd better leave." "What if we're not leaving? Do you really not know me? This is the territory of Demengzi. You better not make trouble. Big Mingzi, ha ha ha. A joke, what we at Wangjiang have to do. Will you be intimidated by the name de Mingzi? Get out of here, kid, otherwise I will kill you. It turns out you are Wangjiang Pavilion, come on. Come on, have a cigarette. Zhang Wei pretended to be looking for cigarettes in his waist pocket. You know what I mean, ah. Before I finished speaking, the man covered his eyes and fell to the ground. He rolled and crawled back into the house. The other people also stood up instantly. I couldn't help but take a breath of air. Because the guy who just went to pick up the cigarette, there is a chopstick stuck in the eye. I don't know if I can survive, but that I must be blind. Chapter 219 People from Wangjiang Pavilion. Everyone in the room stood up instantly. They took out the knife in unison. But there was a tacit understanding, and no words were spoken. Because they are not sure, the student-looking person in front of me, what exactly is it, dare to do something in front of 6 of them. This man is anything but simple. In fact, Zhang Wei is indeed not simple. 8 major aborigines, half of them have been offended by him. The ones with the deepest grudges are City Lights and Fengqi Huading. Zhang Wei didn't plan to take action at first. At most, he drew his knife and warned and threatened. But when he heard that they were from Wangjiang Pavilion, he could no longer hold back. Not only did Wangjiang Pavilion and Tianwei Mansion participate in the siege of him on the 6th floor, on the 5th floor of Walmart, and more reasons were related to Zhang Wei's past memories. The hatred of a broken arm was irreconcilable. In his previous life, Zhang Wei was bitten by zombies because of the negligence of the people in Wangjiang Pavilion, which caused some loopholes in the defense. Zhang Wei didn't know if there were other tricks in this, because that happened 2 years after the outbreak of the apocalypse. It's only been 3 months now. That was 21 months later. 21 months, Zhang Wei had time to find out all this secretly. Zhang Wei in his previous life was just an inconspicuous little transparent person. His broken arm was probably just one of many accidents. But it's different now. Zhang Wei has more memories. If you can, he even thought about uprooting Wangjiang Pavilion. Some forces, there is no need for it to exist. For example, City Light Stream. Although these forces were severely damaged, but he has already formed a deadly feud with Zhang Wei. So just now after he found out that these guys were from Wangjiang Pavilion, Zhang Wei chose to take action without hesitation. Before, he, Yi Xiaobai and several others, just dared to resist the siege of dozens of people. These 6 people in front of me, it's just a small scene. Certainly, Zhang Wei did not step forward irrationally at this time. He was waiting for the person opposite to reveal his flaws. If they swarmed up, Zhang Wei will also run away, reuse terrain or obstacles, deal with these guys. But if these guys, only 1 or 2 people at a time, he will choose to defeat them one by one right here. After all, this is Demingzi's territory. Demingzi had broken Zhang Xian's neck before. This matter has spread. Zhang Xian is a member of City Light's chairman Wang Guangliang. Demingzi didn't show any face. And the 6 people in this milk tea shop, obviously he is not a small boss at the level of Zhang Xian. One of them looked at the injuries on the ground and said, he looked at Zhang Wei again, then he said in shock, Are you that person? The one with the big bounty on his head? Zhang Wei knew that this guy should be talking about Lu Dali. He couldn't help but ask curiously, Oh, am I being rewarded? How much food is it worth? Money has no value. The reward order can only be other equivalent items, such as food. Have no idea. I didn't know Lu Dali was in danger. If the price is clearly marked, then there is still the possibility of negotiation. All the prosperity in the world is for profit. Everyday hustle and bustle is for profit. Boy, I heard that you are a big man. How do you know? Zhang Wei asked, deliberately surprised. That's why Demingzi just killed the boss Zhang Xian. I heard it was to establish prestige. In that case, then you must leave something behind. What do you mean? Boy, don't worry. I'm not as cruel as Big Mingzi. He wants people's lives. I only need one of your fingers. This matter has just passed. This one-eyed dragon has paid the price. Let him forget it. You? Let's do this. If you can come up with something I'm satisfied with, to exchange for your fingers, it's not impossible. I have a quartz watch. I also have a digital watch, and electricity. I have cigarettes. There are 2.5 boxes left. I have money. There are tens of thousands. I don't want the money. Leave all your remaining cigarettes, lighters, watches and other things. Put it on the table over there. You are required to leave this supermarket. Don't ever step in again. Otherwise you can't blame me for being cruel. Good. Several people put their valuable things on the table, while carefully helping the man on the ground. Then he ran away, never looked back. Zhang Wei confirmed that those people had gone downstairs. He quickly put his watches and other things into his backpack. There are 2 packs of unopened cigarettes in total. There are 3 packages that have been opened. Zhang Wei also threw it into his backpack. I plan to take it to Zhao Zhenxiong when the time comes. This unemployed smoker is listless all day long. Smoking is like taking a shot of chicken blood. Zhang Wei can keep all these 6 people. But he didn't do this. In the apocalypse, everyone has their own trump card. He was not sure that these 6 people jumped over the wall in a hurry. What kind of trump card will he use? Aqiang came into the store after the 6 people left. Don't worry, they won't come again. You can continue to operate this store. I poked one of that guy's eyes out. In less than half an hour, the news will spread throughout the mall. If someone wants to target your store again, they should think twice before acting. Zhang Wei looked around and said. There were many people watching the fun nearby, all pointing and talking here. Thank you. Aqiang didn't know what to say. When Zhang Wei was in danger before, he did not choose to share weal and woe. This time Zhang Wei saved him again. I don't do things with you in vain, I need your help. Zhang Wei said this. Aqiang was happy instead, said, Is there anything I can do to help? Just say it directly. Good, then let me tell you straight. There is a high probability that Walmart supermarket will become a trade and logistics center in the near future. Survivors will exchange information or supplies here. I need you to be a note-taker. Help me record some information. You can be the boss of this shop yourself. Recruit 2 more young people to help. You don't have to do everything yourself. You are using this milk tea shop as a cover. Just help me collect information. This is not telling you to kill people and steal goods. It's not like I'm asking you to work as an undercover gangster. It should be fine. Right? Good, I promise you. Good, that's settled. My reward is to ensure the safety of you and your store. We will also provide you with a living suite. Not far from here, it's only half a kilometer away. Okay. Then I'll leave first. Zhang Wei patted Aqiang on the shoulder. Aqiang is still a bit cowardly, but after his boss's wife died, he has become much stronger than before. The last days can change people. Zhang Wei firmly believes in this. Although Zhang Wei said he was leaving, but he didn't leave directly instead. I wandered around various parts of the supermarket. He knows this guy Yi Xiaobai. It also occupies a lot of storefronts here, because he saw a lot of parkour people. Although many places on the 6th floor collapsed, but it did not affect the main structure of the supermarket. There are already construction workers. Begin orderly restoration of the supermarket. Maybe I should go for a walk. Chapter 220 Rejoice invites you. Zhang Wei no longer hesitated, just leave. What he said was walking around, of course. It's still limited to this city. As for going hunting in the suburbs, it's really not necessary at this time. There is currently no food shortage. Zhang Wei had lived in this city for 3 years before. To exaggerate a bit, he is familiar with every plant and tree here. After going out, Zhang Wei first stopped at the entrance of Walmart. Then pretend to go out through the front door, wearing a peaked cap and walking around again, then go out through the side door again. He wanted to make sure if anyone was following him. After all, he had just made a grudge with someone. Zhang Wei's baseball cap was given to him by Joan. It was the supplies collected in the boys' dormitory of Old City High School. After coming out of the side door, Zhang Wei encountered a group of 3 or 5 teams. After asking around, he found out that it was Demingzi who gave the order to clear all the zombies inside the car wall. And the wall had to be reinforced, because when the lights were on at night, more zombies might be attracted. As for the survivors inside who want to get out, naturally, take the cable channel on the rooftop and the underground channel. The survivors inside the city wall organize people spontaneously, defending on the inside, preventing outsiders with nothing from entering. You can also enter this place, pay enough tolls. It can be food, it can also be a high-value item. Zhang Wei wandered aimlessly. He was confirming whether these places were exactly the same as his own, because some memories have been blurred. Sometimes when he encountered zombies, Zhang Wei would consciously take action to deal with them. Many times, Zhang Wei met acquaintances, because thousands of people in the suburbs had entered the inner city. So many people knew Zhang Wei. For those who had no ill intentions, Zhang Wei was also happy to say hello. While walking, Zhang Wei suddenly saw a familiar figure from behind. Yellow robe wearing yellow takeaway clothes. He was slowly moving things and putting them on a car. Hey, Viagra. Although Zhang Wei pulled his cap down very low, Yellow Robe still recognized him at a glance. What are you? Zhang Wei looked at the things Huan Pao was carrying. it feels a little strange. Because some of them, it's women's clothes. No suitcase, just simple transparent plastic bag packaging. This is Boss Rejoice thing. Do you really think Rejoice is the boss? Zhang Wei was also stunned. At first, I deceived this guy Huang Pao. I just wanted to get the inner city's road map out of his mouth. Boss Rejoice promised me to join the Pier gang. I'll hang out with her from now on. Viagra, Boss Rejoice said that if I see you, just ask you to come over. Where to go? Seaside. Don't go out of the wall. Just a few blocks away, most of the people from the Pier gang gather there. Zhang Wei looked in the direction Huang Pao was pointing. Huh? Isn't that the Riverside Garden over there? That's right, the Pier gang people have a close relationship with Riverside Gardens. At that time, the shantytowns near the dock were demolished. Many residents, they are all placed in the nearby Riverside Garden. So between us, the two fields are interconnected, getting along pretty well. Okay, I'll go over with you and take a look. Riverside Garden, Zhang Wei remembered this force. They listened to the advice of Qin Yi's father Qin Tianshou, the only one who didn't get involved in the fight at Walmart. The other force is Century New City. When Zhang Wei walked into the sphere of influence of the Pier gang, I met another person, Junichi Watanabe. I was drinking half a bottle of beer in a pub. That person is also here with you? Zhang Wei asked, pointing to the bohemian Junichi Watanabe. Oh, you mean that devil? He shamelessly wants to stay here. He said that he grew up along the coast. I'm quite used to living here. Rejoice boss kept him. It's because he knows how to make wine. Wine, beer or ale, or liquor. Zhang Wei knows, at this time, it is simply impossible to have too much grain to make wine. The reason why we have not yet completely fallen into a situation of food shortage is that it's because of this city, 90% and upwards of people, all turned into zombies. The remaining less than 10% of people, fight and flight, another 10% or 20% died. Number of survivors, there is no longer 1 out of 10. Have no idea, I heard it seems to be a sake bar in Sakura country. Isn't that similar to a soft drink? Maybe, this way please? Huang Pao took Zhang Wei into a community. In a small bungalow. I met Rejoice who was studying a radio. Hello. I know you, please sit down. Rejoice continued to tinker. I found that there was still no sound. There is only some electric sound. I couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. What do you want from me? Zhang Wei got straight to the point. Want to chat with you. Me and your dock gang, no entanglement, there is no benefit exchange either. Not these, I want to ask you about someone. One person? This man is a policeman. Police? Are you talking about Lynx? Not a Lynx, it's another person, but I saw you and the Lynx getting close, so I wanted to ask you about it. Tell me, maybe I know. Zhang Wei thought for a while, although I have never heard of it now, but as long as this so-called policeman is not dead, and appeared in the next 3 years, then I must have relevant memories of him. His name is, well, I don't know his name, but I know he is a policeman, maybe a special police officer, perhaps. Does he have any characteristics? Height? Fat or thin? Household registration? Tattoo scars? None of these, he is missing. How can you confirm that he is missing instead of? Zhang Wei didn't finish what he said. But based on probability calculation, the police should be the people with the greatest chance of surviving in the end of the world. If you never show up, that means he is probably dead. I don't know. I think he's not dead. Piao looked a little sad. I may not be able to help you with this. Since you asked me, you must have asked that guy Shan Mao. Yes. Although I don't have any information about this person, if you remember his appearance, you can go find someone. Who? Stick. Wang Yukun. Yes, in the old city, no one knows the whereabouts of a policeman better than him. If even he doesn't know, then your investigation is meaningless. Okay, I'll find a chance to meet him. By the way, I heard that you are from the old city high school. Yes, there are 7 or 8 survivors in our old city high school. Do you know someone? Who? Lin Xueqing. Lin Xueqing, school belle Lin Xueqing? Zhang Wei blurted out subconsciously. You two do know each other. No, I don't know her, but I've heard of this girl. She's an exchange student, and has gone to the United States. I also know another Chinese-American exchange student, named Pei Wu. She should be the one who swapped with Lin Xueqing you mentioned. Lin Xueqing is my sister. Piao Rou said after hesitating for a while. Lin Euro, Lin Xueqing? So that's how it is. Zhang Wei said to himself. Chapter 221 Yuruxweking. It turns out that Lin Xueqing is your sister. Zhang Wei was also shocked. In fact, At Old City High School, there are more than a dozen people called school beauties. Thousands of people and thousands of faces. Everyone has a school beauty in his heart. People like Zhanya, euphemistically called the school beauty. In fact, she is just a class beauty at best. However, many people secretly jokingly call them school belle. School belle. So she gradually became a school beauty. In Zhang Wei's view, a true school beauty, not only should it be reflected in appearance, it must also be reflected in temperament and heart. There is no doubt that Zhanya cannot meet this so-called standard. This Lin Xueqing is undoubtedly the real recognized school beauty. Have both ability and political integrity. But since the end of my sophomore year in high school, he never showed up. I heard that he was an exchange student, went to study abroad. Zhang Wei had met this girl before. But there was no communication. But when Rejoice talked about this girl, he still had an impression. Is she your sister? I've never heard that she has a sister. In fact, what Zhang Wei wants to say is, I have never heard that she has a sister who is a gangster. You haven't heard that it's normal. Only my father, and I, and a few people know about this. My father is the talker of the Pure Gang. This position is all about adding blood to the knife edge. So in order to fear that something might happen to us sisters. It was arranged for me to go abroad very early. He also placed his sister in a remote high school in the old city. So that's it? Your sister is missing? What Zhang Wei thought of was, if Rejoice's sister is in the United States, then the probability of survival may be higher. Because the people over there, everyone is legally allowed to hold a gun. Zombies can never defeat humans. But at the same time I thought, maybe so, the probability of her surviving is actually smaller, because if everyone had a gun, if the survivor camps fight each other, it will definitely be more tragic. Zhang Wei almost said it sorrows. But that's not all. What he's not sure about, he was also embarrassed, say it all. Have no idea, I lost contact with my sister. I thought that after the power was restored, you can contact us through the internet or wireless mobile network. Unexpectedly, it still didn't succeed. Even the radio has no signal. It's probably impossible to restore communication. Is that why you're so keen on Demence's power restoration plan? There is a reason for this. Do you also think that the power will never be restored again? I guess so. Although the artificial satellites in the sky. What Beidou system, Galileo, the GPS and everything are there. But if there is no one to maintain the base station on the ground, it is estimated that communication cannot be completed. Perhaps only the land can be used. Zhang Wei is not sure whether communication can be restored. But in the memory of his previous life, during those 3 years, communication was not restored. So Zhang Wei used flying pigeons to send messages to the pastor guy. Feeling particularly surprised. Because this is the most primitive way of transmitting information. Even more primitive than this is the galloping messenger, or maybe it's a war. Zhang Wei himself has a special way of conveying information. They were the 2 walkie-talkies he found in the security room at the school gate. But the distance is limited. The sensing distance is only 1 or 200 meters. It's useless any further. This thing is useful, can deal with unexpected situations unexpectedly. The girl named Pei Wu you are talking about, is she the girl with yellow hair? Rejoice turned to Zhang Wei again. Yes, did you see it? Too conspicuous, her Chinese is not very standard. Zhang Wei knows, Pei Wu's appearance is a bit conspicuous. One is the color of her hair, as a high school student, and she's a girl, generally you are not allowed to dye your hair in school. Others are that Pei Wu looks a bit like a Korean girl group, just like that combination on the internet, Black Punk, Black Pond, speaking of yellow hair. In this old city, there are only 2 such people who stand out as mavericks. One is Pei Wu, the other one has Old Town Mad Dog, the so-called rabid dog. Zhang Wei feels that he and Rejoice don't have many topics to talk about. I had to find some common topics, otherwise it would be awkward to continue talking. That Sakura countryman. That man is somewhat useful, I have some different ideas. Big Mingzi wants to blow up that cruise ship. I think it's better to kill that crocodile or something. Then steal their cruise ship. Are you kidding? I'm not kidding. Junichi Watanabe is familiar with that ship. It would be nice to keep him as a sailor. That alligator guy, it's not as simple as you think. How complicated is it? They belong to a mercenary organization called Sun Eater. What has this organization been doing secretly? I mean, this organization is not the most terrifying. Behind them, there should be higher level forces, driving them to do something. I said this. Do you understand? I want to take action. You will be able to do it without even noticing. It's not as simple as you think. The crocodile has a teammate called the ape. We have fought against him. We suspect this zombie crisis is related to their group. If you really want to take action, you can't touch that cruise ship otherwise. Those unknown enemies, you must be able to follow the clues founded on you. I'll think about it. Rejoice pressed her temples. I understand what you mean. You want to use this cruise ship to go to the United States to find your sister. But this is nothing but a fantasy. Okay. Get out. Rejoice seemed a little impatient. Is the policeman you are looking for called Mutu? Before leaving, Zhang Wei asked Rejoice one last question. Because he remembered that the guy Shan Mao had a military night vision device. And according to what he said, the night vision device was given to him by Mutu. Mutu was a fugitive. And it was impossible for him to bring such military supplies into prison. Then there is only one possibility. This night vision device was made earlier. The wood was given to the Bobcat. That is to say, the two of them might be friends, and due to some duty reasons, the Lynx had to obey the Stick's command, come and capture the wood. Wood? Do you still know Wood? Rejoice was suddenly a little surprised. Have you ever heard of this man's name? It seems that he is the younger brother that Demengzi recognizes the most. The person I'm looking for, not Wood. Rejoice said straightforwardly. Okay. Then I understand. I will help you keep an eye out for any news about the police. I'm leaving first. It is rumored that Mutu's imprisonment is related to the fire at Linjiagang Wharf. And Rejoice's father, Lin Laohu, also died in that fire. Judging from Rejoice's expression, Mutu should not be the murderer of Lin Laohu. Could it really be Demengzi? Zhang Wei muttered to himself. The secrets of the old city are like a chaotic chess game. Chapter 222 Church Salvation. Zhang Wei came out of Rejoice's small bungalow. I didn't go directly to other places. Instead, he wandered next to Watanabe Junichi. Old friend? Watanabe Junichi said with a dazed smile. Does it taste good? Zhang Wei glanced at the wine in this guy's hand and said, it's a bottle of green Tsingtao beer. In fact, at this time, alcohol and cigarettes are the same, they are all relatively precious general equivalents. Because there are no more wineries to produce wine anymore nowadays. One bottle of wine is consumed less than the next. Even if the surplus grain can be used to ferment barley wine and rice wine, there is nothing to put it in. So the traditional wine cannot be circulated as a commodity. Don't throw away this bottle, it's a bomb. Bomb? Do you know? Molotov cocktail, bang bang bang. Watanabe Junichi agreed with a shake of his head. Zhang Wei didn't know whether he was pretending to be drunk or really drunk. If he said he was drunk from drinking beer, Zhang Wei would never believe it. Maybe this guy, Watanabe Junichi, is a fool in disguise. Goodbye. Zhang Wei patted the guy on the shoulder, and then walked back. He didn't have much interaction with the Dock Gang and Riverside Garden. So there was no point in staying. After leaving the Rejoice Dock Gang, Zhang Wei turned around and went to the pastor's location at Hengtai Oasis. When this guy was at Walmart, he risked his life, and even confronted the Iron Tower and Mad Dog. He was very kind to him. Zhang Wei still remembered that when he left the power plant, Demengzi also gave this guy a poker card. Is Demengzi still trying to win over the people of Hengtai Oasis? Zhang Wei remembered that when the prison guard Shan Mao left, he approached the pastor intentionally or unintentionally. There should be more secrets about this person. This time when I went to Hengtai Oasis, there was no obstacle whatsoever. This guy with long hair, Zhang Wei was brought directly to the priest. The pastor no longer lives in the basement. He lived on the top floor of the tallest building in their Hengtai Oasis. One person. This location was converted into a Western-style church. A huge milky white cross statue stands in front. The Jesus carved on it is lifelike. The priest was busy with a file. This guy, or a sculptor, in front of the statue, it's like a podium. Behind are dozens of rows of seats. The murals on the walls are various biblical stories. What Passion of the Christ, the Last Supper or something like that. You're here. The priest's hoarse voice sounded. You knew I was coming? Zhang Wei was stunned. I have no idea. When I was stretching by the window just now, saw you coming in. Oh, that's it. What are you doing here? Nothing else. Thank you for saving me. Use that Bible. Zhang Wei knows. It was the priest's repeating crossbow hidden in the hollowed-out Bible that saved him. It wasn't me who saved you. It was Jehovah. Isn't Jehovah Jesus? Do you really believe in something so illusory? That you can be saved by faith? I didn't believe it at first. But once I survived a deadly situation. And I began to believe. The pastor showed Zhang Wei a cross necklace on his neck. It seemed to have a heavy metal feel. When Zhang Wei wanted to take it and take a look, he found that the pastor quickly stuffed the cross into the lining of his clothes. Looking at where the priest's neck was, Zhang Wei discovered a doubt. This guy, the pastor, burns on body, to the position of the neck, it just stopped. That is, just below his neck. No burns at all. But Jiang Wei knew, the horror of his face beneath the veil was real. This guy. The pastor, what exactly happened to you? It felt as if someone had deliberately held his head in a fire and burned it. I know that the pastor is a man who cherishes his words like gold. Jiang Wei couldn't ask more questions. But Jiang Wei knew, the pastor must have endured too many unbearable things. That's why he is so taciturn. And pin the rest of your life on illusory religious beliefs. Can faith really save you? Jiang Wei does not believe that consciousness can determine matter. He learned this from a high school philosophy course. But Jiang Wei's own dream, there are 3 years of memories. It cannot be explained by materialist theory. No matter what, I want to thank you all. I saved you because I was in you, saw my own reflection. Rather than saving you, in fact. It's just a kind of self-salvation. Save me? Is it because I walked into the basement of Untitled Oasis that day? Yes, this world is black and white, good and evil, turbid and clear, good and evil, are all after the end of the world, becomes unimportant. This is the source of my pain. I feel like everything I do has no meaning, so I lock myself in the basement. For months, you won't understand the pain. Although I don't know what your past is, but I can see you coming out of the basement. Still very good, you are a good leader in this crisis. Untitled Oasis. There is almost no loss. Jiang Wei also wanted to get close to him. I planned to help the priest carve statues. But the pastor waved his hand and refused. You go. I feel like we will meet again in the future. Maybe next time. It's up to you to save me. The pastor actually issued an eviction order. Jiang Wei touched his nose, seems a little embarrassed. If I had known earlier, I would have brought some specialties. Spicy strips or fried rice? I know a priest. It was he who truly gave me salvation. Jiang Wei was waiting for the elevator. The pastor's voice came from the man-made makeshift church. Jiang Wei felt that there seemed to be something wrong with the pastor's spirit. But Jiang Wei is not a psychiatrist. I don't know how to treat it. Is this man a person who is torn between ideal and reality? Or a person who is torn between fantasy and reality? When Jiang Wei took the elevator down to the first floor, Qiao Mao was waiting for him at the door of the first floor. So Jiang Wei pretended to ask about the pastor casually. You mean the leader? We don't know his name. But everyone listens to him. That's enough. Everyone. Jiang Wei felt that there was something fishy. Why would so many people believe in a missionary-like figure? Were they brainwashed by the pastor? Yes. There are many people in our community. Many of whom are white-collar workers. Clerks. Lawyers. Accountants. And company bosses. They all agree with the pastor. So we let the pastor be the boss. Why does it feel like a pyramid scheme? Jiang Wei muttered softly. How many solid spears do you have in stock? Jiang Wei asked curiously. This was the weapon used by the people in Untitled Oasis to attack zombies. There are several hundred bamboo spears. The leader said that there is no point in stockpiling too many, as they are easily eaten by insects and ants. It is better to let them grow naturally in the bamboo forest and take them when needed. That's possible. Well, we have these hundreds of spears in the manure pit, and we can take them out at any time. Qiao Mao continued. Jiang Wei almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Chapter 223 Tianshou Gift. After coming out of Untitled Oasis, Jiang Wei planned to go back to his base camp. The elevator in Untitled Oasis was very comfortable just now. Jiang Wei thought he should go back and find someone to repair it. There will be a guy called electrician at the construction site of the tower, who has dozens of people under him. Jiang Wei thought there might be someone who knows how to repair elevators. But Jiang Wei couldn't go directly to the electrician, because at the beginning, he and Bao Hua killed one of the tower's subordinates, the plumber. This led to Tianhao trying to get rid of Jiang Wei at Walmart supermarket. Although it is because of Demengzi's face, there was no further action from behind the tower. But there will definitely be people at the construction site who don't like me. Jiang Wei was thinking about whether to visit the fitter first, then cut in from the fitter side, open up the situation. While thinking, Jiang Wei wandered aimlessly. I walked to the city center before I knew it. At this time, places such as main roads and shopping malls, there are no more zombies. The survivors are doing the final cleanup. Demengzi spoke. This city can no longer stink. Walking and walking, Jiang Wei saw a familiar figure from behind. Qin. It was still the extra-large skateboard she was carrying on her back. It is incompatible with this apocalyptic city. Jiang Wei was about to approach and say hello. But he found that someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Shuepeng? Jiang Wei turned his head, found another old acquaintance. You are all here. Where is the banker? Zhang Wei remembers their rooftop trio. A skateboard, a bicycle, and a roller skate. Shuang Ku is over there. Xue Peng pointed in another direction, then he motioned to Zhang Wei to follow him. Zhang Wei pointed at Qin Yi. It means whether to invite her to come with you. After all, in the last days, a girl is alone, still very dangerous. Xue Peng said no, this is the sphere of influence of Central Square, and there are at least 10 more people secretly there, protecting Qin Yi. So don't worry about her. So Zhang Wei followed Xue Peng through a street, then he stopped in front of a black business car. The car window glass slowly rolled down. Mr. Qin, Zhang Wei shouted respectfully. Some people must be respected, for example, this character. There are very few selfless people in the last days. But Mr. Qin is exactly such a person. Are you also Qin Yi's classmate? Mr. Qin still has a deep impression on Zhang Wei. No, you made a mistake, Mr. Qin. I am a high school student, Qin Yi is a college student. We are not classmates. Oh, that's not much different, after the 3rd year of high school. It's college. Mr. Qin, do you have anything to do with me? Fine, I just want to thank you properly. I heard Xue Peng say, you have saved Qin Yi several times, my daughter, and I can have a chance to meet again. You have a share of the credit. She would have saved the day without me. Mr. Qin Yi her. She and I don't have a good relationship, you should have noticed, but this is a normal thing, because she has been with her mother these past few years, so our father-daughter relationship is relatively unfamiliar. Qin Yi's mother? The child's mother is from Binhai City. After we divorced, there was no more contact, until 2 months ago. You met her a few months ago? In fact, Zhang Wei was more concerned about Mr. Qin's use of transport planes to deliver food. This means that Mr. Qin can get in touch with the military. After the end of the world, there is no news about the army. Even if it is news about the public security or police, there are only a few sporadic bits. Zhang Wei even suspected, even the army was overrun by zombies. Because when the Chinese army was training, it is not operated with live ammunition. That is to say, soldiers without thermal weapons, just like ordinary people. Never seen it. We haven't seen each other for almost 2 years, in fact. The last time I was at Walmart, it was also the first time I saw Qin Yi in the past 2 years. What about delivery? I know what you want to say. This is the reason why I doubt Su Ping is still alive. Su Ping is Qin Yi's mother, Qin Tianshou added. She knows Qin Yi and I are together. Afraid of something unexpected happening, I asked someone to deliver the food. After all, the building in the central square is so obvious. The survivors all thought I called the helicopter. In fact, it has nothing to do with me. So that's how it is. But I still think Su Ping should still be alive. Since Binhai City could still use transport helicopters for delivery 2 months ago, that means the situation has not completely spiraled out of control. Mr. Qin, I want to say something and hope you won't be unhappy. I think the situation in Binhai City, it's more serious than you think. Zhang Wei told Qin Tianshou that the zombies around the power plant came from the bridge. I know everything you said. I was there at the time. Oh, excuse me. I forgot. Zhang Wei remembered. When he and Yi Xiaobai went out to kill people and blow up cars, Qin Tianshou, Lin Yuanxiu and others, staying at the power plant. None of this matters anymore. Su Ping's life and death are not important either. If possible, I also hope you will take more care of Qin Yi in the future, Mr. Qin said to Zhang Wei with a smile. Then, he handed Zhang Wei a heavy cardboard box. This is a gift for you. Zhang Wei opened it and took a look. It was found to be a vest. For boxing? Zhang Wei looked at the weight and thickness of the vest. It seemed to be the kind of clothes that boxers in the boxing ring use to avoid being hit. This is a bulletproof vest. Bulletproof vest? Is this also delivered from the plane? No, this is given by Demengzi. Given by Demengzi? Did that guy rob the police station? Zhang Wei said as he put on the clothes. If it was a gift that was not very practical, Zhang Wei might directly refuse it. But this body armor, Zhang Wei decided to accept it without even thinking, because he needs this thing. Especially when they learned that the 2 mercenaries, Alligator and Orangutan, were in Binhai City on the other side. This dress weighs 10 or 20 pounds. But for Zhang Wei, who often does weight-bearing exercises and prisoner fitness, there is not much pressure anymore. Put on a bulletproof vest, put on your coat outside, can't tell at all. I live in seclusion, this dress means nothing to me. Qin Yi said it was too heavy, and she didn't like it. Then I'll give it to you. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Zhang Wei expressed his heartfelt thanks. With this piece of clothing, Zhang Wei felt that he had an extra life. As long as he wasn't hit on the head by a hot weapon, then there will be no fear of life. This vest, not only can it stop bullets, it can also block knives. Okay, just go about your business. By the way, Demingzi said, he has 3 such clothes in total, so if you meet him, you should keep some things in mind. Mr. Qin continued. Chapter 224 Spring Dispute. Before leaving, Zhang Wei still went to say hello to Qin Yi. Zhang Wei wanted to talk to Qin Yi about her parents. But Zhang Wei felt that he had nothing to say. Because I was an orphan since childhood, there is no parental love. Zhang Wei didn't know where to start. Had to give up. Zhang Wei believes in the father-daughter relationship between Mr. Qin and Qin Yi. It can be made up for slowly with time. After wandering around for a while, Zhang Wei covered his mouth in surprise, because he saw an acquaintance again. Uncle Hu Lai, the canteen owner of Laocheng High School, who disappeared with Lu Dali before. After Zhao Jinxiong and several of them parted ways, I don't know where these 2 people are going. I didn't expect to meet you here. At this time, I was with a young woman, rest on a street corner. Uncle Hu Lai. Zhang Wei ran over happily. Zhang Wei, you are still alive. Hu Lai was also a little surprised. How? The gossip you heard, does it mean that I am dead? There are rumors that you were killed by someone from the mine gang. There is no complete corpse. Who is making such remarks? Zhang Wei was also speechless for a while. I have already appeared in the old city. And Demingzi has dealt me poker cards. Isn't this rumor self-defeating? Who is this girl? Zhang Wei wanted to ask. Is she Uncle Hu Lai's daughter or something? Her name is Wang Rulan. You came here to look for your relatives. And she is also an old friend of your brother Dali. Friend of Lu Dali? That's my friend. Hello. My name is Zhang Wei. I am Lu Dali's schoolmate. And also his brother. Hello. Who is the relative you are looking for? Maybe I can help you. This? I'll look for it slowly by myself. Wang Rulan said embarrassedly. Can help if needed. Uncle Hu Lai, what are you doing here? Waiting for someone. Waiting for someone. Zhang Wei, you should also get involved in this matter. This matter is closely related to the survivors of the old city. Hu Lai said after hesitating for a moment. Tell me what's going on. Zhang Wei saw Hu Lai's caution. Do you know that the power in the old city has been restored? No, power restoration operations. I personally participated in it. The person who promoted this plan was Demingzi. By the way, we have a high-rise base, 3 kilometers away. You might as well stay with us. Many acquaintances from school are there. That would be disrespectful. Hu Lai looked very happy. After the power is restored, someone spontaneously organized a team to go to the water plant. It would have been easy to restore the water supply. Although surface water is polluted, but tap water is deep water, it should be usable. Then what? Then, they found the body in the water storage equipment of the water plant. 26 in total. What's the meaning? Kill someone and dump their body. No, just listen to what I have to say. These corpses, according to the appraisal of people who know medical knowledge, it has been around for at least 3 months. 3 months? Wasn't that when the zombie crisis just broke out at Old City High School? Yes, this may be the reason why the zombie crisis broke out in Old City High School. Because of the location of the school, this water plant is only 10 or 20 kilometers away. And the pipes are shared. Is the school's tap water also contaminated? I remember not long after the crisis broke out, the water supply suddenly stopped. I also took 8 buckets of water from the toilet in the boys' dormitory. Yes, I thought so too. The zombie crisis in Old Town High School, a purposeless outburst, it should be because of drinking this water. As for those survivors who have not transformed into corpses, it's not due to low immunity at all. Either they didn't drink the drinking water, or just drink bottled mineral water. Your inference makes sense. Because of the exams in those days, I did drink bottled water at that time. I was downstairs. More than a dozen sports students survived. They also drank water from large bottles. But here's where things get weirdest. I remember the power outage was 2 or 3 days later. The emergency water outage at that time started immediately after the zombie outbreak. In that case, no one from the school will close the water gate. So the situation must have happened at the water plant. With this kind of doubt, I went to the water plant with the survivors a few days ago. Then 26 highly decomposed corpses were found in the water purification equipment. The outbreak of the zombie crisis in other parts of the old city lags slightly behind that of Old City High School. It should also be because of the water source. After hearing this, Zhang Wei thought for a while and said, I understand what you mean. You mean someone poisoned you. Corpses containing zombie viruses will be deliberately dumped into water plants. But someone discovered something was wrong, closed the floodgates, but by then it was too late. Yes, the reason why we confirmed that someone closed the gate, it's because of the 26 corpses found. 7 of them are equipment maintenance employees at the water plant. Someone is killing people and silencing them. Intentional poisoning theory? Zhang Wei recalled this memory. Later generations of survivors remembered the reasons for the crisis. It is believed that someone deliberately released the zombie virus. As for whether the goal is to exterminate humanity or to purge, it's unknown. You said you wanted me to get involved. Is it the detection of the water plant case? This doesn't make much sense. The real corpse thrower, he probably left the scene long ago. No, I said that things related to the survival of every survivor have nothing to do with the water plant. But it has something to do with water sources. The corpses at the water plant have been cleaned up. The sewage from the water storage equipment has also been drained. Then I rinsed it with a new water source for 3 days and 3 nights. But someone took the sample to the laboratory for testing. There are still zombie-active viruses in the water. This shows that the groundwater is still polluted. No way, there have been too many dead people and zombies recently. These corpses, within 2 or 3 years, it won't be completely broken down. Then what do you want me to do? Find a water source. No need to look for it. There is a natural spring in the old city, and it is not polluted. We just need to protect that spring. There is no problem in supplying drinking water to thousands of people. There are actually tens of thousands of survivors in this city. Hulai means only some core forces in the old city. Outsiders should not even think about getting involved. Those people want to drink water. When it rains, get the container and pick it up. But once someone knows that there is an unpolluted spring here, then you won't give up easily. Who is interfering with this spring? Tianhui Mansion. It's them again. Wangjiang Pavilion and Tianhui Mansion. It's so haunting. Zhang Wei remembered the relevant things before. What can be confirmed now is that the 8 major indigenous peoples in the old city, it has split into 2 camps. Hengtai Oasis, Central Square, Century New Town, Riverside Garden is a camp. City Lights, Fengqi Huading, Tianhui Mansion, Wangjiang Pavilion is a camp. Hengtai Oasis and Central Plaza clearly tend to have good relations with Demengzi. Riverside Garden is connected to the Pier Gang. Century New Town will have an unusual relationship with the construction site. Now the chess game in the old city is very divided. The leader of Baidao, Stickman Wang Yukun, has never shown up. This division will continue forever, until the old and new forces are reshuffled. Let's go meet the people from Tianhui Mansion, Zhang Wei said to Hulai. Zhang Wei feels the reshuffle of the old city still needs to be promoted by one person. Not as good as, just start with him. After all, he collected one of Demengzi's cards. Chapter 225 Water Negotiation. Where the spring is located, within the Car City walls. Hulai did not go directly with Zhang Wei. It turns out that he and Wang Ruolin are here. It's to wait for more people. To use a common saying, that is, there is strength in numbers. Not long after, with Hulai as the surrounding area, 70 or 80 survivors will be gathered. Many people have heard that it is to protect water sources. They all joined in consciously. Because power was restored at the thermal power plant a few days ago, let many people experience it personally. If the water source can be restored at this time, it will be almost the same as the days before the end of the world. It's almost time to meet people. Hulai then walked away with a group of people. Why have you suddenly become so charismatic? Zhang Wei feels that Hulai has changed a lot recently. He is no longer the submissive canteen owner he was before. It seems like calling him. Everyone is in charge. Nickname, there is no problem. What happened this time? It has nothing to do with me. I'm just a helper delivering messages. The person who makes the decision and really confronts the other party, it's Brother Dog. Zhang Wei was still thinking about who Brother Go was. The rabid dog appeared in his field of vision. Brother Dog is a rabid dog. I should have thought of it a long time ago. This is Brother Dog's territory, Brother Dog. You should have heard of it, although wild and unrestrained. But speaking of faith, he is not like other people. They all have territory and so on. This street is his territory. The people from Tianhui Mansion stepped on his threshold? What Zhang Wei said is jargon. Stepping on the threshold probably means coming to stir up trouble. If you switch to your opponent, that is stepping on the tail of a rabid dog. It's not like stepping on the threshold, at best. It can be considered a failure of negotiations. What's the meaning? Talk to me carefully. Zhang Wei knows some things. It was in vain to ask the rabid dog. Might as well ask Uncle Hulai. That spring, at the end of the street, this street is an ancient commercial street. A spring at the end, it was originally a landscape. Do you know the landscape? Just like Bao the Spring in Jinan. I've heard of it. A spring gushes from the ground at the end of the street. It has not stopped for decades, although the water flow is not large, but a real drinking fountain. This is recorded in the local county annals. Since this street belongs to rabid dogs, what reason did Yu Mansion have to intervene that day? It's very simple. Because Tianwei Mansion is behind a wall on the other side of this street. This spring water, there are also many water sources seeping out, so the people over there, you can also get water. It's just that the amount of water is not large. It's probably less than 1/10 of the size on this side. Walking and walking, Zhang Wei and others approached the spring. I saw a stone tablet standing next to it. Engraved on it is written, Fountain of Youth. 3 words. Around the spring, a large stone trough has been built. Various PVC pipes are connected on top. It seems that water is obtained from here. Zhang Wei looked at the size of the spring water. It's probably about the same size as a toilet sewage pipe. That is about 1 decimeter in diameter. If the water flow on the other side of the wall is only 1/10 of this, that's about the same flow rate as a faucet. No wonder the people in Tianwei Mansion are jealous. If there was no such wall, this spring water, it should be shared by both parties. Before the end of the world comes, there is no water crisis. Everyone is running water in their homes. But after the end of the world, this unpolluted spring water, that is naturally a very precious material. Zhang Wei gently explored the water source. It turns out that the spring water is warm. It's geothermal water. Hu Lai added. Geothermal water is water that flows from deep underground. And some even flow through magma. So after being heated at high temperatures, there are basically no microorganisms and viruses. After it rises to the surface, the heat slowly dissipates, and it becomes warm water. So this spring is very valuable? Yes. It has not dried up for decades, which means it is very stable. When Zhang Wei followed Hu Laiyan, Mad Dog was sitting on a huge solid wood coffee table drinking black tea. There were 7 or 8 people standing next to it, with an angry look on his face. It seems that they are negotiating. Old dog, what do you mean? This business needs a big deal. Right? How? Do you think I'm not qualified? My boss said. I just have to make up my mind. Then what do you think of our plan? Boss Moo, after all. You are also the talker of Tianwei Mansion. Don't you think your plan is too naive? And tear down the wall, still 50-50? Before coming here for tea, you should also take a pee and take a good look at yourselves. What do you mean? Kid? An old man next to him could no longer bear the arrogance of the rabid dog. I mean, it's still like this now. Let's not interfere with the water in the well. Your Tianwei Mansion wants to take 50%, all the rest. Is this 50% enough to drink? Be thoughtful when you speak. Rabid dog, you have to think about it. You are alone. Another person has already touched the knife. The mad dog glanced around. I happened to see Hu Lai and Zhang Wei coming in. So he said, Hi, I'm so sorry. There are 3 of us now, plus you. Boss Moo, just enough for a table of mahjong. Hu Lai nodded towards Mad Dog. Mad Dog understood. He knows the people outside, probably already in place. So instead of the 3 people in this room surrounding the 3 of them, but more people, a dozen people surrounded the room. Boss Moo, then the matter is settled. We are still the same as before. We can still be neighbors across the wall. This spring is an ownerless thing. But when it comes to the property rights of this land, but this street belongs to me, black and white, you yourselves should know better than me. Someone in the room realized something was wrong. He quickly went out to check. After coming back, he quietly whispered next to Boss Moo. You actually called someone. Although I am called a rabid dog, but I'm not stupid. You came to negotiate with me with great force and a sword in your hand. Is this what negotiation looks like? Besides, these people are here, just exercising in our place. I didn't say the knife had to be used to draw blood. These words of rabid dog, it's clearly a threat. Ho ho ho, Mad Dog, you are indeed more arrogant than Demengzi. Then let's talk about it next time. Boss Moo winked at the person next to him. 7 or 8 people followed him out. Zhang Wei hesitated again and again, still didn't take action. He knows, if you take action, it is certainly possible to keep all 7 or 8 people here. But that Boss Moo is obviously the leader of Tianwei Mansion. People of this level die here. The thousands of people in Tianwei Mansion will definitely not give up. Boss Moo can die anywhere and at any time. But you must not die here, die at this negotiating table. Well done. When the rabid dog goes out, patted Hu Lai on the shoulder, he glanced at Zhang Wei again. He seems to be wondering, why can I see Zhang Wei everywhere? Chapter 226 Fighting on a Moonlit Night. The rabid dog went out, and I don't know where it went. Ong Wei, and Hu Lai saw that there was no one else in the room. And the tea just started. So I decided to sit down and drink a few cups of tea first. How did you get involved with rabid dogs? Zhang Wei was very curious. Because in his impression, Hu Lai and the rabid dog, I should have only seen them when the iron-headed zombies were pouring out of Walmart. He saved us once. What do you mean by us? Zhang Wei pointed to Wang Rilin standing at the door. Right, Mad Dog seemed to know her. But Wang Rilin said she had never seen a rabid dog. The relative Wang Rilin is looking for, is it a rabid dog? Zhang Wei said to himself. Invite her in for tea, Hu Lai said, while calling Wang Rilin in. Are we going to stay here forever? Wang Rilin didn't like this kind of fighting scene very much. The 100 or 10 people outside, it hasn't dispersed yet. It seems that Mad Dog realized that the people in Tianwei Mansion would not give up. It's almost 5 o'clock now. It will get dark in an hour. If you walk to the base, there is enough time, but let's see how things turn out here. Zhang Wei has already regarded the building that Yi Xiaobai introduced to him as his base in this city. Wang Jiang and Tai Nufyu are people wearing the same pants. Zhang Wei doesn't mind looking for opportunities. We can check them out. When I drank the third pot of tea, Mad Dog walked into the tea room again. He seemed to be unconcerned that Zhang Wei and others had not left. But when he looked at Wang Rilin, his gaze paused briefly. There might be a fight at night. Be careful yourselves. After Mad Dog dropped a word, he took out a bottle of white wine from the cabinet. I went to sleep in the back room. You still drink when there's a fight? Zhang Wei and Hu Lai looked at each other. What a nonsense. Hu Lai continued to take a sip of tea. After dark, Zhang Weikai discovered the uniqueness of this street in Mad Dog. Different from the bustling lights of urban streets, this street, it is an ancient folk street. When the lights turn on at night, the whole street is brightly lit. Countless people gather in this direction. It seems that I am visiting this ancient city. The prosperity of this street, not inferior to the pedestrian streets before the apocalypse. I didn't expect that Demingzi's bar hasn't opened yet. The ancient-style street of Mad Dog is now open for business. It's just that. There seems to be some young people among the tourists. Zhang Wei saw many people, all carrying sharp weapons. The old city at this time, almost all the zombies have been cleared away. This place of rabid dogs, definitely one of the safest places in the old town. These strange faces who come with weapons, it definitely has other purposes. Zhang Wei subconsciously touched the chopsticks on his waist. But there are too many people on this street. It was not clear for a moment which one was the enemy or the friend. To order in advance, learn from Demingzi. When killing someone, just wrap a white towel around your shoulders. It's too late now. In order to avoid being attacked by others, Zhang Wei had no choice but to return to the tea room. He planned to wait until there was a fight outside before going out to pick up the leaks. But just a few minutes after Zhang Wei sat down, there was a crashing sound of heavy objects not far away. What is this sound? Are the walls being demolished across the street? Zhang Wei realized something was wrong. But when I went out and took a look, the wall was still undamaged. What's that sound? It's pile driving. It's the sound of a pile driver driving piles. Pile driving? Isn't that what construction sites do? Not piling. It's a well. The rabid dog came out of the house. I miscalculated. If they dig wells on their own land, there's nothing we can do to stop it. They dug their wells. Why should we stop it? Wang Rilin asked innocently. We must stop. This well is around this spring. It will definitely destroy the underground water system of this spring. Maybe their well is built. The spring here is also dried up. Hu Lai said after hesitating for a moment. He knows. This requires Mad Dog to make up his mind. But once the opponent is prevented from digging a well, it means a complete break. Peace talks are no longer possible. What do you think? Mad Dog looked at Zhang Wei. He looked at Hu Lai again. At this time, he kind of missed the disabled man wearing sunglasses. If he were here, must know how to break the situation. I have a solution. Zhang Wei thought for a moment and said, what can be done? Unite all the survivors here, although Tianwei Mansion is also a local snake, but I don't dare to stand against all survivors. How to unite? Even if the big man raises his arms and shouts, there's no guarantee that anyone will follow. No, we don't talk about fighting. Let's talk about this spring water. We do nothing. Let out the wind. It is said that people in Tianwei Mansion dug wells. As a result, the flow of this spring has decreased. That's a good idea. People who use water are concerned about the flow of this spring water. There is no precise definition. Hu Lai said happily. Rabies spread among people immediately. Information. It is said that people from Tianwei Mansion are deliberately destroying this spring. If well drilling is prevented at this time, then there is still time to save it, if it continues to drag on. Tomorrow everyone will have to drink water containing zombie viruses. Panic began to spread. With the encouragement of many people, suddenly hundreds of people walked around the boundary wall in a mighty manner, kill towards Tianhui Mansion. Maybe it's because of the full moon night, can't see clearly at all. Maybe it's due to blind obedience. No one felt afraid at all. I don't know who lit a petrol bomb immediately. The pile driver in Tianhui Mansion was caught in the sea of fire. Like a bonfire, burning under the moonlight. Against the backdrop of moonlight and firelight, all people are a little crazy. There are about 100 people in Tianhui Mansion. They came fully armed to stop them. I don't know who it is, shouted. Kick those bastards in Tianhui Mansion to death. Suddenly everyone rushed forward. This is how a chaotic battle involving hundreds of people began, and Zhang Wei, and Hu Lai, and agitating in the street behind. If you are a brother, just follow us and kill people. Brothers bleed on the front lines. You are still drinking tea in the backyard. The spring will be blocked tomorrow. You don't even have to drink urine. Countless gangsters seem to remember the days when they killed people with Demingzi. I heard that the people carrying the flag this time, it turned out to be Demingzi's #1 general. Mad Dog. It is said that in order to save the brothers on the front line, he was shot 17 times in return. That's 17 swords. That guy called Moo Moo back then, when blocking the knife for Demingzi, it was only 13 stabs in the body. 17 stabs. I guess all the blood is drained out. More gangsters, gathering towards the place illuminated by the firelight. Retreat, take it back first. Boss Moo yelled and cursed towards the center of the fighting field while retreating. But at this time, everyone was furious. Almost impossible to stop. Where is the rabid dog? Why are there no bodies? Countless people asked. That body in the pile driver, is it Brother Mad Dog? I heard there was someone just now, to stop the pile driver from drilling the well, burned alive. Ah, is it really Brother Mad Dog? I said there was a smell of barbecue coming out. And at this time, Mad Dog was still drinking tea with Hu Lai in the tea room. You two guys, interesting. Mad Dog pointed at Zhang Wei and Hu Lai and said. Then he fell to the ground. An Ergwood bottle fell to the ground, it fell to pieces. Chapter 227A Just Cause. Does Ergwood have such a strong after effect? Zhang Wei kicked the broken glass bottle under the coffee table. A good petrol bomb was actually broken by the Mad Dog. God knows how many bottles he drank. Should we go over and take a look? Zhang Wei pointed to the crowd fighting not far away. No hurry, it's too chaotic now. It's easy for someone to attack us, the pedestrian street just now, but there are people from Tianhui Mansion. Wait until they finish fighting. So Hu Lai continued to make tea. The two of them drank dozens of drinks each. No way, the cup is too small, almost nothing. Until the cries, screams, the moans died down. Zhang Wei and Hu Lai picked up their knives and went out. Let Wang Ruolin stay here. When Zhang Wei and others passed by, there was a strong smell of blood in the air. By the remaining light of the fire finally, the tragedy of the scene was clearly seen. The remains of severed limbs all over the place, and broken human tissue. This kind of scene is different from the zombie corpses everywhere. These are the bodies of survivors. You know, 3 months ago, even if an unknown corpse is found, or get into fights and get bloody heads, they are all meant to cause a stir. And now, all this has become commonplace. Zhang Wei and others helped rescue the injured at the scene. While rummaging through the pile of corpses, look at the body of Boss Moo. Does it exist? We lost 21 people, 5 were seriously injured, more than 30 minor injuries. Zhang Wei heard a boy next to him say, That's 26 dead, seriously injured person. With the current medical level, basically there is no way to save it. Although the power was restored, certain equipment in the hospital can also be used, but no surgeon could be found. If a wound with heavy bleeding cannot be treated with a blood transfusion within a quarter of an hour, it is almost equivalent to death. How many people died on the other side? Zhang Wei heard another gang leader asking. Not sure. At least 100 or 80. 30 or 50 people ran into the darkness. We were afraid of being ambushed. And we didn't dare to chase them. Where is the leader? The guy named Mu Lauda who negotiated with Brother Crazy Dog? That guy was still shouting at first. But later he saw that the situation was not right, and was the first to run away. It's a pity that we didn't kill that guy. Let's help. Carry the body to the frame of the pile driver. Add some gasoline. And burn it. Don't let the body pollute this spring. So everyone, regardless of whether they knew each other or not, started to carry the body with a clear division of labor. Zhang Wei knew that this time was also an opportunity to win people's hearts. So he said loudly, I came today to participate in the killing of people. No matter male or female, old or young, come and register from now on. You only need to report your name or ID number. The spring water here, open supply. Good, I agree. Good, I have this idea too. Good, we can't let our brothers bleed in vain. The brother who died in battle also gives some statistics. There are relatives alive, enjoy the same benefits. Good, then listen to Zhang Wei. Some people at the scene also knew Zhang Wei. I also want the entire stone monument to be erected here. On it is engraved the list of martyrs who died in the battle to defend the Fountain of Youth. List of combatants, however. In order to avoid revenge from the people of Tianwei Mansion, just forget it. Good, listen to Zhang Wei. Except for the injured, they all went inside the house to bandage their wounds. The rest of the people all took part in burning the bodies. Survivors all know, this is a petition. Even if you don't participate in the fight, you should also participate at this time, when the time comes to go out and brag. You can also say, the fight that day, I also participated, but I only cut down 2 of them. Then I went to rescue the wounded and move the bodies. No one has verified the authenticity of this information. The next day, dawn has just arrived. Zhang Wei, who was sleeping on the sofa, stretched out. I smelled a mushy smell. This is the smell of barbecue. Didn't the body burn clean? Zhang Wei went out and took a look. I saw dozens of charred corpses. They were also piled up like a hill. But the flames were almost gone. Boss Zhang, it's not that simple. There are too many corpses. So many corpses. Even if it is a crematorium, burning day and night, it may not take a day to finish the burning. Okay, I see. I'll go back and find someone to contact the fitter. Let him find connections, and bring the whole truck over. Just pull the carcass and feed it to the fish. Should have done this yesterday. Yeah. Zhang Wei inspected the small square. Found dried blood everywhere on the ground. Get a sprayer, spray some gasoline, burn these bloodstains, to prevent it from penetrating to the bottom. Viagra? You are so thoughtful. My name is Zhang Wei. Okay, definitely next time. Rabid dog is still sleeping? Zhang Wei glanced at the rabid dog on the sofa and said, snoring like thunder. There was a noise outside. A younger brother exclaimed, Get out of the way. The big guy is here. Zhang Wei looked outside. I found out that Demingzi was indeed riding a motorcycle. Carrying ghost hands came in a hurry. Where are the people? Where is the body? Demingzi dragged a younger brother, while slapping his hands while asking. It's all burned. Feed the fish what is not burned. The younger brother hasn't reacted yet. Who the hell asked you to feed the fish? Get a good burial. Demingzi casually pulled this little brother aside. Where are the Muyun people? Demingzi asked. I should have returned to Tianwei Mansion. A younger brother responded. Tianwei Mansion? I have to drag him out of the palace of the King of Heaven. So Demingzi led dozens of people, killing towards Tianwei Mansion in a mighty manner. There were hundreds of people watching behind. And this team is getting bigger and bigger. Less than half an hour later, there were almost 1,800 people. It is estimated that there will be no problem in conquering the entire Tianwei Mansion in this battle. What's going on? Is Brother Mingzi going to attack Binhai City? Asked the meddler. Shh. Keep your voice down. I heard that the rabid dog died. Big Mingzi is furious. The rabid dog is dead? How did you die? Aren't rabid dogs quite capable of beating? I heard he was burned to death. No body is dead, think about it. No matter how much one person can fight, pour half a barrel of gasoline on you, no matter what. I have to finish playing. That makes sense. Hey, don't listen to his nonsense. I heard, the rabid dogs are to protect the Fountain of Youth. Go negotiate with Boss Moo. Then he was cut into pieces by Boss Moo, because many people saw Boss Moo and 7 or 8 of them went in, but I didn't see any rabid dogs coming out. Dismember the body? You have to see the body even if you dismember it. Don't you know this? 7 or 8 people, some carry one hand, some have half legs, some hold their heads between their legs, as long as it is hidden well, hard to find. No wonder Demingzi is so angry. I heard about Mad Dog and the guy named Wood. They are his earliest team members. No! More than 1,000 people stopped in front of the gate of Tianyu community. Then looking at the dozens of high-rise buildings in the community, not a word was spoken. Dark clouds are pressing down on the city, threatening to destroy it. The armor light opens towards the golden scales of the sun. The sound of trumpets fills the autumn sky. Stuff it with swallow fat and condense it into night purple. A half-rolled red flag approaches Ishui. The sound of heavy frost and cold sound cannot be heard. Report your satisfaction on the golden platform. Support the Jade Dragon and die for you. Guisho was drinking tea, while watching the rabid dog on the sofa reciting poetry. Come! 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 After drinking this glass, one more glass. Hu Lai carefully poured tea for Zhang Wei and Guisho. Chapter 228 Cutting Interests. No more, I drank too much. Zhang Wei had a few more drinks with Guisho. Replace wine with tea. Although the tea brewed with this spring water is delicious, but that's not the way to drink it. Does the fierce man know that the mad dog is not dead? Zhang Wei pointed at the drunken mad dog and said, Of course I do. Then he's still going to kill people with all his might? There has to be a reason. So you're here for tea. That's right, just keep an eye on the rabid dogs, don't let him run out, at least until the big Mingzi thing is done, he can't go out. Guisho didn't finish his words. Yu Xiaobai ran in furiously. Seeing Zhang Wei and Guisho both here, they were also stunned. Yu Xiaobai probed the rabid dog's carotid artery. Said, Isn't this not dead? Why are you here? Zhang Wei looked at the dusty Yu Xiaobai. Recently, I feel like I can meet him no matter what I do. Oh, I'm here to get the car. Get the car? Zhang Wei glanced at it and said, Yu Xiaobai came here on a bicycle. After some explanation from him, I found out. It turned out that Demengzi heard from some gossip that the rabid dog was dead. So he immediately rushed over holding the ghost's hand. But bus number 11 is really too slow. And the big guy was wearing flip-flops. Wait until they reach the spring, it's probably daybreak. Yu Xiaobai happened to be playing motorcycle nearby. The engine was also deliberately made to make loud noises. So Demengzi immediately borrowed Yu Xiaobai's motorcycle and rushed over with Guisho on his back. Yu Xiaobai is worried that his car will be damaged. So I quickly rode my bicycle to get it. The car is in the alley next to it, get it yourself. Everyone thought this car belonged to Demengzi, no one dares to touch it. Zhang Wei thought that Yu Xiaobai would also drink a few cups of tea here before going back. Unexpectedly, Yu Xiaobai left in a hurry. Before leaving, he said to Zhang Wei, What Demengzi wants to do is, many of them are unorganized, it's too much trouble, and I won't participate anymore. If Hu Lai and Wang Rilin weren't still here, Zhang Wei also plans to go back on his motorcycle, and at this time, Demengzi is leading thousands of troops in front of the gate of Tianwei Mansion, slapping against the metal gate. This gate is no longer the community gate before the apocalypse. It was reinforced and heightened. There are also big stones inside, abandoned cars block the way. It's covered with barbed wire again, obviously to protect against zombies and strangers. The 100 or 200 people at the front of the queue knocked on the door in unison. Still very intimidating. Many people in the community opened their windows, or went to their balconies. Don't know what's going on outside yet. And at this time, Boss Mu finally became panicked. But he still pretended to be calm and said inside, Big Mingzi, what exactly do you mean? Boss Mu thought it was because of the spring water. In fact, Boss Mu didn't do it just for the spring water this time. More for power. Many other communities have access to electricity, but their Tianwei mansion never had it. Certainly, Boss Mu did not send anyone to participate in the power restoration operation of the power plant. Of course, it's not easy to shamelessly go to Demengzi. The trust relationship is connected. So I decided to retreat instead of advance here at the spring. First occupy this spring. When the time comes, divide half of the water out, then Demengzi agreed to restore the power. I never thought that the story behind this spring water is about people. It turned out to be a rabid dog. Originally, before the zombie outbreak, such a spring, the value is not as good as a facade, it is given to everyone and no one wants it. But in the last days, water has become extremely precious. This spring is worth thousands of gold. A younger brother came up and said, Say a few words in Boss Mu's ear. Boss Mu was immediately shocked and said, What? Is the rabid dog really dead? Is it any wonder that Demengzi is so angry? In fact, Boss Mu was not sure whether his own people killed the rabid dog. But the fight not long ago was very brutal. If a leader dies without incident, it's also normal. But at this time, Mu Yun still planned to fight for it. After all, they had just lost 100 or 10 men. And the 1,800 people on Demengzi's side were watching with eager eyes. Boss Mu said to Demengzi, Demengzi, I think we are all wrong. The rabid dog was assassinated by other people. The purpose is to provoke a fight between our two forces. You are a smart man. You can't even think of this. Right? I don't care about that anyway. The death of the rabid dog has nothing to do with you. Can't you open the door? If you don't open the door, we'll set a fire. Burn your entire Tianwen mansion. How dare you? Boss Mu was a little panicked. He knew that Demingzi really dared to do this. In a community like Tianyufu, most are high-rise buildings. If these people get together and light a fire downstairs, there are thousands of people in their community. It is estimated that no one will survive. There's nothing I dare not do, Mu Yuan. In the past 3 months, we have always made no mistakes. This time you crossed the line. Demingzi said that he had crossed the line. It was the spring conflict provoked by Mu Yuan. This matter is indeed the fault of Boss Mu. He was speechless for a moment. But I also know at this time, you must not zoom in. Demingzi might let himself go, but those hundreds of gangsters who were so jealous before, I will never let myself go. Big Mingzi, what exactly do you want to do? Are you asking me to impose conditions? Just say it. Good, then I will say it directly. Leave the rabid dogs alone. It was a family feud. Now let me tell you about national hatred. I heard it from the kids. That spring was destroyed by you. It turned out to be able to supply drinking water for 10,000 to 20,000 people. Now there are only 7 or 8,000 left. I can promise to let you go, but can those 12,000 brothers, who have no water to drink, agree? No, no! The younger brother behind Demingzi shouted crazily. Almost a response. What do you want? Mu Yuan knew that he could no longer step down at this time. We can only try our best to meet Demingzi's conditions. Even if you are not satisfied, you have to agree to Demingzi on the surface. I'll find an opportunity to talk about the conditions later. Okay, since you are so happy, then I will say it directly. These 12,000 brothers, all because you don't have water to drink. If nothing else, I definitely need to apologize. I don't mean to embarrass you either. You will accompany each of them with 10 kilograms of grain. Count it as 120,000 caddies of grain. Why don't you go and grab it? The total food supply of our entire Tianwen mansion, it doesn't necessarily weigh 120,000 kilograms. I understand the difficulties you mentioned. That's it. I am a happy person. I'll give you a discount, or break a bone. Just 12,000 caddies, but I don't want coarse grains, I want rice. White rice. 12,000 kilograms of rice? Boss Mu hesitated a little. He can actually get his hands on this food. If people like Demingzi cannot be driven away, they broke into the community. I'm just afraid of the price to pay. That's more than 12,000 kilograms of rice. Good, I promise you. That's okay, you just throw the food out. We have just over 1,000 people here. That's enough for each person to receive about 10 kilograms. Big fierce guy! You are too deceptive, Boss Mu said through gritted teeth. Chapter 229, Plowing the Court and Sweeping the Cave. Boss Mu became angry with embarrassment. It had long been expected by Demingzi. That's the kind of reaction you want. Brothers, fight in, catch that guy who jumped into the street. Demingzi pointed at Boss Mu and said, Big Mingzi, you crossed a line. Boss Mu said in panic, I heard from my brothers. It was you who insisted on negotiating with me. You said that rabid dogs are not qualified. Now I'm here. You're so fucking cowering that you won't come out. Then I have no choice but to go in by myself. Stop the fierce man, Boss Mu said to the people inside. Suddenly, in several alleys inside Tianwen Mansion, dozens more people rushed out. It seems, last night's actions, Boss Mu didn't make people come out in full force. Instead, manpower was left on guard. After Boss Mu finished speaking, the people on Demingzi's side became even more excited. These dozens or hundreds of people, it's not enough for the 1,000 or 2,000 people outside to fill their teeth. And there are more people coming behind. Superior. As soon as Demingzi finished speaking, people here came out in droves. Kill towards the inside of Tianwen Mansion. Although the obstacles set up by the people of Tianwen Mansion are very high, they are also very complete. But that can only protect against zombies. People behind, 2 men carrying hydraulic shears rushed out. A few more people came out carrying jacks. It only took less than 5 minutes, then the entire gate of Tianwen Mansion was demolished. Tear down that barbed wire fence too. Demingzi knows, there must be a way out in everything. In case there are other ambushes in Tianwen Mansion, it's better if you have a way out. Such a small door, it's really too small. The stampede at Walmart is still fresh in my mind. Hundreds of people died. Walls also need to serve as escape routes. The leading dozens of gangsters rushed into Tianyufu community. Nothing else was found instead. I found 10 or 20 quilts on some sports equipment and clothes drying racks on the first floor. These people disliked the trouble of dismantling barbed wire fences. He threw the quilt directly onto the barbed wire fence. This kind of barbed wire is not military barbed wire. The quality and toughness are simply not up to par. After throwing the quilt up, just a dozen people trample on it, just like walking on flat ground. They are the ones who destroyed the water. Kill these bastards. Demingzi pointed at the people who just came out and said, "Rabid dogs cannot arouse public anger. But water sources can." For a while, the whole community was in a fight. Zhang Wei was still drinking tea with Guisho. "Gui boss. Mingzi boss has led people to kill." A younger brother rushed in. "Well, not bad," Guisho said with a smile. "Why? Is this one of Demingzi's plans? Get rid of the power of Tianwei Mansion?" Zhang Wei showed an unbelievable look. "This is not about building a supermarket or occupy a street. This is an indigenous force. There are thousands of core people. There are probably thousands of people depending on them. It is also inextricably linked with other forces. After all, Demingzi is an outsider. Conflict with such forces, it will make other forces stand on the opposite side of Demingzi. Go with the flow, just go with the flow. Demingzi wants to set up a flag. We must use the power of plowing the courtyard and sweeping holes, otherwise this flag cannot stand," Guisho said indifferently. Zhang Wei still feels a little crazy. Some things cannot be kept in the light. Put it on the bright side, it means that the rules are completely invalid. Today Demingzi defeated this force. Demingzi may be assassinated tomorrow. Dead bodies on the streets. It's easy to hide from an open gun. Hidden arrows are hard to guard against. But Zhang Wei guessed what Demingzi wanted to do. He wanted to start his own gang. But pick the more powerful Tianwei Mansion to attack. Nothing seems wrong. In that time when Fengqi Huiding and City Light were in the supermarket, has been hit hard. And the people from Tianwei Mansion and Wangjiang Pavilion, although there is no stampede, many people died, but it is relatively well preserved. That's why Boss Mu dared to take more than a dozen people to Mad Dog's territory to negotiate with Mad Dog. Akari negotiation, test the pressure secretly. But Boss Mu doesn't know the temper of a Mad Dog. The person Rabid Dog, you talk to him properly, he is rational. But once pressure is applied, it will only be counterproductive. Seeing that things have come to this, Zhang Wei saw the ghost hand planning to go out, so he quickly followed him. Instruct Hu Lai to keep an eye on the Rabid Dogs, who haven't sobered up yet. Boss Mu's community is close to the spring. It's also a 5 to 6 minute walk. Zhang Wei and Guisho struggled to squeeze in through the main entrance. When I entered, I found that the fight was almost over. Faced with a force 10 times greater than one's own, after the people from Tianwei Mansion fought for a round, he gave up resistance. In fact, these people who followed Demingzi, except for a dozen core younger brothers, the rest are all mixed, or rabid centaurs. But yesterday's fight, the people on Mad Dog's side were furious. The people on Boss Mu's side were frightened. There were 100 or 200 people out last night. Only a dozen came back. People in Tianwei Mansion just think with their toes, also should know what is going on. Several younger brothers dragged Mu Yun, then he took Mu Yun's weapon, pulled Mu Yunti in front of Demingzi. It means waiting for Demingzi's disposal. At this time, Mu Yun was not completely calm yet. It is thought that this conflict was entirely caused by the death of the Rabid Dog. It's just that he doesn't have any confidence in his heart. I wonder if one of his own men killed the Rabid Dog. He thought Demingzi just needed a definite answer. So he struggled to stand up and said, "The death of a Rabid Dog, I will give you an explanation. Let me go." The latter one. Let my people go. In a word, it seemed that Boss Mu was taking a righteous perspective. Boss Mu, couldn't you just throw the food out earlier? Look at you, you don't have to bring shame on yourself. Mu Yun knew, it's not because of food at all. But now he has become a prisoner, it's not easy to argue. I'll give you double the food, take your people and leave. Boss Mu is a little suspicious now. Demingzi might have taken a fancy to his community. Demingzi seemed to have guessed what Boss Mu was thinking and said, "Don't worry, I don't like your broken place at all. And the people in your community are disunited, and can't be used by me at all. My Weiming building, the decoration is already completed. I will move in after the ventilation for 3 to 5 months to blow away the formaldehyde." Zhang Wei didn't expect that. Demingzi was still such a coward, and knew how to ventilate to remove formaldehyde. But it might also be Demingzi's black humor. "Boss Mu, to tell you the truth, the Rabid Dog is not dead. It was an accident that I captured you. You just happened to hit the muzzle of the gun. Your Tianwei Mansion is too powerful. I have to weaken it a bit." Powerful? Big Mingzi, what do you mean? In terms of strength, the most powerful one should be City Lights. Right? It's not their turn for Tianwei Mansion. Because of your alliance, Tianwei Mansion and Wangjiang Pavilion are helping each other. These two forces are only separated by a street. I heard that even the underground parking lot is open. As soon as Demengzi finished speaking, a person came from a distance. He said respectfully to Demengzi, "Boss Lu, our leader invites you." "Who are you?" Demengzi asked disdainfully. "I am from Wangjiang Pavilion." Chapter 230 Meeting of 7 People. Wangjiang Pavilion. Hearing this name again, Zhang Wei's pupils shrank. Not long ago, Zhang Wei was at Walmart. Because of the ownership of Mishuai's city, he stabbed a man in the eye. Is that man from Wangjiang Pavilion? And more hatred lies in the hatred of the broken arm in Zhang Wei's memory. In the end times, disability is equivalent to death. Even a person with extraordinary intelligence like Ghost Hand cannot become the regional leader just because of 2 broken fingers, and instead become a military strategist behind the scenes. Not to mention a normal person, a broken hand. If a motorcycle rider hadn't rescued Zhang Wei at that time, and immediately cut off Zhang Wei's arm, Zhang Wei could not survive. The indigenous forces in Wangjiang Pavilion, as the name suggests, the location of their property, it faces Binhai City across the river. And behind it is Tianwen Mansion. In other words, foreign enemies or zombies, to capture Wangjiang Pavilion, unless you sail over from the river, otherwise. Tianwen Mansion must be captured first. Therefore, the alliance between Tianwen Mansion and Wangjiang Pavilion, it's more like a kind of helping each other, in other words. The lips are dead, and the teeth are cold. When a gangster said that Wangjiang Pavilion had an invitation, Demengzi knew that he had achieved his goal. Boss Mu is not important. What happens behind Wangjiang Pavilion is not important. After such a person dies, there will definitely be new talkers. These big bosses look glamorous on the surface. In fact, it is just a mouthpiece for the interest groups behind the scenes. So when Boss Mu went to negotiate with Mad Dog, I will bring a dozen with me. Elder. Because of many things, he can't make the decision alone. However, many of those people had already died in the fighting at night. It's no longer a cause for concern. Since it is an invitation, Demengzi knows, these people would never dare to come to Yin. However, Demengzi still called over a younger brother. Then whisper a few words into this little brother's ear. Zhang Wei only vaguely heard. Rabid dog. Wait for words. Zhang Wei guessed, it probably means, if something goes wrong, just call the rabid dog to gather the troops and so on. But at this time, the mad dog was very drunk, probably hasn't woken up yet. Demengzi said to the people behind him, I'll be there for about half an hour. You are all waiting here, the double amount of food promised by Boss Mu, it will be sent to everyone later. Zhang Wei had to admire Demengzi's intelligence. If these people are allowed to wait here, a mixed bag, the flow of people is not uniform, it is estimated that he will be gone soon. Without the deterrence of these people, Demengzi went to negotiate, that's almost like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. The promise of doubling the grain supply, that's more than 20 kilograms of rice, which can feed a family of 3 for at least a month if they save it. Naturally, it was very tempting, so after a noisy discussion, no one left. Because Demengzi is known for his credit, he did it when he attacked the supermarket to distribute grain, and later he attacked the power plant. All those who participated in the power restoration operation enjoyed free electricity. This kind of welfare is unimaginable in the end times. Even in the past life before the end times, electricity was charged. After Demengzi finished speaking, he walked directly towards a building in Tianwen Mansion. He knows, an underground parking lot there is an underground parking lot leading to Wangjiang Pavilion. The distance in between is only 180 meters. Zhang Wei hesitated for a moment, in order to protect Ghost Hands, still followed. The person Guisho, Zhang Wei always wanted to take it for his own use. Although Zhang Wei now, there are already Hu Lai, Qian Baohua, etc. Think tank. But there are still too few such figures. If a crisis similar to zombie siege occurs immediately now, Zhang Wei felt that his think tank had insufficient manpower. Zhang Wei glanced at the second and third floors of Tianwen Mansion. It was an open tea house. Further up are the residential buildings. The windows of the tea house are filled with humanity. Zhang Wei knows, since someone has come to deliver the message, that is, these people have arrived at Tianwen Mansion, he probably witnessed it all. Big Boss Mu. Trampled underfoot, it was equivalent to a slap in Wang Jiang's face. As expected, Demengzi led a dozen elite boys. After arriving on the third floor, I found that several people were already sitting inside drinking tea. Zhang Wei did not expect that. Drink tea wherever you go. After the end of the world, these senior survivors, I really regard drinking tea as a kind of enjoyment. If you smear some zombie saliva or blood on the teacups these people drink, these talkers, It is estimated that they will all be served in one pot. Demingzi saw 2 empty chairs. So I sat on one of them. There are 7 chairs in total, 2 of them were empty. It turned out to be you, Wu Jiang. Demingzi said to the person in charge. Wu Jiang said nothing, just nodded. That's it, let's have a meeting. After Wu Jiang finished speaking, the younger brother inside withdrew. Only a few people were left serving tea and water. Zhang Wei and Guishou also planned to follow them out. You two stay. Demingzi turned to Guishou and Zhang Wei and said, It is estimated that there is no one available for Demingzi now. If there is a need for literature and military skills at this time, that person who is marshal, it should be something that can be beaten like a rabid dog or an iron tower. Not a young man like Zhang Wei. Lu Meng, I have heard your name for a long time. This is a closed-door meeting today. Originally we didn't accept outsiders. But Mu Yun was captured by you. Then he is not qualified. The affairs of your mansion and pavilion, can I get involved? Demingzi was very doubtful. Logically, these people let a dog in this community sit in this position. It shouldn't be him who is so fierce. He, Demingzi, is an outsider. Not only are they outsiders compared to these 2 indigenous peoples, what's more, Demingzi doesn't belong to this city at all. He is a foreigner. It is said that the household registration is a place called Ujiakan. You don't participate in the decision-making. Come and listen. There will be a topic about you later. Demingzi nodded. So Wu Jiang continued, We at Wangjiang Pavilion and Tianwei Mansion have been helping each other. The 7 chairs are all occupied by our internal staff. Mu Yun is a waste. I won't say much more. There are 2 chairs available in your Tianwei Mansion. You should know what happened. An old man sitting next to Demingzi said, Mu Jiu died accidentally when he went out to negotiate last night. Mu Yun was detained by this boy. Now there are 2 seats vacant. I propose. It still comes from our people in Tianwei Mansion. Wu Jiang continued, No problem. We sat on 4 of the 7 chairs. To get another one, no matter what I say. It doesn't make sense. Our seats remain unchanged, but your 2 seats, it's time for re-election at least. A waste like Mu Yun who is lying on his back and eating nothing. I can't take the position anymore. The old man nodded and said, We have made an internal decision. Ahua, go and invite Mu Beiqing in. A young man in his mid-30s came in. He sat straight on his seat. Beiqing sits on this chair. I can trust you. He is a certified public accountant, although accountants are no longer useful now, but there's nothing wrong with his mind. Good, count him in. Can't you give Ayat another chance? The old man asked tentatively. Yun. It should be Mu Yun. Do you know how many of you died? Wu Jiang suddenly asked. The old man remained silent. Although he didn't know how many people died, he knew how many people who went out yesterday came back. Let me tell you this, if Mu Yun hadn't come back, it wouldn't be a problem if he was caught by the other side after resisting. Or if he came back with injuries, it wouldn't be a problem if he sat on this chair, but he came back unscathed. Do you understand what I mean? Wu Jiang's eyes seemed threatening. Regardless of whether the old man understood or not. Zhang Wei understood that Mu Yun was the first to run away during the fight. If such a person could continue to rise to power, their Tianwei mansion would have no cohesion. It can be seen that this guy named Wu Jiang is not a simple person. If the old man still doesn't know what's good for him, he might even kill the leader named Mu Yun. Chapter 231 Negotiation Expert. The old man nodded, meaning he would listen to Wu Jiang's words. Then there will be a seat vacant. My suggestion is, why not let Lu Ming sit in the seat? Wu Jiang said jokingly. Let him sit? No, I object. The old man resisted unexpectedly. I object too. Mu Beiqing said after thinking for a while. Tell me the reasons for your objection. The affairs of Tianwei Mansion are decided by Tianwei Mansion itself. How can he, an outsider, convince others? The old man was unwilling. I object too. Surprisingly, this time it was Demingzi who spoke. Wu Jiang said nothing. He wanted to see what Demingzi had to say. The matter between your 2 communities, you can handle it yourself. My gang has a lot going on. Do you want to grill me over the fire? There is no door. Wu Jiang added, You should know the weight of this chair. Now the zombies in the inner city have been almost cleared. After the power is restored, this place is a port. There will only be prosperity. There will be plenty of food in the future. There is nothing wrong with getting something for nothing. Demingzi knows. Wu Jiang is talking about tax collection and commission. The kind that sits back and enjoys the rewards. Your business, I don't want to get involved. I am a straightforward person. I want to buy the life of that kid Mu Yun. 20,000 kilograms of grain. What that boy just promised me downstairs was rice. I take a step back. Other dry foods are also available. Wu Jiang remained silent and did not speak. Demingzi continued, I know what you mean. I sat on this chair, openly participate in your discussions and decisions. But what's the point? Even before the end of the world breaks out, your chair is worthless. In that case, the words are not speculative. Please go first. Wu Jiang has already started expelling tourists. You want me to get involved, maybe even let me provide free electricity. How can there be such a good thing? You have to come up with something that interests me. Demingzi said as he stood up. What do you want? Then just tell me. I have 3 requests. The first one, I plan to form a gang within 6 months. None of your cabinets or governments can object. We even have to support it openly, even city lights objects. No problem, as long as it can provide power to the community. There is nothing wrong with this request. Good, then I will say the second one, Mu Yun must die. He will not die. My people sit on it. The name is unjust and the words are unjust. Demingzi said with a smile. You're going too far. Wu Jiang hasn't spoken yet. The old man has already taken action, however. The old man was patted on the shoulder by Mu Beiqing. Pressed it. No, I cannot agree to this matter. Mu Yun can retreat, but you can't die without knowing it. The old man was still muttering vigorously. Mu Beiqing next to him gently patted his shoulder again and said, Don't worry. If we don't nod, they won't dare to mess around. By the way, Uncle Mu, you were bitten by a zombie. Do your family members know? When was I bitten by a zombie? The old man was still questioning. Suddenly, an unbelievable dark color appeared. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose. The old man struggled violently, and panic and despair appeared in his eyes. But his head and neck were firmly stuck by Mu Beiqing's elbow. Mu Beiqing pulled a screwdriver out of the old man's neck. The old man was still struggling on the ground. But he did not die immediately. I deliberately avoided the aorta, so he won't die for a while. Mu Beiqing wiped the blood on his hands on the old man's body. Carry him out. Keep him alive. And tell others that he was bitten by a zombie. Zhang Wei clearly understood what this sentence meant. The old man will not die. He will become a zombie. Then someone else discovered it. Or maybe he will be arrested after turning into a zombie. Then he was publicly executed. What a shrimp and pig heart. Demingzi clapped his hands and said, Now Mu Yun is dead. Tell me about your third request. Wu Jiang disapproved of Mu Beiqing, who had done something dirty. It seemed that he had already guessed that he would do this. And Mu Yun, who was controlled outside at this time. He didn't know that he had become a dead man. The person who made the decision actually became the bargaining chip for others to bargain openly. Okay, the third condition, I'll say it directly. I want a chair. I won't sit on this chair. I designate someone to sit on it. Maybe it's the ghost hand. Maybe it's someone else. Even if it's a gangster, you have to pinch your nose and recognize him. That's fine. I meant this from the beginning. It's your opinion anyway. It doesn't matter who sits on it. Wu Jiang nodded and said, You may not understand what I mean. I want a chair. A real chair. After Demingzi said this, Wu Jiang threw the cup to the ground fiercely. No, I cannot agree to this request. Wu Jiang said with a livid face. Zhang Wei still doesn't know what happened. He couldn't help but turn his attention to the ghost hand. A smart man like him, you must understand that there is something in what Demingzi and Wu Jiang said. Old ghost, please talk to him in detail. Demingzi stopped talking nonsense, started wandering around the house, didn't go out either. When I walked to the door, I found a brand new pair of flip-flops on the shoe rack nearby. Yo, 43 yards? Just right, I'll take your shoes. Then Demingzi threw a pair of jet black flip-flop sandals on the shoe rack. Guisho glanced at Wu Jiang. He glanced at Mu Beiqing again, said, What our boss means is very simple. He sat on one of the 7 chairs. It's just that this chair cannot come out of Tianwei Mansion. You have to get out from the 4 chairs in Wangjiang Pavilion. Wu Jiang's expression was a little angry, but Mu Beiqing seemed to have some appreciation. Guisho continued, We understand your deliberative structure. Anyway, the minority obeys the majority. There is no veto power or anything like that. Your Wangjiang Pavilion got 4 votes. Aren't you the ones who have the final say on everything? Hasn't this deliberative body become your one-spoken hall? Our boss likes to be a wallflower, wall grass, fall on both sides. The two do not help each other. To you, to me, good for everyone. The ghost finger pointed at Demingzi's back and said. At this time, Demingzi was smoking at the window. Zhang Wei also understood what Demingzi meant when he asked for a chair. If he occupied the chair of Tianwei Mansion, he would not only offend the people of Tianwei Mansion, but also be sidelined. This chair has no meaning. And the death of Mu Yun. the old man just now, and Mu Jiao who died last night, would all be attributed to Demingzi. Demingzi would be excluded sooner or later. In the future. Let alone discussing matters, he didn't know if he could go in vertically and come out horizontally when he went to a meeting. Demingzi uses retreat to advance. Undoubtedly. He won over Mu Beiqing. As long as Mu Beiqing doesn't have shit in his head, will raise their hands in approval. And as a wallflower, Demingzi, it will definitely be won over by both parties. This is truly invincible. Let me think about it, Wu Jiang said with a livid face. He knows, Demingzi is not smoking by the window. He was threatening. Demingzi gave an order, the 1,000 or 2,000 people outside can rush in immediately. The power of Tianwei Mansion, if 200 or 300 more people died, it will completely become the history of the old city. How many people are there in Tianwei Mansion, and are there people who can fight? They are two different things. Just these 3 requirements, how about it? Demingzi turned around and grinned. Chapter 232 Autumn is coming. 3 requirements. What Wu Jiang couldn't agree to was the 3rd request. He didn't expect that Demingzi would come to the bottom of the cauldron to draw out his salary like this. It's just that the arrow is ready at this time. Did he ever think about fighting the big Mingzi to the death? But this place, it is not their base camp at Wangjiang Pavilion. And the person who made the decision in Tianwei Mansion is dead. The bearer was carried out, others are dying, there is no unity at all. The remaining one? Mu Beiqing, basically a smiling tiger. How about it? Wu Jiang hesitated for a moment, still can't make up my mind. But he knows, there must be a decision. Otherwise, Tianwei Mansion would be captured by Demingzi, and this rabble today. There will be more people in a while, the idea of Wangjiang Pavilion. Wu Jiang had to turn his attention to the 3 people next to him. I hope the 3 of them come up with an idea. A shake of the head, 2 nodded. The decision-making power still returned to Wu Jiang's hands. If Wu Jiang nods, that's a 3-1 vote. If you object, that's a 2-2 tie, still deadlocked. I agree. Wu Jiang looked at Mu Beiqing opposite and said. At least, they Wangjiang Pavilion are of the same mind. This Mu Beiqing opposite, clean up the mess. Stabilizing the situation is expected to take several months. Good, then I will reluctantly agree. Demingzi put out his cigarette, will unfinished cigarettes, put it in his pocket. Remember your promise, from now on I will raise the flag, you all need to support us. Demingzi added. No one in the room spoke. But Demingzi knew that this was everyone's tacit agreement. Let's go! Demingzi said to Zhang Wei and Guisho. The 2 followed Demingzi, and walked out slowly. No one dared to stop them. Mu Yun. You are lucky. There's a man named Mu Beiqing who wants to buy your life. So I don't plan to kill you. The rest of you. Everyone who comes today will have a share. Each person can take 20 kilograms of food back. The people of Tianwei Mansion are so kind. And I can't refuse. Demingzi said, and walked away wearing his new flip-flops. The remaining people were left looking at each other. Soon cheers came from the crowd. Because the people from Tianwei Mansion, a fence gate opened, food distribution actually started. Guisho slowly followed Demingzi. Zhang Wei has been thinking about a question. Why not kill Mu Yun on the spot? Afraid of making grudges with survivors? Or did they deliberately let Mu Yun and Mu Beiqing go dog-eat-dog? Boss, when do we raise the flag? Ghost Hand walked up and asked. Wait a little longer, not all people are here yet. Demingzi left an ambiguous statement. Demingzi went directly to the tea room where Mad Dog was. At this time, the rabid dog has woken up. Zheng felt very regretful that he did not personally participate in the attack on Tianwei Mansion. Seeing Demingzi suddenly come back, I couldn't help but run up happily. There's no fight, give up. Ghost Hand spread his hands. What a pity. The Mad Dog was indignant. Right, is Mu Yun dead? Mad Dog seems to be very concerned about Mu Yun. Not dead, but he's about to die. Are you injured? It's a pity that he didn't die in my hands. Everyone, yeah. Boss Mingzi, if there is nothing else to do, let's leave first. Zhang Wei also learned from other younger brothers, called Demingzi Boss Mingzi. Okay. Demingzi waved his hand casually. So Zhang Wei called Hu Lai and Wang Rulin. Went out directly. Different from the hustle and bustle of yesterday, this ancient street at this moment, there is still a smell of blood, maybe the smell of blood, have to wait until after heavy rain, it will be washed away. A murder caused by a dispute over water sources. Wang Rulin said with sigh. Sister, you don't understand, this contradiction, no water conflicts, will also be detonated for other reasons. It's just that your arrival is not as good as luck. I didn't expect that more than 2,000 people could be gathered. Although they are a mob, But the worm shakes the tree. What an eye-opener. We have challenged the order of this city. Order has always been broken. Uncle Hulai, do you miss the school past? That plain everything. I miss Wang Jing a little bit. I miss playing chess with him during that time, although confused, but it's also interesting. I would like to find a chance to go back to school. Back to school? What's the use? But it's relatively safe there. The zombies have been almost wiped out by you. It has been more than 2 months since I came out. It hurts the muscles and bones for 100 days. In another month, go back and see Zhouan. Right, I almost forgot about that kid. I seem to be with that old man. And the cat? That cat named Afu. Let's go. I'll take you back to meet some old friends from school. Old friend? Is Lu Dolly also here? Wang Rilin seemed to be very concerned about Lu Dolly. Lu Dolly? Lu Dolly disappeared. He is probably hiding somewhere. He made a big basket. Zheng Wei didn't know where Lu Dolly went. But this person is Chopstick Killer. A pair of chopsticks can survive in this city. There must be no problem surviving now. I know. Zheng Wei suddenly remembered. It seems that Lu Dolly committed the crime precisely because of Wang Rilin. Are you familiar with him? In Zheng Wei's impression, Lu Dolly is just a poor student working in the cafeteria. We are classmates in elementary school. I used to go to school together in Lijiakan when I was a child. Elementary school classmate? No wonder. Lu Dolly and I are just high school alumni. But Lijiakan? This place seems a bit familiar. It seems that Demingzi is also from this place. Could it be that Lu Dolly and Demingzi are fellow villagers? I don't know that. My ancestral home is over there. I grew up there as well. Several people were chatting and observing the surroundings. After cleaning up by the survivors in the past few days, almost all the zombies have been wiped out. But it is not possible to confirm whether there are still zombies in some hidden places. It is better to be safe than sorry. The sky was a little gloomy. And there was a gust of wind. Zheng Wei suddenly felt a little chilly. Is it autumn already? Unknowingly. I didn't expect that the end of the world has been more than 3 months. Short sleeves are no longer suitable. It seems that I have to change into autumn clothes and prepare winter clothes. This coastal city. Even in winter. The temperature is only -5 degrees Celsius at most. It is better to prepare some quilts and so on. The building occupied by Zheng Wei has not been searched yet. It's not a new property. There shouldn't be any problem surviving the winter. Just those supplies available in schools. If you don't pick it up, it will also be taken away by other people. Perhaps we can hide some useful supplies in that cellar. We will pick it up later when we are short of supplies. There are enough supplies now. It does not mean that supplies will be sufficient in 3 to 5 years. Because there is no more manpower and factory reproduction therefore. The supplies now are consumed less and less. Let's go. Been out for a few days. Go back and take a look. Toilet paper and the butcher will come back after seeing it. You will definitely be happy. Chapter 233 Old Friends Reunion. It took another half an hour. Zheng Wei and others finally returned to the city center. That is my own stronghold. The old city area is not large, but there are also more than 100 square kilometers. Whether from east to west, or from south to north, they are all about 10 kilometers away. And the location of Walmart supermarket, it's probably the intersection of the 2 main streets. The building occupied by Zheng Wei, Yi Xiaobai and others, it is about 150 meters away from the Walmart supermarket. So Zheng Wei took time out to meet Aqiang. He hopes to work in a supermarket. A large logistics center can serve as one's own eyes and ears. This part of the old town, after the power was restored, after that, it almost became the entertainment capital of the world. A piece of pure land in the last days. But now everything is waiting to be done. It's time to grab some ground. Zheng Wei only felt that he did not have enough core manpower. Otherwise, it can occupy more space. And now, he could only order the 20 or 30 people following him, guard the building recommended to him by Yi Xiaobai, as well as several storefronts around the building. When Zheng Wei went back, he happened to meet Zhao Zhenxiong, who was out for a walk at the door. Huh? Uncle Hulai? Miss Rulin? You are here too. Zhao Zhenxiong was with the 2 and Lu Dolly before, but later they separated. I didn't expect to meet again so soon. Hulai was also a little surprised. After they separated, it was also the first time he saw Zhao Zhenxiong. The few of them went upstairs. Zheng Wei called out Pei Wu and Lu Renjia, as well as Pei Wu who was sleeping. This small team that broke out of the school, except Zhouan and Lu Dolly, can be considered to be gathered. Zheng Wei will distract from what will happen next. Everything was explained in detail. Everyone was amazed at Zheng Wei's experience. I didn't expect to start from Walmart's supermarket. What John Wei went through later, almost all of them were thrilling escapes from death. Have you met any Japanese yet? Just like on TV? Can you speak Bagya Road? Hu Lai asked curiously. I've never seen the guy say. That guy's name is Junichi Watanabe, with a broken knife. I am quite fluent in Chinese. It seems that he is a China expert. After Zhang Wei exchanged pleasantries, they also arranged rooms for Hu Lai and Wang Rulan. At this time, we are short of manpower. The room is quite spare. In the past few days since Zhang Wei left, Baohua asked Yu Xiaobai to contact several technicians. Finally, the broken elevator was repaired. Many people have moved to mid to high-rise rooms. The rooms on the lower floors have been converted into temporary event and entertainment venues. Zhang Wei carefully recalled what happened during this period. It can be considered that he has initially achieved his goal. There is a relatively safe base. This is better than blindly fighting outside. So much better. However, we are still in a state of food shortage. The food distributed from Walmart supermarket, in the short term, if there were only the 20 or 30 people we have now, there is no problem in surviving this winter. But in the spring of the second year, that would be hard to get through. Zhang Wei knows, like a big fierce man, blackmail Tianwei Mansion, each person is given 1 or 20 kilograms of grain. It can only solve an urgent need, and it cannot be copied. And if we want to truly solve the food crisis, we still have to focus on the suburbs, put it where there is land. But now the suburbs are free range. Unlike the old city, which has man-made walls to resist the zombies' attacks. In coastal cities like Binhai, although the suburbs are not much developed, the population density is also very high. This means that there are more zombies than expected. It's almost autumn now, and it's the rice harvest season. If there are enough people, it's possible. Zhang Wei thought about everything carefully. Build high walls. Store up grain. Slowly claim the throne. This is the reason why Zhu Yuanshan dominated the world. The high walls, these people in the inner city have been completed. Slowly claim the throne. Zhang Wei himself understands. So he now also began to hide his edge, calling Demingzi the boss. And store up grain. With the arrival of golden autumn, now is the time to harvest grain. There are many unowned farmlands in the suburbs, but now it is impossible to use manpower and sickles to harvest rice like in ancient times. Zhang Wei knows, 3 years after the end of the world, Demingzi can sit firmly in his position, not only because of his personal charm, but more importantly, he has enough food. The main reason is that, among his subordinates, there is a man called Farmer. This man is a farmer, and he has no ability to fight or kill. But by chance, he is a large grain grower, and has his own grain harvester. At this time, Zhang Wei is not sure where this man is. But Zhang Wei knows that this man is near the old city prison. His farm is nearby. If it is somewhere else, Zhang Wei does not want to intervene. But the old town prison, distance from the original old town high school, it's less than 10 kilometers away. If there is transportation, it can be reached in a few minutes. It just so happened that Zhang Wei also planned to look for Zhouan. If you can, by the way, look for this person, there should be no problem. Of course, this is just Zhang Wei's preliminary plan. A plan before winter comes. When Zhang Wei told his plan, no one objected for a moment. But Baohua raised a question. If we approach as survivors, how do you gain this person's trust? Zhang Wei thought for a moment. It does make sense. At this time of the end of the world, it is no longer the time when the zombie crisis just broke out. To gain a person's trust, it's just too difficult. Perhaps we can start with our identities. We were students of Laocheng High School. If we approach him with such identities, we may be able to gain more trust. Hu Dai said. It's not that easy to gain a person's trust. Let's take it one step at a time. Zhang Wei thought for a while, and said, since someone like Demingzi can accept him, there will be no problem. But how did Demingzi gain that person's trust? This guy Demingzi has never been to the suburbs. Zhang Wei is a person who likes reasoning. Many mysteries of things need him to solve them slowly. Even if we can't make friends with this person, we can't make enemies with him. Apart from anything else, with him and his harvester, not to mention 1,800 acres, 180 acres of rice can always be harvested. These rices are not only for future food, but also for future rice seeds. The deep forests and swamp lakes in the suburbs can provide crops, and can also trap zombies to a certain extent. Zombies are not as easy to walk on as in the city. Yeah, I'll listen to you, boss. Anyway, we don't know how to farm. Well, There is still about half a month before the harvest of mid and late season rice. If we go there now, we may not be able to find the man called the farmer. But he will definitely show up in the days when the rice is ripe. Boss, what are you going to do now? Are you going to ambush there in advance? No need. Now you all disperse. In the next 10 days, or half a month, gather more people and occupy more vacant buildings. Remember, try to take in more young people. Because young people are narrow-minded. What about you? Boss? Me? I'll go find the guy called Shan Mao. I heard that he came from the old city prison. Maybe he is familiar with the place. Chapter 234 Goodbye Links. Zhang Wei said he was looking for Shan Mao. In fact, it took 2 days to go out. Zhang Wei has been recharging his energy these past 2 days. Checked his equipment. After the power is restored, the pair of walkie-talkies found in the school's security room finally worked. Zhang Wei gave one to Lu Renjia. The two experimented. The effective distance is approximately within 150 meters. Beyond this distance, the voice became fainter. Zhang Wei found several more chargers. Then he charged up the mobile phone he found from the dormitory and tried calling. The signal is full, but it was impossible to exhale at all. The signal is not restored. Mobile phones are meaningless. You can only listen to the stock songs inside, or use it as a flashlight for lighting. Certainly, there is a greater purpose. Use it as a camera. Zhang Wei flipped through the phone and said, in addition to dozens of flashy selfies taken by the dormitory ant, there is nothing anymore. The call list and contacts are also full of strangers. It doesn't make any sense. But Zhang Wei still fully charged it. This phone can be used for night lighting or playing music to attract zombies. It still has a certain effect. Zhang Wei checked his medicine. The anti-inflammatory antibiotics were almost used up. Zhang Wei himself was not injured. The medicine was used on those who followed him. Sometimes, some small favors are good for winning people's hearts. Zhang Wei found a whetstone and sharpened his butcher knife again. Although we have the conditions to get better weapons now, but Zhang Wei also felt that the butcher's knife was not easy to use. And taking time to let this body adapt to a new weapon, far from necessary. Protein powder, spicy strips, fried rice and more snacks, I've already used up all of it at Walmart. Zhang Wei had to remake some fried rice these days. It's just that there is no professional chef like Lu Dali. The taste is much different. The gas in high-rise buildings has long been exhausted. Or someone shut down the pipe. If there is no induction cooker, Zhang Wei and others didn't even have anything to cook. Many such electrical appliances, they were all found on the lower floors of Walmart at that time. It played a big role at this time. After the power was restored. I went to clean up the zombies in the water plant. Water sources have also been restored. However, it can only be used as domestic water. Water the plants and flush the toilet. Even the survivors dared not bathe in the water. Because there are often various rumors, who used tap water and turned into a zombie or something. Boiling doesn't help either. Zhang Wei naturally did not dare to take risks. So like everyone else, when it rains heavily, just use a bucket to go to the rooftop to collect water. Or find someone to carry water to the spring. After getting familiar with rabies, the people who were looking after the water source over there were no longer blocking it. Demingxi controls the power supply, rabid dogs control water supplies, the tower controls traffic control, UFO controls the coal in the mine, Rejoice controls water transport and terminals. Demingxi and his subordinates firmly control the economic lifeline of this city. And the remaining things that are not in Demingxi's hands, it seems that the only food available is far away in the suburbs. After autumn, precipitation has become noticeably less. Zhang Wei felt the urgency of time. If you cannot get the ownership of the grain or the ownership of the fields, if he wants to become a hall leader under Demingxi, it's really not enough weight to speak. Status means resources. It is also the basis for survival in the last days. If Demingxi died due to an accident this city, Zhang Wei felt that he was really thinking too far. He closed the door and secretly tried on his new clothes. This is his biggest trump card right now. Because this is a bulletproof vest. It was a gift given to him by Qin Tianshou. The clothes weigh 14 to 5 kilograms, however. This pair often carries large backpacks, Zhang Wei said. Who does weight-bearing exercises? It's nothing. Zhang Wei put on his clothes. I tried doing a few push-ups and sit-ups. No problem. The clothes don't feel too restrictive either. The outside of this bulletproof vest, put on 1 or 2 more clothes, it doesn't feel bloated at all. Especially when autumn and winter come. Zhang Wei felt that if he met a guy like an ape again at this time, it won't be as embarrassing as it was at the beginning. although he felt that he still couldn't defeat the ape. A mercenary with decades of professional special training, and a fledgling student, naturally. There is no comparison in strength. Special Forces devil training, all they learned were killing techniques. Zhang Wei felt that he lacked professional guidance. Maybe only special training instructors. Only in this way can one's own strength be improved even more. Zhang Wei knew that there was such a man in the city. That person's nickname is Stick. After putting on the body armor, Zhang Wei put on his coat and went out. Now he had to slowly get used to this bulletproof vest. Regarding Zhang Wei leaving like no one else, others are already used to it. During this time, the survivor team gathered many more people. Some are old things from the past. Some people are just acquainted. Some are also survivors encountered by chance. I heard there is a place where you can stay for free. All these people went there happily. Of course, Zhang Wei had high requirements for these people. At least those who were extremely vicious and committed crimes could not be taken in. Uncle Hu Lai and Bao Hua were responsible for checking these people at every level. And Aqiang and Mishua Ai's city was responsible for inquiring about the past of these people. All those who could survive in the end of the world had blood on their hands, so there were very few survivors who met Zhang Wei's requirements. On the 6th day, Informer Aqiang asked someone to bring a message that the whereabouts of Shan Mao had been found. When Zhang Wei found Shan Mao, he was quietly reading a book in a street library. I have never heard of the person you are talking about. Shan Mao directly rejected Zhang Wei's invitation. When I worked in the old city prison, I never left the prison area. I can't help the person you are looking for. And it is meaningless. So Zhang Wei had to change the subject and started talking about the man called Mu Tu. Zhang Wei guessed that Shan Mao should be more interested in this person. Mu Tu is no longer in the old city prison. After the communication is restored, there will be a way to find him. Can a hidden prisoner be found after the communication is restored? Zhang Wei felt that it was a bit impossible. Now we don't have the big data tracing methods that we had before the end of the world. Does this guy Mumu have a mobile phone on him? Can we use satellite positioning to find his specific location? I don't plan to leave. I want to keep an eye on Big Mingzi here. As long as Big Mingzi is here, the wood will definitely appear. Bobcat said it directly. Then you'd better show less publicity. If the Mingzi knew you were looking for wood, or I will silence you, or it will tell the wood not to show up. Zhang Wei suggested. The lynx was unfazed. In this case, we could only rely on our own strength. Zhang Wei left the library. When I left, I took a book from the bookshelf. The biography of Yuan Longping. Chapter 235 Meeting Zhouan again. Zhang Wei flipped through the book casually, found to be just an ordinary biography. I thought maybe with that farmer, when we meet, it would also be a good idea to give it to him as a meeting gift. People who farm, you should be interested in this kind of books. Zhang Wei knows, if we want to capture the farm, it's not enough to rely solely on the strength of your own small team. First, I don't know how many zombies there are. And also because of my small team, most of them are young people or students. Let alone asking these people to harvest rice. They probably can't even tell the difference between rice and weeds. Zhang Wei planned to find Yi Xiaobai. Many of his subordinates were speeding gangs, which might be helpful for transporting food. It would take several trucks to load the rice from 100 acres of fertile land. Of course, Zhang Wei himself was not sure whether he could find the farmer. He could not confirm whether the butterfly effect had spread to other places. Zhang Wei heard the roar of a huge engine when he approached the high-rise building. It turned out that Yi Xiaobai's people were riding motorcycles again. The streets were now empty, and the number of pedestrians was less than 1% of that before the end of the world. There was no crowded traffic either. Those scrapped cars were piled up to form a wall. And those better imported sports cars, or off-road vehicles were all preserved. Yi Xiaobai's parkour clan got a lot of cars, both motorcycles and cars. Zhang Wei went directly to Yi Xiaobai's room. He had been to this place several times, and was familiar with it. There are 2 huge sandbags hanging in the living room inside. When Zhang Wei went, Yi Xiaobai is playing a standalone game on the computer. Go find a farmer? Are you still transporting food? Yi Xiaobai was a little surprised by Zhang Wei's idea. If there is rice, how to turn it into rice? Is there a rice milling machine nearby? The rice processing factories in this city should not all be abandoned. As long as electricity is available, it should be able to be used. In Zhang Wei's impression, I remember that there are rice processing factories in several places in the old street. That's okay, I'll meet you in a few days. Meet? I made an appointment with a woman named Rejoice to race in 3 days. Oh, people from the Dock Gang. Is there anyone who plays with cars too? When Zhang Wei thought of that woman Rejoice, it's not surprising. She can be a gang boss. What's the point of racing with a car or motorcycle? Now all the zombies in the old city have been cleared. Streets extend in all directions. Street at night, south to north, west to east, they are all more than 10 kilometers away. Drag racing couldn't be better. After knowing that Yi Xiaobai was busy with something, Zhang Wei had no choice but to make an agreement with Yi Xiaobai later. Meet up near school a few days later. After bidding farewell to Yi Xiaobai, Zhang Wei spent another half day. We took transportation to the power plant. When he went, Dr. Lin Yuanxiu is still busy. After listening to Zhang Wei's ideas, Dr. Lin Yuanxiu agreed to go happily. He has no interest in food, he just cares about his old father. The thermal power generation of the power plant here has entered the formal stage. The rest is just a matter of adding coal and cooling water on time. Zhang Wei took Lin Yuanxiu with him, and several of his electrician assistants. We returned to the inner city together. After returning to my residence, Zhang Wei directly told his teammates what he thought. He planned to leave to visit the school. Isn't there still half a month until the rice harvest, boss? Are you going there so early? Let's first see how Zhou recovers. Let's go around the school again. Zhang Wei said. Of course no one will object. Those who accompanied Zhang Wei, he is still a member of the old team, who came out of the school before. Zhao Zhenxiong, Lu Renjia, Pei Wu, Hu Dai, Hu Lai. It's just that Lu Dali is missing. The walking route is still the same. Rooftop corridor. Because except for the city walls, there are still zombies everywhere. After a few days of ease, it feels like the zombies haven't broken out yet. Different from the cautious one at the beginning, when turning back, Zhang Wei and others are much more efficient. It only took a day and a half. I returned to the vicinity of the old street again. This is still a pause, went to search for supplies. It's just that the apocalypse lasted for nearly 4 months. Supplies that can be searched by people, it had already been looted. Not even a bite to eat. But Zhang Wei and others are not looking for food. Instead, look for things like daily necessities and small electrical appliances. These things are useless until the power is restored. After the power in the inner city was restored, can play a different role. When Zhang Wei and others arrived, it's almost 11 o'clock noon, just in time for lunch. When arriving at Mailing Clinic, the door is closed. Zhang Wei thought to himself, not good. Could it be that there was an accident? I saw the door bolt locked inside, and there are no traces of damage. Zhang Wei finally confirmed that Zhou was fine. Zhang Wei hasn't spoken yet. Lin Yuanxiu banged the door anxiously. Not long after, then I heard a lazy voice coming from inside. There are zombies knocking on the door again. Zhou, open the door quickly. A figure jumped over fiercely, after looking through the crack in the door for a while, confirmed that there are no zombies around. Zhang Wei was not held hostage either. Finally, I couldn't wait to open the door. Boss, you are finally here. Who is here? Ak. It's really Ak. Ak. You are still alive. They really didn't lie to me. Dad, come in. Come in. Lin Xinqing called everyone in. Then he closed the door again. What's going on? Zhang Wei felt that the two were too cautious. I'll tell you in detail later. Lin Xinqing asked everyone to sit down. His medicine shop was not big, but it was antique, and the furniture was all made of solid wood. Hey, why isn't there Lu Dali? Zhou greeted everyone one by one. In the end, you can't help but look sad. Don't worry, Lu Dali is not dead, it just disappeared not long ago. Zhao Zhenxiong came over and patted Zhou on the shoulder. How is your leg recovering? I saw that you just ran over and opened the door very quickly. Recovering very well, thanks also to Grandpa Lin. But I can't walk or run for long periods of time yet. Walk 30 or 50 steps, there is no problem. Can't you run? Zhang Wei felt a little regretful. Can't run, this means that Zhou can only rest here. Or unless the zombies on the road are cleared away, use a car to drive Zhou into the city. But this is not necessary. If Zhou's legs can't use strength, take him in, but it will hurt him. His newly healed broken leg, it could break again at any time. But, seeing Zhou can walk, Zhang Wei was also very pleased. After all, bone injuries will heal slowly. And he believed in old man Lin's medical skills. Some ancient Chinese herbal medicine recipes, it is miraculous in treating bone injuries. Right, did you just think it was a zombie knocking on the door? Zhang Wei asked curiously. Chapter 236 Mysterious Visit. This. Lin Xinqing hesitated to speak. Later, it was Zhou who told the story. Not a zombie. Someone lured the zombies here. What's the meaning? Zhang Wei didn't quite understand. What is the point of attracting zombies here? 2 people here. One is an old man. Half of his neck was buried in the ground. The other is lame. It's hard to walk. If there are really survivors, if you want to cause trouble for Zhou or Lin Xinqing, just knock the door open. Or just climb in from other places. What's the purpose? Zhang Wei had to look at Dr. Lin Yuanxiu next to him. If the purpose is for him, then everything makes sense. Such a talent, it is worthy of all the forces to win over. Even without thermal power plants, Lin Yuanxiu could also make use of various resources, build other small power generation equipment. It has nothing to do with Ak. Old man Lin motioned for everyone to sit down, then he poured tea for everyone. My water comes from an ancient well in the courtyard. Can drink. Old man Lin means that there is nothing wrong with the water. Seeing that the water is boiling moreover, Zhou and old man Lin seemed to be fine. 2. Zhang Wei then hesitated and took a small sip. Other people, some also drank, some drink the water they bring with them. There is still some caution in the last days. You can't drink tap water anyway. I heard that dozens of dead bodies were found inside not long ago. Zhang Wei turned his attention to Zhou, invite him to tell you what happened during this time. Lin Xinqing. The old man, probably not as clear as Zhou Emin. Although Zhou looks a bit naive, but the brain is very flexible. This is probably what happened, after you guys leave. Boss, a group of people came. This group of people came to treat injuries. Zombie bite? No, not a bite. We didn't know what kind of injury we suffered at first. I couldn't get out of bed at that time. I could only hear those people and Grandpa Lin talking in the medicine hall. So Zhang Wei turned his attention to Lin Xinqing. I heard that this old man still combines Chinese and Western things. There should also be research on trauma. It's a gunshot wound. Old man Lin said. Gunshot wound? There were more than a dozen people coming. One died on the spot. One was seriously injured. One was slightly injured. When I was treating the wound of the seriously injured guy, a warhead was found. Old man Lin took out a metal slug from his pocket, passed it to Zhang Wei. There is only a part of the warhead, some deformation. This is. Zhang Wei looked at the warhead and said, surprised and uncertain. Because this is the bullet of the rifle. He has played countless games in internet cafes. For confirming gun type based on bullet length and model, it couldn't be clearer. Since there is only one such warhead, it was obviously not a pistol shot. What happened to those people? The man who died, soon he turned into a zombie, his neck was broken by someone else, the one who was seriously injured. After I took out the warhead, he died soon after due to excessive blood loss. He was stabbed by his friend. Only the slightly injured person remains. The wound is just a scratch, no bones, safe and sound. There are 11 people in that group. They looked panicked when they came. He seems to be avoiding something. They only stayed for a short while, and then left. There is a strange place. They are all wearing the student uniforms of Old City High School. Student uniform? Zhang Wei muttered repeatedly. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. If I guess correctly, these dozen people should be. Are you on guard against that group of people now? Hu Lai asked. Not all of them. After that time, that group of people came several times. Each time the people who came were a little different, but they were all among the 11 people. They were very polite when they came, and brought game for exchange. Zhou continued. Exchange? Well, they asked Dr. Lin to prescribe medicine, both Chinese and Western medicine. There are treatments for glass diseases, treatments for external injuries, treatments for wind heat colds, all kinds of things. Probably because Dr. Lin's medicine is effective, so they come repeatedly. That's not bad, they are not too vicious. Zhang Wei had already guessed the identities of the dozen people, the bullets and gunshot wounds. And so on, he knew what happened. If I guess correctly, this matter should be related to the escape of prisoners from the old city prison. Those dozen people wearing student uniforms, probably a fugitive who escaped from prison. And they run to school. It should also be to collect survival supplies. At the same time, for convenience, he also changed out of his prison uniform. These dozen people, huddled here and refusing to leave. Why? Zhang Wei thought repeatedly. And that man named Mu, could it be among them? But that Bobcat guy, I tracked down the wood again and went to the old city. That guy Bobcat is smarter than anyone else. It's definitely on target. These people deliberately lured zombies here? Zhang Wei felt that this approach was a bit cynical. If something really happens, put the knife on old Lin's neck. Old man Lin must follow him obediently. Maybe it's to get Mr. Lin to treat them for free. So I don't want to offend you openly. I had no choice but to make this last resort. When those people come, did you say anything more? Zhang Wei asked curiously. From the details, you can probably deduce what those people want to do. They want me to treat someone. Old Man Lin interrupted. Who to treat? I heard he is their boss. What else can you say about being from the same family as me? Only my own family is so polite. In this case, he directly pulls the patient over to look here and question him. Or I can just invite you over to see and hear about it. Why do you still do so many thankless things? It's because Old Man Lin felt that the reason given by the other person was a bit ridiculous. It's because their boss is missing and hasn't come back yet. But before he left, he specifically asked them to come to this clinic to see Grandpa Lin for a consultation. Joan added, because my leg injury has not healed. Even though the bone has been set, I can't get out of bed. Those people saw that Grandpa Lin was also taking care of me, a patient. And their boss didn't show up. So they didn't make things difficult for us for a while. As for those zombies, they didn't deliberately lead them here. They should have deliberately brought them here to prevent the two of us from escaping, so that we dare not go out. There are such people? Lu Renjia finally figured out who these people were and glanced at Zhang Wei. They should be escapees from the old city prison. Zhang Wei thought about it and told everyone to forget it. Since these dozen people have no ill intentions, just try not to conflict with them. As for whether what is in the hearts of these people, you can always ask after meeting. Since their boss didn't show up, how can you be sure that you will be injured? Zhang Wei asked the last question. Chapter 237 Prison Storm. Boss, I guess you would ask this. I've also asked about this. It seems that there is something on the boss's body. You may be injured if you remove it. Is there something? Zhang Wei didn't believe that in such a third-tier city, there are also some bombs planted or something. Those dozen guys, when you appear here, are there handcuffs on your hands or chains on your feet? That's not true. I paid close attention, in fact. Grandpa Lin dug out the bullet from the seriously injured guy. I knew those guys should be escaped convicts, and the reason why they were shot, it must have been beaten by the defending prison guards. To avoid angering them, the two of us have been acting stupid. They never asked about the relevant details of their boss. But now that you are here, boss, we can completely deal with them. Don't mess around. Whether it is an enemy or a friend is still uncertain. If they are not fugitives, maybe he's a prison guard, and I'm worried that if they had gunshot wounds, then maybe they also have guns in their hands. It wasn't necessarily the prison guard who fired the gun. It is also possible that the prisoner committed suicide by injuring himself. Due to the tight conditions of the prison, zombie crisis, it should have broken out from outside the prison. The first to transform into a corpse, maybe a prison guard. Zhang Wei explained the story of the lynx to Joan. You're talking about the one who threw down the billiard ball in the billiard hall? Later he picked up the billiard player. Is it a prison guard named Bobcat? Joan was shocked. Before I came here, have you ever had contact with a lynx? The purpose is to ask for information related to the old city prison, but judging from Bobcat's tone, he does not appear to have survived at the same time as the other prison guards. A warden at a large prison, there is absolutely no way Bobcat is alone. This guy Bobcat, it should be that the zombie crisis broke out in the prison. Nothing can be done anymore, in order to avoid becoming a target of attacks by prisoners, so I chose to stay away. Prison riots may occur at this time, when the prison guards clear out the zombies, shot and wounded a prisoner trying to escape. This should be the plot of the movie Prison on Fire. If the mountain cat is still chasing Mutu, it should be like this. The zombie crisis in the prison first broke through the defense of the prison guards. The mountain cat chose to temporarily avoid the attack, but when he came back, he found that Mutu had escaped from prison. This guy Mutu must have something important on him, so the mountain cat has been looking for him. There is another possibility. The mountain cat and Mutu were originally friends, because I heard that Mutu gave the mountain cat a night vision device before. Zhang Wei even had a very scary guess. That is, Mumu is actually a police informant. In other words, he was originally a policeman. You may be assigned to work as an undercover agent in a prison. And Mumu is De Mingzi's younger brother. Police Chief Stick and Big Mingzi seemed to be opposite poles before the apocalypse broke out. Is the Stick playing infernal affairs with De Mingzi? Thinking of this, Zhang Wei felt that everything was right. But, according to his past inferences, the more conclusive evidence the facts are, the more there is a different reversal. Maybe it's the matter of Wood and Lynx. There are even bigger reversals. Boss, since you said that Wood and Lynx are friends, then what you were talking about is also possible, but those little brothers, I guess they still don't know that their boss is an undercover police officer. Let's take it easy, to avoid being killed and silenced. Don't be so frightened. This is no longer the end of the world. All the prisoners escaped and ran away. Who cares if you are a policeman or a gangster? Now in the last days. Kill someone, as easy as killing a chicken. Boss, let's cook first. We don't have much to eat here, but there are potatoes. This is grown by oneself. Zhang Wei wandered around and found out. The patio of Lin Xinqing's house. There is a small vegetable patch. But it's almost autumn at this time. There are no green vegetables. These potatoes should have been planted and harvested earlier. Boss, you guys collected liquefied gas and condiments from nearby. We haven't used up a can in 2 months. It seems that we have too much in stock. Not much. You two, a patient and an old man, can't eat much. We may have to cook a big pot of rice in a few days. It's estimated that most of it will be consumed soon. Big pot of rice? Lin Xinqing looked at his son. Does it mean that someone else is coming? Well, John has a plan to harvest autumn crops. If everyone is here, it's estimated that we have to cook for 20 to 30 people, which will take about 10 days to half a month. Autumn crops? Autumn crops have to be dried after harvesting. You can't just put the wet rice directly into the barn. Right? You don't know because you haven't farmed before. I used to farm myself. Well, we also thought about this. Stock up on food but have a good place. Inside the school, the playground can be used for drying. There is also a lot of room storage. It just takes some labor. But if this is the case... Zhang Wei hesitated to speak. This means there will be conflicts with the prisoners. Hu Lai added. Since those guys can come here every now and then, describe where they live. It's not far from here. And you said they were wearing school uniforms. Then you must have been to school. Here's the place. Convenient to hide. In addition to these residential areas, there is only school. They will definitely not go back to prison. Hu Lai expressed his reasoning. I think so too. Zhang Wei added. Let's try our best to be polite before fighting. Anyway, there are still 10 days left until the grain harvest. During this time, let's try to find the one called Farmer. People, if you encounter any escapees from the old city prison, try to avoid conflicts. But once a conflict occurs, it means putting the opponent to death, because in their hands, there might be a gun. Zhang Wei thought for a while. Still feel a bit adventurous. He has a body armor of his own. No problem. But these teammates had nothing. Moreover, just because these prisoners did not attack Shouan and Lin Xinqing, they cannot be considered harmless. Zhang Wei thought for a moment and added, Pei Wu and Hu Dai should not leave this room, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Zhang Wei emphasized this sentence. Pei Wu and Hu Dai knew what Zhang Wei meant. The end of the world, for girls, is the most dangerous. Because of some primitive desires. Even normal people, there are times when they lose their minds. At this time, Zhang Wei regretted letting the 2 girls come with him. He didn't expect so many prisoners to survive. This was not what he remembered from his previous life. It was beyond his plan. The farmer is a middle-aged man in his 40s, about 175 centimeters tall, dark skin, used to wear a straw hat. There are such survivors. Please help me pay more attention to them. Zhang Wei said to everyone. Chapter 238 Chinese Herbal Medicine Garden. Zhang Wei described it casually. Farmer. Appearance. If you really can't find this person, Zhang Wei also has backup options. Find other people who know how to operate harvesting machines. Just in this way, it will probably take a lot of time. After all, to find survivors in the suburbs, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Some survivors are probably hiding in the mountains and forests. Places like cliffs and cliffs. After calming down, Zhang Wei helped out. Everyone worked together to make a big pot of rice. It's said to be a big pot of rice, naturally. It's a real big pot meal. Braised potatoes, braised white rice, also cooked crispy rice. All the people feasted. Halfway through eating, a cat meowed from the hall outside the kitchen door. It's the white cat. Zhang Wei thought subconsciously. Pei Wu immediately ran out happily. Then he brought the cat in, caressing lovingly. But the cat felt alienated from Lin Yuanxiu. It was probably because Lin Yuanxiu had been away from home for too long. Our way of escape, thanks to the cat. Zhang Wei sighed. At that time. If the boss hadn't accidentally seen the cat through a telescope, so I won't pay too much attention to the women's dormitory, let alone the survivor Pei Wu, so I won't take that underground passage, meeting Lu Dali again, Director Wang Jing and Uncle Hu Lai. Maybe we hold the broken watermelon knife, the breakout has failed. When I think of cats, Zhang Wei suddenly asked Old Man Lin, what if that day, didn't you see this cat first? We'll also open the door. Are you going to help Zhou and treat his illness again? Old Man Lin smiled and said, It's hard to say. It's hard to say. So this cat saved me? Zhouwen took the cat from Pei Wu's arms. The cat became even closer to Zhouwen. Zhouwen must have been feeding it during this period. Zhouwen, how are you learning medical skills? You know, my team is still short of a doctor. Not to mention scraping bones to cure poison, treating colds and constipation, that should be no problem. Right? Zhang Wei suddenly changed the subject. Boss, look at what you said. During this period, I have been studying hard and practicing hard. Although my skills in observation, smell, questioning and palpation are a little worse, I still have no problem prescribing the right medicine. Speaking of this medicine. Zhouwen hesitated. What happened to the medicine? Zhao Zhenxiong interrupted. We still have a lot of Western medicine, but Chinese herbal medicine, basically it's almost gone. Lin Xinqing said. This. Zhang Wei didn't know what to say either. But if there are no medicinal materials, even if Zhouwen learned all Lin Xinqing's skills, it wouldn't make much sense. I didn't know something like this would happen, otherwise I would have stocked up on more medicine. Lin Xinqing was very sorry. It's not that there are no medicinal materials, only. Lin Xinqing hesitated to speak. We can search the nearby pharmacies. Western medicine has probably been messed with for a long time. I guess I can still find some Chinese medicine. Zhao Zhenxiong suggested. It's no use, Chinese herbal medicines have particularly strict requirements on the storage environment. Basically, it needs to be dry and ventilated. Like the hot and humid weather in the past few months, coupled with power outages and other things, you can find some medicinal materials immediately. It's probably all moldy and spoiled. I found that many of my medicinal herbs were also moldy. So, it doesn't make much sense anymore. Actually, there is another way. Lin Xinqing glanced at the dozen or so armed people in the room. He said with suddenly bright eyes. On the mountain behind the school, about 1 or 2 kilometers away from here, in a straight line, there is a Chinese herbal medicine plantation of mine. Lin Xinqing suddenly said the hill behind the school. Zhang Weikai suddenly remembered, it seems that there is such a thing. The old man said before, there is a Chinese medicine garden over there. He often pushes a cart to collect herbs. There are all kinds of things like polygonatum, poria, licorice, and, Zhang Wei also knew, there is a large Chinese medicine plantation over there. There are always several hundred acres of land. Maybe it's old man Lin's place, just a little bit of it, but once this area is developed, there should be no problem in supplying traditional Chinese medicine to the entire old city. There is just a lack of professional gardening manpower. And, that is, the current school may have been occupied by escaped convicts. To get rid of these people, it seems to be somewhat difficult. And, medicine is this thing, for Zhang Wei now, it's not the most in short supply. When there is a real shortage of medicines, we have to wait until all the Western medicines on the market are consumed, or they all expire. The process in between, estimated 2 to 3 years. But, this piece of land, it is tantamount to having the greatest value. Food determines human survival. Drugs determine a person's death. Without antibiotics, a little cold, but it can cause severe pneumonia and other diseases. This Chinese medicine plantation, it is even more valuable than farmland. Because this is a mountainous area, only some herbs can be planted, will be subconsciously ignored. Zhang Wei has decided, make this place your own, then I made a fortune in silence. This place is Old City High School. It can undoubtedly be used as a survivor camp. It can accommodate 300 to 500 people, no problem. And there are natural kitchen utensils, beds, tables and chairs, and other things. These 300 to 500 people can be rotated at any time. Just like the power plant in Demingzi. When it is time for autumn harvest or spring planting, more people will be sent. And at other times, the number of people will be reduced appropriately. This is a long-term plan. Zhang Wei felt that he was still thinking too far ahead. The most important thing now is to deal with those prisoners and find farmers first. Because this year's autumn harvest is just around the corner. Not only because this is the ration for winter, but also because this is the grain for next year's planting. Even if the quality is worse, 10 kilograms of rice seeds, it is also possible to plant an acre of land. Just like Demingzi, Zhang Wei is also making preparations for a rainy day. Since it is to win people's hearts, it is also to expand the power. This is the end of the world. It's not just how many people you cut down. Everyone will be convinced. You have to come up with something that makes people believe. Make people believe and follow along, able to survive in the last days. What is the exact distance between the Chinese medicine garden and here? Zhang Wei asked Lin Xinqing. He was thinking, is it possible, in case of bypassing the school building, go over there and explore? Such a plantation, it is definitely not grown in the open air. There should be a fence or something. The straight line distance is about 1.5 kilometers. If you climb a mountain, you have to take a detour. It is estimated to be more than 2 kilometers. 2 kilometers? We have no transportation. What a waste of time. In the back hill of the school, you can take a shortcut by climbing over the school wall. That is. Wait until those people come to your door again. Let's talk to them properly. Zhang Wei made the final decision. Chapter 239, Courtesy First. Then Attack. Zhang Wei said to wait for the prisoners to come to the door. But it's not like doing nothing. People who are not in jail, to say he is a good person, it's basically impossible. Be prepared for the worst. Although these people came to our door many times, and he did not embarrass Zhouan and Lin Xinqing. That can only mean that Zhouan and Lin Xinqing, for them, no threat. An old man, just a cripple. In other words, Zhouan and old man Lin, there is also use value. After Zhang Wei finished eating, let everyone ambush nearby. There are people inside the room. Some people went to the suite next door. Zombies around. As long as there are no survivors, there is no excessive cleaning, so as not to alert the enemy. The 3 or 5 people who came with Lin Yuanxiu, it was probably Demingzi who asked him to protect Lin Yuanxiu personally. At first glance, he looks like a master. From their walking patterns and eyes. Zhang Wei. You can tell that they are not ordinary people. A group of more than a dozen people were scattered around Mailin Clinic. Except for the occasional meeting when eating. When there is an emergency, agreed to use 2 meows as a secret code for the collection. 2.5 days passed uneventfully like this. Until the afternoon of the 3rd day. It seemed that 3 or 5 strangers knocked on the wooden door of old man Lin's house. Zhang Wei and others did not use the meowing code. Because this time people came with great fanfare, their laughter and curses could be heard from a distance. Old man Lin, open the door! One of them shouted loudly outside. Lin Xinqing asked Zhang Wei what he meant. If Lin Yuanxi were not here, Zhang Wei must have asked him to open the door. But at this time Zhang Wei had to wink at Zhouan. Zhou Anqing understood. Coming. Coming. Zhouan opened the door immediately. Get some saliva to drink. One of the bearded ones said. Lin Xinqing inside immediately poured a bowl of tea, he held it, and handed it over. Seeing that Lin Xinqing seemed to have some shaking feet and nervousness, the bearded man was a little hesitant. Old man, you didn't do anything bad. Did you? Is there something in the tea? Of course not. Lin Xinqing shook his head quickly. His eyes were extremely unnatural. Then take a sip and try it first. Another man with a beard said. Lin Xinqing immediately picked up the tea bowl. He poured it into his own mouth. Stop! When it comes close to the mouth, the bearded man snatched it away. Drink it all in one gulp. Just teasing you, really drink it? Old man, we are still here to invite you today. Our base lacks a doctor like you. There are many rooms over there, bright and spacious. Live wherever you like. I guess our boss, probably coming back soon, he asked us to get a doctor. I'm not going. Not going? This damn cripple can also go with us. Look at the school uniform he is wearing. He should also be a student of the school. Is he your grandson? No, he is a junior of friends, healing injuries here. Old man, don't toast me and eat as a penalty. Liu Bei asked Zhuge Liang to visit the hut 3 times. This is our 5th time here. It's a courtesy first, and then an attack. It's 3 visits to the thatched cottage. Zhouan corrected. Nonsense, didn't I fucking know it was 3 visits to the thatched cottage? Our boss said, when Liu Bei visited the thatched cottage 3 times, it must also be a tiring journey with carriages and boats. As soon as I got off the bus, I probably had to go straight to the hut. So there is nothing wrong with visiting the hut 3 times. Well, your boss, maybe that's right. Zhouan said softly. How, old man, have you thought it through? If you want to come back, you can also come back and stay occasionally. Please get out. Lin Xinqing pointed to the door and said. Yo, if you don't eat the toast, you'll have to drink wine as a penalty. My old bones are getting tougher and tougher. I invite you to go out. It's about courtesy first and then fighting. Lin Xinqing said calmly. Ha 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 ha, old man, you are so funny, Bearded smile, frozen on the face. Because 4 or 5 people came out. The door outside was also pushed open. 4 or 5 people blocked the door. Although there are many young people who look immature. But look at the weapons in these people's hands. All of them are fatal in one blow. Especially the guy in the lead. Held in hand, it seems to be a butcher's knife. There are 5 people in the bearded group. He was surrounded by more than a dozen people in the small hall. The old man and the lame man they called, when these people appear, it was already slowly retreating back. even if the 5 people wanted to take them hostage. It was too late. Are you fugitives? Zhang Wei's cold voice came. The blade is already facing outward. If anything happens to these people, Zhang Wei will rush forward at any time. These guys, when I first came in, relaxed for a while, weapons have been put away. Some are inserted into the waist, some carry it on their backs. Who are you? Asked the bearded man. It doesn't matter who I am, in our opinion, you are intruders. Originally at this time, you can no longer stand and talk, but since you haven't committed any heinous crimes, so I didn't take action. What do you want to do? Another boy wearing glasses asked. I want you to put down your weapons, be good. What if we don't? There is a high probability that the fish will die, and the net will not be broken. Zhang Wei stretched out his left hand. His left hand seemed to be holding a handful of white powder. The bearded pupil shrank suddenly. That's right, this is lime powder. You thought you might be able to break out, whistleblower or something like that, but I sprinkle this lime powder on your faces. You can't cross this threshold. As soon as Zhang Wei finished speaking, those people responsible for protecting Lin Yuanxiu, he rushed up skillfully. The weapons of 5 people were seized. There are both long and short knives. Lu Rinjia in the back, Zhao Zhenxiong and others immediately found the rope. Bind the hands and feet of 5 people. Zhao Zhenxiong also wanted to stuff rags into several people's mouths, to prevent them from making noise. Was stopped by Zhang Wei. It makes no sense. They haven't been back for too long. The rest of them will realize something is wrong. Boy, I advise you to let us go. The bearded man looked as usual, not scared. Zhang Wei felt that he was fierce in appearance but weak in heart. Do you think there are no lives in our hands? Zhang Wei looked at the bearded man. Do you know who we belong to? Whose? Could it be Mumu? After Zhang Wei said this, the expressions of the 5 people changed drastically. Zhang Wei knew that he was probably right. It seems that their boss is really Mumu, the missing Mumu. If I'm not mistaken, your boss has been missing for a long time. Right? The kind without any news? Boy, do you know the whereabouts of our boss? Maybe he's dead. What do you mean? It's okay to tell you. I know one thing. There is a prison guard named Shan Mao, who is tracking down the whereabouts of your boss. I don't know what your boss did that made him not let go. Zhang Wei was trying to trick them with this. After saying this, all 5 people believed what Zhang Wei said. The mountain cat can't catch our boss. In the jungle of Malaysia before, hundreds of special police officers couldn't catch our boss. This time it's different. They are waiting for your boss to come to them. What do you mean? Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you. I know your boss's boss. Chapter 240 Prison Experience. The boss's boss? Brother Mumu's boss? After Zhang Wei said this, apparently someone on the other side believed it. Brother Mumu seems to have recognized a boss. But that was more than 10 years ago? I heard Brother Mu said that. Another person added. Certainly, I don't need to lie to you, because you are all dead in my eyes. Wait, you don't have to kill us. When a bearded man saw Zhang Wei, he came over with a knife. He said quickly, No, let the tiger return to the mountain. The risk is too great. All 5 of you must die. The remaining 6 people died. It's nothing to worry about. Zhang Wei didn't mean to kill anyone, but he wanted to deceive them. See if there are really only 11 of them. In fact, even if there are 11 people on the opposite side, it's also nothing to worry about. Because this street in the old city can be used for street fighting. What Zhang Wei is worried about is, they have more manpower, and guns and ammunition. If he is really the younger brother of the man named Mumu, it is also possible to turn hostility into friendship. In this way, even if the wood appears again in the future, nor will he be at odds with it. Since both Stick and Bobcat attach great importance to this guy, then there must be something different about him. You don't have to kill. We didn't commit any crime. Did we? If you don't believe me, asked the old man, we have always respected him very much. The other guy was visibly panicking. But I just saw a bearded man threatening him. That's just to scare him. We didn't take action. Right? Let us go. Just pretend this never happened. We won't be back. Zhang Wei hasn't spoken yet. Lu Rinjia interrupted. Let you leave. Do you think we are fools? As Lu Rinjia spoke, he started to rummage through the packages of these guys. But except for some weapons, didn't find anything of much value. When you leave you can, we must come up with reasons that convince us, or some valuable information. How can we know will you go back on your word? You have no choice. After Zhang Wei finished speaking, he glanced at the people at the door. Several people at the door, he quickly closed the door. This time it became a closed-door meeting. Things in the house, no one will know anymore. What do you want to know? Well, I want to know a lot of things, such as your manpower, why you stayed in school, the whereabouts of your boss Moo too, and why you kidnapped Dr. Lin. It's a long story. I'll give you 5 minutes. If you can't finish, I'll kill one person for every minute you delay. If you tell a lie, I'll kill someone too. When Zhang Wei said this, he took out a quartz watch from his backpack. It indicated that the real time has begun. The bearded man said nothing instead. He glanced at the man with the eyes. The man with eyes began to speak. As you said, we are prisoners of the old city jail, but he is not a fugitive, because the old city prison has become a hell on earth. The prisoners inside, there were more than 800 people in total, 42 prison guards, more than 30 support staff. This time the zombie crisis breaks out. It starts from the administrative district. That's the warden's office over there at first. Only 7 or 8 people died. The leading prison guard knew it was unusual, arranged for people to burn dead or corpse-turn men and horses, and called for rescue. Because of the congestion on the road, only one person came to the rescue from superiors. It's the guy called Bobcat you mentioned. Actually, we all know him. He used to be a prison guard here, but I was later promoted and transferred. The peaceful days have only passed for a day and a half later. Zombies broke out again. This time it broke out from inside the prison. More than 800 people were killed, and a third of them were killed and wounded instantly. That guy named Shan Mao knew what was wrong, opened all the prison doors. 800 prisoners fled at random, including our boss Moo Moo. What? The prisoner was released by the Lynx? This is beyond Zhang Wei's expectation. Is it to protect that guy named Moo Moo? It is always the case that more than half of the prisoners are killed or wounded, but those who survive successfully, there are also more than 100 people. More than 100 people fled in all directions. Some went to other places. Some went to the city center. Some are still trapped in the high-rise buildings of the old city prison. What about your gunshot wounds? The gun was fired by the Gecko. Gecko is a boss in Area D. It was already out of control at that time. No one can tell whether the inmates were bitten or not. Several of our brothers were shot accidentally. Because of the zoning and tightness of the prison, in fact, there were more than 800 prisoners, bitten by a zombie or later transformed into a corpse. There are only more than 100 people. 100 or 200 people were killed by geckos. Gecko and their minions. I don't know where I got a dozen guns from. That guy has gone crazy. He also shot and killed many prison guards. Gecko? Is he a prison boss? Yes, the prison is divided into sections, A, B, C, D. There are bosses in the first 4 areas. What about the wood? Which area does the wood come from? If you ask me another question, I can't finish talking in 5 minutes. The man with glasses said to Zhang Wei. He seemed to see this young man. He's the one making the decisions here. Fine, I'll give you 3 more minutes. Zhang Wei motioned for him to continue. Brother Moo Moo is from Area E. In fact, there is no boss in Area E. Because there are only about 10 people in Area E. Area E is very special. The prisoners inside are all serious criminals. Many of them are people who are about to be shot. The worst is a suspended death sentence or life imprisonment. So, this guy would maybe a person with a reprieve from death. Could it be that the stick caught the wood? Imprisoned in the old city prison, use this as a bargaining chip to threaten Demengzi? Brother Moo Moo is from Area E. In fact, our dozen survivors all come from different areas. Because when Brother Moo was first imprisoned, I met him several times, so follow him around. It's rumored that Brother Moo Moo has a lot of influence outside. So no one dares to provoke us for a while. Okay, let's talk about the guy named Gecko. Is he among you too? No, you are wrong. Geckos are not among us, actually, because Brother Moo Moo stood up for us in the past. I even offended the Gecko. This guy Gecko, he is probably still in the old city prison now. Last time we met an inmate who ran away from prison. He said that there were 40 or 50 people in Geckos, staying in the old city prison, because there is enough food there. But that was a month ago. Our manpower, as you said, there are about 10 more people, currently still at Old Town High School. But we probably won't be able to stay long. Either. There is no food in the school. The only thing about choosing a school is that there are very few zombies there. Relatively safe. Hey. You are not surprised. Why is this area of the school? Are there so few zombies? Zhao Zhenxiong interrupted excitedly. Chapter 241 Let the Tiger Return to the Mountain. Why is that? The man with glasses looked at Zhao Zhenxiong, who suddenly appeared. Because? We asked us to clean up the zombies in this school. There are always a few. Let alone several thousand. Us. Zhao Zhenxiong still wants to talk nonsense, but Zhang Wei stopped him. Alright, tell me why you stay in school, and why are you looking for Dr. Lin? Good, then I will say it directly. One of the reasons for staying at the school is because it is indeed a good base, even to some extent, safer than a prison that has been overrun by zombies. And the gang from the prison, different from our way, don't conspire against each other. And another reason is also because of our identity, no matter how you say it. We are still criminals. We do not confirm whether we will be contacted by others, and we and the wooden boss, we agreed to meet near here. There is no flaw in what the man with glasses said. Even John Wei had to believe it. Has Moo Moo been missing since he escaped from prison? That guy named Bobcat has been chasing him, don't you know? We know this guy. When the wooden boss first went to jail, Bobcats often come to see him. But there is a glass between the two of them. The identities of the two are also very sensitive. One black and one white is nothing to talk about. The man with glasses said it in black and white. It means black and white. John Wei probably guessed Shan Mao's purpose. Maybe he wanted to get some information from the wood. Is it your boss's intention to find Dr. Lin? John Wei suddenly figured it out. If Wood is the younger brother of Demingzi at that time. Demingzi also always wanted to restore thermal power plants. As the father of Dr. Lin Yuanxiu, a power engineer. Dr. Lin, it's of great value. I just heard these guys say before. Dr. Lin was asked to treat their boss's injuries. This guy is wooden. Can you predict in advance that you will be injured? There is something on our boss's foot. If disassembled by brute force, he might be injured. So he needs the old man's assistance. Mini bomb? John Wei asked tentatively. No, it's an electronic shackle. Electronic shackles? Can this thing be solved with hydraulic shears? Have no idea. What the boss means is not to destroy the structure of this thing. So he would rather break his ankle, but the boss might just be talking. This piece of wood feels like a crazy person. This is John Wei's idea. Okay, it's been 7 or 8 minutes. I got most of the answers I wanted. You can go on your way with peace of mind. John Wei gestured with his knife and headed towards the Thai people. Boy, why don't you keep your words? Our boss knows. I will never let you go. Our boss, back then in the jungles of Malaysia. Before the words fell, John Wei's knife was already close to the man's neck. But John Wei's actions caught everyone by surprise. Forehead. The 5 of them were stunned. Because John Wei cut the ropes on them. Since you are wooden brothers, then forget about it. I really know the wooden boss. It was a man named Lu Meng. I'm sure those of you who have been in jail have heard of it. I have made my attitude clear. Let's see what the 6 of you over there have to say. What do you mean? Boy! My name is Zhang Wei. You can just tell them directly when you go back. We still have some people who haven't arrived yet. We have a big plan. If you can participate, for the sake of wood, you can also get a share of the pie. What you up to? There are not many survival supplies in the prison. The bearded man thought Zhang Wei was going to gather men to attack the prison. The little food in the prison, I don't like it. Dozens or hundreds of people. It has been several months since the end of the world. How much is left? You guys should exchange letters when you go back. If there is no problem, we'll come and talk tomorrow, or you can come here. In the doubtful eyes of several people, Zhang Wei turned his back, but he waved at the 5 of them. It means telling them to get out of here. Several people were also worried that Zhang Wei would regret it. I didn't even ask for the backpack and some short weapons on the ground. They helped each other, gone quickly. Could this be letting the tiger return to the mountains? Hu Lai seemed to have some objections to Zhang Wei's approach. It is essential to be on guard against others, so I plan to follow over and have a look. Zhang Wei means, if these people really have bad intentions, he will try his best to kill them. Are you going to school? Hu Lai felt that Zhang Wei was taking personal risk. At this time, Zhang Wei is also considered a small boss. There is no need to do everything yourself. Rest assured, school road. No one knows better than me. And I know the escape route. Inside the school walls, there is also a motorcycle. I really want to run away. A dozen or so of them can't catch up. Zhang Wei threw away the white powder in his hand as he spoke. Lin Xinqing walked over, dip a little bit on the ground and put it in your mouth. Not lime, it's flour. I just grabbed a handful in a cabinet in the kitchen. I'm worried that these guys will fight to the death. Lie to them that it is lime powder. Let them have some scruples. Boss, you are smart. It's just a waste of flour. You can make some dumplings. Joan said regretfully. Guarantee your head. Is there any meat left to make dumplings at this time? Animals can eat. Were they all eaten by the survivors? It can only be stuffed with vegetables or potatoes. Okay, that's settled for now. After dark, I'll touch it again and take a look. The rest of you take turns on guard. If there is any abnormality, all whistled. Now the enemy is in the dark. I am understanding. We will pay attention. Zhang Wei just finished speaking. The old gangsters, who were responsible for protecting Lin Yuanxiu's safety, took it upon themselves to run out. Then we went to the surrounding houses. This will not only serve as a warning, it won't be thrown away in one pot. Have a good rest, check the weapons. Let's put aside the matter of finding the farmer for now. Let me get to know the details of this group of people first. In fact, what Zhang Wei is most worried about is not these 11 people. But these 11 people are still in contact with people in prison. Then the person he will be fighting against, there are dozens or hundreds of desperados. There were even a dozen guns. People who can be imprisoned in the old city prison, all of them are criminals, who have committed serious crimes. This and after the outbreak of the apocalypse, other people kill differently. These people, before the end of the world breaks out, just know the law and break the law. To say that they are all good people, that is totally unbelievable. And Zhang Wei just heard the man with glasses say, Gecko's men also shot and killed the prison guard. This makes him not pay attention to it. Chapter 242 Return to School. After Zhang Wei explained his plan to visit the campus at night, several people including Hu Lai and Lin Yuanxiu persuaded him many times not to take risks. But they were all rejected by Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei knew they had good intentions. But those people in the prison, Zhang Wei always feels like a lump in his throat. Many things, Zhang Wei could only try to prevent it before it happened. Night walk. Such things, Zhang Wei has done this many times before. According to his memory, he knew how to use the darkness of night to provide cover. In fact, compared to daytime, the night was safer for him. Because the enemy did not dare to pursue rashly in the dark. Anyone who discovers Zhang Wei's whereabouts, as long as Zhang Wei is not caught red-handed, they won't pursue you. Because under the night, more dangerous than during the day. In addition to being wary of zombies running out of nowhere, also beware of the survivors' backstabbing attacks. Weapons such as crossbows, there is no escaping it at night. Zhang Wei dared to go out at night. It's because he has another source of confidence. Although he didn't have night vision goggles like a mountain cat, Zhang Wei's eyes could see more clearly at night than other people. This was because he had been taking various vitamin tablets for a while. At least, he didn't suffer from night blindness. As for other malnourished people, Zhang Wei didn't know. Anyway, people around him often complained that they couldn't see anything after dark. Zhang Wei didn't go out carelessly. He returned to Old Man Lin's bedroom and changed into long clothes and trousers. It's not as hot as it was 2 months ago. In everyone's surprised eyes, Zhang Wei was at the bottom of Lin Xinxin's wok, smeared with a handful of pot ashes, smeared it on his face. Depend on, boss, are you asking for a sneak attack by special forces? There is a moon outside, this way it won't be exposed. Zhang Wei said as he said, I also put some pot ash on my teeth. Don't look at me like that. Pot ashes are the cleanest thing. And they can also disinfect and stop bleeding. Zhang Wei now, he has become almost like a black man. Zhang Wei took out a small mirror from his backpack and checked his makeup. Then I put on my backpack and tried the weight. Finally, Zhang Wei checked the contents of his backpack and took out some unnecessary items. Certainly, some necessary supplies, Zhang Wei still brought it, like that solar flashlight. There is also a simple slingshot that Zhang Wei made from bicycle tires beside the school wall. This weapon can be used to attack at night. After dark, Zhang Wei looked at the time and said, it was close to 7:30 in the evening. Now it is close to autumn. And it is basically dark around 6:30. Zhang Wei's main purpose is to eavesdrop. If he sets out too late, he will not be able to eavesdrop on much valuable information. Zhang Wei's route to school is the main road he chose before. This road is wide and clear, so he will not be attacked by zombies in the dark. However, Zhang Wei still encountered a large number of zombies along the way. When he came to the old street before, the zombies were probably cleared by the poisonous tongue group in the billiard hall, and there were not many zombies on the main road. Zhang Wei speculated, the zombies that appear here, it should have come from somewhere else. Shanty towns in the old city, although the population is not as dense as the business district in the old city, but there is also a large migrant population living there. Because this is a coastal city, low rent and land prices in the old city, after all. It meets the needs of most workers. On the way to school in the dark, Zhang Wei has killed more than 30 zombies in total. This is because he took a detour when he encountered a group of zombies. There are only sporadic zombies, blocking the only way, and so on. Only then did Zhang Wei make up his mind to solve it. At this time, the strength here has not yet recovered. Zhang Wei did these things almost in the dark. Hunt zombies with the help of moonlight. This is extremely dangerous, because even if you are not bitten, also prone to scratches. So when Zhang Wei went out, I just changed into long clothes and trousers. Also put on gloves. After hunting dozens of zombies, Zhang Wei knew that continuing like this was not an option. So the strategy changed: pick up the stones on the ground, throw it far away, use noise to attract zombies away. Or use a slingshot to knock out the small gravel. Hit the rolling shutter door or glass of the street facade not far away, use abnormal noise to attract zombies, just keep on your way. Finally, after almost an hour, close to the school wall. This is already a very slow speed, you know, before the zombie crisis broke out, starting from school, passing by the door of Old Man Lin's house, it only takes about 10 minutes. After approaching the wall, Zhang Wei went directly to the parking shed where the previous school cafeteria was. He wants to confirm, is that motorcycle still there? After carefully climbing over the wall with the help of some sticks, Zhang Wei parked near the carport. He took out a key from his backpack. This was given to him by Lu Dali before. Zhang Wei inserted the keyhole of the motorcycle. He just wanted to confirm this motorcycle. Is it broken? In order to avoid being noticed by the prisoners in the school, Zhang Wei did not start the motorcycle. He checked the fuel tank. Stick a piece of grass into the fuel tank. Make sure the gas is still inside. If I had known earlier, 3 or 4 months passed, this gasoline is hot in hot weather, it is entirely possible to evaporate. Fortunately for Zhang Wei, there's still more than half of the gas left. The only thing Zhang Wei is unsure about now is, can this motorcycle still ignite and start normally? After all, it has been parked here for too long. But I can only wait until I have the opportunity to try it again. The route Zhang Wei chose to enter the school, it was also the previous escape route. In this way, he is familiar with the road. There is no choice from the school gate. It's because Zhang Wei is worried that someone is watching over there. Because the view there is too wide. Zhang Wei sat on the ground and began to think about which building these 10 people would hide in. The cafeteria building is indeed a good place. The equipment room on the 3rd floor has a window to look out. By choosing this place, there is no way out. And the height of the 3rd floor has no advantage over other floors. The cafeteria and the canteen have been emptied by himself and others a long time ago, and have no value. Then, the place where they are, there may be boys' dormitory, girls' dormitory, information building, faculty apartment, teaching building, duty room at the school gate. Zhang Wei thought about these places carefully. Put yourself in my shoes. If it were me, when I first entered this school, where will you choose as your base? Zhang Wei began to deduce. If I just enter the campus, first of all, we need to confirm whether it is safe here. Then, almost everywhere, must be explored again. Based on the psychology of prisoners, they should choose a way to advance or retreat, a place that can be attacked and defended. Chapter 243 Eavesdropping. Zhang Wei couldn't help but look up at the information building in the distance. If there is a place with the best view, then this is the only place. The tallest building in the entire school. Not all of them are necessarily in here, but at least a sentry post will be left at the information building. No matter what, after hearing that a large number of our people will gather at Old Man Lin's house, they will all keep an eye out. Zhang Wei took out the telescope from his backpack. But the telescope does not have night vision. However, with the help of moonlight, it is still possible to see a little light from the information building. In fact, Zhang Wei hoped to see some sparks or something. For example, if someone smokes, when lighting a cigarette or smoking a spark, maybe he can capture it. After staring for several minutes, Zhang Wei did not get anything. But just when he was about to put away the telescope, he saw a figure walking towards the information building. After staring at it carefully for a while, Zhang Wei confirmed that it was not a zombie. The pace of zombies is different from the pace of humans. Unless there are humans deliberately imitating zombies. After a while, Zhang Wei saw a person coming out of the information building. Those who entered were wearing black shoes. The one who came out was wearing white shoes. With the help of moonlight, Zhang Wei confirmed that the two of them were not the same person. It seems that the prisoners are also changing their guard. I just don't know if they are working in 2nd shift or 3rd shift. Zhang Wei's eyes followed the person who came out. Then he watched the man disappear from sight. He went to the faculty residence. That's right, compared to the classroom, which does not have any living equipment, faculty apartments at least have living facilities. There may be missing grain and food in some places. There may still be a lot of liquefied gas tanks and the like. This place is indeed more suitable for survival. I should have thought of it earlier. Zhang Wei also thought about the conflict that occurred in this place not long ago. The dean of students, Wang Jing, also died tragically at the hands of the ape. Then the ape left in a helicopter. The plane was piloted by a man with tattoos. The apes called that man nigger, which is an extremely insulting word. It means black ghost in English. It is similar to the Chinese word dog bastard. But according to Zhang Wei's memory, this man named Nigger looks very similar to someone. This man was originally a gangster under Demengzi, specializing in smuggling by water. His Chinese name is called Water Ghost. According to the time, he was captured by the Stick King Yukon before the outbreak of the zombies in the end of the world. Later he was sentenced to death, public execution. No way. Something seems wrong. Only then did Zhang Wei realize something was wrong. This man was shot. It should happen before the end of the world. If it's the butterfly effect caused by my rebirth, that shouldn't affect what happened earlier either. Perhaps that man was not the one who was caught with the stick. I just happen to have the same tattoo. Meet the ape again, maybe we can get to the bottom of it all. Zhang Wei has probably guessed. Ape. Whereabouts? Helicopters are not suitable for long-distance flights. Thinking back to Mr. Qin from before, there are helicopters in contact with the new city to deliver food. Zhang Wei can probably confirm. The helicopter came from the other side of the river. And the captain of the stranded cruise ship, the Canberra, called an alligator, it just so happens that he and orangutan are both members of Black Sun. They must have met in Xinjiang district. Stop thinking about this. Zhang Wei crouched and carefully avoided the site of the information building. Follow the person from before, went to the faculty apartment. Not long after, sure enough, I saw a bright yellow light on the middle floor of the faculty apartment. It looks like these guys lit candles or burned something. I think everything will be fine if someone keeps a lookout. Fortunately, this place is in the wilderness. There are no plunderers otherwise. They would have been killed in one fell swoop. Watching the man enter through the stainless steel gate, not even the door latch is closed. Zhang Wei also quietly followed in, not long after. I saw a half-open door. There was some light coming out of it. It was noisy inside. There seemed to be 7 or 8 people talking loudly. Zhang Wei took out the butcher knife, wrapped the cloth again. Such a small room, the people inside didn't react. There was no time to get the weapon. You can fight to the death. But killing was not Zhang Wei's purpose. Zhang Wei was already at Old Man Lin's house before he wanted to kill someone. Just kill those 5 people. It will be much easier to deal with these 6 people at this time. Zhang Wei's main purpose, or listen to what they say. Look at these 10 people. Is there any contact with the surviving inmates over there at the prison? Of course. If you can blend into this group of prisoners, go to the prison again, just get those dozen guns. As long as you have a gun and 180 rounds of ammunition, in the old town, can also be invincible. Gangsters won't offend a guy with a gun, because this means that he may be shot to death with a hidden gun at any time in the future. Conversations of people coming from inside. That man really said he knew Brother Mu? I don't think I'm lying, Lao Wu can testify, the child said. The boss of Brother Mu is called Lu Ming. You should know this. Brother Mu's boss is called Demengzi, his real name. Not many people know about it. You won't be bribed. Will you? Are those people so kind to let you back? Brother, what you say is so heartbreaking to kill people. The few of us had a narrow escape from death. The opponent's knife was stuck to our necks. Besides, it's just bribery. It's impossible for all 5 of us to be bribed. Second brother, what do you think? The old doctor refused to come over. It seems that the Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon at that time. Boss Mu had agreed that we should find a doctor. We met at school around the Mid-Autumn Festival. Fine, as long as we know where others are, the monk can run away. But he can't run away from the temple. But there are so many people on the other side, it's a bit tricky. It's okay. Boss, we have all agreed with them. Let's meet at school another day, or we can visit you. It is still possible for everyone to turn hostility into friendship. What does the child you are talking about look like? You said it's a group of high school students? Did they also deal with the school zombies? I look like a student. There were also a few desperados in that group. There is another one wearing glasses. He seems to be the doctor's son. There seems to be someone else in their house. But I don't know how many people there are. There are always 3 or 5. So be it. Let's wait until daybreak first. If those people are really friends of the wooden boss, we have to treat each other with courtesy. Brother, over there in the prison, how do we respond? Ignore it for now. The gecko guy has been trying to eat a dozen of us. We can't get any benefits from joining them. As long as Brother Mu doesn't show up for a day, geckos don't dare to mess around. You didn't notice? They're men and horses. Didn't anyone get involved in the school? It seems so. Chapter 244 Walls Have Ears. Brother, those young people, we made an appointment to meet at the old man's house. Shall we go or not? What do you think? Of course we will follow your ideas. When Brother Mu was here, I will always refer to your opinions. Of course you have the final say. Of course I will go meet those guys. You are all ready. Bring weapons and equipment, although the other party let you guys come back, but maybe it is to show weakness to the enemy or to play hard to get. Be fully prepared tomorrow. Okay, boss. Zhang Wei was worried that people inside would come out and bump into him. He quickly went downstairs while they had just finished speaking. Then he hid in the shadow of the bushes. Unless you shine the flashlight directly, you will find that there are Tibetans in this place. Zhang Wei did not lead directly. The purpose of his coming here was to find out the number of the other side, and whether there were any people among these people who were secretly communicating with the people in the prison. The words of the boss just now made Zhang Wei feel a little unusual. Why would a piece of wood with bare hands make the gang of dozens of people in the other prison have any concerns? Those people, but they have guns. And they also shot prison guards. With just as a Gatling gun, they will also gather together to surround and annihilate them. If there was an enmity between the wood and the gecko that the bearded man said before in prison, and their only purpose is not to interfere with the school, it is very possible that someone secretly communicated with me, delivering the message. Prison gecko, maybe waiting for the wood to show up, or some other appropriate time, catch all the people here. I seem to have been involved in an unnecessary conflict. Zhang Wei's original purpose, just find. Farmer, harvest some rice. If you can, find a hidden place to store it. Looking forward to next spring, this is the kind of food that wins people's hearts. After all, most of the food found in the central city is rice. Instead of rice, the end of the world at this time, there must still be people who know how to farm. I really can't find old man Lin Xinxing. It is said that he used to farm before. You can let him provide tactical guidance. The next year's horse racing and staking, who sows the seed grain, basically. That acre of food belongs to whoever it is. Even without pesticides and fertilizers, or drought or flood, per acre of paddy field, it is always possible to harvest 300 to 400 kilograms of rice. And invest, it's just about 10 kilograms of rice seeds. This is what Zhang Wei wants to find. Farmer. Reasons. Zhang Wei was lying on the grass in the green belt of the garden, nearly an hour. Only then did I see a few people belatedly coming downstairs. Some found a random place to urinate downstairs. There are people walking to and from the information building, probably to switch to fences. Wrong, there is no need for this person to switch to fences so frequently. Zhang Wei remembers, just entered from the black shoes room, when the white shoes come out, then he follows this person upstairs, to lie down here and hide. The time in between will not exceed 2 hours. Whether it's 2 shifts, it's still 3 shifts, even if it's 4 shifts, the changing of the guard will not be so frequent. If this guy pees, there is a toilet upstairs, grass can also be dealt with on the spot. Why risk going so far? Zhang Wei noticed something was wrong. Just wait for the person who peed to get up and go upstairs. He quietly followed the other person, who was walking away. As this man walked, while looking behind him warily, he even pretended to check if there were any zombies around. After confirming that no one is following you, finally picked up the pace. Zhang Wei has been using blind spots or ground obstacles to avoid. Keep a distance of 20 or 30 meters from this person. Zombies in school, almost all cleared. The surrounding area is relatively safe. This gave him the courage to hide himself better. Not long after, Zhang Wei followed this person, arrived near the teaching building. Zhang Wei remembers this place clearly. The zombie crisis first broke out. That's where it started. That is the so-called initial. The invigilator is the source of the zombie outbreak. Unexpectedly, after this guy arrived on the first floor of the teaching building, didn't choose to go upstairs. Instead, he went around the stairwell to the back of the teaching building. There are 2 such stairwells. To avoid being discovered, Zhang Wei left the other one. The distance between 2 stairwells, it is the length of 2 classrooms, less than 20 meters. Zhang Wei quietly revealed half of his head from the stairwell. Sure enough, I heard the guy lying on the wall. It seems to be connecting. Not long after, I heard the man start talking. Zhang Wei, who happened to be in this position, could also hear it. Zhang Wei was afraid of missing any details. He immediately took out his cell phone from his backpack. This mobile phone, after the power is restored, Zhang Wei always carries it with him. I didn't expect it to come in handy at this time. Zhang Wei immediately turned on the recording function of his mobile phone. The voice of the person just now was recorded. What did the master say? Do you want to take action? I found Du Shuqiang. You can deal with everyone here without anyone noticing. Brother lets you continue to lurk, don't take medicine yet, so as not to be noticed, and if the wood really shows up, find another opportunity to serve it in one pot, the eldest brother said. These guys are hiding here, it must be to meet the wood. So, it's better not to alert the enemy. I also discovered something. You go back and report to your elder brother, over there in the old street. There are other forces involved. There were probably less than 20 people. The other person, half are young people, seems to be a student from Old City High School. The other people should also be desperados. Listen to their tone. It seems that Wood is an old acquaintance. Good. Let's solve it together then. This one hits the street. Not only did he betray his own people, did you sell us too? Zhang Wei whispered softly. From now on, we will still meet here every night. The time is postponed. Yesterday at 8 o'clock. Today is 9 o'clock. Tomorrow night will be postponed to 10 o'clock. Add 1 hour each time. Use knocking on the wall as a secret signal. Okay, Brother Mouse. How is my brother? He's fine, the boss said. Wait until you finish this matter. Just let you two leave together. Although our boss, Brother Gecko, has a weird personality, but he always kept his word. You should know this. This was said in front of a dozen younger brothers. You should be able to believe it. I know. I just want to leave earlier. If necessary, I can do it anytime. Your rat poison is hidden. Use it when necessary. Don't use too much when using it. Otherwise they will notice. Okay, Brother Mouse. I'm just looking for an excuse to come out for some air. Being out for too long will arouse suspicion. So I have to go. The surrounding areas were peaceful again. Zhang Wei immediately retracted his body. Recording turned off. Zhang Wei hid under the corridor. It took nearly 10 minutes before he left. These guys, he also wants to catch us all in one fell swoop. Gecko. Oh Gecko, how many lives do you have? Chapter 245. Back to the clinic. Zhang Wei did not leave directly. Instead, I walked up the stairs to the teaching building. This is the caution that a survivor in the apocalypse should have. Until entering the classroom on the 3rd floor, Zhang Wei looked at the window with wide view for a long time. He found no trace of the man outside the wall. It was also confirmed that the messenger just now had left. Zhang Wei then turned on the flashlight. Don't let the light spill out. Search the classroom carefully. Zombies in the classroom. It had been cleared up by Zhang Wei and others a few months ago. At this time, in addition to the rancid smell coming from some places, it's relatively safe. Finally, Zhang Wei found what he wanted in the teacher's office. A bottle of red ink. Zhang Wei nodded with satisfaction. This thing is of great use to him. Maybe, most of the people in the prison can be dealt with once and for all. After Zhang Wei confirmed the safety, return along the same path. He did not use the motorcycle in the carport behind the canteen. Because in this late night, suddenly there was the sound of a motorcycle engine that was really noticeable. And this motorcycle, I don't know if it can be started yet. Zhang Wei is not someone like Yi Xiaobai who understands mechanical structures. I can't tell whether the performance of this car is good or bad. But this is a traditional men's motorcycle, the kind that can seat 2 or 3 people in the back. If you are Indian, can seat 10. Zhang Wei returned along the original road. I felt a lot more relaxed for a while. Because he probably got the answer he wanted. In the last days, what people fear most is the unknown. But once many things come to light, there will be corresponding plans. Brother Mouse wants his guts to kill people by force with poisonous rats? This sounds weird. When Zhang Wei went back, on the way here, new zombies have appeared. He had to clean them one by one. If there is a conflict with the prison gang, the biggest variable is the zombies in this suburb. The zombies who were in the power plant at that time, although most of it has been cleared, but those who wandered to other places, there are quite a few. And this kind of junction between city and suburb, the population in shantytowns is already dense. There are no less zombies around here than in the central city. Perhaps, you can use zombies. Consume the vitality of the prison, at least. Let's see how many guns or bullets those people have. Zhang Wei suddenly made a decision in his heart. Yi Xiaobai said he wanted to race with Rejoice. I guess it won't be long. We'll also come here, in terms of number of people. We. Not inferior to the enemy in prison, but, people who can survive in prison, all of them are ruthless people. This should be paid great attention to. In less than half an hour, Zhang Wei returned to Mailing Clinic. Before Zhang Wei got close, this aroused the vigilance of the people at the sentry post. Because Zhang Wei heard an unusual cat meow. This is definitely not the voice of Old Man Lin's cat. Good, alertness is okay. Zhang Wei blew a specific whistle. The people inside opened the door. The person who opens the door, it turned out to be Hu Lai. Why are you on duty? Uncle Hu? This group of people rushes into the street. There is no virtue of respecting the old and caring for the young. I requested it on my own initiative. I'm older, light sleep, haven't been able to sleep. Do you want to wake others up? Zhang Wei looked at his phone and said, it was almost early morning. No need, let's talk tomorrow. At this time, he told everyone the news he overheard. It will only cause unnecessary panic. But if this group of people existed, if someone in prison already knows about it, then Merlin Clinic has become unsafe. Maybe, within a day or two, someone will come here to monitor this place. Zhang Wei signaled Hu Lai to close the door. But Zhang Wei held the knife directly. Just sleep on the sofa in the living room. Hu Lai vaguely noticed something unusual. I quickly brought in some big wooden sticks, hold up the wooden door. Then I also looked for a place, lie down casually. Zhang Wei also slept very lightly, in the middle of the night. I also noticed that someone had changed positions with Hu Lai. It seems to be someone from Dr. Lin Yuanxiu's side. The next day, it was just dawn. Zhang Wei saw old man Lin getting up. This old man probably saw his son again. The pressure in my heart suddenly became lighter. His whole face was glowing red. I wasn't surprised to see Zhang Wei come back this morning. A person is busy making breakfast porridge. The porridge is half boiled. We also played a few rounds of Tai Chi in the lobby. For him in the last days, it seems it doesn't matter anymore. However, Zhouwen was a little surprised to see Zhang Wei who had returned. Huh, boss? You are back so early. I came back last night. Oh, is that so? Have you found out where those people are? Let's talk after everyone is gathered. Not long after, Lu Renjia, Zhao Zhenxiong and others, just stay lazy, also appeared in the lobby. Zhang Wei didn't push him either. Wait until everyone has finished their breakfast porridge. Then let everyone sit on the floor in the hall, including the two girls who had been hiding in the room and never showed up, Pei Wu and Hu Dai. What's going on? Lin Yuanxiu is also someone who has seen big scenes. I knew Zhang Wei's behavior was a little abnormal. If you run, how far can you run? Zhang Wei asked Zhouwen instead. 70 or 80 meters. The leg injury has not healed yet. That being said, it seems we can't escape for the time being. Zhang Wei took out his mobile phone. Prepare to release your own recording. Do we need to move? Zhouwen was a little embarrassed. He felt that he was dragging everyone down. Never mind, just listen to this. Zhang Wei pressed the play button, turned the sound to medium. Because it was unusually quiet at this time, this hall is also almost audible. 3 minutes later, everyone looked at each other. Rat poison? How effective is this thing? Can it really be fatal? I heard that the current rat poison, you can't even kill a mouse. Zhao Zhenxiong was a little skeptical. Idiot, of course. The rat poison must not kill the rats. If we kill all the mice at once, how do people who sell rat poison make a living? Lu Renjia responded. Makes sense. The water flows slowly, only the mice cannot be killed, or kill some rats, only then can you keep selling rat medicine and feel happy. Grandpa Lin. What do you think? Zhou had asked the only doctor for his opinion. The current rat poison, it is no longer the traditional rat medicine of decades ago. Nowadays it's all chemical dispensing, is more deadly. People take the wrong medicine, if the rescue is not timely, it is certain to die. So, the dozen guys in the school, is it certain that he will die? Hu Lai frowned. The enemy of my enemy is a friend, maybe this is also an opportunity. Hu Lai said hesitantly. I thought so too. This time, you can use your tactics to show that your enemy is weak. At least some of the people in the prison can be eliminated. What do you think? Zhang Wei asked Lin Yuanxiu's people for their opinions. These people said by Demingzi to protect Lin Yuanxiu. All of them are masters. And Zhang Wei, Lu Renjia and other young people who just came out of school are different. Boss, do you know who the undercover is? I probably guessed it. Zhang Wei hesitated for a moment. Actually, although he didn't see that person's face last night, but I probably already guessed who it was. Chapter 246 A Visitor. Boss, you know who the undercover is so quickly? Doesn't it mean that you can't see your face clearly if you are in the dark? Can you tell the difference just by listening to the sound? The undercover is one of the 5 people from yesterday, the person next to the man with glasses. Is that person? The man kept shaking like a sieve of chaff. Can he do such a big thing? Zhou Anqi is attentive. It feels a little abnormal. Just because I'm afraid of death, just want to survive, yesterday. Their reactions were normal. After all, I never intended for them to survive in the first place. I told you this, 5 people yesterday, only he and the other man didn't talk. I can hear the voices of the 2 men with the big beard and the man with glasses also has a distinctive voice. And the only one who didn't speak, only the man in his 30s next to the man with glasses, and that man in his 50s. Listen to the recording, you shouldn't be too old, And this guy's brother is also in the hands of Gecko. He should be a young man. Boss, how can you confirm? Isn't he one of the other 6? It's a recording. Listen to it again. Zhang Wei reopened the recording. The undercover man's voice came. I also discovered something. You go back and report to the eldest brother. There are other forces involved on the street of the old street. There are probably less than 20 people. Half of them are young people. They seem to be students of the old city high school. The others should also be desperate criminals. From their tone, it seems that they are old acquaintances of Mu too. He said it so clearly and confidently. He must be one of the 5 people who Lai said after hesitating for a while. Boss, what should we do? Zhao Zhenxiong knows. Lin Feng probably wanted to make a fuss about this undercover agent. Otherwise, he would have stabbed someone last night. Didn't take action, probably because they were afraid of alerting someone in the prison. I found out that this person is a man about 30 years old. Everything will be much easier to handle. All our plans. All you have to do is hide it from him. Set a trap against him. Zhang Wei added. Everyone was confused. I don't know if Zhang Wei found that person and deal with the people in prison. What does it matter? Can he be allowed to go back and collect rat poison in the food of people in prison? Or maybe it can't be put into drinking water? Remember, just pretend I didn't say anything just now. If those people really come here today, your gaze, don't stay too long on him. Otherwise it will alert that guy. Boss, are you sure that guy will come? Yes, in order to get more information. In exchange for the life of his so-called younger brother, I will definitely follow you. After all, we and their boss, that is. I know Mumu's boss. Demingzi, isn't it? Let's prepare lunch. Make a Hongnan banquet today. Zhang Wei asked everyone to deliberately cook the food to be more fragrant. Also took out the few potatoes in stock. Just after 9 o'clock, when Zhang Wei's meal was not cooked yet, there was a whistle outside the door. Then came 9 meows. 9 meows, there was a sound, and it was Old Man Lin's white cat. Afyu issued. Everyone looked nervous. 8 people are here. Hu Lai muttered. Open the door. There are only 3 people left in the hall. I, Lu Rinjia, Zhao Zhenxiong. The rest of the people, go to other rooms. If a fight breaks out, too many people will cause trouble. Zhang Wei gave the order. Then he walked out of the door first. A few dozen meters outside the door, the people sent by Demingzi to protect Lin Yuanxiu, already confronting those in the streets and schools. Both sides showed their knives. Zhang Wei counted, exactly 8. Zhang Wei's eyes unconsciously shifted from the so-called undercover. Sliding over my body, his expression was indifferent. Is this your way of hospitality? The leader on the other side spoke. Zhang Wei heard the voice. It was just last night, when I went to eavesdrop, the man they call boss. Put away your knives, come in. Zhang Wei said indifferently. He took the lead and inserted the butcher's knife back into the scabbard on his waist. Then he touched his belt without leaving any trace. 10 chopsticks. There are only 8 people across the street. It should be enough for special circumstances. 8 people followed Zhang Wei into the lobby of Lin Xiqing's drugstore. Zhang Wei's 7 or 8 people were followed closely behind. It also smells a bit like gang negotiations. Say it, why did you come? I treated you politely yesterday. Zhang Wei deliberately pretended to be stupid. What are you actually doing here? He knows everything. The person on the other side is probably here to inquire about the wood. And those looking to cuddle together for warmth. For now, the people over there in the prison are common enemies. Are you the talker? High school student? My name is Zhang Wei, former student of class 2. Grade 3. Have you met our boss? Brother Mu? Never seen it before. Zhang Wei told the truth. Then you're being honest when you say the bobcat is after him? The lynx is chasing wood. This matter caused a big fuss. The whole black and white world knows. Only you idiots don't know. Zhang Wei's words are a bit heart-wrenching. It means you people are all trash. Then what's the relationship between you and our boss? It doesn't matter. Let's talk about friendship among equals. Although we are young, but he was also the one who received Mingzi's playing cards. Do you know what Big Mingzi's playing cards are? The person on the other side was confused. You will know later, which should also have a card like this. Boss, they don't look like they're lying. There's no need to lie. The man with glasses who came with him added. I know, since he is the boss who knows our boss, then I will say it directly. Fortunately, you didn't hurt anyone yesterday otherwise. Your own people will hurt your own people. If things get serious, not even a strong man can protect you. There are 8 of us here. There are some things to discuss. Just say it. Good, then I will say it directly. We made an appointment with my boss to meet here on August 15th. When the time comes, this old doctor may be needed. Of course, if he really doesn't want to go there, it doesn't matter, we can come over then. August 15th. How many days will it take? Lin Feng said loudly on purpose. Really? He saw the undercover's frown. It's only been 3 to 5 days, however. There has been no news from our boss. I thought for a moment, if he doesn't show up after August 15th, let's get out of here, go to the city center to find him. You want to come with us? That's natural, since you know our boss's boss, you must be a guide, from now on our boss. Brother Mu, but I have to sit on a chair under Demengzi. Zhang Wei was also stunned. I didn't expect that Demengzi's reputation would be so useful. He can see, these people, I also admire Demengzi very much. I estimate that while I was in jail, I also heard many legendary stories about Demengzi. Okay, no problem, we plan to stay here for a few days and then leave. To avoid conflicts with people in prison. Zhang Wei said deliberately. We also have this idea. There isn't much food left in the school. The other party's boss said. It was at this time, the smell of braised potatoes came from the kitchen. Oh, this is us making breakfast. Got up late today, I guess I won't have breakfast until 9 o'clock. Zhang Wei said to himself. Chapter 247 Food is in a hurry. Breakfast at 9 o'clock? Everyone on the opposite side was stunned when they heard this. How? You don't have breakfast? Zhang Wei asked with a smile. We really don't hide anything from each other in order to save food. We only eat 2 meals a day. Sometimes I only eat 1 meal. There isn't much food in the school. The other party's boss explained. Zhang Wei followed their words and continued. We also guessed this. The school is our original stronghold when the zombie crisis just broke out. I lived there for several months. The original canteen and a concession stand in the canteen. There is some food, but we ate them all. This is also where we moved from the school and reasons to go elsewhere. Then, do you have enough food? The bearded man swallowed. The aroma of potatoes is really strong. Many people's stomachs couldn't help but growl. After being released from prison, these individuals barely had a full meal. Zhang Wei looked troubled. Hey, we are not begging for food, now that we have reached a cooperation. Don't worry about such details anymore, you are all old. Weak, sick and young, everyone here is not as strong as we are. It's better than this, we are responsible for protecting your safety, and you provide us with a certain amount of food. The other party's boss said righteously. What do I call you? Zhang Wei still doesn't know the name of this boss. My name is Zhuang Cha. Zhuang Cha. This name isn't real either. Is it? Real name, I myself have forgotten, just like our boss. Brother Mu, we also don't know his real name. Okay, Zhuang Cha, we have enough food, but the size of today's breakfast, we just arranged for our own people. There are 7 or 8 of you. We definitely can't control it. Zhang Wei said this deliberately. Actually, the food is enough. What else did the bearded man want to say, but was stopped by Zhuang Cha. Fine, we are just here to meet a few people today. Didn't plan to eat here. You guys don't have to say this. It's only 9 o'clock now. What we eat a lot is, there are still dozens of bags of rice. There are hundreds of kilograms of potatoes. I grew it myself. Zhang Wei deliberately extended an olive branch. What do you mean? Zhuang Cha knows. Zhang Wei handed over his bottom like this. There must be a deeper purpose. Okay. Then I'll be frank. We have plenty of food. Enough. If we save money, we can have enough for 2 or 3 months. But we need you to provide some of the things we lack. Do we have the things you lack? Yes. We don't have much cooking oil. Salt and some seasonings. Some places in the school, such as the faculty apartments, should be able to find a lot. I hope you can find them. That's no problem. We have some. Boss, I'll move them over, said one of Zhuang Cha's younger brothers. Zhang Wei inadvertently, his eyes swept over the person he suspected, that person last night, and so-called Brother Mouse. Street. I also want to catch Zhang Wei, and the others in one fell swoop. The man's eyes flashed. He seemed to be thinking about something. Zhang Wei smiled discreetly. It seems that the purpose has been achieved. Just need some condiments. Zhuang Cha thought Zhang Wei was joking. These are all sensible people. Let me speak openly. If we really become people who eat from one pot, some difficulties also need to be faced together. I know there is a group of people in prison who do evil things. You guys came out of prison. If there is a conflict in the future, I hope some of you can adjust it in the middle. That's no problem. Zhuang Cha readily agreed. Zhang Wei couldn't help but secretly despise him. This guy, obviously there was a conflict with the people in the prison, and he agreed so readily. At that time, it really got into a fight, we are probably the ones being betrayed too. Good, Boss Zhuang, then it's settled. I won't leave a few people here to eat breakfast. But now we can prepare lunch. 7 or 8 of you. If nothing happens, might as well all stay. Good, ACI, you and Xiao would go back. Go to the school faculty apartment to find some seasonings and bring them over. By the way, I want to talk to the brothers who are left behind. Ian, you and Lito can cook. Go to their kitchen to help. See if I can help out. The rest of the people, just stay here. Zhuang Cha began to command several younger brothers. It seems that I really plan to eat here. It is probably what Zhang Wei said, let them put down their guard. Zhang Wei noticed the nickname of the person who installed the gecko, ACI. Zhang Wei didn't expect that it could be self-defeating. His purpose, just to get rid of that person, so I can tell Zhuang Cha something. Let Zhuang Cha accompany him to perform a bitter trick. Zhuang Cha's people came to the door. They whispered a few words to each other, just scattered. Zhang Wei vaguely heard Zhuang Cha say to Ian, Lai Tu and others, pay attention to the safety of food. It seems that this person does not completely trust me. Zhang Wei smiled helplessly. But think about it, people in the last days have experienced too many intrigues. Unless they are brothers who share life and death, or relatives. Otherwise, they will not easily gain the trust of others. After confirming that the so-called AC had left, Zhang Wei chatted with Zhuang Cha as if nothing had happened. Wait until his other 2 brothers went to the kitchen to help. Finally, Zhang Wei couldn't bear it, and called Zhuang Cha to an empty room. Zhuang Cha saw the solemn look on Zhang Wei's face. The reason why Zhang Wei is dignified is that it's because he doesn't confirm the person who Gecko arranged to be here. Isn't it just Asura? Cutting Cave 3 Cave, if there is a second person, or the second person who even Asura doesn't know, it's also possible. But this person, most unlikely, it's their boss Zhuang Cha. So Zhuang Cha has just arranged things in an orderly manner, you can see it. For that ACI, how much do you know? Zhang Wei closed the door. Dimming Temple? Do you know him? Zhuang Cha was also stunned. If it is an acquaintance, that would make things easier. Right, Dimming Temple. Zhang Wei didn't know the guy's name either. Dimming Temple, 26 years old, arrested and imprisoned for robbery. He also has a younger brother, nicknamed Daoming Temple, because he looks like the star Daoming Sea, so we call him Daoming Temple. He was sentenced to 15 years in prison. His brother was sentenced to 14 years. Because when they were still a motorcycle gang, when robbing other people's things, eager to escape, resulting in a car accident, 1 dead and 1 injured, that's about all I know. Zhuang Cha told him what he knew, tell it all. I have a crazy idea. What if I let you die in front of Daoming Temple? Zhang Wei said seriously. Zhuang Cha's face stiffened. Chapter 248 Zhuang Cha knows. Zhang Wei saw Zhuang Cha's hand. Quietly he touched his back. You don't have to be nervous, I mean no harm. In Zhuang Cha's nervous look, Zhang Wei also touched his back. But he just took out a mobile phone. The battery is low some things, you should listen to it. I found this phone from the dormitory and before. Later, Zhang Wei threw him into the grass. Later he picked it up again. But after Demengzi restored power, Zhang Wei found the charger. However, I have been using my mobile phone for the past few days. The battery is running low again. What's the meaning? Boss's phone number? Zhuang Cha saw the mobile phone handed over by Zhang Wei, a little hesitant. He thought the wood had left him some message. Turn on audio playback, but this recording came. What did the master say? Do you want to take action? I found Du Shuqiang. You can deal with everyone here without anyone noticing. You have hidden the rat poison. Use it when necessary. Don't use too much when using it. Otherwise they will notice. Okay, Brother Mouse. I'm just looking for an excuse to come out for some air. Being out for too long will arouse suspicion. So I have to go. This is... Zhuang Cha was stunned. He also heard it. This is C's voice. No, impossible. ACI. Brother Mumu saved ACI. He won't do this. Your recording, where did it come from? You wake up, or as the recording says, before 10 o'clock tonight, he secretly hid in the classroom on the 2nd floor. Listen to their conversation. Zhang Wei turned off his phone. He knew that Zhuang Cha was a sensible person. Can you get a small boss in the prison? He must have some brains too. I see. What do you want me to do? Why are you telling me this? Let both us and the people in prison suffer, isn't it better? And what do you mean by letting me die in front of a sea? Both sides suffer. You also said it well. I'm afraid there are only a dozen of you. I didn't even see the gecko man. I was treated with rat poison all at once. Zhuang-Cha turned pale. He knows, if Zhang Wei hadn't told him this fact, things will really develop in this direction. It's easy to save you. You also heard the conversation just now. Listen to the tone of the guy who called Mouse. Prison gecko guy, I never thought about letting you go. Still waiting for your wooden brother to show up. I'll catch you all in one fell swoop. We just got involved accidentally. We can leave at any time if we want to leave. To tell you the truth, naturally, I want to cooperate with you. In order to severely damage the prison gang, I'll let you play a cruel trick. Died in front of a group of people, you have no objection. Right. How to die? Of course, he was poisoned by rat poison. Zhuang-Cha understands. Zhang Wei should have asked him to fake his death. Gecko, he is not so easily manipulated. He is a cautious man. From him to now, has been hiding in prison. You can tell without showing up. Zhuang-Cha said angrily. And the gecko has a gun. Zhuang-Cha added. That's best. I am also worried that you are cheating on me. This scene, there are many actors needed. The main theme is a surprise. To clean up us, even if the gecko people don't come out in droves, at least 20 or 30 people will come. And we, as long as he lets these 20 or 30 people, it would be great if you never come back. You have a gun? Zhuang-Cha asked tentatively. No. Zhang Wei told the truth. No gun. What do you keep them for? These people are not simple. They are all people who fight hard in prison. There are lives in his hands. Use this. Zhang Wei took out something from his backpack. After Zhuang-Cha saw it, but his eyes widened in disbelief. What I'm not sure about right now is, among you younger brothers, is there anyone else who colluded with Damning Temple? You need to eliminate this yourself. But I don't recommend that you reveal that Dan Mingxi is a gecko too early. Lest one of your loose-tongued little brothers let it slip. In this way, we will fall into passivity. What do you want me to do? Let's all act out a play together. This time the audience, it's Damning Temple. When do you think he was most likely to administer the drug? This. Zhuang-Cha was a little unsure. Then let me tell you my guess. After seeing us shaking hands and making peace today, Damning Temple will definitely break this news impatiently. Reveal it to the people over at Gecko. In order to avoid long nights and many dreams, Damning Temple will definitely take action as soon as possible, and when you do it, to avoid retaliation, he will definitely choose to catch us all, so. You mean he might have been in the condiment? Zhuang-Cha said speculatively. He shouldn't be so quick to take risks. But it's also possible. In order to lure the snake out of its hole, I need you, Zhuang-Cha, to call all your brothers over there. Finally, some false news was released. For example, Wood will appear soon or something, and then we're going to have a big pot meal together. You are obviously trying to force him to take action. I said it was to lure the snake out of its hole. The enemy is in the dark, and I am in the light. If someone from Gecko comes, we must keep them all. This way he can throw the enemy into the trap. You also said he has a gun. Doesn't he? Zhuang-Cha nodded. It seems that he agrees with Zhang Wei's point of view. Seeing is believing. You go listen to the corner in the morning. Zhang Wei opened the door, then went to the living room. Only then did Zhuang-Cha realize something was wrong. If Zhuang-Cha is an undercover agent, all can be known by Zhang Wei. Then the rest of them, he was probably followed by Zhang Wei. Only then did Zhuang-Cha realize that there was something extraordinary about this young student. Not long after, Si and Xiao Wu returned home and brought back some seasonings. But these are just Zhang Wei's excuses. When I settled Zhou in here before, Zhang Wei, Lu Renjia, Zhao Zhenxiong and others helped search for a large amount of supplies. Si looked as usual, if Zhang Wei hadn't eavesdropped on his conversation. Zhang Wei would never have guessed this person. It's an undercover role. Zhuang-Cha pretended that nothing happened. Tom greeted the two of them warmly. Then he said, "We will eat here, but I also brought some lunch back to the brothers who stayed behind. You guys rush into the street. If there's nothing wrong, I'll help out. Don't do it one by one. ACI, go to the kitchen to help. Xiaowu, go and help get water from the well. Leprechaun, you guys should also help with some things. Clean the house of the miracle doctor's house. Remove the cobwebs and dust. You don't need to go to some of your rooms. We have women dependents. It's not convenient to show up." Zhang Wei reminded. Pei Wu and Hu Dai, I'm still hiding inside sharpening my knife at this time. Chapter 249 Acting explodes. Zhang Wei knows, if we cooperate with these guys, I have a girl here, it is a fact that will be exposed sooner or later. At first, Pei Wu and Hu Dai were asked not to show up as much as possible. It was Zhang Wei who didn't want to attract the attention of the people in the prison. Because the prisoners in the prison, I haven't seen a woman for many years, it is inevitable that you will do some extreme things. And now the people in prison, Already aware of the existence of Zhang Wei and others, conflict is inevitable. Zhang Wei's grain reserve plan, he didn't give up because of the threat of the gecko. So Zhang Wei concealed it at this time. It doesn't make much sense anymore. And Zhang Wei's plan to extract teeth from the tiger's mouth, it is inseparable from the cooperation of Zhuang Cha and others. So there are some things, there is nothing to hide. Zhuang Cha and Zhang Wei looked at each other. The two of them understood each other. Zhang Wei winked at Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong again. It means that the two of them should go to the kitchen, look at the suspect. The two of them also understood instantly. Zhang Wei was worried about the guy poisoning him in advance. Because inside the school, there are still 3 or 4 people left behind. So Zhang Wei guessed, this person named a C, I won't take action at this time. Before he took action, I will definitely think of a way out, at least communicate with the so-called rat brother on the gecko side. However, it is inevitable that he will take risks. So Zhang Wei asked the two of them to pay attention. A C and Xiao Wu are 2 people. 2 cardboard boxes were brought. There are bottles and cans inside. There is cooking wine, oyster sauce, light soy sauce, old soy sauce, and other condiments. It was probably searched from the faculty apartment. The part-time apartment used to be occupied by faculty and staff. Many people are raising their families, not all canteens. So it's not surprising that there are these things. Although Zhang Wei is not as good at cooking as Lu Dali. But I also know how to add ingredients. This will make the food taste better. This dish must be cooked without flaws, only then can Assie's wariness be reduced. So after Lin Feng's newly stewed potatoes were cooked, added oyster sauce and cooking wine. People named a C, helping without saying a word. After Zhang Wei stirred in the pot for a while, used a spatula to lift up a small piece of potato, said, you two have a taste of my craftsmanship, how about it? Oh, then I won't be polite. A C pretended to be hungry. This time he spoke. Zhang Wei confirmed the person yesterday, that's him. I saw a C and Xiao Wu actually eating. Zhang Wei confirmed his judgment, at least, there was nothing wrong with the condiments they brought over. Not bad. Not bad, very delicious, it's just a bit hot for the mouth. Xiao Wu said exaggeratedly. Of course it's delicious, these are braised potatoes. It's a pity that there is no pork, otherwise it can be more fragrant. Alright. A few people from outside came in, helped with serving vegetables and rice. Zhang Wei shouted outside. Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong, who were walking around at the door, immediately ran in. Helped carry the food. Lin Xinqing's home, nothing else however. There are 2 big 8 immortals tables. And together, there is room for 20 people. Here we are, no better food, here to entertain you. Potatoes are the best thing here, just make do with it. Everyone. Where? This is already pretty good, then we'll start eating right away. The bearded man really couldn't stand the temptation of delicious food. So a dozen people started eating enthusiastically. Zhang Wei just ate a few pieces of potatoes casually, said, eat slowly. Everyone. We just finished breakfast, only an hour or 2 passed. It's really a bit overwhelming, we cooked more potatoes this meal. It's for your convenience to take back. Thank you very much. Zhuang Cha bowed his hands in thanks. If you are not used to living in school, we can move here and live together. There can also be someone to take care of you. There are more than a dozen residential buildings next to the hospital. You can choose whatever you want. Zhang Wei's meaning is very clear. You can come. It's okay for everyone to eat together, but we still don't sleep together at night. Zhang Wei said this deliberately. Zhuang Cha also nodded understandingly, said, don't worry. Since we are cooperating, I will restrain my people. I heard about the news. Brother Mu is on his way here. Maybe he will show up in the next few days. When Zhuang Cha said this, Zhang Wei noticed the chewing action of a C's cheeks. A slight pause. That's right, that kid has noticed it. Zhang Wei wants to do something. Just force that kid to take action as soon as possible. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they exchanged pleasantries again and said goodbye to each other. Zhang Wei knew what would happen in the evening. He also knew that Zhuang Cha would definitely go to see for himself. He was waiting for Zhuang Cha's response. Not long after, Hu Lai, who had gone out to follow, came back. Hu Lai told Zhang Wei and others that he had confirmed that those people were far away. Hu Lai closed the door, and Lu Renjia and Zhao Zhenxiong immediately came up to him. What did that guy say? Boss. Zhao Zhenxiong knew that Zhang Wei had just called Zhuang Cha into the room and should have told him the truth. Don't worry about that guy. Tomorrow, everyone, there is a play to be performed. Call in the swordsman sent by Demingzi to take care of Dr. Lin. Zhang Wei knows, real counterattack. You still have to rely more on these people when taking action. 5 or 6 people filed in. Everyone, I said it directly. There is a play to be performed tomorrow. This play is called Poisonous Rat Poisoning. You guys go back and practice a little bit. How to roll on the ground, and how to take advantage of others when they are not prepared. One blow kills. My plan, it's like this. We only have one chance. If the Gecko Man appears, as long as we can kill most of them, the remaining 20 to 30%. It's not a big problem. If they don't show up, you just pretend to be poisoned and exhausted. Wait for them to arrive. But it's better not to let them run back. Zhao Zhenxiong, you are still there laughing. Come here, demonstrate it. Venomous rat poisoning. What are the symptoms? Zhao Zhenxiong ran over immediately, pretending to have a stomachache. Ouch, ouch. He squatted down holding his stomach. No. This state is not right. You are having your period. Stand up. Just as Zhao Zhenxiong stood up, Zhang Wei kneeled him hard on the stomach. Zhao Zhenxiong immediately fell to his knees, drooling, and didn't get up for a long time. The sweat on his head also poured out like water. Okay. Stop pretending. I did use some force. But it's not enough to make you like this. Damn! Boss! How do you know I'm pretending? Zhao Zhenxiong stood up as if nothing had happened. Zhang Wei helped Zhao Zhenxiong, whose legs were still shaking. Everyone, you all remember this, rat poisoning. It's probably like this. This time it's related to everyone's life and property. You can't mess it up. Of course you don't all have to do this, just improvise. If you're worried about your performance, you can lie face down on the ground. I'll give each of you a prop later. People dispersed in groups of 3 or 5. Lu Renjia came over immediately. Old Zhao, you acted well just now. Next time, go and take the boss's kick. The boss still thinks he's the same person he was a few months ago. He doesn't know the strength of the kick just now. Zhao Zhenxiong lifted his clothes. The whole belly was red. Chapter 250 Last Lunch. So how do you feel? Lu Renjia asked. No problem, the boss avoided the ribs. It's just that he underestimated his strength. Lao Lu, what do you think of our chances of winning this time? After all, the other party has a gun. Zhao Zhenxiong was holding his stomach while walking inside. It should be fine, an environment like a Walmart supermarket. Didn't they all survive? And this time we... There are also foreign aides. Foreign aid? Are you talking about the people sent by Demingzi to protect Dr. Lin? No, I'm talking about Yi Xiaobai. If I guess correctly, he should be arriving soon. Lu Renjia also seemed to admire the speedster gang a little bit. Yes, I almost forgot about him. Zhao Zhenxiong slapped his thigh. The next day, the sky is slightly bright. Zhang Wei and others were awakened by the people following them. All their people are here. Hu Lai came in and said, all of them? Zhang Wei knows, there are 11 people opposite, if all come. That was Zhuang Cha forcing a C to take action. In order not to attract the attention of the people in prison, we purposely set out before dawn, all our weapons, brought them all over. Zhuang Cha was carrying large and small bags. It's like going to wander. Zhang Wei's eyes ran past the Danming temple without a trace. Okay, you are friends now. I'll ask the steward, Hu Lai, to take you to the house next door. You can have a simple meal in the morning. I'll welcome you at noon. It'll be braised potatoes, fried potato slices, shredded potatoes. Zhang Wei ordered people to bring some porridge. Zhuang Cha directly rejected Zhang Wei's kindness. Then he said to his brothers, you spread out, go to the houses next door, try to choose the ones that are easy to defend and difficult to attack, have retreat routes, and have a good view. Leave 1 or 2 people to take turns guarding the key intersections. I'll talk to the old Chinese doctor alone. Zhuang Cha and his subordinates, after all left, immediately took Zhang Wei's hand. He entered the room from yesterday with a nervous expression. How? Don't you want to chat with Dr. Lin? I'm looking for you. Zhuang Cha's face turned a little pale. Zhang Wei knows. He must have gone eavesdropping yesterday. How to say? I didn't lie to you. Did I? I heard your cell phone recording, in fact. I have already believed a lot of it. But I want to confirm again, I didn't expect Dan Mingxi to be such a person, after all. When I was in prison, we could also walk. I went to the classroom yesterday. It's basically the same as what you say on a mobile phone. I didn't expect ACI to be such an unscrupulous person. He dissolved the poisonous rat in water. He had no intention of leaving us alive. I didn't sleep last night. I thought about it all night. Since he is unkind, you can't blame me for being unjust. What do you want to do? I will cooperate with you, even if it means completely turning against the Gecko gang in prison? Okay then, let me tell you again. We will have lunch at noon. Let's have dinner together at that time. You and your remaining subordinates except Danning Temple will. The specific details are like this. If there is any help, this plan also failed, we also have to consider moving places. Rest assured, these people under me, they are all smart, not clever, we have already fed the zombies. After Zhang Wei left, then he quietly said to Hu Lai, the food we made this time, make 2 copies of everything. The same goes for tea. Now, while you were making breakfast, no one noticed, make lunch too. At noon, we only heat meals, the other meal is locked in the cabinet, Uncle Hu Lai, it's up to you to check this. Zhang Wei points out. Check. When, he emphasized his tone. Hu Lai also knew Zhang Wei's purpose. Are you sure he will? Hu Lai was still a little skeptical. I'm not sure, but Zhuang Cha's words are credible. We can give it a try, right? Zhang Wei patted Hu Lai's shoulder. This man with a superb IQ, he should understand. When Zhuang Cha went out, he borrowed Zhang Wei's mobile phone. He wanted to use the remaining 13% of power to condense the remaining brothers to complete Zhang Wei's plan. Noon also quietly arrived in the busyness of everyone. We'll be ready to eat in half an hour. Hu Lai deliberately spoke loudly. ACI Xiao Wu, still the same as yesterday, you two go and help out. We cannot let others think that we are freeloaders. Okay, brother Zhuang. Okay, boss. We made the potatoes in the morning, now I just warm it up casually you two. One looks at the fire. Another thing to pay attention to is the dishes. Don't let the vegetables get mushy. There were too many people this time. No liquefied gas. This kind of wood stove is used. My stomach hurts a little. Go to the toilet. Hu Lai gave casual instructions. Si and Xiao Wu were busy in the kitchen. Seeing Hu Lai coming out of the kitchen, Zhang Wei knew there was no problem. What Zhang Wei was not sure about was whether Zhuang Cha, the man called Xiao Wu, had told him the truth. If he did not give Si a chance to be alone, he would never have drugged him. At this time, Hu Lai's voice came from the bathroom. There is no paper in the toilet. Who is that? What's Wu? Bring me the napkins on the stove. Soon Xiao Wu went out with a napkin. A little constipated. Wait for me outside the door for a minute or two. Pass it over through the crack in the door later. Hu Lai shouted towards the outside. And when Xiao Wu returned to the kitchen again, it's already 3 minutes later. Hu Lai held up his pants, slowly walked to the kitchen. While saying, don't add fuel to the fire, let the remaining charcoal warm, just continue to heat it, the temperature of the steam is very high. You too, if you feel too hot, you can stay outside for now. It's fine, we have no problem. Xiu responded indifferently. Since you don't want to add fuel to the fire, let's go out first. Go outside and tidy up the dining table and tableware first. Si spoke. That's fine. The two of them came out in unison. After the two of them came out, Hu Lai went into the kitchen, opened the cabinet door lock, quietly opened the lid of the pot. Then changed the dishes. While deliberately saying, I forgot to add vinegar, shredded potatoes without vinegar, then, there is no taste, leftover dishes, I'll stir it up too. Zhang Wei knows, Hu Lai is a smart man in this way, Si couldn't tell the difference between the 2 rounds of dishes. Dinner will be served on time at 12 o'clock. Zhang Wei looked at his quartz watch. Not long after, all the people gathered together. Zhang Wei moved a large piece of mineral water out of his room. Everyone, today we will use mineral water to replace wine. There are only 24 bottles in total. This is my last bargain. Let's have a bottle each. Potato shreds, potato chips, braised potatoes, in fact. It is a dish. I hope I can come up with some new tricks. You can eat whatever you want. Then I won't be polite. The bearded man feasted again. Eat them all. Don't waste your time. Zhang Wei picked up the potatoes and stuffed them into his mouth. All people, he ate it unceremoniously. The seat is a bit tight. I stood up to eat. Make some room for you. Si stood up and said, ACI, you've been clever for a while. Zhuang Cha gave a thumbs up. All continued to eat big mouthfuls. Today's potatoes are not as delicious as yesterday's, Zhang Wei said deliberately. Hu Lai frowned. That's natural. Today is a big pot of rice. It's steamed. Yesterday it was fried in a small pot. Can it taste the same? A little sour taste is normal. I added vinegar. I'm going to the bathroom. Si put the bowls and chopsticks on the stool next to him. Zhang Wei saw a slight tremor in his feet. Lazy people poop a lot, Zhuang Cha explained with a smile. Wait until Si enters the bathroom. When you lock the door again, the remaining people looked at each other. The onset time of poison rat strong, how long does it usually take? Zhang Wei asked. 3 to 5 minutes, until a quarter of an hour, Lin Xinqing explained. Then we vomit blood and fall to the ground. It's up to you in order. Let's do our best, Zhang Wei said, then continued to eat. Chapter 251 Food Poisoning. The things I gave you before, do you all know how to do it? Zhang Wei's eyes swept over everyone one by one. People at the dinner table, touching his pockets one by one. Just now Zhang Wei distributed a glass vial to each of them. It was a Chinese patent medicine from Mailing Clinic. The name is Huixiang Jingqi water. And inside, it's some kind of red liquid. Let me try it out, Zhang Wei said softly. Zhang Wei took a big sip of mineral water. He purposely made the sound of coughing violently and choking on water, and then picked up a few large pieces of potatoes and chewed them. After that, Zhang Wei took out a small glass bottle of red liquid from his arms. Swallow the liquid inside. Then he deliberately smashed his own dishes and chopsticks on the ground. Then he started to run to the toilet holding his stomach. Puff. A stream of red liquid spurted out, mixed with red unknown sticky substance. Squirted hard on the glass door of the toilet. Zhang Wei heard the exclamations of the people inside. Give me water, give me water. Zhang Wei deliberately slapped the glass door. Then he staggered towards the miracle doctor. The miracle doctor, save me, stomachache. Zhang Wei started coughing violently, mixed with vomiting. The entire corner of his mouth seemed to be covered in blood. What a dog, you poisoned the food. Zhang Wei pointed at Zhuangcha and said weakly. We didn't do it. Zhuangcha stood up immediately. Forehead. He also held his stomach. This water, this mineral water, there's a problem. Zhuangcha fell to the ground. Stand up again, he looked up to the sky and spat out a mouthful of blood mist. There is also no strength left. He struggled and leaned on the stool. And at this time, everyone dining, various symptoms began to appear. Some have bleeding from the 7 orifices, some vomit blood and phlegm from the mouth, some are sweating profusely, some more are lying on the ground. Close your eyes. Only his eyebrows were still furrowing. Poisoned, this is poisoning. Dr. Lin pretended to be panicked and said, I also ate food, I guess this old body can't survive it. Induce vomiting, put your fingers, reach into the throat, inducing vomiting should have a certain effect. While talking, Lin Xinchin really put his index finger into his throat. Vomit. Really a lot of food scraps, make him spit it out. Seeing this scene, others don't want to vomit, there was also a bout of retching. Lu Rinjia, Zhao Zhenxiong and others even groaned. Brothers, come fight out with me. Zhuangcha shouted loudly. Danning Temple heard the commotion, finally pushed open the glass door, staggered out. ACI, kill their leader. Zhuangcha shouted deliberately. I was also poisoned, boss. Dan Mingxi staggered to the side of Zhuangcha. He helped him up. Let's go to the house next door. Someone among them must be up to something. They cooked the food. Obviously one of you poisoned me, the one named Xiao Wu. The suspicion is very high. Zhao Zhenxiong pointed at Xiao Wu and said, It's not me, I was also poisoned. It's just that I eat less, I just ate 2 slices of potatoes. Xiao Wu cried and shouted. Hey! This Xiao Wu acted so realistically, didn't Zhuangcha tell him the truth? Zhang Wei was stunned. But it's true. This Xiao Wu has always been with Dan Mingxi. If he is an accomplice, or if he lets the cat out of the bag, it will be bad. While the quarrel was going on, several people in the field began to cough up blood and vomit crazily. The light in the hall was slightly dim. But when those dark red and bright red liquids overflowed or sprayed out of people's mouths, it was still very shocking. Everyone was panicked. It wasn't done by your people? Zhang Wei asked again. Of course not. All my people are here. If we really did it, we will kill you all immediately. The bearded man shouted angrily. Walk, anyway. Let's go back to school first. Glasses struggled to stand up, but he laid down again. Brother 4 Eyes. Dan Mingxi ran over to hold up his glasses again. This guy is really a showman, be careful. Even Zhang Wei couldn't help but admire it. If he hadn't just come out of the bathroom, he staggers when he walks, Zhang Wei would even let go of any doubts about him. Because there is no poison in food and mineral water. But before the jailed guy shows up, Zhang Wei knows the play still has to be played to the end. I quickly and feebly asked Dr. Lin, if it's food poisoning, how to deal with it. Lin Xinqing took out a white handkerchief, he covered his mouth and coughed a few times. When I opened it again, it was bright red. It depends on what kind of poisoning it is. If it is a pesticide, then there is still hope, just gastric lavage and blood transfusion are enough. If it is cyanide poisoning, or something like paraquat, then there is no salvation at all. Ah, then we boss, not good, several people have run out of energy. Zhou-An's horrified voice came. There's still a heartbeat, but I fainted. Zhou-An lay on the chests of those people, and listened several times. Those people were the swordsmen sent by Demingzi. It is also Zhang Wei's trump card in this dinner party. And at this time, there seemed to be someone breathing heavily on Zhuang Cha's side. Seeing that there is more air coming out and less air coming in. Scabby, leprous, cheer up. Zhuang Cha shouted loudly. Bang! The wooden door was knocked open by a huge force. Everyone was shocked. I saw about 20 or 30 people standing at the door. And in other streets and alleys, there are still a few people watching. But those people, obviously not Zhuang Cha and Zhang Wei. You are also big-hearted. So many people gathered together, eat here. No one is left to keep a lookout. The leader with a scar face said. Is it you, rat? Zhuang Cha said in shock. The poison was done by you? What do you think? Impossible, we haven't eaten any of your food. Did you put the medicine in the well? Brother Mouse walked in, walking around the dining table. He picked up another plate of potatoes and smelled it, said, Where is the medicine? You really don't know? This dish has a sour smell. Didn't any of you smell it? Or should I say you are hungry? I was careless. During this time, I have always arranged for people to be followed, but I secretly followed Zhuang Cha, knowing that there are only 11 of them in total. They are all here today. In order not to appear too weak, I also withdrew my manpower. Zhang Wei said weakly. You did a great job. If you hadn't done that, we wouldn't have gotten in so easily, and a few people would have died. Are you the student leader? Brother Haozi said playfully. How did you know? Zhang Wei pretended to be shocked. Forget it. Dan Mingxi. Stop pretending. Tell them the truth. Haozi. What do you mean? Dao Mingxi covered his stomach. The boss has already agreed to your brother's matter. Whether Mutu is dead or alive, he will let you go. Of course. If you are willing to stay in prison, there is no problem. Really? Dan Mingxi said in surprise. He stood up as if nothing had happened. Chapter 252 Mouse Tail Juice. You, is this your fault? Zhuang Cha said in disbelief. I'm sorry, Boss Zhuang. I am also doing it for my brother. Dan Mingxi said indifferently. Why are you doing this? If Brother Mu hadn't jailed you back then, you have been crippled long ago. Zhuang Cha had a look of regret on his face. Dan Mingxi suddenly felt a little frightened. He seemed to have some regrets. The matter has come to this. There is no way out, Boss Zhuang. I'll take you on your way myself. Dan Mingxi took out a paper knife from his pocket. Although this thing is small, it can cut the throat and let blood, which is more effective than a machete. Don't struggle. I'll kill you. Wait. Brother Haozi stopped Dan Mingxi, who was about to commit the crime. Are you worried about the long night and the many nightmares? Don't worry. They can't survive. Not to mention now. Even in the past, if they ate rat poison and didn't go to the hospital for a few hours, they would be hopeless. What? Did we eat rat poison? Zhang Wei said in horror. Zhang Wei white shirt at this time. It was already scarlet. Brother Mouse picked up the chopsticks scattered on the table, picked up a piece of potato, dropped on the ground. What good food, what a shameful waste. Since these guys are wooden people, then no one can be left behind, but let's wait for the boss to do it himself. Danning Temple, I heard you say they have 2 more female students. Why aren't you here? In the room inside. Dan Mingxi pointed to the end of the room and said, Wild Wolf, you go drag them out. Brother Mouse said to a short man next to him. The short man winked at the 2 people next to him. The 2 of them understood each other. Follow immediately. The 3 people walked towards the house inside. The leading wolf kicked the door hard. The door didn't move at all. It seemed to be blocked by something. Give me the fire axe. The wild wolf said to the person next to him. The man immediately handed it to the wild wolf. The wild wolf laughed ferociously. 3 times, 5 times, 2 times will split the door lock. Then put your hand through the crack. The door bolt was opened. Not long after, the voice of the wild wolf came. It's not good, boss. They ran away. Run away? Brother Mouse seemed very sorry. Yes, the toilet window of the house inside is open. He must have just climbed out. Do you want me to lead 2 people to catch up? The wild wolf threw 2 stones. They are 2 heavily worn whetstones. Forget it. I've probably already been hiding by now. You may not be able to find it, so be it. You go back to prison alone. Send a message to the gecko boss. Just say we have the situation under control. See if he is willing to come out. It's better that we take these slugs back. Okay. The wild wolf seemed a little excited. I'm telling you. Don't delay the important business. Those 2 women. If you saw them, It's fine. If you didn't see them, don't waste your time on them. There are zombies everywhere in this wilderness. They can't go far. Okay, boss. Well, ask the opinion of the gecko boss. It's troublesome to bring back the bodies of these guys. There is also the risk of zombie transformation. Otherwise, we can just cut off their heads and take them back. Anyway, the gecko boss wants to show it to the wood guy to force him to show up. Okay, I'll leave first. The wolf glanced at the remaining food on the table, licked his lips, and left quickly. Leave 3 sentries outside. The rest of the people come in. Let 2 people go upstairs to check. Go and check the backyard with 3 people. The rest of the people, leave 20 to guard here. Others are scattered. Find the food here, or see if there are any cellars or secret passages. Brother Mouse began to command in an orderly manner. Zhang Wei took out his butcher knife, prepared to fight back desperately, but he stumbled, lying on the ground. The knife also fell to the side. Brother Mouse kicked away Zhang Wei's knife. He smiled and said, "How is it, student boy? Isn't the taste of rat poison unpleasant? Although I don't know what it tastes like, but depending on your character, it must have been very painful. Let us go. It's easy to say anything. We are big men." Big fierce guy? I've heard of this guy, a good fighter in the old town, but now is the end of the world. His name, it can also scare those 5 good young people. I didn't expect that I'd survive the zombie crisis. He actually died here, Zhang Wei said weakly. That's not good. At least there was a whole body, Brother Mouse said indifferently. I said take your head back. It means people who came out of prison. These people are wooden brothers. Our boss won't let it go. When Brother Mouse said this, his eyes swept across the group of people in Zhuangcha, meaning to bring their heads back. Gecko is really not a man. He was so scared by our boss that he stayed in prison and did not dare to come out. Ha ha ha. It seems that the rumor is true. The gecko has really become a gecko. Zhuangcha laughed wildly. Looking for death. Brother Hausi kicked, hitting Zhuangcha's forehead. Zhuangcha rolled over, fell to the ground, and was silent. Brother Hausi looked at the sole of his shoe, and seemed to regret it. He seemed very upset that he had knocked Zhuangcha unconscious so easily. You are lucky. Brother Hausi moved a stool to sit down, and then winked at Dan Mingxi. Dan Mingxi carefully moved a stool to sit next to him, and asked Brother Hausi timidly, Brother Hausi, is the story about the gecko boss true? What is true or false? Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Be careful not to die without knowing how. Dan Mingxi was frightened and his face turned pale. Zhang Wei knows the submissiveness of this guy Dan Mingxi. They are all staged. This guy is very attentive. Glasses, I ask you, will appear recently. Is it true? Brother Mouse saw Zhuangcha fainted. I didn't intend to wake him up. Instead, he talked to another person. The man with glasses said in front of Brother Mouse, cough up a mouthful of blood, he said weakly. I don't know. Have no idea. I don't know if you all have to fend for yourself. Brother Mouse stood up, walked to the side of Zhuangcha. He stepped on Zhuangcha's hand. Stop pretending to be dead. Zhuangcha still didn't make any sound. Is this rat poison so strong? Brother Mouse was also surprised. Brother Mouse squatted down and looked up. He planned to turn the Zhuangcha over on his back, so I can explore Zhuangcha's breathing. Just when he had just touched Zhuangcha's armpit, something cold pressed against his neck, and there was a sudden movement in the house. The people lying in a jumbled mess just now, they stood up or rolled over in an instant. Then he took out his knife. He stabbed others in the neck or heart without hesitation. Many people didn't even have time to scream. However, there were still sounds of fighting and shouting. Zhang Wei has quick eyes and quick hands. Take out 2 chopsticks, one left and one right. It was inserted into the Adam's apples of the 2 people next to them. Then he picked up the knife not far from the ground. It was pressed against Dan Mingxi's neck. This guy who pretends to be a pig and eats the tiger is the most dangerous. When it comes to drugging people to kill, no blinking eyes. Not long after, Zhang Wei's people took control of the situation. People rushing in from outside, and people rushing down from upstairs, they were all harvested one after another by the people in the house. Blood flowed all over the floor. Of the 20 or 30 people, only a few are still alive, as well as Dan Mingxi and Brother Mouse, who were unscathed. Do you know why my name is Zhuangcha? Zhuangcha showed the weapon in his hand. It is a fork for eating Western food. The fork touched Brother Mouse's carotid artery again. It was cold. Chapter 253 Sniper Rifle. The reason why I'm called Zhuangcha is that when I first went to prison, I used this fork to poke a man's eyeball. That man was the boss of the original prison C area. That man became a one-eyed dragon, and I was sentenced to 8 more years. Brother Hausi glanced at Zhuang Cha's fork. It has now pierced his skin with blood spots. This fork has been polished. This was Brother Hausi's first thought. Brother Cha, no, Brother Zhuang, please spare my life. Spare your life? That's ridiculous. Aren't you going to take all our heads to the gecko, at this time? The gecko should not be called a gecko, or should he be called an egg? What's the joke about an egg? At this time, Zhang Wei had tied up the egg temple with shoelaces, and then stabbed those corpses that were still not dead. Brother Mouse looked at Zhang Wei's people, one by one. He applied wounds to those people's bodies. There was no color on his face. These people he brought here, except for the wild wolves, who ran out to report the news, only himself and Dan Mingxi were left. The rest were all killed. What is an egg? Did you watch Black Cat Sheriff when you were a kid? Of course I have. Zhang Wei answered without thinking. Did you know there's a mouse in there called one ear? No. An egg, just like an ear. So that's it. Zhang Wei suddenly realized. It turns out that your boss gecko only has one egg. That's okay, at least one remains. Zhang Wei said to himself. Another egg? I guess I can't keep it. Our wooden boss said, if he commits another crime, just take away his other egg. Zhuang Cha said angrily. Zhang Wei suddenly understood. What Zhuang Cha means is, geckos originally have 2 eggs. One was taken away by wood. So there's only one left. It seems now, there is a chance that the wood will come back and take another one. This wood is a craftsman. Hearing this news, good guys like Lu Rengjia and Zhao Xinxiong, the gossip started immediately. I've only heard of geckos cutting off their tails to survive. I didn't expect that there are people who drop their eggs to survive. It seems that this guy named Gecko, I hate your boss so much that my teeth itch. It must be because of the egg. One of Zhuang Cha's younger brothers, a bearded man, immediately came over and said, no, at that time. Our boss saw that this guy, Gecko, had not yet continued his family lineage. So I left one for him, unexpectedly. The Gecko family got a gun. We will take revenge on our boss immediately. Fortunately, our boss had already left by that time. Brother Zhuang Cha is worried that the Gecko will be angry with us. He also led us to break out and escape, killed hundreds of zombies along the way, for brothers also died. Dan Mingxi nodded in agreement. It seemed that the bearded man was right. Then why did your boss take one of his eggs? Oh, this is what our boss said about killing the monkey to feed the chicken. When the zombie crisis broke out, we and the prison guards turned enemies into friends. This guy, Gecko, had evil thoughts about a female prison guard. In order to avoid a firefight between the prison guards and the prisoners, our boss, Mu Tu, found a scalpel in the infirmary and performed surgery on Gecko on the spot. Gecko was also lucky. He didn't die even after heavy bleeding. But it's a pity later. In order to save Brother Mu, the female prison guard, bitten to death by zombies. So that's it. Why are geckos so afraid of wood? Zhang Wei asked the last question. Another person with a sworn hatred, he was so frightened that he cowered in prison and did not dare to come out. There must be something wrong with this. I have no idea. Dan Mingxi said with a wry smile. I know why. Brother Mouse responded. You too, just stop singing and harmonizing here. I tell you the truth, you too, I have no intention of keeping it. I'm still here comparing the secret codes. Why does the King of Heaven cover the Tiger of Earth? Pagoda Town Pig Demon. Don't you have any rules in your prison? Something like betraying a brother with 1,000 cuts and holes. Zhang Wei used a butcher knife. He patted Dan Mingxi's face. Boss, you have to believe me. I also had no choice but to do so. Damning Temple said to Zhuang Cha. I see, you are doing it for your brother too. I can understand that. Zhuang Cha said as he said, while returning a mobile phone to Zhang Wei. There's still 5% battery left. Zhuang Cha said to Zhang Wei. When I first heard the recording, I don't believe it either, so I went to listen to it live once. I heard your conversation with the mouse. I was completely heartbroken, after all. When I escaped from prison, in order to save me, I was almost bitten by zombies several times. I didn't expect that. You are an undercover agent sent by Gecko. When I told my brothers, they don't believe it. I had to play the recordings to them one by one, which also includes your best friend Xiaowu. When Zhuang Cha said this, a man in the corner stood up. It was Zhang Wei who had just been. False accusation. Xiaowu. Xiaowu pulled out a knife and was about to come over, but was hugged by the man with glasses. Let me do it. Zhuang Cha took Zhang Wei's butcher knife and slashed across Dan Mingxi's neck. After a few breaths, Dao Mingxi lost too much blood and fell to the ground. Xiao Wu burst into tears. Now, can you tell us why Gecko is so afraid of our boss Mu Tu? Brother Haozi smiled bitterly. He said, the reason why he is so afraid is because Mu Tu has a gun. Gun? Doesn't Gecko have a rifle? Zhang Wei was stunned. That's different, the gun made of wood, it's AWM. I got it from a guard in the watchtower of the prison. When the zombie crisis begins, we have seen with shot, he only fired 7 shots, killed 9 zombies. Gun, headshot. So that's it. The Wooden brothers were very excited. I didn't expect the boss to have such ability. I just don't know where the boss went with that gun. That's the truth, only 7 shots were fired at the wood, but according to eyewitnesses, the prison guard's sniper rifle had a total of 20 rounds of ammunition. So on the wood, there may be 13 more bullets, these 13 bullets, enough to kill the Gecko boss 13 times. The prison guard at the watchtower you were talking about, is it called a lynx? Then I don't know, I haven't seen it either. Okay, we have finished asking all the questions that need to be asked, things in prison, it's probably pointless to ask. I don't know if what you said is true or false, you can hit the road. Zhang Wei took back the knife from Zhuang Cha's hand. Just get ready to take action directly. Etc. You will completely offend the Gecko. He still had a gun in his hand. We killed 29 of his men, you wouldn't think, will he let us go? The wild wolf has already reported the news, you might as well let me go, I'll give you a tip, at least you know how to run away. You think we are a 3-year-old child? Let the tiger return to the mountain. It was your right foot just now. Did you step on Zhuang Cha's left hand? Lu Ringjia picked up his butcher knife. I just want to cut off Brother Mouse's feet. At this time, Hu Dai's voice also came from outside the door. Boss, it's amazing you kept us stuck there sure enough. I caught someone who went to inform him. We spent the whole night sharpening our knives last night. I didn't expect it to actually come in handy. Last night, several people take turns, take everyone's sword, grinded them all. Good luck, there is no loss on our side. Pei Wu walked in carrying something in a plastic bag. Dropped on the ground. Hu Lai walked over and took a look, nodded. Zhang Wei glanced at it. It should be a human head. Because he is on the decapitated neck, saw the wolf tattoo. Now none of you can report the news, the Gecko is probably looking forward to it. Right? Chapter 254 The fight is over. You. Brother Mouse was immediately disheartened. Do you really think we climbed out of the window and escaped? Pei Wu said indifferently. How is this possible? You all obviously vomited blood. Rat poison cannot be fake. Dan Mingzai tried the medicine on live mice. Brother Mouse finally realized something was wrong. Let you understand clearly. Zhang Wei poured out a square glass bottle from his backpack. He threw it on the ground casually. What a coincidence. The night before yesterday you two were talking across the wall. I heard everything. And luckily I went there that day. Otherwise, I would have been caught by you all. I followed Dan Mingxi. Found a bottle of red ink in the school office. Diluted it randomly. And each of us had some. Which led to this drama. Maybe Dan Mingxi was too nervous. And he actually hid in the toilet. So he didn't notice these details. If he was a little more careful, he would have noticed it. Okay. It's your turn. Zhang Wei picked up the knife and stabbed it directly into Brother Haozi's heart. Brother Mouse's chest, suddenly it was like turning on a faucet. But this so-called rat brother, the moment of death, there was no more resistance. Everything is calm. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. It tastes like salted fish. A good medicine shop, it turned into a Shura field. It seemed that this was the first time Lin Xinqing had seen such a scene. No way, it's not them who die, that is when we perish. Uncle Hu Lai, go and get rid of those poisonous foods. Don't let others eat it by mistake. Zhang Wei started dragging the body on the ground. The remaining people, also in groups of 2, consciously joined in moving the corpse. How did you deal with the guy with the tattoo? Lu Ringjia asked Hu Dai. Oh, very simple, we buried a rope in the ground. As he trotted by, we hit on both sides of the street. I pulled it casually, it tripped him up. Everyone heard this. Stumbled in front of 2 well-prepared men. What does that mean? It goes without saying. 2 people can rush up in half a second, cut this man's throat. No wonder the 2 of them were able to bring the head of the wild wolf. Only then did Zhuang Cha realize how terrifying Zhang Wei's team was. It seems that Zhang Wei let a few of them go back before. They are truly walking on the razor's edge. Zhuang Cha joined Zhang Wei's moving work. You are so awesome, I didn't expect Mingzi to have such a little brother. Zhuang Cha gave a thumbs up. We are not the younger brothers of Big Mingzi, I just got to know him. Zhang Wei has no intention of becoming Demingzi's younger brother. His plans are great. The target is the entire old city. But before that, Zhang Wei plans to try his best to become the master of the hall under Demingzi's command. It's nice to enjoy the shade under the big tree. Fine, no? It's not. I didn't expect that according to your plan, we were unscathed. I thought it was the best outcome. More than half of them will be killed or injured. When I get up in the morning, I also prepared for the worst. Worst case scenario? I thought about dragging Mouse and Dan Mingxi to hell even if I risked my life. I didn't expect there would be no such opportunity, although you are a student, but your knowledge and mind are more mature than many adults. If we hadn't worshipped Moo Moo as the boss, I really want to hang out with you. Let's talk about it later. Maybe the wood will also mess with me. Zhang Wei waved his hand indifferently. Zhang Wei went to the bathroom. Find a mop. Just started mopping the floor. The ground is covered with blood. Many are just slightly set. Everyone, please speed up. Go out with 4 or 5 people to keep a lookout. The cordon was placed 1 kilometer away. That guy named Gecko, he won't let it go. Listen to the previous conversation. That guy in prison named Gecko, he is a character who must retaliate. After noticing the people he sent, after no news, it is very possible to take risks. Zhang Wei is not afraid of the large number of them, but I'm worried that those guys still have bullets in their guns. Even if there is only 1 magazine, 1 shuttle goes down, there must be someone on my side to deal with. Maybe he is his friend. What do we do next? Zhuang Cha seemed to regard Lin Feng as his backbone. Next, let's have a good rest. If I guess correctly, that guy Gecko won't act rashly again in the short term. During this time, we'll wait here. Look at that so-called boss of yours. Will you show up? Yes, I made an agreement with Mr. Mu before to use it. Around the Mid-Autumn Festival, meet near school, then I'll spread the people out. Leave at least 1 or 2 people at school. Zhuang Cha patted his head and said, just wait 2 or 3 days. Whether the wood is exposed or not, we all need to consider how to remove the nail in prison. A hard attack will definitely not work. Let me think. What method is best to use? Zhang Wei said as he said. I went to the room inside. The remaining people also went back to their rooms. They dispersed in droves. When Zhuang Cha left, patted Xiao Wu on the shoulder, said, I won't let you kill him. It's for your own good. This way you don't have to live in self-blame your whole life. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. Zhuang Cha glanced at his fork. Then he wrapped it carefully with a handkerchief. A bamboo tube was inserted. Maybe this fork weapon has some special meaning to him. But Zhang Wei was too lazy to ask in detail. On the contrary, Zhuang Cha was attracted by the 2 corpses on the ground. He knelt down and took a closer look. It turns out this is true. As mentioned above in martial arts novels, plants, trees, bamboos, and stones can be used as swords. I never thought that chopsticks can kill people. I thought I was showing weakness to the enemy by pretending to be faint. Unexpectedly, this boy deliberately let the mouse kick away his knife. We also prepared such weapons. It's really awesome. After Zhang Wei went to the room, finally relaxed. In fact, everything he did just now, the deception tactics he implemented, was a huge risk. Zhang Wei knew that if 3 or 5 people were to act out a play, there would be no problem. But if dozens of people were to cooperate in acting and pretend to be poisoned, it would undoubtedly be very difficult. Once exposed, in a small space like the hall, no matter how good they were, they would not be able to use their strength. What Zhang Wei was most worried about was that these people might come with guns. But, fortunately, none of these people carried hot weapons. At the same time, Zhang Wei also frowned. If none of these people had guns, then all the guns should be controlled by the prisoned Gecko. Although it is unknown how many bullets the Gecko has consumed on the zombies. But as a prison boss, he will definitely be reserved. Especially after seeing Moo Moo use a sniper rifle in high-precision sniping. This prison is really a turtle shell. Zhang Wei didn't know what to do for a moment. Chapter 255 The Farmer Appears. Zhang Wei and Zhuang Cha were around the old street. After waiting for 3 days and 3 nights, no one was seen showing up either. Person number 34 is here, didn't do anything else instead. He ate up all the potatoes stored in the mailing clinic. Old Man Lin's potatoes. It is originally planted on a piece of ground similar to a flower bed in the patio, or genetically modified from improved varieties. The output is just over 200 kilograms. But I can't stand dozens of people. Eat 3 meals a day. Fortunately, Zhang Wei had robbed a group of people in the billiard hall before. I replenished a lot of food. So although Lin Xinqing has no food here, but if there are seasonings, Soup with rice is enough. Can't waste too much time here. Zhang Wei counted the time with his fingers. The days for harvesting rice are numbered. Harvest of rice, there is a golden time. It lasts about 10 days and a half. If it takes too long, the rice will fall. To fall down is, the rice stems could not bear the weight of the rice ears, and fell to the ground. Before the zombie crisis broke out, it's not a big problem, because everyone only needs to take care of their own 1/3 of an acre of land. But in the last days, it is equivalent to the food being wasted. One is that manual harvesting is difficult. Another one is that the rice is damp, no place to dry out. Power was not restored in the suburbs, that kind of large rice drying machine, not usable at all. Zhang Wei is still thinking, where should we open the situation? A whistle came from the rooftop opposite. Zhang Wei knows, this is the person on guard delivering information to this side. They must have discovered something new. Because there was an agreement before, if it is an abnormality in the distance, just use a whistle instead. Danger or abnormality around, just use cat sounds instead. Zhang Wei immediately picked up his telescope and went to the roof of the opposite building. Person on duty, it was Lu Renjia and Zhuang Cha's younger brother named Xiao Wu. What's going on? Zhang Wei looked around in all directions. There seems to be nothing unusual. Over there. Lu Renjia pointed in one direction and said, What, survivor? Zhang Wei took out his telescope. Not long after, I found a group of ant-like things at the end of my field of vision. That's 4 or 5 kilometers away. It looks like a group of zombies. Fortunately, the weather is good, otherwise, you may not be able to see clearly. Wrong, there seems to be something guiding you from the front, that seems to be the direction of the prison. That big guy, what is it? Zhang Wei said with some surprise. Show me. Lu Renjia took the telescope from Zhang Wei. It looks like a car. Of course I know it's a car. The question is why there is such a strange car, like an excavator. Xiao Wu took Zhang Wei's telescope, just glanced at it, then he returned it, said, That's a tractor. Tractor? It feels different from when I was a kid. Lu Renjia nodded in agreement. Today's tractors all look like this. The wheels are extremely big, the body is also very high, but there is an advantage to such a tractor. It won't get stuck in the farmland, and it's burning diesel fuel. This person can't be a farmer. Can he? Zhang Wei can probably see the cab. It's the shape of a man. But at this time, Japan and China, the sun is also big. There was a wave of heat in the air. I couldn't see clearly for a while. The farmer is guiding the zombies towards the prison. In my memory, there is no information about the survivors in this prison. Could it be that people in prison? Was it served in a pot by the farmer? Xiao Wu, you are a person who came out of prison. Tell me what's going on over there, the specific direction of the road, the size of the prison, and the distribution of the various sections. Now Xiao Wu is gradually integrated with Zhang Wei and others, because they are almost the same age. I don't know who the farmer you are talking about is, but if he goes in that direction, that's a dead end. Why do you say that? Because the end of that road is prison. It's the towering prison wall. As for the Gecko group, in order to defend against zombies, the door has been closed long ago. The prison gate is more than 5 meters high. There is also a 2-meter-high barbed wire fence on top. Unless he is driving a crane, or use an excavator to break down the door, otherwise, you can't get in. Can't the tractor get in? It's useless. The walls of prisons are very thick. They are all set up to prevent prisoners from escaping. The kind of plot where you smash a wall or dig a hole to escape. Many of them only appear in foreign movies. Xiao Wu's words are easy to understand. That is, if that person is a farmer, he drives a tractor, definitely not going to jail. And if he is followed by a group of zombies, as soon as he leaves, there is absolutely no return. When Zhang Wei looked through the telescope again, more zombies are gathering from all directions. Join the zombie team. This one is called a farmer. It seems certain that he will die. Zhang Wei has already understood from his heart. Think of that person as a farmer. Even if that tractor can run in the farmland, there is no way he can escape the siege of zombies. Unless people in prison put a rope or something, hang the farmer up. But there are so many zombies, if they gather around the prison, that will attract more zombies to the prison. People inside either stick to it, either choose before the prison is surrounded. Leaving prison, because of prison food, it's definitely limited. You won't necessarily die. Xiao Wu thought for a while, and said, What makes you think he'll survive? Lu Renjia was a little unhappy that Xiao Wu questioned Zhang Wei. There is another way. There is also a hidden road. You can run out. Unless it's a sewer. Lu Renjia, who has been to the city center before, I immediately thought of the sewer. No, not a sewer, it is a mountain road. There is a road on the right side of the prison that leads to the Chinese herbal medicine garden. Inmates in our prisons, sometimes under the supervision of prison guards, work there. It was a deserted road. It was cleaned up artificially by us. A dozen of us escaped from prison before. That's the same path I took, and got rid of most of the zombies. Then follow that road, climb over the wall to get to the toilet. If I'm not wrong, that rat brother who was in contact with Danming Temple, it must have come from that road. 2. When Xiao Wu said this, Zhang Wei I remembered Brother Mouse, who was secretly meeting Danming Temple outside the wall that day. It seems that he did not enter the school. Can a tractor run on that road? If we can save the farmer, Zhang Wei still doesn't mind taking risks. Cannot, only 1 meter wide, but motorcycles or mountain bikes, that's fine. You said a motorcycle can run on that mountain road? Zhang Wei's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 256 The rider arrives. Not so with mountain bikes, and riding a mountain bike, when going uphill, he probably can't outrun the zombies either. But motorcycles, Zhang Wei did know that there was one. It was Lu Dolly who gave him the motorcycle key himself. The car needs a shelter behind the school cafeteria. When Zhang Wei went to eavesdrop a few days ago, I even went out of my way to inspect the car. There's still gasoline in it. I know where the motorcycles are. If you confirm, there is a road leading to the school. Do you want to save that person? Do you know that person? Xiao Wu didn't understand. Why would Zhang Wei be so interested in a stranger? That's right. Zhang Wei answered casually. I can't tell Xiao Wu. It's because he needs someone to farm. How far is it from there to the prison? Very close. It's just over a kilometer, in fact. This is not a straight line distance. The man driving the tractor, it seems like he is taking a long detour on purpose, so as to attract more zombies. Zhang Wei took out the telescope again. I found that it was exactly what Xiao Wu said. That tractor driver, when approaching the prison area, then he took another roughly parallel road, started walking back. And the zombies in the mountains and forests were also attracted more. This person has a grudge against the prison people. Zhang Wei felt that the person was doing something with the intention of dying. The enemy of the enemy is a friend. If we want to completely solve this hidden danger in the prison, we should save this person by the way. Zhang Wei made a decision in his heart instantly. You continue to watch here. We can't confirm the identity of that person. Nor can we be sure whether he is from the prison or what he is doing. Just keep alert, Zhang Wei said casually when he went downstairs. At this time, many people have been attracted by the whistle that just blew, probably also know what happened. Boss, are you planning to go deep into the tiger's den? Lu Renjiao was a little geared up. Go deep into the ball. Just take a closer look. Those people have guns. Zhang Wei ignored Lu Renjiao. I started stuffing some things into my backpack. Seeing Lu Renjiao, he still wanted to go together. Zhang Wei refused directly. There is no other reason. It's because neither of them is very good at motorcycles. After all, he is just a student in high school, not as good as those speedsters who race every day. Zhang Wei knows how to ride a motorcycle. At least there are no problems starting and running on the motorcycle. What do we need to do? Hu Lai saw Zhang Wei's formation. He probably guessed that he wanted to go to the prison. You go to a dozen people, go to the school to meet you. I didn't know I was going there this time. Will it attract zombies? People who go, everyone brought 3 days worth of food reserves. Just put a few kilograms of rice in it. If the school is under siege, when the time comes, we will work together inside and outside to clean up the zombies. In fact, what Zhang Wei is most worried about is, it's not about attracting zombies. Instead, bring people in prison here. But the terrain of the school is very familiar. Even if people from the prison follow, Zhang Wei is also confident. Use the terrain to fight them. Certainly, the premise is that it is at night. Wouldn't it be a bit risky to go like this? Hu Lai disapproved of Zhang Wei's departure. I won't go there on foot. Behind the cafeteria of Old City High School, there is a motorcycle. I'll drive that one. At this time, most of the zombies around, they were all attracted to the zombie swarm over there in the prison. There are only sporadic zombies here, on the contrary. It is safer. But I need someone familiar to lead the way. Although Zhang Wei plans to go, but I won't rely on it so blindly. Since it is a hidden path, don't find someone who has walked that road. It definitely won't work. The farmer didn't have much time for him to find the route. Zhuang Cha seemed to have guessed Zhang Wei's thoughts. He also picked up his weapons. I brought my backpack. Wait at the door. You going with me? Zhang Wei looked at the man who killed people with a fork. No one knows me better, and other people don't know how to ride motorcycles. Are you going to wait for your wooden boss here? Brother Moo must have shown up long ago. He is a man of his word. If it has not appeared by this time, that means being delayed by other things. Many of our other individuals stay here. Same thing. Zhang Wei nodded after listening. He originally planned to call that Xiaowu, but Zhuang Cha is willing to go with him. Same thing. A person who can get along with the gangsters in prison, and someone who can lead a small team to break out from the zombie siege. There should still be something to some extent. Xiao Wei called several old friends together. I gave some instructions. Then he set off with weapons. Both of them are strong, only less than 10 minutes. Just avoided the sporadic zombies. Arrived next to the canteen. Zhang Wei handed the keys to the motorcycle to Zhuang Cha. Signaled him to drive. On the one hand, Zhang Wei wanted to try Zhuang Cha's driving skills. On the other hand, Zhang Wei didn't know if the motorcycle that hadn't been used in the past half-month could still be started. It's best to let Zhuang Cha do the operation. Zhuang Cha inserted the key. A gentle step. The roar came out. A plume of black smoke came out of the motorcycle's exhaust pipe. This is a men's motorcycle. Zhang Wei stepped forward directly. Walk. Zhuang Cha calmly took out his gloves and put them on. Then he pinned the scabbard to his waist. If you encounter zombies, he can drive at work. The other one holds a knife. This is a bit dangerous. You concentrate on driving. If you encounter chasing zombies on the road, I'll take care of it. Zhang Wei went out this time. I brought a lot of chopsticks. There are already many weapons of different lengths, naturally. It also includes the most convenient butcher knife. With the blessing of motor vehicles, very fast, just a few breaths, we approached the school gate. The two came from the guard room at the door, pushing a motorcycle out. It only took a few minutes to reach the foot of the wall. This way. Zhuang Cha said towards a country road not far away. Fortunately, it hasn't rained in the past few days, otherwise the road must be muddy. Zhuang Cha corrected the direction of the motorcycle. Just head that way. The path leads to a mountainous area 300 to 500 meters above sea level. This is the unique hilly terrain along the coast here. 300 to 500 meters. Most of this area is a coastal plain. It's already considered a mountain. It was a bit difficult for the motorcycle to carry two people. There was a huge roar. But luckily, I didn't encounter any zombies along the way. When we were running away from the prison, kill all the zombies on the road. There are mountains on both sides of this road. As long as there are no zombies on the road, there are no zombies anywhere else. I probably guessed it otherwise. That guy Brother Mouse. It won't be late at night. Dare to come out and meet people. Let's go directly to the prison. Find a place with a good view and take a look. Chapter 257. Approaching the prison. After climbing the hillside, Zhang Wei indeed saw a Chinese herbal medicine garden of several hundred acres. I think the place described by Lin Xinqing before is here. This place is similar to a mountain basin, and it is a certain distance away from the school, so even if you stand in the tallest building of the school, you can't see the whole picture of this place. But after climbing the hillside, Zhang Wei was able to get a glimpse of the whole picture. This plantation, except for a few places with tea and other plants, the rest of the place is unknown medicinal materials or a wasteland. But Zhang Wei knows, those deserted places are also likely to have medicinal plants. The medicinal materials are just planted in the soil. Stop obsessing over these messy things. Zhang Wei set his sights in the direction of the prison. The prison at this time is clearly visible. Let me tell you about the situation in prison. Zhuang Cha drove the motorcycle slowly. The introduction started. The whole prison is alive with survivors. There may be more than 70 or 80 people, because when we fled, many people are trapped in their rooms. Maybe the actual number is higher. Even if we killed more than 30 of Mouse's group, but we can't take it lightly. There were at least 50 people on the opposite side. And these rats, they are all stupid, people who are not strong in fighting ability, those who can really fight. No one came out. Are geckos good at fighting? I heard that I played Muay Thai for several years in Southeast Asia. However, he was beaten to the ground by Brother Mu for several rounds. Is Wit so powerful? Brother Mu also has some skills. He said it was with his old college. Big Mingzi. Zhang Wei suddenly thought of the person he had interacted with in the supermarket. That fight, more like a joke. Demingzi treated him, and Yi Xiao by his children. Zhuang Cha continued, the layout of the prison, just like what you look like now, it is a regular hexagonal honeycomb structure. A bit similar to the Pentagon in the United States, it's just an extra corner. The whole inside is divided into 6 areas. The main entrance is the administrative area, the original life scope of prison wardens, prison guards and others. The 5 areas behind, corresponding to the ABCD area at that time. Brother Mu was locked up in Area E. Middle position, it's a watchtower, there are snipers on alert. To prevent someone from jailbreaking, the common scope of activities of the 5 districts, it's an area under the tower. I heard that people in Area E, they are all serious criminals. Many of them have to be placed in solitary confinement. It is said that there are only about 10 people in the entire E area. I heard Brother Moose said this. Most people in Area E, they are all death row prisoners, or a serious criminal serving a life sentence. There are also important witnesses for the police. He was detained in Area E just to avoid suicide. Is there such a thing? The first thing Zhang Wei thought of was, could the Wood also be a witness? Otherwise, why would Stickman Wang Yukon let Sha Nao keep looking for him? Zhuang Cha nodded. After going up the mountain, the road has become much easier, probably to facilitate the transportation of medicinal materials. There are 2 or 3 wide roads in the mountains. Although it can't drive a big truck, but there is still no problem with tricycles and rickshaws. Zhang Wei also saw the ropeway not far away. It seems that there are a lot of medicinal materials. It was transported down via ropeway, otherwise it would be a waste of time. Maybe when zombies are chasing you, you can slide down through this ropeway, but I don't know where the end is. That cableway has been shut down. It was to prevent prisoners from escaping. When we were doing labor reform, we were all shackled. Zhuang Cha stopped Zhang Wei's guess. After walking 300 to 500 meters of gentle mountain road, he arrived at another downhill road. Zhang Wei looked along the end of the road. Because the road was crooked and blocked by trees, he could not see the end for a while. But according to the estimation just now at the top of the mountain, this location is about 700 to 800 meters away from the prison. It's right in front, Zhuang Cha reminded, and slowed the motorcycle. The last 200 meters, we walked and touched it. Walk? Wouldn't it be a bit risky? Zhuang Cha was a little skeptical. No, driving is an adventure. One is the roar of motorcycles. Will attract zombies on the other hand. None of Mouse's group went back. Prison Gecko and others, I must have been alert. Maybe a cordon has been put outside the prison. Let's drive directly over like this. It is possible to be beaten into a hornet's nest by a gun. Zhuang Cha thought about it. What Zhang Wei said does make sense. At this time, I can only touch it quietly. So after walking for a while, stop the motorcycle, and turn the front of the car in the direction you came from. If this situation is not right, it is also convenient for us to drive on motorcycles instantly, Zhuang Cha explained. In fact, there is another reason why Zhang Wei did this. He didn't confirm whether that person was the so-called farmer. If not, then he wished that the man would bring the zombies and fight with the people in the prison, both of whom would lose. Then he looks for opportunities to pick up the slack. No one in the prison can be left behind. This was Zhang Wei's first thought. Because these people have been completely offended. And when Zhang Wei doesn't want to run his own herb garden or farm in the future, there is also the risk of being robbed and attacked from behind. The two of them walked through the jungle holding knives and leaning forward. As Zhuang Cha said, this is indeed a relatively hidden path. It was originally supposed to be a mountain road 2 or 3 meters wide. But the vegetation on both sides grew wildly. Within the middle, there is only more than 1 meter left. This made it easier for the two of them to hide. Not long after, Zhang Wei passed through the gap in the woods. I saw the prison building. There are also high-rise barbed wire fences. Zhang Wei knows, the people in the prison will definitely arrange for people to be on duty, occupy the commanding heights. So he crouched, try not to make too many movements. The height of the watchtower is 22 meters. You could overlook the entire prison perimeter, if we want to get close to the prison without being discovered, unless it's against the wall. Zhuang Cha gestured, approximate distance. The area of this prison, not under school. I didn't expect that a small place like the old city would. There is such a big prison. The old city was originally a place of 3 religions and 9 streams. A mixed bag of fish and dragons, and not just the old city, prisoners in New Town. They were also imprisoned here. This is why there are 60 or 70 prison guards here. So that's how it is. Could it be that the prisoners here? Do you still have anything to do with Xinqing district? Zhang Wei casually grabbed a few handfuls of grass and trees, weave it into a grass ring, and wear it on your head. What's this? Camouflage. Zhuang Cha didn't know why. Seeing Zhang Wei take out a plastic bag from his pocket, he smeared some black powder on his face. Zhang Wei's face. Suddenly zebra-like stripes appeared. Chapter 258 Desperate Pursuit. Are you using the same tactics as Special Forces? Zhuang Cha was somewhat speechless. Not just that, this way you can avoid being recognized. Haven't you seen the gorillas? It's the same disguise as that one. Last time he went out at night, Zhang Wei even smeared a layer of soot on his teeth. But now it's daytime, there's no point. A grass ring is enough to avoid being seen by others at a glance. Zhuang Cha followed suit and spat some soot on his face. Then I also made a grass ring casually. Now they both looked like they were from Africa. Don't move too much, try to be as naked as possible. Zhang Wei looked in the direction of the prison. It seems that high-rise buildings have glass windows that reflect light. But at this time, the attention of people in prison, they should all be attracted by the zombies. No one noticed Zhang Wei and Zhuang Cha here. How do we get in touch with the person you're talking about? Zhuang Cha looked at everything around him repeatedly. Go out at this time. It's like a living target. Even if you are not surrounded by zombies, he will also be killed by people in prison. Wait here, since that person deliberately led the zombies to the prison, so when we got close to the prison, he will definitely walk around the prison, so that the zombies can completely surround you. In this case, he will pass right under our noses. Instead of rushing out so early, it is also easy for him to misunderstand that we are prisoners. It's better to stay here. See what happens. Zhang Wei and Zhuang Cha continued to move forward for dozens of meters. Then he crawled on the ground, waiting for the zombies to approach. The roar of the tractor comes from far away, and from near to far. 10 minutes later, it slowly became clear. The roar of zombies, Zhang Wei also became slightly nervous. For the enemy, there is still human nature that can be exploited, but zombies, but it doesn't make any sense. Feeling that the zombies should have approached 200 meters away, Zhang Wei began to carefully plan his next move. Why was there no gunshot? That's right, the approaching zombies this time, at least 1 or 2,000, even if you shoot, it's just a waste of bullets. Maybe the prisoner inside. Never used a gun in my life. Zhang Wei knows, unless you are a soldier, otherwise. It is really possible that I have never held a gun since I was a child. Not to mention assembling, aiming and shooting. Not bad at close range, maybe 10 shots from a long distance. None of them could hit a single shot. Zhang Wei took out his telescope, looking toward some of the windows of the prison building. Sure enough, the figure is graceful. There seemed to be a lot of people moving around. And the direction of the prison, there were also bustling quarrels. Zombies are very sensitive to this sound. All of a sudden he ran like crazy, just head towards the prison. Are we still waiting here? This was the first time Zhuang Cha had seen such a battle. Hundreds of zombies. They rushed in like a group army. This is beyond human power. Unless you are fully armed, a suit of iron armor. You wait here, I'll go over there and have a look. Once things go wrong, we ran away immediately. You are close to the motorcycle, just start it first. Zhang Wei slowly leaned towards the corner of the prison's outer wall. After walking out for dozens of steps, the field of view has become even better. I only saw the tractor 100 meters away, hitting the prison door. However, since the tractor tires are spit out, the car body cannot come into contact with the door at all. It bounced back immediately upon impact. And the people inside seemed to be aware of the abnormality outside, a piece of marble as big as a head, being thrown out of it. It just hit the windshield of the tractor. Man driving a tractor, looking back, found that the zombies were approaching. I had to give up and continue hitting the door. Change the direction of Zhang Wei. It doesn't matter this turn. He happened to see Zhang Wei sneaking up against the wall and waving to him. The driver hesitated for a while. Another marble fell next to it, hit the roof of his car. Seeing the zombies approaching from behind, the driver gritted his teeth and headed in the direction of Zhang Wei. Looking at the middle-aged man coming towards him, Zhang Wei has confirmed that he is the so-called farmer. Because on the hook next to his seat, there is a straw hat. For this thing, Zhang Wei is really familiar with it. This way. Zhang Wei shouted loudly. At this time, there is no point in hiding anymore. The tractor stepped on the accelerator and headed in the direction of Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei immediately ran in the direction of Zhuang Cross just now. The tractor behind quickly followed suit. It was at this time, a small side door of the prison. It was open from the inside. 3 or 5 prisoners in gray prison uniforms holding firearms, standing on guard at the door. A dozen more people walked out. All of them were holding heavy instruments such as sticks. There were more people running out, people behind. Many of them are carrying luggage and packages. Not good, the people in the prison are planning to break out. Zhang Wei previously guessed, if the prison food is not enough, these prisoners who were initially worried about being killed by wooden sniper rifles, in desperation, they will also break out of prison. And now, approaching zombies, it was the straw that broke the camel's back. Go quickly, in this direction. Zhang Wei pointed to a hidden path not far away. Then he immediately jumped on the farmer's tractor. Who are you? The farmer was very wary of Zhang Wei. The sworn enemies of those in the prison, Let's go, otherwise it will be too late. 40 or 50 people in prison, the dark distance is at the door of the small door. Then under the command of a man with little dreadlocks, he came directly in the direction of Zhang Wei. Oops, if there is no road behind the prison, they must be running in the same direction as us, and that rat brother, I guess I have already forgotten everything related to school. Tell this group of people in prison, it seems they are planning to. Went directly to school. This group of people participated in labor reform in the herb garden. Everyone must know such a path. Where does this road go? The farmer saw the prisoner clinging to him, immediately hit the accelerator. Suddenly the tractor emitted a burst of black smoke. But the speed has also improved a lot. At least it has reached 40 yards speed. But at this speed, it's still much slower than a person's sprint speed of 100 meters. Fortunately, the people in the prison were very cautious. Did not pursue the fleeing farmer instead. Locked the side door. Then he came slowly and slowly. How did you offend them? Zhang Wei looked at this brave farmer, who was not afraid of death. If Zhang Wei hadn't just told him to run this way, he must die. My name is Nong Qingchuan, Farmer's Farm, is a local. Nong Qingchuan said loudly. I didn't offend them. It was they who offended me, a girl from my neighbor's house. I was ruined by those guys. This girl is also a cousin of mine. I want to avenge her. You lead the zombies towards the prison. Do you want to die with them? Zhang Wei looked at this crazy guy. What else does Nong Qingchuan want to say? There are several people behind you. Appeared in the rearview mirror. Zhang Wei estimated the distance. It's only about 50 or 60 meters away. Chapter 259 School Reunion. I saw the person in the rearview mirror. After having no weapons in hand, Zhang Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the two men with guns, he should be Gecko's confidant. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to pursue him at this time. I guess Gecko also guessed that all his men were wiped out. The tractor traveled less than 100 meters. It was a bit difficult to climb uphill. Hang neutral, let it go back. Let's jump off the bus. Zhang Wei suggested. Are you crazy? This is our only means of transportation. After seeing that there is an escape passage here, the farmer no longer planned to die with the people in prison. It's okay, just pick it up later. You put out the fire. These guys couldn't start for a while. There is our motorcycle in front of us. Let's use that to run away. While Zhang Wei was talking, Zhuang Cha's back has appeared in the field of vision. The motorcycle had been set on fire by him. He was looking anxiously behind him. The farmer saw the same paint on Zhuang Cha's face as Zhang Wei. There was finally no doubt. Just put out the fire. The two of them jumped out of the car. Although the slope is not very large, but the tractor in neutral, or slowly fall back. This just makes the road, which is not wide, it was completely blocked. Zhang Wei knows, this won't stop those behind for long. Get on the motorcycle. The two of them ran wildly, after all, fell into the hands of those in prison. What will be the outcome? You can figure it out with your toes. He helped the farmer into the back seat. Zhang Wei helped push the motorcycle from behind. Finally, at the moment when the motorcycle started, he also sat down on it. Fortunately, this is a men's motorcycle. Other motorcycles, it may not be able to bear the weight of 3 adults. Especially when going uphill. They're going to ride away. Chase quickly. There were shouts from behind. A roar, a puff of black smoke came out. The motorcycle flew dozens of meters away in an instant. Zhang Wei turned around and looked. The people behind had just crossed the tractor. Go directly to school, don't stop. In front of so many vicious criminals, only the school can give Zhang Wei a certain sense of security. Moreover, Zhang Wei also arranged manpower in advance, pick up from the prison side. If there really is a chaotic fight, you may not suffer a loss. Street fighting and field fighting are different. Just a few breaths, Zhang Wei and others' motorcycles came to the downhill slope. Return the same way, go in through the school gate. Zhang Wei knows, you can't lead people in the direction of the old street at this time. There are old, weak, sick, disabled and young people over there. To deal with this group of guys, it is best to use this area of the school. But unfortunately, there are not too many zombies, otherwise they can be used to consume their manpower. In less than 2 minutes, Zhang Wei and others approached the school wall. The farmer saw that the two men were familiar with the road, and asked in surprise, "Are you students of this school?" At this time, Zhuang Cha was also wearing a school uniform collected in the school, which was very eye-catching. I guess so, we are in a life-and-death battle with the prison gang. What do you think? Zhang Wei couldn't help but look at the man called the farmer. No matter how good he is at fighting, a farmer, he can't beat 4 people with 2 fists. I don't know. You saved my life. I'll just follow your command. Okay, Then it's settled. Let's go hide in the school first. We have a good place. Zhang Wei remembered the basement of the cafeteria and the canteen. There is a secret passage that leads to the bottom of the guard's room of the girls' dormitory. This is their first escape route. As long as the people in prison, without exploring deeply, there will be no problem if you hide there for the time being. Explore deeply, unexpectedly. They don't have the courage. After all, more than 30 people disappeared without any news. Presumably the gecko at this time, I was also panicking inside. The gecko should have already known that, his people, either he was surrounded by zombies and died, or be eaten by a larger force. When Zhang Wei entered the school gate, people came out of every building inside. It seems that Hu Lai and others arranged the manpower, distributed in various buildings. To all the people, call them all down, scatter half the people to places other than school, the rest of the people, bring personal food, the knife never leaves your hand, we might have a tough fight. Zhang Wei hid the motorcycle in the shed behind the canteen. He turned back and said, the people in prison came here on foot. If the speed is fast, it will arrive in about half an hour. In such a short time, we didn't have time to set the trap. It's too late to formulate a strategy. Everyone spread out. Those who are not familiar with the school terrain, go hide somewhere else. At 10 o'clock in the evening, let's see if there is a chance to meet again. The number of enemies, more than 50 people, many of them carry guns. We cannot go head to head. If there is no chance of fighting, in 3 days we will meet at Merlin Clinic. If it really can't be done, Zhang Wei also gave up harvesting autumn grain. Saving lives is the most important thing. If you need food, you can look for it somewhere else. When everyone heard Zhang Wei's unprecedented seriousness, they became cautious. After all, they all participated in the recent cleanup of prisoners in the prison. This is a deadly feud, which cannot be resolved in a short time. The crowd dispersed and began to do their own things. Hu Lai came over and took a curious look at the people Zhang Wei and Zhuang Cha brought back. Nong Qingchuan had dark skin and a strong body, and he looked like the farmer described by Zhang Wei. I think I've seen you before. You're from school. Right. Nong Qingchuan looked at Hu Lai and said, who are you? I'm the captain of the 8th Brigade of this village. When your store was stocked, the trucks often passed by my house. I bought a few packs of cigarettes from you. That was several years ago. Oh, I remember now. You are the farmer. Farmer? What does that mean? This is the nickname we gave you. You may not know it yet. We went there on purpose to save you. Zhang Wei added quickly. Help me. Did you also go out of your way to save me? Our team needs a talent like you. By the way, what do you mean by this? Has anyone saved you? Well, a month and a half ago, there is a man with a short haircut, climbed over the wall of my house, just to get a drink of water. I left him to eat some food. He used a steel bar, helped deal with the zombies around. There are probably dozens of them. The corpses were piled up into a hill. The man was wearing a prison uniform. He should also be in prison. Is he carrying a gun? Zhuang Cha asked excitedly. It's like carrying something like a lump of wood. Wrap everything with rag strips. The man was careful. Is that a gun? That person must be the wooden boss. Zhuang Cha said excitedly. Chapter 260 Zombie Attack. Wood. It seems to be indeed a lump of wood, like burning a fire stick. The farmer recalled. No, I mean what's on his back. That's not wood, that's a gun. His name is Wood. If Zhuang Cha and the others are right, Zhang Wei remembered that it should be an AWM sniper rifle. Where did the wood go? Zhang Wei asked a question. The farmers all took the zombies alone to find others and die together. The wood that appeared here a month and a half ago, it must have gone to other places. Have no idea. He asked me to borrow some summer clothes and left in a hurry. Went to the city center side. City center? Zhang Wei suddenly remembered the bobcat chasing the wood. If the wood went to the city center, that means the lynx is going in the right direction. It's just this man with a sniper rifle. Where did it go? Never mind. We can't waste any more time here. Hide it first and then talk about it. Uncle Hu Lai, come here. We change our plans. Change to dawn. Zhang Wei whispered a few words quietly. Several people are talking. A lot of time was wasted again. Seeing the people in various buildings around, all have generally left. Zhang Wei didn't plan to stay any longer. I'll take you to a safe place. Zhang Wei and other brothers gathered around 20 or 30 people. He was led directly to the direction of the girls' dormitory. In order to avoid being discovered by others, Zhang Wei placed many zombie corpses in the canteen. After the rolling shutter is pushed open, a stench, I don't believe anyone would want to go down to the basement and explore it carefully. After Zhuangcha followed Zhang Wei to the room below the pump room, pushing the bed away from Zhang Wei opened a secret passage. Feeling amazed. Then 20 or 30 people filed in, broken pipes inside, there was the sound of water flowing. Where there is water, there is enough oxygen. No one is worried about suffocation. From now on, until late at night, let's all stop making any noise. If it is necessary to annihilate all these people, it is necessary for people to cooperate internally and externally. Those who went to places other than school, harassment on the periphery, and we unexpectedly attack from behind. Only in this way, only then will there be a chance to win. I listen to you, boss. Quiet. Let's listen to what's going on campus. If I'm not wrong, those in prison, it should have also attracted a large number of zombies. In this case, they will be busy. Zhang Wei vaguely heard the roar of the zombies again. When those people came out of the side door of the prison, he stayed for a while. Some zombies must have noticed them. Really, only 10 minutes passed. The zombies' voices are becoming clearer and clearer. It seemed like it was nearby. Zhang Wei knows this should be the Gecko group that has entered the school. And now, Zhang Wei looked at the time. It's only 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Let's recharge our batteries. At the previously agreed time, we meet at 10 o'clock in the evening. Zhang Wei decided, go out and have a look again at 10 o'clock. Even if there are 50 or 60 geckos spread across such a large campus, there should only be 5 or 6 people in each building. When the night is dark, that's the real opportunity. In order to avoid accidentally injuring teammates, the Gecko people should not shoot randomly. Time passed slowly, minute by minute. All people, they all seemed a little nervous. This kind of tension is not only caused by the Gecko group, it was mostly due to the roars of zombies coming from around. It seems that Gecko and the others are clinging to the school. Or the number of zombies outside the campus is still increasing. Because the roaring sound grows over time, not much less. Shall we go out? Seeing that the time is approaching, Zhuangcha couldn't help but ask. The farmer also tightened his grip on a knife in his hand. Wait a minute. Zhang Wei looked at the time on his watch. The 5-minute countdown has entered. He is waiting, wait for a definite signal. Bang! There seemed to be a dull sound coming from the surface. Then the roar of the zombies became clearer. What's going on? Now everyone knows. It seems that zombies have entered the campus. Don't be nervous. It was I who arranged for Hulai, pushed the accelerator with a wooden stick, control a car, knocked open the school door. Now, let's just wait and see the good show. Block. Can't be blocked. What do Gecko people use to block? It's good if they can avoid the incoming zombies. There is no vision at this time. If you make a fire for lighting instead, they are a living target for zombies. Night, it's fair to everyone. Zhang Wei vaguely heard the words. It seemed like the roar of a zombie. This tunnel is too far from the surface. He is also posted near the entrance, only vaguely heard some. I have asked Hulai to contact people outside. We'll take action at dawn at that time. The enemy was the most lax. The inside should be coordinated with the outside. It should be able to catch you off guard. What now? Zhao Zhenxiong was also among the crowd underground. Now let's have a good rest, eat and drink enough. People outside have too much time to take care of themselves at this moment. Everyone is probably running to higher ground. No one will notice us underground. But for safety, I'll go out quietly to have a look. Zhang Wei asked the rest of the people not to move. And he quietly returned to the dormitory manager's room of the girls' dormitory from the entrance of the dormitory manager's room. The roar of the zombies suddenly became clear. Outside the control door of the girls' dormitory, there were a large number of zombies wandering around. However, the door of the girls' dormitory showed no signs of being opened. Those prisoners probably haven't been to this building. Brother Halsey should have introduced various places in the school before. There is an iron gate at the entrance of the faculty apartment, which should be the most suitable for defense. I just don't know if these guys are gathered together or dispersed. While thinking, Zhang Wei heard fighting and shouting not far away again. Hey, some of them went to the teaching building? Although it is convenient to go up to the teaching building, but it's not easy to defend, because the classroom windows are transparent, zombies can easily jump over the corridor and crush it. But their poor defense is a great benefit for us. Zhang Wei wandered around the deaf uncle's kitchen several times. I found 3 or 5 ceramic dishes. He threw it fiercely in the direction of the teaching building. The cracking sound indeed attracted nearby zombies to go in that direction. It's perfect. Remember, after throwing, Zhang Wei hid in the darkness. After 3 or 5 minutes, after confirming that there are no abnormalities, he just came out again. This time, Zhang Wei went directly to the upper floors of the girls' dormitory. Although the girls' dormitory only has 5 floors, but the view from the top, definitely better. Zhang Wei wants to overlook, only then can we confirm the number of zombies on campus and the range distribution of enemies. Chapter 261 Campus War. Zhang Wei sneaked to the 5th floor. He wanted to confirm the specific distribution of geckos and humans. In a place like school, many buildings have small spaces inside. Prisoners are also mortal bodies. For a whole night, if they are all in a high-intensity state of fighting against zombies, no matter what, there will be a moment of relaxation. And at that time, Zhang Wei is looking for loopholes to exploit. Maybe it will catch you off guard. With only a little bit of moonlight, Zhang Wei secretly came to the 5th floor. This is already the relative highest height of the girls' dormitory. As for going to the rooftop on the top floor, doesn't make much sense. On the contrary, it is easier to be discovered by people in higher-rise buildings. Leaning against the guardrail of the corridor, Zhang Wei slowly looked outside. There were crowds of people everywhere on campus. Those are wandering zombies. Among them, there is a teaching building not far away. There are obviously more zombies. The dishes Zhang Wei just threw out, sure enough. It successfully attracted the zombies in that direction. At this time, there was no human voice in the teaching building. It is estimated that the people inside realized that this would bring danger. Maybe it's the people over there, hiding in the classroom or teacher's office. Zhang Wei went around to the other side of the corridor. You can see half of the campus from here. As expected, all over the campus, both are filled with large numbers of wandering zombies. The locomotive crashed into the door. It also attracted zombies. Zhang Wei had to lament that the farmer was self-defeating. If he hadn't attracted zombies all over the suburbs, brought to prison, he also asked prisoners from the prison to be brought to school. At this time, they may have direct confrontation with people in prison. After having zombies, it would be better for Zhang Wei and others. One is that Zhang Wei and others are familiar with the terrain. The other one is Zhang Wei letting everyone. 3 days' worth of rations were prepared. Food rations for these 3 days, eat sparingly, change 3 meals a day to 2 meals. There is no problem if you take it for 5 days. And the reason why Zhang Wei, taking huge risks, also whispered to Hu Lai to find a way to break open the school door. There is only one purpose. He wanted to use this to consume the ammunition of Gecko and others. Zhang Wei was not sure how many bullets were left in Gecko's gun, but as a prison boss, in order to shock everyone, he would leave some no matter what. Unless in extreme circumstances where life is threatened. It is possible to shoot all the bullets at the zombies. In another direction, there was also a large-scale surge of zombies. This made Zhang Wei confirm that Gecko's people, after entering the school, should have been divided into several waves. This made Zhang Wei very happy, which would allow him to find an opportunity to defeat them one by one. These guys, the Geckos, just entered the school, should have been searching separately, but I didn't expect that the school gate could be knocked open by someone. Zhang Wei said to himself. Zhang Wei observed on the balcony for more than half an hour, and finally went down slowly back to the cellar. This cave dug by the Kai family actually became a temporary shelter for the surviving team. Zhang Wei didn't expect such a day to come. I thought that after leaving school, I would never come back. Boss, how is the situation on the ground? Zhao Zhenxiong still wants to smoke a cigarette, but someone stopped him. In this airtight place, if you smoke and cough, it will attract people's attention. If the exit is blocked by someone, just serve it in one pot. The situation outside is not very clear. It would be nice to have night vision goggles like the Lynx. No matter what, we'll go out again at dawn. The zombies coming in, not much to say. There are always 300 to 500. The situation at night is unclear. The people in Gecko don't dare to attack rashly. We can just stand still. What about the brothers outside? Brothers outside? I've asked Hu Lai to send them a message. We'll try our best after daybreak. Zhang Wei said as he said, while pouring some fried rice from a mineral water bottle. Just swallow it with a sip of water. Such a bottle, there is an advantage. Fried rice will not be contaminated. It will not deteriorate. It's still crispy and delicious when eaten. Zhang Wei also tried carrying rice balls and other things, but it is not well preserved. Maybe after winter comes, try making some rice balls. Just when everyone is ready, when planning to take a good rest, it became noisy again outside. It seems that the roars of the zombies have become more intensive, mixed with shouts from the staff. Wrong, I'll go out and check the situation. Zhang Wei got out from under the bed again. This time in order to get a better view, Zhang Wei went directly to the rooftop of the girls' dormitory. Then he crawled on the ground carefully, slowly climbed to the edge of the rooftop. Even if people from far away can see it, you would also think that Zhang Wei is a corpse. What's more, it's at night when the visibility is very poor. The reason why Zhang Wei is so cautious is, I am worried that the other party will be at the commanding heights. There is a gunman present. During World War II, the shooting range of the little Japanese .38 rifle is about 800 meters. If the prison guard had other guns, at least 300 to 500 meters is still possible. When Zhang Wei looked outside, I couldn't help being surprised. Because of the empty space in the playground, there are several unknown objects burning. Spitting flames, it shot several meters into the sky. And the zombies around, also attracted by burning objects, gathered towards the source of the fire. Suddenly, another huge object dropped from the rooftop in the distance. Fell to the ground, there was a metallic sound. It's a liquefied gas tank. Zhang Wei suddenly understood, this falling and burning thing, it's a liquefied gas tank. The faculty apartments of Old City High School do not have gas pipes. Instead, the traditional liquefied gas tank is missing. The explosive power of this kind of can, when Zhang Wei and others were fighting against the apes, already learned. Zhang Wei suddenly understood, it's someone on the upper floor of the faculty apartment, unscrewed the valve of the liquefied gas tank, then lit it and threw it down. Due to the inertia of rolling these cans, after falling to the ground, there was no damage or explosion. Instead, it rolled dozens of meters away. The sound of crashing metal and burning flames let the zombies converge towards the center. Together with a large number of zombies that entered the teaching road before, also attracted by this source of light and sound, a lot came out at one time. This is someone from the faculty residence, rescuing people trapped in the teaching building. Zhang Wei suddenly understood everything. The enemy did not take action until dawn. Instead, it takes advantage of the phototaxis of zombies. Not long after, Zhang Wei saw the corpses of zombies, falling from the balcony of the teaching building, fell to the ground, makes a dull sound. This sound made the zombies on the first and second floors of the teaching building quickly come downstairs. Some zombies on the upper floor were also attracted, and quickly went downstairs. When these zombies reached the first floor, they were attracted by the burning gas tank. They gathered towards the light source. When a large number of zombies surrounded a gas tank, Zhang Wei saw a flash of light on the rooftop. Pa! Bang! First there was a crisp sound of metal collision, and then a huge explosion. Suddenly, dozens of zombies around them scattered like flowers blooming in the center, and were knocked to the ground. Dozens of zombies in the center no longer made any movement. It is estimated that their brains were severely damaged by the explosion. There were still many zombies around, all covered with gas, which was ignited by the fire. Zhang Wei finally understood that the reflection he just saw should be the glasses of the enemy gunman or the scope of the gun. Some enemy used a gun to detonate the liquefied gas tank. Chapter 262 3 Magazines. It seems, among enemies, there are still people with brains. Zhang Wei lay down quietly. In high-rise buildings, headshot with gun, even if you hit a zombie, it's not of much use either, because there are too many zombies. But if the liquefied gas tank is detonated, this is equivalent to killing dozens of zombies with one bullet. And in the darkness, burning liquefied gas tank, also easy to target. Compared to a zombie head the size of a watermelon, a liquefied gas tank dozens of times the size of a zombie's head, still very easy to hit. While Zhang Wei was still hesitating and thinking, a second explosion came again. But this time it was not detonated by a gun, it was an explosion caused by the liquefied gas tank itself. Dozens of zombies were also blown to the ground. There was no more movement. Two explosions sounded in succession finally. The entire campus was riddled with zombies. Everyone started to gather here. After most of the zombies in the teaching building were attracted away, finally there were a dozen or so sneaky figures go down the stairs quickly. Then he rushed to the faculty apartment. 3 or 5 zombies also discovered and followed them. But more zombies were attracted by the explosion. Those zombies following you, he was stabbed to death cleanly by those people. As for what kind of weapon it is, Zhang Wei couldn't see clearly either. Anyway, it's either a wooden stick or an iron rod. In this way, on the contrary, the enemy suffered no damage. These people who don't know Gecko, how much damage was done to the teaching building, look at them. There were still more than a dozen people coming downstairs just now. It shouldn't be much damaged. Looking at the way these people dealt with zombies just now, neat and tidy, obviously he is not a fool this time. We should have encountered a strong enemy. Bang! Bang! There was a flash of fire above the faculty apartment. Boom! This time there were 2 gunshots, because I didn't hit it the first time. And the second shot, finally. Another burning liquefied gas tank on the ground was detonated. The explosion of 3 liquefied gas tanks. The sparks are like 3 flowers in full bloom. The explosion even shattered nearby glass. Zhang Wei made a casual estimate. In the 3 explosions just now, at least hundreds of zombies died. Dozens of zombies lost the ability to move, because the zombies are too dense. When Zhang Wei was preparing to go down, there was another clanging sound of metal cans on the ground. Zhang Wei knows, those are prison inmates. Continue to drop the can on the upper floor of the faculty apartment. Zhang Wei calculated it carefully. There are 10 rooms on each floor of the entire faculty apartment. Even though there are only 5 liquefied gas tanks on each floor, so the liquefied gas tanks in the entire faculty apartment, there are probably about 20 or 30. This is still the most conservative estimate. Because at that time, after the orangutan group left by plane, Zhang Wei and others also went out of their way to search the faculty apartment. It was then discovered that the kitchen in almost every apartment, liquefied gas tanks are standard. But this is also a good thing. This can also consume the opponent's ammunition to a certain extent. Zhang Wei carefully took out the telescope, watched the movements on the opposite floor. He saw several rooms. There are lights on. It is estimated that the people over there lit flammable materials for lighting. Figures flashed in multiple rooms at that time. There were still people in 2s and 3s. Lift the jar and drop it from above. Zhang Wei even felt that it was a bit wasted. The power here has not been restored. Such a jar, if you cook over a fire, it can be used for several months. Zhang Wei himself recorded the number of times the other party fired. Judging from the frequency of shooting, the other party seemed to be deliberately saving bullets. It seems that the ammunition of the gecko guys is not very sufficient, or it was consumed in prison. It would be great if I could eavesdrop on their conversation. Zhang Wei's backpack had a pair of walkie-talkies, which were found in the security room at the school gate. The battery was sufficient, but at this time, he could not put the other walkie-talkie somewhere in the faculty apartment. When more than a dozen gunshots and explosions ended, the entire campus suddenly became quieter. Zombies roaming everywhere. At least it was more than 2/3 less than before. Zhang Wei knows, the remaining zombies, if a gecko person is serious, it should be easy to clean up. Zhang Wei quietly retreated. No one knows what is happening outside. I thought it was Zhang Wei who exploded something. Seeing Zhang Wei come back, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Zhang Wei told everyone what he saw and heard. Can bullets really burst liquefied gas tanks? The high-rise building was not damaged even if it fell. The essence is not that the bullet explodes, maybe it's penetration or semi-penetration, as long as the pressure inside and outside the liquefied gas tank with reserves is imbalanced. At that moment of distortion, in the presence of an open flame, there will be an explosion. This is the same as the day we were at Wang Jiao's home. The essence is also the deformation caused by the combustion of liquefied gas tanks. If that's the case, that would be dangerous. Those guys must have some tricks up their sleeve that we don't know about. Hu Lai walked back and forth. China has particularly strict control over guns. In fact, everyone here, I have never seen a gun, not to mention the actual shooting and handling. Zhang Wei and Zhou had actually played with guns in internet cafe games. But that's only limited to games. Now give them a gun, from loading to shooting, they don't know the specific operation either. Unless you give it some time to explore. Zhuangcha. What do you think? Zhang Wei couldn't help but look at Zhuangcha next to him. He is a man who escaped from prison, also a little boss. Except for the gun that we took away, total guns, what I have seen, there are 11, but regarding ammunition, I'm not very clear. Gecko people are very secretive. When we came out, I planned to steal a gun, even if I can't steal it. I still plan to burn it. But at that time, the zombie crisis had just broken out. This is also the first time we have encountered this rabies-like situation. The wooden boss is not here anymore, so I didn't take action. It's a good thing you didn't do anything. If Damning Temple had already rebelled at that time, you go and steal the gun, they will only be caught in one fell swoop. Zhang Wei added. Hearing Zhang Wei say this, Zhuangcha broke into a cold sweat. When I went to the tub, I heard the gecko asked a henchman to leave 3 magazines of bullets. Zhuangcha's glasses boy said. 3 magazines? How many rounds is that? The reason why Zhang Wei asked so many details, because every bullet, it is possible to end the life of a person on your side. 30 rounds. Zhuangcha continued. When we got the gun, many guns are empty guns. Guns in prison are more of a decoration. Especially our country's prisons. To say that prisoners rioted and escaped from prison, something that almost never happens. It was the outbreak of the zombie crisis that caused all of this. Because of the old city prison, Those imprisoned are all extremely vicious people. That's why they were equipped with more than a dozen guns. I heard that those people, when I first got the gun, each gun has only one spare magazine. Chapter 263 Scattered Zombies. Each gun has only one spare magazine, and the bullets are all numbered, a place like prison, in particular. The control of firearms and ammunition is particularly strict, just to prevent the weapons from being taken away by prisoners. Where's the inventory? Doesn't the prison have an ammunition depot? Special examiner, how many gates are there? Those things you said, maybe a foreign prison, or more in movies and TV. Anyway, this is what I encountered in prison at the time. If there really is a backup weapon, those prison guards will take it out from the beginning. There would be no subsequent heavy casualties. Zhuangcha said helplessly. Zhang Wei thought for a while, and said, that's true. It's actually a good thing. From the way they just shot, they cherish every bullet. This is our chance. Zhang Wei planned to take this risk, because he had a trump card that no one else knew. He was also wearing a bulletproof vest. However, the premise of everything was to ensure his own safety. Zhang Wei was also an experienced man, and naturally knew what to do at this time. I have an idea. It can further consume the gecko's human vitality, but it's a big risk. Just say it. Lu Renjian knew. Zhang Wei must have had some weird idea again. Good, then I said it directly. Those guys in prison, it takes so much trouble to detonate the liquefied gas tank. In addition to saving people, I think to a certain extent, I also want to use this place as a temporary base. Then they will. Before dawn, I will definitely take advantage of the chaos to eliminate more zombies, otherwise. After dawn, more zombies poured in through the gate. Everything is meaningless. So I want to make a plan. This plan, it's called the Sporadic Zombie Project. I don't know if you still remember everything Wang Jiahao and the orangutan did at that time. How do they avoid zombies? They skin the zombies, wear it on your body. That's right, we can also do this, but there is a little difference. This plan I made, it's called the Sporadic Zombie Project. Boss, just say it directly. What do we need to do? Good, I will go down later. Open the side door of the girls' dormitory. Let a dozen zombies in. What we have to do, just kill these zombies, then peel off their skin. Doing this job requires a certain amount of mental endurance. You are incompetent. Just stay in the cellar and don't go out. Everyone knows, this job Zhang Wei mentioned, not just peeling, it also includes the later covering of human skin on the body. It also includes what to do after putting on the zombie skin. The plan is simple. We disguise ourselves as zombies, and wait for the people of Gecko to clean us up. We don't go directly to the square, but go directly to the blind spots of some buildings, or the visual blind spots of some faculty apartments. This job is very risky, and you may be bitten by zombies, so you must be a good hand. As soon as Zhang Wei said this, he directly excluded the old, weak, sick and disabled. Zhouwen, who has a limp, is definitely not suitable. An old man like Lin Xinxing is not suitable, and a cultured person like Dr. Lin Yuanxiu is not suitable. Petite girls like Pei Wu and Hu Dai, I don't know if I have mysophobia, even worse. After saying this, only Lu Renjia, Zhao Jinxiong, and several familiar faces stood up. Shuangcha, Farmer et al., they are all hesitating. They were thinking about the credibility of Zhang Wei's words. Because they are all witty and intelligent people, put on zombie skin, I don't know if I will be bitten by zombies. But you have to disguise yourself as a zombie to attack secretly. This involves taking a big risk, especially if the opponent has a gun. This life, we can only do it at night, because the night gives us a better disguise, unless the enemy shines a flashlight or torch in our face, otherwise it cannot be discovered. Do this job, it's like making an appointment with someone outside. It doesn't match up anymore at dawn. But high risk is also high reward. If we can't severely damage Gecko's troops this night, we will have a tough battle to fight after daybreak. There will definitely be casualties. I've done this job. My cousin's hatred, I must repay it. The farmer said through gritted teeth. Your cousin, was it? But, my cousin was raped by the group of people led by Gecko. And then committed suicide? I just die. We have to get some of their backers too. The farmer clenched his fists tightly. This matter has nothing to do with you people in prison. You are that wooden brother, he is also my benefactor, Wood, he was the one who saved me then. The farmer was also afraid that Zhuang Cha would misunderstand him. Said to Zhuang Cha. He already knows, Zhuang Cha is also a person who came out of prison. He was also tricked by Gecko and others. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Count me in. Zhuang Cha hesitated for a long time, then he said with determination. It's just that my knife isn't that good. Zhuang Cha's knife, just an ordinary fruit knife. Such a knife, when disguised as a zombie to attack secretly, it cannot achieve the fatal effect of one blow. Zhang Wei quickly took out 2 other knives from his backpack, distributed to farmers and villagers. Zhuang Cha scraped the blade vertically with his fingers. Very satisfied, said, "Those guys in prison, apart from a few decent guns, in fact, there are no weapons, because there are weapons controls in prison, their weapons. Most of them are dismantled prison fence iron bars. Then sharpen it. There are also many people. A blunt instrument was used. I just don't know, they are in the faculty apartment. Did you get any weapons?" When Zhuang Cha said this, Lu Ringjia and Zhao Zhenxiong smiled knowingly. "Arms of the faculty house. We also collected the kitchen knives and moved them away. While you are living there, there should be no usable weapons found." "Right?" Zhuang Cha nodded. "Those weapons, I'm staying in a room in the girls' dormitory. We plan to pick it up later." "Alright, no more digressions, we are ready to act. These guys killed so many zombies. This is the time to relax mentally. They saw the door being knocked open. I must have thought we were all outside the campus, unexpectedly. We were right under their noses. We're ready for action." Zhang Wei opened the partition. This time there were more than a dozen people, come out all at once. There are also more than a dozen people, stayed underneath. The rest of you, don't let your guard down either. When necessary, find a direction to kill, disturb the other party's hearing. Zhang Wei led the people, gently returned to the hall of Uncle Death's house. Then he opened the side door latch. Really, several zombies around. It seems that I noticed something abnormal. He ran over roaring. Chapter 264 Disguise Plan. 4 or 5 zombies staggered in from the door one after another. Zhang Wei turned on the flashlight, shined the aperture on the ground. Diffuse reflection caused by light source, it won't plunge the whole house into darkness. The rest of the people in the house, rush forward without hesitation, kill these zombies. That's all, over and over again, let in 3 or 4 zombies at a time. Zhang Wei finally gathered the corpses of more than a dozen zombies. Then he closed the small side door of the guard room. Next, Zhang Wei took out 2 other knives from his backpack. Sharp but sharp. It is used for skinning pigs. For things like peeling, Zhang Wei has long been accustomed to strange things. But other people? This is the first time for many of them to see this kind of scene. This is not for animals, but to zombies. Zombies have the same structure as the human body. When Zhang Wei was operating the knife, many people couldn't help but feel their stomachs churn. Almost vomiting. But I still endured it. No vomiting came out. Some people hesitated for a while, finally consciously joined Zhang Wei's team. But I don't know where to start at the moment. Zhang Wei handed the flashlight to the person next to him, instructing him to lower the light. Then the action started. The technique is really too bloody, so that only half of it is done. Many people can no longer do it. But after seeing Zhang Wei still operating as usual, I had to follow through and finish it one by one. Zhang Wei actually taught them this technique, nor is it just to deal with the immediate crisis. Wearing zombie skin, even when surrounded by zombies, it is also possible to stand out from the tight encirclement. But it's just a little adventurous. At night, zombies recognize humans, more through sounds and smells, so it is possible to do this. Only 20 or 30 minutes, Zhang Wei dismembered half of all the zombies. The rest of the people, 1 or 2 people cooperate. I just finished one. Although the zombie skin is not the blood color of normal people, but it's still bloody. If you don't want to dirty your clothes, you can find a piece of clothing in the girls' dormitory to put on. I'm going to put it on now. Who cares about clothes? The farmer took a piece first, and put it on like a raincoat. Then he sewed it with shoelaces he found at random, so that it wouldn't fall off. That's it? Then what? The farmer walked around casually for a few times. He didn't have a backpack, so it didn't affect his walking. It's not that simple. Zhang Wei took some zombie blood from the remaining corpse on the ground and smeared it on some clean exposed parts of the farmer's body, including the calves, face, hair, and even the soles of the shoes. The farmer frowned. Try to walk a few steps. The farmer took a few steps slowly. The steps are wrong. Zombies walk stiffly. Just pretend that you don't have knees and ankles. The farmer took a few more steps. Not bad. It looks about 80% like it. Don't swing your hands. Let them hang naturally. Yes. Before you see people, don't move your hands at all. The farmer stood up and practiced until Zhang Wei was satisfied. Next, Zhang Wei spent another 10 minutes, disguise everyone as walking zombies. Now, You can try to get close to those wandering zombies, see if you will be attacked. If you are attacked by zombies, just kill him easily, return to this room again. At that time I saw that man-ape guy too tall, but it was covered in two-stitched zombie human skins. Who is the ape you are talking about? Zhuang Cha couldn't bear to interrupt. A Canadian, quite tall. Zhang Wei explained a few words casually. Zhuang Cha is also a smart man, until this ape, in all likelihood. They are the enemies of Zhang Wei and others. I won't ask further. Zhang Wei also disguised himself well, walked out slowly. He held the butcher's knife in his hand. As long as there is anything wrong, this knife can kill zombies in an instant. The view at night is not very good, but fortunately, it's not completely invisible. On the ground in front of the faculty apartments in the distance, there are also burning liquefied gas tanks that spit out flames. It seems that the people in the faculty dormitory left it here on purpose. Zhang Wei knows, this kind of canister may not all explode. According to the capacity of stored liquefied gas, when the valve is not fully opened, it is possible to burn for several hours. Because of the liquefied petroleum gas he saw in the hotel, a lot can be burned for several days. When passing by a zombie, Zhang Wei wiped the neck of a zombie. He wanted to try it in disguise. Is this knife easy to use? Because next, but you have to use this knife to face a living person. The zombie was knocked to the ground. A gurgling sound came from the throat. After a few seconds, he never got up again. Others who followed Zhang Wei out, after seeing that I was really not attacked by zombies, I couldn't help but marvel. So Zhang Wei quietly said to everyone, we have to spread out. Otherwise, it is still easy to attract zombies. The humans smell covered by zombie flesh, only temporarily. That's what we do this time, spread out and act, but the distance between them, don't be too far apart, work in groups of 3 to cover each other. Don't go near the faculty apartments yet, just wait for their people to come out. If someone from the faculty dormitory, huddled inside and refusing to come out, we will give up this operation. Before dawn, we dispersed and left the campus, find scrap cars, make some petrol bombs, then burned down the entire faculty apartment. Everyone had to admire Zhang Wei's ruthlessness. In this way, burning petrol bombs were used to block the exit of the faculty apartment. It's equivalent to setting a fire on the first floor. Unless the people above jump down, otherwise, it will be difficult to fly. Zhang Wei is also betting. Those in the gambling prison were blowing up the zombies with great fanfare. It will definitely come out to finish. No one wants to put themselves at unknown risk. Especially if this zombie was attracted artificially. After all disappeared into darkness. And Zhang Wei, slowly approaching the direction of the faculty apartment. He keeps everyone away, but not himself. If you want everyone in the faculty apartment to come out, I also want to stimulate the people in prison again. Zhang Wei knows, entrance to the first floor of the faculty apartment, there are 2 iron gates. No matter how careless the people above are, there will also be 1 or 2 sentinels left. What Zhang Wei has to do is, kill 1 or 2 of their people, then take the body away too. In this way, when the enemy is counting their number, only then will the abnormality be noticed. Zhang Wei inserted the knife into his back. Slowly go around the original path, in the direction of the faculty apartment. Occasionally encounter 1 or 2 zombies. Zhang Wei also avoided it directly. Chapter 265 Operation Swordman. Disguised as a zombie, this is the inspiration Zhang Wei got from the orangutan and Wang Jiahao. If the gecko man doesn't have a gun, there are more ways to deal with him. But without knowing the opponent's firepower, Zhang Wei could only take this approach. Reduce the opponent's numbers as much as possible. As an apocalyptic survival expert, Zhang Wei certainly knows how to disguise himself as a zombie. Just pretend to have stiff joints and walk. It may be easily seen through by others during the day. But late at night, no one will notice that this zombie is a human in disguise. Unknowingly, Zhang Wei has already approached the faculty apartment. For this building, Zhang Wei is really familiar with it. Come quickly to the fence gate, sure enough. I heard someone whispering. Zhang Wei knows, there was someone chatting around the corner. If I guess correctly, it should be the person on duty arranged by Gecko. Gecko's men shot and exploded canisters on high floors. It's normal to have a few people down there. Zhang Wei deliberately made some unusual roars. This immediately attracted the attention of the 2 men. There are zombies! One of them said vigilantly. Silence, the boss said that we can't talk, it will attract zombies. I'll go and kill it! Forget it, don't expose yourself, the zombies here were attracted away by the explosion, don't attract zombies again at this time. The 2 men didn't make any other sounds. Zhang Wei knew that. His goal was not achieved, so he deliberately roared twice. Really? The other two zombies not far away immediately sensed something unusual. He ran over here quickly. Zhang Wei immediately went to the other end of the faculty apartment. The zombies also chased from behind. The sentry became nervous indeed. Because there are 3 zombies coming in this direction. The two looked at each other. I can't bear it anymore. Open the chain on the fence gate. Just plan to come out and kill these zombies. Zhang Wei pretended to be a zombie, walked past them both. And the 2 zombies chasing behind, I happened to see the 2 people coming out of the door halfway. I immediately gave up on Zhang Wei, go straight towards these 2 big living people. The 2 of them took out a crowbar each calmly. Poked directly into the eyes of 2 zombies, then tripped the zombie. He hit the ground hard. The zombie only struggled 2 or 3 times. There was no more sound. Looking at each other and grinning ferociously, the 2 of them slowly moved towards the man who had his back to them. Zombie. And go! The zombies seemed to realize something was wrong, suddenly turned around. A roar. It rushed directly towards the 2 people. The 2 people dodged directly, but the iron rod swung towards the zombie's head. Wow! This zombie is quite clever, it can even tilt its head to dodge. Is it a conditioned reflex? This was the thought of the 2 people before they died. Because Zhang Wei's chopsticks had already pierced their throats. Then, before the 2 people could make any sound, Zhang Wei used a knife to cut their necks. Blood gushed out. Zhang Wei quickly dragged the bodies of the 2 people into the bushes. Then hid the body in an inconspicuous corner. At last, Zhang Wei picked up the weapons of the 2 men, slit the necks of the 2 zombies, dragging the body to the blood on the ground. After the blood coagulates, you would also think that this is the blood of zombies. After that, Zhang Wei left this place quietly. Went to other places to hide. An hour passed like this. There was finally a movement in the direction of the faculty apartment. The flicker of light and shadow is faintly visible. Zhang Wei guessed that they probably found someone missing. The door downstairs was not locked. And there were 2 dead zombies on the ground. Gecko's people will definitely come out to look for him. The unknown comes from fear. Perhaps Gecko will also suspect that his 2 men have surrendered to the enemy. Because Brother Housy's group disappeared inexplicably. The unusual movements of the people in the faculty apartment not only alerted Zhang Wei and others, but also attracted the attention of the zombies. Scattered zombies began to gather towards the faculty apartment. 10 or 20 people came out instantly. In groups of 2 or 3, start cleaning up the zombies around you. Detonated several times. Bomb. After, there are far fewer zombies. The 10 or 20 people who came out, 3 strikes, 5 strikes, and 2 strikes, the surrounding zombies were immediately cleared away. Zhang Wei took out his telescope. He is far away, the night is dark, it's not very clear. I saw that group of people gathered together for a discussion, then every 2 or 3 people were given a torch, just spread out. It began to spread around the faculty apartment. Just like that sentence. Gathering is a ball of fire, the sky is full of stars. Zhang Wei in the dark clutched the knife tightly. He finally got the result he wanted. Zhang Wei began to walk slowly towards the light source of a torch. Naturally, other people did not dare to take the initiative like Zhang Wei. We can only wait for the enemy to come. Seeing that the fire seemed to be coming towards me, Zhang Wei turned his back again, pretending not to see it. Survivor humanity. Look! That zombie seems to have a backpack on it. Kill him and see if there's anything we can use. Zhang Wei heard such a sound coming from behind. And the sound of footsteps getting closer and closer was heard. Is there any mistake? Can you see me carrying such a small crossbody bag? Zhang Wei was also stunned. I didn't expect it to be self-defeating, attracted these survivors. When the footsteps approached 10 meters, Zhang Wei immediately turned around. But he didn't rush towards these people. He was confirming the hands of these people. Are there any firearms or weapons similar to crossbows? Otherwise, if you rush up and get shot in the head, it will be a small loss. The 3 of them were also a little surprised. I didn't expect this zombie to look a bit silly. He looked bloody. I guess I'm full. The one among the 3 raised the torch. The other 2, one left and one right, turned towards zombie. Zhang Wei was surrounded by people. It can be seen that they are still cautious. Zhang Wei deliberately roared excitedly, head towards the man holding the torch. The man immediately put the torch in front of him. This torch stick, it's a modified mop stick. A tattered school uniform is wrapped around it. I don't know if it's stained with kerosene or gasoline. The fire is burning brightly. Although Zhang Wei wears a lot of clothes, but I was burned for a while. But he resisted and did not back down. He was waiting for the 2 people next to him to approach. This zombie seems to have died not long ago. His clothes are all long gowns. Most zombies wear short-sleeved shirts in summer," said the man holding the stick. At this moment, the other two were also worried that the torch-bearing buddy would be caught by the zombies. They raised their blunt weapons at the same time and attacked Zhang Wei's back of the head. Zhang Wei immediately possessed him, and the knifeman dragged his knife and slashed across one of the men's neck. He rolled over and attacked again, cutting the man holding the torch on his ankle, cutting his tendons. The man was unable to stand up and fell to the ground. Zhang Wei reached over and stabbed him in the heart. You. The other man's legs trembled, and he lost the ability to resist. "I'm not a zombie." In the man's eyes, that suddenly came to his senses. Zhang Wei's butcher knife stabbed into the man's chest again. Chapter 266, Hunting the Enemy. After Zhang Wei quickly touched up the zombies, then I realized something was wrong. Because the weather is getting cooler at this time. He had already put on long sleeves, and most of the zombies, they all transformed into corpses a few months ago. People at that time, all wearing short sleeves. But now it's all in vain. As long as you don't look too close, no one will realize this problem. Even under extreme stress, it will also be ignored subconsciously. 3 corpses lay on the ground. The blood flows like spring water. The smell of blood also spreads. Zombies not far away, immediately. Groups of people gathered. Zhang Wei quickly got out of the way, went to other places. Although zombies are sporadic, but gathered together, there is also a certain scale. In order not to be noticed, Zhang Wei, you can only avoid the edge temporarily. I didn't expect zombies or pursue Zhang Wei instead. He stopped next to 3 corpses. He squatted down and started chewing. The torches on the ground have not been completely extinguished yet, out of the corner of his eye. The zombie's figure stretched out. Finally, after 10 minutes, someone noticed something unusual here. Because 20 or 30 zombies gathered together like a feast, this scene is really spectacular. Suddenly, shouts from other places came from other places. 3 or 4 torches gathered here. Zhang Wei hurriedly stayed away. At this time, sneak attacks are no longer possible. Sneak attack can only be applied to a single breakthrough, once these people, aware of Zhang Wei's existence, if not, we will be beaten into a hornet's nest. Although Zhang Wei stayed away from the 3 corpses, but he was still watching from a distance. There were about 10 or so people, come from different places. And then for a few brief minutes, dealt with the zombies in this area. One of them picked up a torch from the ground. He seemed to be talking to other people. Not long after, 2 or 3 more of them were separated, go directly to the faculty apartment. Zhang Wei guessed, he probably went to spread the word. 3 people died simultaneously. The enemy on the opposite side, just a pig, also should know what is going on. If attacked by zombies, it is not that he did not even scream. Ignoring the remaining enemies here, Zhang Wei began to pay attention to other directions. Some torches went to some blind spots on the campus and never came out again. Zhang Wei guessed that some teammates should have succeeded in sneak attacks. Zhang Wei began to take the initiative to attack. As a zombie, any action Zhang Wei took towards people at this time became reasonable. Not long after, Zhang Wei found the enemy search team near the cafeteria. Canteen concession stand, but there is a basement, lead to your own secret position. Zhang Wei would definitely not let them get close. This is one of his trump cards. This tunnel not only connects the girls' dormitory and cafeteria, it is also equivalent to a secret base. Zhang Wei deliberately imitated the zombies' pace and walked over. The arrogance made these people relax their vigilance. Another 3-person team. Fortunately, these people don't have communication tools. Otherwise, it would be difficult to defeat them one by one. There is a student zombie outside. You go handle the spinach. One of them, he winked at a short man. The short man nodded, pick up an iron rod, he walked towards Zhang Wei. I looked at the iron rod in this guy's hand. Zhang Wei knew that he could no longer treat him with an ordinary attitude. Because of the iron rod in this guy's hand, it's a piece of rebar. Just like the steel throwers under the fitters before. I don't know this guy. Where did you get such a weapon? This type of weapon, when cooking zombies in the last days, is the most convenient. Because it has a certain weight, when stabbed out, the resulting weight inertia, the steel bars can easily penetrate the zombie's head. The short man walked towards Zhang Wei without hesitation. Zhang Wei also deliberately opened his mouth wide. The short man immediately lifted up the steel bar, then he stabbed Zhang Wei in the throat. And it's diagonally upward at a 45-degree angle. At this moment, Zhang Wei tilted his head and flashed, holding the steel bar, then take a big bite this guy's hand. Since you're pretending, just pretend to be more like it. This guy suddenly let out a scream. Because Zhang Wei is also serious this time. The two people inside, when Zhang Wei bit this guy, I realized something was wrong. He immediately rushed over to save him. At this time, I subconsciously ignored it. Why is this student zombie will dodge short people's weapon attacks? When they came from a few meters away, Zhang Wei had already knocked this guy to the ground. The short man also had a machete on his waist. When I still want to find out and fight back desperately, Zhang Wei's pig-killing knife, his throat had been slit. The other two people, I don't know what kind of weapon it was. Subconsciously, he hit Zhang Wei on the head. Zhang Wei knew how to roll to avoid it. It's human, not a zombie, one of them said. They finally realized that zombies would not move so quickly. How could Zhang Wei give them a chance to speak? This is the perfect time to take advantage of the victory. The man with the torch, significantly weaker, because he can only fight with one hand. Zhang Wei headed directly towards him. The knife was dragged directly across the man's chest. Butcher knife, how sharp it is, immediately cut a straight line across the man's chest. Fortunately, this person subconsciously stepped back. Otherwise, Zhang Wei would have been severely injured. Even so, his chest had been cut. The blood instantly dyed the clothes red. This man was walking backwards on the ground, almost rolling and crawling. Zhang Wei still wants to chase him up. Another person from behind has already approached. Zhang Wei dodged a blow from a blunt instrument, metal hits the ground, golden sparks emerged. Go to hell. The man who attacked him missed and chased him again. Zhang Wei pulled out a chopstick and threw it at the other party without even looking. Although the chopstick was not made of steel, it was sharpened and extremely sharp. It would probably stay stuck in a tree. This time, the enemy's forehead was hit. Although it did not penetrate into the brain, it also left a blood mark. This time, Zhang Wei bought a second. Zhang Wei knew that he could not delay any longer. Once these two guys shouted, a large number of enemies and zombies would be attracted. The reason why they haven't called for help at this time is, it is also believed that two people surround one, still a student, the odds of winning are just greater. Subconsciously I thought that the teammate just died. It was Zhang Wei's sneak attack that succeeded. Zhang Wei stood firm, in fact. He was not afraid of facing these two people. It's just that person just now, it's just a sneak attack. No more nonsense. Zhang Wei turned around and headed towards the back to kill this person behind. He stabbed himself in the chest and abdomen, holding a torch in one hand, the other hand is covering his stomach. There is almost no strength to fight anymore. What Zhang Wei wants to do is, just get rid of him as soon as possible. Chapter 267 General Attack Plan. Seeing Zhang Wei coming towards him, the man was frightened and turned pale. Another person wanted to continue to sneak attack Zhang Wei again. Zhang Wei came here alone. He immediately grabbed the one poking at him. Gun. Rebar gives people a cold feeling. Zhang Wei's knife slashed directly towards that man's wrist. This man didn't expect his sneak attack. Can still be caught by Zhang Wei. If you don't let go, his wrists were probably cut off as well. He had no choice but to let go of his hand. Zhang Wei holds rebar, without even looking. It was just a throwaway. Nailed directly into the chest of the man behind. The man fell to his knees on the ground with a look of disbelief, with a plop, fell to the ground. Now, only you are left. Zhang Wei said softly. You. Too lazy to talk nonsense with him. See, this man has no weapon. Zhang Wei rushed up and stabbed him in the throat with a knife. Still want to run? Zhang Wei wiped the blood on the knife on his body. Take the corpses of the three people. He was dragged to a hidden corner again. Then the flame of the torch was extinguished. Smell of blood. This is something Zhang Wei cannot cover up. If there are zombies chasing you, on the contrary, it can provide better cover for the hidden entrance of the canteen. Zhang Wei quietly crouched. I glanced at the direction of the high-rise building of the faculty apartment, after finding that no one was converging here. Finally breathed a sigh of relief. This sneak attack, it was a very big risk. Find a dead zombie. After smearing some zombie slime on your body, Zhang Wei started moving towards the next goal. After not taking a few steps, I found something unusual in the front. Because a zombie is squatting down and doing something. Zhang Wei took a closer look. It turned out to be a zombie disguised by Zhao Zhenxiong. Zhao Zhenxiong was secretly groping for something after killing several enemies. Ahem. Zhang Wei deliberately coughed a few times. Zhao Zhenxiong was immediately alerted. Turn around. After discovering that it was a zombie disguised by Zhang Wei, Zhao Zhenxiong was also secretly happy. Then Zhao Zhenxiong secretly stuffed the found items into his pocket. Cigarette. Zhao Zhenxiong knew that Zhang Wei did not smoke, but I still found it subconsciously Pass one to Zhang Wei. The man you killed, he must also be a small boss. Not everyone in prison has access to cigarettes, even though his cigarette was found outside. Zhang Wei turned the body over. I put a flashlight on his face and took a look. A man in his 30s, a face I've never seen before. Boss. The method you said is really effective. I only succeeded with a sneak attack. This guy is holding a cigarette. He really made me unbearable. Feelings. You killed him to steal his cigarettes. Where are the others? Have you met them? A few of them succeeded, all gone, no view. I can't figure out which ones are disguises, which ones are real zombies. It's a good thing to keep the zombies, it's a cover. All the zombies were really killed. We are about to have a direct battle with Gecko and the others. Only if there are a lot of real zombies. Only these fake zombies can confuse the real ones with the fake ones. Be safe, I'll go somewhere else. Do not light a fire at this time. Zombies can't smoke. Be careful of being hit by guns from high-rise buildings. Do you know? Okay. Zhao Zhenxiong quickly threw the cigarette in his mouth to the ground. He was just about to start a fire subconsciously. Zhang Wei had just walked a few steps away. A whistle came from the direction of the faculty apartment. This is a unique whistle. You can pronounce it by pinching your lower lip with one hand. They must have realized something was wrong. Zhang Wei simply joined Zhao Zhenxiong again. The two went to the third floor of the cafeteria, looking for a window, start observing what's going on across campus. 20 or 30 people came out of the faculty apartment one after another. The leaders were a few gangsters. The one in the middle is a man who is not very tall. Those people all held torches, so Zhang Wei could see it clearly at a glance. A person in the middle, with a little African-American dreadlock, Zhang Wei knows, this person should be the so-called Gecko. A group of people stopped next to at least a few people who were surrounded by zombies to eat. The Gecko leaned down. The three bodies were examined one by one. Then say something to the people around you. Suddenly, everyone was on alert. Zhang Wei quietly took out a slingshot from his small backpack. Then he took out a stone from his pocket. Facing the glass of the information building not far away, stretched the slingshot. The sound of breaking wind sounded, then, there was the sound of breaking glass, and the sound of falling to the ground. Gecko's man immediately looked nervously in that direction. Gecko pointed in the direction of the information building, then he waved to the two groups of people on the left and right. The two groups of people immediately rushed to the information building, and surrounded the information building. Then, the leading 3 or 5 people went in. If only they could find people or ghosts there. Zhao Zhenxiong said disdainfully. Look at the people down there. Is there any chance to take action? Near the information building, most of Gecko's men were divided. The Gecko thought, his enemies are hiding in the information building. I was thinking of catching a turtle in an urn. Zhang Wei quietly took Zhao Zhenxiong with him, from the basement of the commissary, entered the underground tunnel. Called out all the remaining people inside. At dawn we attack. There may be casualties this time. Zhang Wei's face looked a little heavy. Although he solved some of Gecko's men, but there are still 20 or 30 people in Gecko. With these 20 or 30 people, the best way to fight, just street fighting. It's best to mingle with the enemy. So their guns are fire sticks, not usable at all. If you shoot, you will also hurt your own people. I glanced at the time. It was already past 2 o'clock in the morning. Let's wait until the remaining brothers come back. This season, at 4 or 5 o'clock, there will be a hint of bright color in the sky. When dusk meets dusk, on the contrary, it is most unclear. Zhang Wei rested in the tunnel for 2 hours. His spirit these days, it is also in a highly tense state. There were more than a dozen disguised zombies who went out. The one who came back first now. It's just me and Zhao Zhenxiong. The remaining people are probably still in disguise. Zhang Wei knows, these few may be waiting for his attack signal. Or continue to look for opportunities to annihilate the enemy. Go out first, reduce to 0, the rest of you who don't have zombie skin, hiding in the building of the girls' dormitory, waiting for the right opportunity, rush out together again. Zhang Wei gave everyone a secret code for the gathering. He would blow the whistle around his neck to rally. People in the school should, people outside the school Wei. Let the entire northwestern Shaanxi become a mess. Chapter 268 Close Combat. Zhang Wei actually did not enter deep sleep. It was almost 4:30. He thought he had opened his eyes. I'll go take a look at the third floor of the cafeteria. You all go to gather near the girls' dormitory, looking for iron bed boards, items such as iron cabinet doors, if a fight really breaks out, can also be used as a shield. After Zhang Wei said this, all people, everyone knows, it's the only way to stop a bullet. Although someone from Zhuangcha said before, The gecko may only have 3 magazines left. And even if they shot a liquefied gas tank not long ago and used one, that leaves at least 2. At night, melee enemies will not fire randomly. But in desperate times, the enemy will not shoot indiscriminately. At this time, one can only hope that the shooters among them are a bit amateurish. But the person who shot at the high-rise building before, it's a pretty accurate shot. This also gave everyone a shadow in their hearts. When Zhang Wei arrived at the 3rd floor of the cafeteria, met a few other people, it was the farmer and Lu Renjia, who had separated before. There is also a gangster from Demengzi. It turned out that they were also led by Lu Renjia. Take a peek around the place. Huh? Boss, where did you come from? Basement, what's going on? Oh, we've been here for almost an hour. I thought the rest of you, trapped in the information building. Things are going on over there right now. The chicken is flying, and the dog is jumping? Let me see. Zhang Wei took out his telescope and... This window in the cafeteria, straight line distance from the information building, it's only 120 or 30 meters. Zhang Wei's telescope could not see clearly at night. But the person opposite, apparently a new torch was lit. We are searching the rooms in the information building one by one. Shun K building, this is the center of the computer room. There is the school's multimedia center over there. Database room, computer room and other rooms. But what a coincidence, when the zombie crisis breaks out, students are all in class. So these rooms are almost always closed. When Zhang Wei and others confirmed whether the signal existed, only 1 or 2 rooms were searched. Gecko Man, it seems like they are searching for something? Lu Renjia said angrily. They can't find it. They thought someone was hiding in the computer room. The computer room door needs to be broken open. How can it be so easy? Zhang Wei did not expect that. I unknowingly shot with a slingshot instead. It did a good thing. Because of Gecko's men and horses, he hit the big iron gates one by one like crazy, remove all the remaining zombies on campus. They were all attracted downstairs. The guy with the mop-top hair, did you go in too? Boss, are you talking about their leader? I saw them all go in. There are also a few sentries left in other places. We gave the disguised zombies a beating. Zhang Wei total, the person who discovered the gecko, 15 or 16 more people were missing. Judging from the number of people who just came out, the rest of the people, there were probably only 20 or 30 of them. But these 20 or 30 people, they are also the core strength of Gecko. It is probably also the hardest bone to crack. I looked at the zombies around the information building. There are probably 100 or 200 more. And the Gecko people, we have almost finished cleaning the last room. We're getting ready to take action. Zhang Wei took it from his backpack, take out the rag strips of towel, wrap the hand holding the butcher's knife. The Gecko group, after searching all the rooms, you will find nothing. They will also come out of the information building again. We also had to clean up the zombies blocking the door around the information building. Zhang Wei looked at the east. The sky seemed to have a hint of fish belly white. This is their chance to take action. Boss, do we really need to risk our lives? Zhao Zhenxiong is not a fool. I know the stakes are high this time. No need, but I can't get enough food. We won't survive this winter. Zhang Wei knows. Lin Xinqing's family stock is far from enough. People like Demengzi, you can obtain necessities such as food and medicine by providing electricity to people. But they don't have such ability. Instead of licking blood, killing people, and selling goods to become an inhumane plunderer, it's better to lay down a base of your own. Marauders are the common enemy of all survivors that would stand against the people of the entire city. Compared to being a plunderer, deal with the gecko and others in front of you, it's significantly easier. Dress up again. Zhang Wei was not far from the entrance of the cafeteria, killed a zombie again, then the internal organs were dug out, applied to body. This time the zombies, unprecedentedly dense, we have to sneak in behind them, then they cannot be noticed by zombies. The stairs and aisles of the computer room, they are all very narrow. This will make it easier for us to do it. All we have to do is occupy a room, then use the terrain inside to fight them in close combat. The rest of the people are in the girls' dormitory. They will also come out when they hear any noise. While talking, Zhang Wei quietly went out, pretending to be a zombie, slowly follow the zombies over there. Other people, also while the night is still dark, slowly touched it from other directions. The survivors all wore long sleeves. It can also be clearly identified. When approaching the area near the information building, Zhang Wei stopped taking action. Only a few minutes, the torch upstairs, from the highest floor or down, there were frequent footsteps on the stairs. This actually stimulated the zombies' ferocity. The zombies were beating wildly on the iron door that was locked by the people inside the information building. But apart from being blocked by the bolt, the iron door, it seemed to be blocked by a large number of tables, chairs and benches. Because Zhang Wei saw a large number of tables, chairs and benches have been thrown down from the windows on the second floor. These heavy objects, occasionally, 1 or 2 zombies can be knocked down. Not long after, door finally squeak. A crack opened with a sound immediately. Many of them squeezed in with all their might with the zombies. But he was hit hard on the head by the blunt object inside, or be stabbed to death with an iron rod. At this time, Zhang Wei, I really wish I had a detonator in my hand. I lit it and threw it over, blast him off his back. That's all. Time passes minute by minute. Zombie corpses at the door of the information building, more and more. Due to the large number of severed limbs and remains, the door couldn't be closed for a while. The people inside simply opened the door, waiting for the zombies to die. The wall of corpses formed by zombie corpses, it also provides some resistance to the zombies' charge. Many hungry and thirsty zombies, almost rolling and crawling. These zombies, I used to spend a lot of time wandering around the suburbs. My body is also muddy or tattered. So Zhang Wei, who was covered in blood, when rushing in, it didn't even arouse the suspicion of the people inside. A man holds a steel pry, stabbed towards Zhang Wei's head. Zhang Wei tilted his head and flashed. It was a knife immediately. This sword was used with all its strength, cut the man on the neck. His head immediately dropped. A person next to me, stunned with fright, obviously still don't know what happened. Just when I was about to turn around and run away, Zhang Wei stabbed him in the stomach. The person higher up finally reacted, shouted loudly, "The zombies are coming in." Wrong, there is someone. Zhang Wei chopped down the 2 men he had just killed. Push it back. Suddenly there were many zombies. They gathered around and started chewing. Glancing behind, several of his friends also followed. Pick up a compressed plate from the ground and use it as a shield. Zhang Wei waved his hand behind him. Walk, kill him. Chapter 269 Stair Fight. Zhang Wei knows, opportunity now, very rare. The stairs are very narrow. It can't accommodate too many people at all. The enemy on the opposite side, it can almost be said that one man is in charge. No one can stop it. But Zhang Wei has zombies as his trump card as a weapon. The few people I just chopped down already fell to the ground. The zombies immediately pounced on it and started to bite it. They directly ignored Zhang Wei and the others who were disguised as zombies. Zhang Wei looked back again. Teammates have followed one after another, including many individuals who were separated before. Apparently they had also been observing the activities in the information building in the dark. The shouts of the enemies upstairs, it immediately attracted the zombies' attention. Many gnawing zombies, he immediately raised his head. Then he ran madly towards the top. With zombies opening the way, Zhang Wei is naturally fearless. After the leading group of 10 or 20 zombies rushed forward, Zhang Wei still followed behind disguised as a zombie. He is probably fooling around in vain. The enemy should not be able to tell who is the zombie for a while. Who are the survivors? Kill out. Zhang Wei vaguely heard sounds coming from higher floors upstairs. It seems that the people above, I also want to break out below. This played right into Zhang Wei's plan. When we meet on a narrow road, the brave wins. Taking advantage of the lack of light in the corridor on the ground floor, Zhang Wei quietly touched the wall. And a large number of zombies, still running past him. Teammates behind, there are also examples. Everyone walked close to the wall. Occasionally, 1 or 2 scattered zombies will stop, heading towards the survivors. The survivors pretended to be indifferent. When zombies are approaching, then stab the zombie's neck hard. The sound of smashing upstairs, it's becoming clearer. Zhang Wei glanced at it with the help of the flashing firelight. It turned out to be a large number of tables, chairs, benches, computers and the like, was thrown down artificially. These things are piled up in the corridor, finally gave the zombies a certain obstacle. And those higher up, just use weapons like long iron rods. He was stabbing the zombies hard. But there are too many zombies at one time. The corridor cannot accommodate too many people side by side. It didn't pose much of a hindrance to the zombies. People upstairs shouting crazily. Kill out. It was just a slogan that had been shouted for a long time. Zhang Wei wished that the zombies would continue to consume these people. Wait until 3 or 4 minutes later. The number of zombies is obviously much smaller. Although there are still zombies downstairs rushing upwards in a steady stream. But just put it off. It's only a matter of time before the enemies upstairs take care of the zombies. Zhang Wei knew that it was very risky to go up at this time. So I shined the flashlight on the ground. To the people behind, he made a silent gesture. Then Zhang Wei quietly lay on the ground, dragging the bodies of the two zombies that were just stabbed to death, covered himself. Behind us is Lu Renjia. I probably guessed what Zhang Wei wanted to do, help with zombie corpses, cover up Zhang Wei tightly. The remaining 5 or 6 people, they all lay on the ground next to each other, use zombies as disguise, or simply pretending to be dead. More people, since there are no zombie corpses as disguise, we can only retreat one by one. Fortunately, the door continues to attract the enemy's attention, allowing Zhang Wei and others to launch a sneak attack. Zhang Wei also admires his teammates. Be able to know what you want to do in silent communication. Before long, the voices of 3 or 5 people walking upstairs were heard. Someone among them said, "Pay attention to the zombies running over. Maybe he's pretending to be someone." Something like that. I felt someone walking past me. Zhang Wei knows, this is an opportunity. But judging by the footsteps and moving light and shadow, Zhang Wei felt that someone passed by him. There were only 4 or 5 people. That is to say, these 4 or 5 people, just the pioneers opening the way. There are Gecko and others behind. It probably didn't come down at all. I feel these people, fighting zombies again. Zhang Wei knew that such an opportunity was rare. Get up immediately, just chop at the person closest to you. Superior. The figures of teammates were also heard downstairs. Under attack, those stuck in the middle are attacked from both sides, dilemma. And below are unknown enemies and ruthless zombies. These people immediately turned around and started to kill Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei can be considered condescending at this time. The butcher's knife is in his hand, not afraid of the opponent's long weapons. The sneak attack just now, one person has been killed and wounded. Although that person is not dead yet, but it also has no fighting power. Just a few breaths, fell behind, overwhelmed by zombies. The enemy is in panic, and has no choice in the road. I didn't want to have a long confrontation with Zhang Wei either. Otherwise, Zhang Wei might not be able to stop several people with this knife. Quite when Zhang Wei and a few others were still arguing. One of the enemies, there was a scream, then he staggered and fell to the ground. He clutched his heels and screamed. The sky was already slightly bright at this time. Even without the light of torches, it is also possible to see the general outline of a person. The man whose foot was injured subconsciously. I took a torch and looked down. He was immediately frightened to death. Because a zombie got up, I picked up a machete like that for chopping meat. This person is Lu Renjia, who is imitating Zhang Wei and lurking. The reputation of the butcher is not in vain. It was this person just now. The knife struck him at the ankle. The entire hamstring has been severed. He could no longer stand. This time I really rolled and crawled. The 3 people behind, one person stared at Zhang Wei with an iron rod. The other 2 people, he quickly spread out his 2 hands, clamped this man's armpits, pull him up. Unexpectedly, on the ground next to me, the 2 of them stood up immediately. Kill these 2 people without hesitation. The 2 of them quickly threw it into their hands. Patient, raise weapons to meet the enemy. The 2 sides fought for 3 or 5 times before reuniting. I saw another zombie coming from behind. Zhang Wei knows, once surrounded, their disguise may also fail. He quickly shouted to Lu Renjia, "Chop him." Lu Renjia knew that the situation was urgent. He rushed forward and slashed the newly injured person in the neck. His knife. It didn't cut horizontally, instead. It was chopped vertically. This way, he won't be able to kill this guy with one knife. But the blade is embedded in the flesh of the shoulder. It also made this guy scream again. This is exactly what Lu Renjia wants to do. See this guy, after losing the ability to move, Lu Renjia kicked him down. The blood on this man's neck suddenly. It couldn't stop gushing out. Countless zombies, he immediately hugged this guy and started chewing it. For a moment, he forgot to continue charging towards the people above. This guy's screams lasted for a long time, attracted more zombies. Zhang Wei quickly helped. He also slashed 2 others, pushed them down. Living people, in order to better attract zombies. Just when Zhang Wei was about to touch it quietly, a ray of light flashed upstairs. It was a torch flying in the air. Not good, get down quickly. Zhang Wei's words haven't finished yet. There was a burst from above. Da-da-da. Sound. Finally fire was fired upon them. Mars radiates. Zhang Wei was busy avoiding. The direction from which the shooting was coming was not noticed for a moment. I just felt a tight pain in my chest. There was a salty smell in his mouth. Chapter 270 Gecko sets up a trap. Zhang Wei's face overflowed with blood. Lu Renjia immediately dragged Zhang Wei's feet. Pulled him down 2 steps. Lu Renjia lifted up the corpse of a zombie, put it in front of the 2 of them. Da-da-da. There was another burst of gunfire. A teammate not far away fell down. Zhang Wei glanced at it and said, it was a swordsman sent by Demengzi. Zhang Wei clutched his chest tightly finally. He pulled out a bullet from his chest. Dropped on the ground. Boss, were you shot? Don't you want to scare me? Lu Renjiao was so scared that he peed. Bitten by a zombie, I estimate I have a few more hours to live. If you were shot in the chest, then I'm probably going to burp right away. And just now Zhang Wei spit out blood from his mouth. He was obviously seriously injured. It's okay, just a shock injury, maybe a broken rib. Slow down. Lu Renjiao thought Zhang Wei was comforting him. Seeing that Lu Renjiao was still planning to drag him down, Zhang Wei stopped him quickly. The sound just now, did you hear that clearly? I heard it, it's gunfire. Lu Renjiao also turned pale. First encounter with thermal weapons. 2 shuttles just rang. The sound of every shuttle, in about 10 tones, it swung forked the magazine of the rifle they are talking about. It's 30 rounds of ammunition. The man who just shot, at least one more magazine was emptied. The corridor further down, there were more voices. Zhang Wei knows, that's my teammate, killed from below. The sound of gunfire is a rallying signal. For a time, the pressure on Zhang Wei suddenly became lighter. Because the zombies are attracted to the people below again. Not long after, Xiao Zhenxiong and the farmer also touched it. How about it? The farmer helped Zhang Wei up. It's not a big problem, my destiny is great. Zhang Wei counted the people next to him. Except for the swordsman, who was hit by a gun just now, there are currently 6 people left. More people are downstairs. The zombies haven't been cleared away for a while. Zhang Wei knows, zombies in the corridor, it's not that easy to clean. Because there are too many people. It won't have much effect. Narrow corridor, only less than 1.5 meters wide, only enough for 2 people to cast. So even if all their teammates come to kill them, not much use either. Because of the contact with zombies, it's that big. But equally, this is also a good thing for Zhang Wei and the others. Because of the enemies upstairs, if killed, the contact surface is only so large. Even though they have advanced weapons and more manpower, it can't be of much use either. He took out the water bottle and took a sip of water. He poured 2 more painkillers from a small bottle and swallowed them. Zhang Wei picked up the knife from the knife man on the ground. Passed it to Lu Renjiao. Such a space, your butcher knife may not be able to be used. Use this. Lu Renjiao immediately put his butcher knife in the special scabbard on his back. Your knife seems to be able to stop bullets. Zhang Wei said with a wry smile. If it weren't for the bulletproof vest that Mr. Qin gave me, I may have just handed over a job. Some things, maybe it's destiny. Let's talk after everyone is here. I was cautiously on guard for several minutes. I saw the people upstairs. He didn't continue to fight his way down. Zhang Wei guessed, the enemy above, you should also be extremely cautious. Maybe, their ammunition was literally down to the last clip. If I were them just now. Whenever I have extra magazines, they were all killed directly. Not long after, Zhang Wei et al., then he met up with Zhuang Cha and others who were coming over. The entire corridor has been cleared of zombies. Zombie corpses are everywhere. There is almost no place to set foot. And behind, they are the remaining troops who came from the girls' dormitory. It's just like what Zhang Wei warned. They all dismantled things like bed boards and stainless steel plates. I hurriedly made something like a shield. Walk, kill him. Zhang Wei is worried. After a long delay, something unexpected happened. Zhang Wei said as he said, while doing so. He stabbed the heads of the people who had just been bitten to death by zombies. These guys, there is still the risk of corpse transformation, a little carelessness. We walked over their corpses, you might get bitten. Zhang Wei randomly picked up a metal swivel chair in the corridor. He put his left hand on top of his head. It was already dark at this time. Zhang Wei stepped on the 2 torches on the ground. I touched it against the wall. Just walking halfway, a huge desk, tumbled down from upstairs, blocked the entire corridor. This is. The students in this school are all too familiar with it. This is the teacher's desk. In this information building, there are also teachers who give computer classes, during the break, office for resting. And the fixed asset equipment of the office here, many of them have been updated in the past year or 2. All of them are extremely heavy. This table in front of everyone, it's a solid wood desk weighing 1 to 200 pounds. I usually carry something like this, no big difficulty. 2 people can carry it and walk. But if you move it at this time, it will undoubtedly become a target for the people upstairs. That's fine, they also can't kill them in a sneak attack. Zhang Wei saw this table instead. I felt a lot calmer. For the unknown enemy of the gecko, He had only heard a few words from the farmer and Zhuang Cha. But there was no actual contact. But being able to become a boss in a high-security prison with hundreds of people, this person is by no means an ordinary person. It can be seen from the previous shooting and explosion of gas tanks. Either this gecko has an extraordinary IQ, or in his team. Besides, dog-headed military advisor. Such characters exist. Seeing the stalemate at this time, Zhang Wei winked at the farmer and Zhuang Cha who had just arrived. It means to let the two of them speak, a set of geckos. Zhuang Cha understood it with his heart. He immediately said, "An egg, you don't have many men left. Right? You worked so hard to set up a trap, waiting for our wooden brother to show up. I didn't expect that I would soon become a polished commander. How about you hand over your other egg? We really think you are a gecko trying to survive by cutting off its tail." There was no sound coming from upstairs. At this moment, the farmer finally said impatiently, "None of you. Don't even think about running away. I told you at the time. Either you kill me, or I will definitely seek revenge on you. You kept my cousin as a hostage, asked me to deliver vegetables and fruits to your prison, and even raped and killed her. This matter can't end like this. I want all your eggs." After the farmer said this, Zhang Wei finally understood that this was how the farmer and the gecko became enemies. I thought they were grudges made outside the prison. Seeing that there is no sound from above, the farmer couldn't bear it anymore. Taking the metal stool from Zhang Wei's left hand, carrying it on the head, he shouted, "I will take the lead. Come and fight with me. If I die, just help me get revenge by the way." The farmer has a tall cow and a big horse. He grabbed one of the desk legs and pulled hard. Immediately the desk turned sideways. It was pulled upright. A half-meter wide path also appeared next to it. Rather than strenuously crawling across your desk, you can pass this trail sideways. The farmer immediately squeezed past. Suddenly another burst. "Da-da-da," came a voice. The bullet struck the metal bench above the farmer's head. Sparks flew out. Zhang Wei knows, at this time, if you can't push it up, the farmer must die. And only all people, put them all on top. The gun on the opposite side, there is no use for it. "Superior," Zhang Wei shouted in a low voice, followed again. With the farmer as a human shield, he doesn't have to worry about getting shot in the head either. At this time, further afield on campus, there were sounds of charging and killing. A soft voice, it sounded from upstairs. "In order to make this dumpling, I have prepared a lot of ingredients. Do you think, am I not prepared at all?" "It's a gecko," Zhuang Cha immediately said in surprise. To his surprise, it seems that all this is a trap set by Gecko.